Chapter 1. The Bride of the Dead. They dressed me in red, blood-colored silk, soft as sin, stitched with gold thread and lies. The gown bared my throat, my wrists, the curve of my back, offering every vulnerable piece of me like a prayer. Like an apology. Like a feast. A beautiful corpse, one of the handmaidens whispered behind me, thinking I couldn't hear. Maybe the god of death will be merciful. I smiled. Not because it was funny, but because it wasn't. Mercy was not something you begged for. Not in this realm. Not from gods who swallowed mortals whole and used their bones as thrones. I'd been chosen under the blood moon. Trained since I was 6 to be sacrificed at the altar of divine power. A bride of the gods, they called it. But we knew the truth. No bride ever walked back from the altar. No god ever loved the girls they took. Until me. Because when they bound me in gold cuffs and led me into the obsidian temple at dusk, I didn't die. I killed the god. It took 12 guards to drag me into the court of Nero's. He watched from a throne carved from midnight. His skin like starlight stretched over bone, mouth curled in lazy amusement, eyes, if you could call them that, a void so black it felt like falling. Interesting, he said, voice slow like honey over razors. You're not supposed to be breathing. She's the one who killed Theron, one of the guards said, trembling. The blood bride. Nero's rose. And the room fell into silence the way a body hits stone, sudden, final. He moved with a predator's grace, descending the steps of his throne, each footfall echoing like a heartbeat in a coffin. He stopped before me, tilting his head, studying me the way fire studies a wick. I should have bowed, begged, screamed. I looked him in the eye instead. You're going to kill me? I asked, voice steady, even as the cuffs burned against my wrists. Nero's smiled. Not kind, not cruel. Hungry. Oh no, little flame, he said, brushing a gloved hand across my jaw, slow. Possessive. I'm going to marry you. Later, when I was alone in a chamber carved of shadows and candlelight, he came to me. No guards. No pretense. Just power, sharp and coiled and dangerous. You killed a god, he murmured, stepping so close I could feel his breath ghost across my skin. Do you know what that makes you? Damned, I said. He pressed me back against the cold stone wall, his hands caging me in. His lips hovered over mine. Barely. Not touching. Not yet. No, he whispered. Mine. I should have been afraid. I wasn't. I was already burning. Chapter 2. The Ritual of Binding. They woke me at midnight. Candlelight flickered like whispers against the stone walls, dancing shadows across the curves of my skin as 2 silent handmaidens painted ancient runes down my arms. Ink black as night, glowing faintly, like magic remembered a name it wasn't supposed to speak. I asked nothing. They said nothing. But I saw the fear in their eyes when they finished. I wasn't meant to survive what came next. The ritual chamber was nothing like the temple they dragged me into yesterday. This one was alive. The walls pulsed, faintly, rhythmically, like the stone itself was breathing. A circle of gods stood cloaked in gold and bone, their faces hidden behind masks carved from the skulls of creatures long dead. And in the center, barefoot and waiting, stood Nero's. The god of death wore no crown tonight. No armor. Only loose, black robes that left too much of his chest exposed, inked with ancient symbols that shimmered when I stepped inside the circle. My feet hit the stone. The chamber shuddered. She killed Theron, one of the gods muttered. She shouldn't be here. She belongs here, Nero's said. His voice didn't echo. It commanded silence. She carries a dead god's power. And I will bind it before it unbinds us all. He turned to me, gaze raking across me like a blade, pausing, slowly, on the exposed skin beneath my ritual robes. His mouth curled, something between reverence and hunger. Come here, little flame. I stepped into the center of the circle. Into his gravity. Why me? I asked. He reached out, brushing a thumb across my lips, slow, calculated. You think this is a choice? Then he pulled something from his robe. A dagger, silver, drenched in runes that moved like they were alive. You carry his power, he murmured. But it's raw, wild. If you don't let me bind it, it will consume you from the inside. It will kill you. Maybe I want it to. That earned me a wicked smile. No, you don't. You want to live. You want to burn. You want revenge. He stepped closer, his body almost flush with mine. And most of all, you want me. I should have slapped him. I didn't. Because I hated how right he was. The binding ritual was older than kingdoms. Forbidden for mortals. Deadly for gods. But he didn't hesitate. He slit his palm with the dagger and held it out. Your blood, little f. lame. Now. I took the blade, warm from his skin, and dragged it across my own palm. Pain flared. Magic surged. He grabbed my wrist, tight, and pressed our blood together. The chamber exploded with light. My back arched as something ancient roared to life inside me. His power, his essence, slammed into mine like a storm, like a kiss, like a curse with a heartbeat. He gripped my face. And kissed me. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't sweet. It was a promise of ruin. He kissed me like he'd waited centuries to do it. Like he'd found something sacred in a world that had only ever given him rot. Like he was claiming not just my power, but me. I kissed him back. Because part of me wanted to be ruined by him. When it ended, I was on my knees, shaking, magic crackling across my skin like lightning that hadn't decided if it was a blessing or a weapon. Nero's crouched beside me, dragging a thumb over my lower lip. It's done, he whispered. I looked up at him. Eyes burning, mouth bloodied. You lied. He smiled, slow and wicked. I never said you'd survive it. Chapter 3. The God. WHO touched me. It started with the dreams. No, not dreams. Memories. But they weren't mine. I saw through another's eyes. Felt his rage, his lust, his endless hunger for power. Theron. The god I killed. His magic still lived inside me. And now, so did he. I woke gasping, the silk sheets tangled around my thighs. Skin slick, with sweat and magic that pulsed beneath my skin like a second heartbeat. Something inside me whispered. You think you own this power, little girl? I made you. I bled for you. I pressed my palms to my chest, breathing hard. The room spun. My veins burned. And then, he was there. Nero's. Leaning against the doorframe like he owned time itself. Robes hanging low on his hips. Hair damp from midnight rain. Eyes locked on my body like he already knew the dream I'd had. You felt him, didn't you? He said, voice velvet and smoke. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The way my body shook said enough. He crossed the room slowly, his presence crawling over my skin, before his fingers ever touched me. I warned you, he murmured, crouching beside the bed. Power, like that, it doesn't lie still. It wants. It takes. So do you, I whispered. His gaze dropped to my lips. That's what makes us alike. He reached out, slowly, and slid the sheet down, exposing my bare shoulder. Then lower. My breath hitched. But he didn't look away. Didn't touch. Just watched. You think I'm the danger, he murmured, eyes dark. But you? You're divine chaos wrapped in mortal skin. And gods like me, we don't survive creatures like you. Then stop looking at me like you want to be ruined. His jaw flexed. And then his fingers finally touched me. Not soft. Not kind. Curious. Dangerous. Worshipful. He brushed his thumb across my collarbone, then down to where my pulse pounded. You smell like him, he said. But you taste like mine. His mouth was on mine in the next breath. And this time, I wasn't fighting it. He kissed me like war. Like prayer. Like punishment. His hand slid under the sheet, finding my thigh, gripping tight, possessive. His body caged me against the bed, shadows licking up the walls, magic curling around us like smoke. And when his lips broke from mine, he didn't pull away. He leaned in, mouth to my ear. Say it, he breathed. Tell me whose power you carry. I should have said Theron. But I looked into the eyes of the god above me and told the truth. Yours. He didn't leave that night. He stayed, shirt discarded, arm draped over my waist like a claim. But before sleep took me, he whispered a warning into my neck. Theron's not done with you. And if he tries to take you back, I'll tear the heavens apart to keep you. Chapter 4. Worship. Me or burn with me. Nero's didn't kiss me again the next morning. He dragged me into the training arena. Barefoot, still marked in runes, hair wild, throat bruised from where his mouth had worshipped me. Lesson 1, he said, circling me. Don't trust gods. He tossed me a blade. I caught it without thinking. Lesson 2? I asked, twirling it in my hand, the metal whispering against the air. He smirked. Use them. The arena was built into the bones of the mountain. Walls lined with obsidian. The floor cracked with veins of old magic that pulsed beneath our feet. Candles floated mid-air, suspended in time, shadows coiling in reverence as Nero's stopped me in slow circles. Strike, he said. Why? Because if you don't hurt me, he said, pausing in front of me, I'll hurt you. I smiled. Wicked. Bloodthirsty. Promise? The first time I slashed at him, he dodged. The second time, he grabbed my wrist mid-swing and yanked me forward, chest to chest, mouth to mouth. Our breathing tangled. You fight like a flame, he murmured, voice hoarse. Beautiful. Uncontrolled. And you talk like someone who thinks he can tame it. He twisted my arm behind my back, suddenly, cruelly, forcing me against a pillar. The blade clattered to the ground. You are not in control here. I gasped as his magic flooded me. Not soft, not gentle, fierce. It filled my lungs, crawled under my skin, pressed against every part of me like he was inside everything. You think I won't break you? He whispered at my neck. I bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. Tasted it. I think you're already broken. And that's when it happened. The god in me, Theron, rose up like a tidal wave. The runes on my arms ignited. My eyes blurred. Heat pulsed through my body, wild and uncontrollable. And Nero's, he staggered. His grip fell. His knees hit the floor. But his eyes burned with desire. You feel that? I said, stepping toward him, power sparking across my skin. That's mine now. You could kill me, he said, smiling through the pain. Magic cracking in the air around him. I should. He knelt before me, head tilted back, pupils blown wide. Then do it, he growled. Strike me down. Rule the pantheon. Make me kneel forever. My blade hovered at his throat. His pulse jumped. But my hand didn't move. Because it wasn't fear in his voice. It was devotion. And something else. Worship. I dropped the blade. Grabbed him by the hair. And kissed him like power belonged between our teeth. He lifted me into his arms, rough, wild, and slammed me against the wall. Our bodies collided like spells cast without mercy. Like fate rewritten in blood. His mouth was fire, his hands everywhere, and the shadows groaned around us like the gods were watching. Maybe they were. I didn't care. Because for one breathless, reckless moment, I was the god. And Nero's? He looked at me like he'd finally found something holy enough to die for. Chapter 5. The Water. Remembers desire. The bathhouse was carved into the heart of the mountain. Deep, hidden, sacred. Only gods were allowed here. Not because it was dangerous. Because it was alive. Water thick with ancient magic filled the pools, steam curling up like incense, runes glowing faintly beneath the surface. It didn't just cleanse you. It saw you. And when Nero's led me in, he said just one thing. If the water doesn't accept you, it'll rip you apart. Charming. I dropped the robe. Let it slide off my shoulders like silk made of defiance. Nero's stood in the shadows, watching. Silent. Hungry. His jaw clenched when I stepped in, the water lapping at my skin, like it knew me already. Like it was tasting. I hissed as magic licked up my thighs, settled between my ribs, and whispered ancient names I'd never spoken aloud. It didn't burn. It welcomed me. And when I sank beneath the surface, it opened. Visions flared behind my eyes. Theron's voice, gods screaming, me on a throne of ash, a crown of flame on my head, and Nero's, kneeling, bloodied, lips at my ankle. I broke the surface, gasping. Nero's was in the water now, closer than he had any right to be. His chest was bare, soaked, runes glowing faintly across the skin. I'd already memorized. You saw it, didn't you? He said softly. The prophecy? I nodded, heart thundering. His hand slid beneath the surface, brushing against my thigh. Too slow to be accidental. You're going to destroy us all. Maybe. You're going to rule. Am I? He leaned in, barely touching, water crackling between us. And what will you do to me, little flame? I looked him dead in the eye. I'll make you beg for ruin. He moved. Not fast. Deadly. One hand grabbed my jaw, tilting my face toward his. His other hand slid down my back, pulling me flush against him. Our mouths didn't touch, but the air between them sizzled. You're not a god, he whispered. You're a storm in skin. And he closed his eyes like it hurt. Gods like me were made to be destroyed by things like you. Then he kissed me. Not soft, not sweet. Worship and war and want all wrapped into one sinful breath. The pool shuddered around us, magic swirling as our bodies collided beneath the surface. Fingers tangled in hair, teeth scraping, lips, water boiling. And somewhere between the second kiss and the third, I realized. This wasn't love. It was prophecy. I wasn't made to be saved. I was made to be followed. And Nero's? He would burn every other god to ash just to keep me burning. Chapter 6. The first time I killed for him. They came at dawn. 4 gods draped in ceremonial white. Purity, justice, judgment. They didn't knock. They didn't speak. They came to erase me. I woke to the scent of divine steel, blades forged in starlight, meant to sever the soul from the body. Nero's was already up, standing between me and them. Bare chest. No weapon. Just rage. She is protected under my seal, he growled, voice deep with death magic. One of them stepped forward. Orin, god of silence. Robe already soaked with the blood of other mortals who thought they mattered. She carries Theron's curse. She's a wound, not a woman. Nero's snarled, shadows whipping from his spine like wings. But I'd already stepped forward. Barefoot. Half asleep. Pissed. Say that again, I said softly. Orin smiled. You are not divine. You are possessed. And that's when it happened. The moment the girl died, and the goddess was born. My magic exploded. Not like a spell. Like a detonation. The floor cracked open beneath my feet, vines of light and blood, shooting up the walls. My eyes burned molten gold. The runes on my arms tore free like tattoos ripping themselves from flesh, slamming into Orin's chest. He screamed. Not because he was dying. Because I wasn't supposed to be able to do this. I stepped forward, barefoot across the blood-soaked floor. Lifted my hand. And closed it. Orin imploded. A god reduced to ash and echoes. The others dropped to their knees. One wept. One vomited. One tried to flee and was swallowed by the stone itself. And Nero's? Nero's stared at me like I was the end of the world wrapped in a body he wanted to worship and damn in the same breath. You killed a god, he whispered. I turned to him. No, I said. I rewrote one. He grabbed me. Dragged me into him like I was gravity. Our mouths met, wild, wet, desperate. Not a kiss. A collision. My hands tore at his belt. His fingers tangled in my hair like if he let go, he'd fall straight into ruin. I should be afraid of you, he breathed against my skin. You are. And gods help us both. He loved it. We didn't make it to the bed. The wall took us. The floor took us. The shadows witnessed it all. Clothes ripped. Teeth scraped. Magic sang. And when I looked down at him, broken open beneath me, voice hoarse from saying my name like it was a prayer, I knew I'd never be human again. And he'd never want me to be. Chapter 7. Kneel or burn. The Hall of Ethers was carved from the bones of extinct gods. It pulsed with divine authority, heavy with judgment, thick with silence that could tear the lungs from your chest. The Pantheon sat in a crescent of thrones, 12 of them, radiant and cold. I walked in barefoot, blood still under my nails, magic humming in my bones like a promise that I could end all of them if I wanted to. They looked at me like I was a stain on their perfection. They weren't wrong. You stand accused of killing a god, said the high oracle, voice laced with venom and ritual. I tilted my head. I don't stand, I said. I rule. Whispers. Gasps. But no one moved. Not until Nero's did. He stepped forward from the shadows, his armor gone, dressed in black robes that fell around him like smoke. His sword was strapped to his back, untouched. He wasn't here as my protector. He was here as my witness. She holds Theron's power, spat the god of chains. The flame should be bound. She is the flame, Neros said quietly. And if you try to chain her again, I'll burn with her. They laughed. Until he did it. Until Neros fell to his knees, not to beg, not to plead, to submit. To me. The silence cracked like thunder. I kneel, he said, not to protect her. He looked up at me, eyes blazing, heart bare. But because she's the only god worth worshipping. The ground trembled. Runes shattered. A storm bloomed from my skin. 12 gods rose in unison, power crackling in the air like the start of a war. And I smiled. Because in that moment, they realized what I'd become. Not a mortal. Not a host. But something new. Something divine. Unforgivable. And entirely mine. I lifted my hand. Light spiraled from my fingertips. Soft. Terrible. The gods flinched. Neros didn't. He looked at me like I'd already won. And maybe I had. Because when I spoke next, the halls echoed with something older than prophecy. You wanted a trial? Then hear this. Kneel, or burn. Chapter 8. Marked. By midnight. Rebellion doesn't start with fire. It starts with a whisper. And in the shadows of the shattered trial hall, gods who should have stayed silent, chose sides. They came to me that night. Not with weapons. With vows. 6 of them. Rogue deities. Exiles. One goddess who once slit her own throat to escape the crown they forced on her. They knelt. Not to the throne. To me. We've waited centuries for the prophecy to take a body, said Veil, god of the in-between. You are not the end, girl. He touched my wrist, where Theron's old mark shimmered like a warning. You are the rewrite. And then they crowned me. Not with gold. With ashes. The ashes of the gods I'd already destroyed. Pressed into a thin circlet, laced with blood, bound by oath. You are queen of the broken, Veil whispered. Rule us. But that wasn't the wildest part of that night. It was what happened after. In the temple where no god dared enter. Where I stood alone, barefoot, flame-wrapped. And Neros followed. He didn't speak when he entered. Just looked at me like I was a storm he'd gladly drown in. And I looked back at him like he was the dagger I'd let pierce me, again and again. As long as it was his hands doing the wounding. You're mine now, I said. His lips quirked, savage. I always was. The ritual was older than war. A claiming not done with rings or vows. But with power. With marking. I carved the rune into my palm, glowing, pulsing. He did the same. And when we pressed them together, magic surged. It wasn't soft. It was brutal. Our bodies collided in the center of the ritual circle, runes lighting, with every breath, every kiss, every desperate cry. Neros didn't just take me. He worshipped me. Teeth at my throat, hands gripping my hips like the world would collapse if we stopped. When he whispered, yours, into my mouth, I bit his lips so hard he bled. He laughed through it, groaned like a man undone. And then I marked him. Sank my magic into his skin. Branded it into his spine. So every god would see. This god is mine. My weapon. My worshipper. My ruin. By the time the ritual ended, the temple walls were cracked. The stars had shifted. And Neros was still on his knees, forehead against my stomach. Breathless, marked, devoted. They'll come for you, he whispered. I ran my fingers through his hair, kissed the top of his head like a queen blessing her most dangerous night. Let them. Chapter 9. Gods don't bow, they break. The gods tried to kill me the next morning. Predictable. 12 assassins, born of the old blood, their blades soaked in spells older than light. They didn't even make it past the temple gates. Neros handled the first 6. I didn't watch how. All I heard was the sound of bones snapping and men begging. The last 6? They got to me. They wished they hadn't. I didn't fight with a sword. I fought with rage. I fought with the fire of a god who refused to die quietly, with the vengeance of 1,000 bloodlines burned for prophecy. When I was done, the stones of the temple floor were slick with divine blood. My hands shook. My lips didn't. Send more, I said to the wind. I'm hungry. Nero's came to me, hands bloodied, chest heaving. He didn't kneel this time. He grabbed me. Hands in my hair, mouth on mine, no hesitation. There was nothing polite about the way he kissed me. It was war. It was worship. It was ruin. And I kissed him back just as hard, because this wasn't a game anymore. It was a declaration. They'll send worse, he rasped against my mouth. I grinned. They'll die screaming. He pulled back just enough to look at me. Really look at me. Then he did something no god is supposed to do. He gave me his true name. Whispered it against my lips like a confession, a surrender, a binding. No one knew a god's true name. Not unless they were meant to own them. Not unless they were meant to break them. His voice shook. Say it, and I'll be yours until the end of everything. I pressed my forehead to his. Whispered his true name into the space between our hearts. And felt the bond snap into place. It wasn't gentle. It was violent. Cataclysmic. Beautiful. Nero's gasped, fell against me. Hands trembling as the last of his defenses shattered. Mine, I breathed. He smiled. Ruined. Wrecked. Holy. Yours, he said. Far away, the Pantheon felt it. The shift. The breaking. The birth of a god they could never cage. And they knew. The war had already been lost. Because I wasn't just fighting anymore. I was reigning. Chapter 10. Daughter. Of ruin. The world split in two the day I walked into the city of fallen gods. They said no living thing could survive there. They said the city itself would swallow you whole, curse you, erase your name from history. They were half right. I didn't survive the city of fallen gods. I conquered it. Nero's walked at my side, silent and sharp as a drawn blade. He hadn't touched me since the binding. Not because he didn't want to, but because after what we did, after I spoke his true name, touching would have meant giving up everything else. And we weren't ready to fall yet. Not until the city bowed. The city of fallen gods wasn't made of stone or steel. It was made of bone. Skulls of old deities paved the streets. Shattered wings arched over alleys. Black rivers of ichor ran between crumbling temples. And in the heart of it all, sitting on a throne made from the fused bodies of the first traitors, was Cavus. The godslayer. The one even Theron had feared. The one they said could kill a star with a kiss. Cavus smiled when he saw me. Not the smile of a friend. Not the smile of an enemy. The smile of a future witness. He rose, slow and terrible. You smell like death, he said. And destiny. I didn't blink. Didn't bow. You smell like old failure, I said back. Nero's stiffened beside me. The gods that lurked in the broken windows gasped. But Cavus laughed. Full-throated. Free. You'll need more than pretty words and a pretty night, he said, eyeing Nero's. You want my army? Bleed for it. He tossed a blade at my feet. A thin, jagged thing made from the teeth of dead kings. I didn't hesitate. I picked it up. And slashed my own palm open. Blood poured onto the cursed ground, sizzling where it touched the ancient stones. Magic unfurled from the wound. Magic that smelled like burning skies and broken prayers. Cavus's eyes widened, not in horror. In worship. You, he whispered. You're not the end of the prophecy. I tilted my head, blood dripping from my fingers. No, I said. I'm the one who makes new ones. He threw back his head and roared his approval. The city of fallen gods shuddered. And every exile, every broken god, every cursed creature that still dared to breathe, bowed. That should have been the end of it. Victory. Triumph. A new army swelling at my back. But power doesn't come without pain. And the first betrayal always cuts the deepest. That night, under the broken moons, Nero's stood across from me. Not close. Not touching. You knew Cavus would demand blood, he said, voice hoarse. You knew he'd test you. You didn't tell me. I looked at him. At the man who had knelt for me, bled for me, given me his true name. And I realized. Trust isn't something you win once. It's something you bleed for over and over and over again. I couldn't risk you trying to stop me, I said. Quiet. Brutal. Nero's flinched like I'd slapped him. You think I'd stop you? He rasped. I'd burn the world for you. I stepped closer. Chest to chest. Breath to breath. No, I whispered. You'd burn yourself first. And I couldn't afford to lose him. Not now. Not ever. He kissed me then. Hard. Devastated. It wasn't a kiss of forgiveness. It was a kiss of understanding. That from this moment on, we were no longer just fighting enemies. We were fighting ourselves, too. The bond between us wasn't delicate anymore. It was a weapon. And God's help anyone who stood between us. Especially ourselves. Chapter 11. Born. For blood, made for ruin. The war council reeked of old power and new desperation. The fallen gods crowded the shattered throne room, beings who once ruled stars, oceans, night itself. Now they were shadows. Hungry, vengeful, mine. I stood at the center. Nero's at my right hand, silent, tense, eyes sharp enough to cut gods down where they sat. Cavus lounged like a bored lion, picking blood from under his nails with a bone dagger. Say the word, he drawled lazily, and we'll set the skies on fire by morning. The others muttered their own madness. Poison the rivers. Rip the Pantheon's temples apart stone by stone. Offer the world a choice. Worship us, or be ash. I let them speak. Let them dream their bloody dreams. Until the room vibrated with anger, hunger, chaos. Until the world outside felt ready to tip into open slaughter. Then, I moved. Not with words. But with power. The windows shattered first. A pulse of raw force blasting outward from my body. The walls cracked, trembling under the weight of something far older than gods or war. They all felt it. Even Cavus, for all his swagger, sat up straighter, golden eyes wide. You will not burn the world without me, I said. You will not touch a single temple until I tell you. Silence. Ragged. Shivering. I smiled. I am not asking. The gods knelt. One by one. Not out of loyalty. Out of fear. Out of awe. Out of the cold, perfect realization that I was no longer the girl the Pantheon had cursed. I was something else now. A creature they had created, and could no longer control. Later, alone, Nero's pressed me against the cracked marble of a ruined column. His hands were shaking. Not with fear. With something much, much worse. You're changing, he said against my mouth. You're becoming what they feared. I bit back the answer on my tongue. Because it wasn't becoming. It was unleashing. I had always been this. I had just stopped pretending otherwise. Still, when he kissed me, it was different. Harder. Harsher. Hungrier. As if he wanted to anchor himself in me. Or lose himself entirely. Maybe both. Maybe it didn't matter anymore. That night, the first blow came. Not from the Pantheon. From my own blood. The world cracked open as the army marched out. But in the dead of night, when the sky wept red and the ground trembled under our rising power, I heard it. The whisper of a name I thought buried forever. The one person who knew how to break me completely. Oren. My brother. The one who had died because of me. The one whose death had been the beginning of everything. The one the Pantheon had just resurrected. I stood frozen, staring into the abyss of that knowledge. Nero's caught me before I collapsed, arms wrapping around me, holding me up as my world tilted. What is it? He whispered. What did they do? I couldn't answer. I could barely breathe. Because this war wasn't just about killing gods anymore. It was about surviving my own past. And I wasn't sure if even I was strong enough to do that. Chapter 12. A Crown. Of Thorns and Ghosts. The night air burned cold as we rode out to the edge of the ruined fields. It wasn't battle that waited for me there. It wasn't death. It was something worse. It was him. Oren stood at the center of the wasteland, wrapped in armor too bright, too cruel, stitched from the bones of fallen saints. His hair was still the color of wildfire. His mouth still twisted in the same stubborn half-smile. But his eyes. Gods, his eyes. Once golden. Now black as a starless void. Dead and alive at once. Twisted by Pantheon magic into a weapon meant for me. I dismounted. Slow. Deliberate. Every fallen god in my army watched. Nero stayed back only because he trusted me to survive whatever came next. Or because he knew I had to face it alone. Maybe both. Maybe it didn't matter anymore. Oren, I breathed. He smiled. Mocking. Empty. Sister, he said, voice honeyed with rot. Did you miss me? My hands curled into fists at my sides. The gods around me whispered. Trap, trap, trap. But I already knew. This wasn't a warning. This was punishment. You died, I said. Not a question. A fact. A fact they had twisted into a weapon sharp enough to pierce my ribs. You killed me, he corrected gently. And the memory slammed into me. The night the Pantheon came. The way he had shielded me. The way I had screamed his name as the light tore through him. No, I choked out. They killed you. Oren tilted his head. His black eyes glittered. And yet, here I am, he said. Reborn. Remade. A gift. A blade. For you. He drew a sword from his back. It was made of my nightmares. Carved from the bones of every soul I had ever failed. And he pointed it directly at my heart. The gods around me shifted, ready to intervene. Nero's was already moving. Fast. Silent. Deadly. But Oren flicked his fingers, and the very earth rose between us. A wall of screaming, grasping hands made of soil and bone. Cutting me off. Trapping me alone. You have a choice, Oren said. Soft. Almost kind. Lay down your crown. Return to the Pantheon. Submit. He stepped closer, that ruined smile still on his lips. Or fight me, and watch me destroy everything you love. I laughed. Low. Broken. Furious. You think they made you strong enough to kill me? I asked. The sword in my hand, the teeth blade Cavus had given me, began to hum with answering rage. My blood sang. The air cracked. The ruins wept ash. I'm not the girl you remember, I said. I lifted the blade. And my power flared, wild and ruinous and holy. I'm the storm they told you to run from. We clashed. Sword against sword. Magic against magic. Brother against sister. Every blow was a memory. Every wound a scream. Every strike a piece of my soul shattering. At the edge of the field, Nero's fought like a demon to break through the cursed wall. I felt him. Every step closer. Every roar of rage. He wasn't trying to save me. He was trying to save what was left of me. And then, as Oren drove his blade toward my throat, Nero's shattered the barrier with a scream that cracked the earth itself. He tackled Oren away from me. They tumbled across the blackened ground, steel flashing. But it wasn't enough. The Pantheon had planned too well. They hadn't just resurrected my brother. They had bound him. A death spell, layered over his heart. If we killed him, if we even hurt him too much, he would take me down with him. Nero's knew it. I saw it in his eyes. Saw the brutal, beautiful choice he made in the half-second before he acted. He didn't try to kill Oren. He didn't even try to fight him. He offered himself instead. Nero's dropped his sword, fell to his knees, and bared his throat. Take me, he said to Oren. Spare her. My scream ripped the heavens open. But Oren, my brother, my monster, my ghost, paused. A flash of something human flickered across his face. A crack in the darkness. Maybe he remembered. Maybe the Pantheon hadn't stripped away everything. Or maybe he just liked the idea of making me watch. Either way, he lowered his blade. And disappeared into the smoke. Leaving me broken. Bleeding. And worse, owing Nero's a debt I could never repay. Chapter 13. The price of a broken oath. I didn't remember falling to my knees. One moment, Nero's was standing there, his throat bared, his blood staining the ground. The next, the world had tilted, and I was cradling his body in my arms. He was still breathing. Barely. But he was alive. Alive because he had chosen me over himself. Because he believed in something I wasn't sure even existed anymore. Nero's, I whispered, pressing my forehead to his. He flinched. Not from pain. From shame. Forgive me, he rasped. My heart shattered all over again. Because he thought he had failed me. When he was the only thing that had kept me standing. The gods surrounded us. A fallen army, wild-eyed and restless, blades drawn, magic leaking from their skin. Waiting for a command. Waiting for blood. Waiting for me. And the old me, the girl I had buried under crowns and scars, would have hesitated. Would have doubted. Would have begged for peace. But not anymore. Not after Oren. Not after this. I stood. Slowly. Deliberately. Letting them all see the rage simmering beneath my skin. The ruin in my bones. The storm in my hands. And when I spoke, it wasn't as a girl, or a goddess, or even a queen. It was as something more. Something terrible. Something beautiful. We burn them all, I said. The ground trembled. The sky wept fire. And the gods roared their answer. That night, we laid siege to the eastern stronghold, the first of the Pantheon's citadels. They thought they were untouchable. They thought they had time. They thought I would break. They were wrong. The first gate fell before sunrise. Nero's, even wounded, led the charge alongside me. Blood smeared down his side. A snarl carved across his mouth. Eyes burning with the fury of 1,000 dying stars. Together, we tore through their ranks. Together, we rewrote destiny. Inside the high tower, we found the High Seer, the one who had prophesied my death years ago. The one who had whispered that I would kneel before the gods, broken and obedient. He didn't even have time to beg before Nero's drove his blade through his chest. As the seer crumpled, gasping, he laughed. Not in victory. In terror. You think this will stop it? He croaked. You think you've won? I knelt beside him, gripping his collar. Tell me what you saw, I hissed. Blood bubbled at his lips. You were never meant to destroy the gods, he rasped. You were meant to become one. He smiled. The light in his eyes went out. And I was left with nothing but the cold echo of his dying prophecy. The gods gathered in the wreckage around me. Nero's leaned heavily against the wall, watching me. Waiting. I could feel it. The shift. The choice. The terrible, inevitable becoming. Would I save the world? Or would I rule it? And in that moment, with blood on my hands and fire in my veins, I wasn't sure I knew the difference anymore. Chapter 14. The gods remember their monsters. The High Seer's blood hadn't even cooled before the earth began to quake. Not a tremor. Not an aftershock. A summoning. The gods around me tensed, weapons raised, magic coiling at their fingertips. Nero's, wounded and half-drained, shoved off the wall and staggered toward me. We have to leave, he growled. Now. But it was too late. The sky cracked open like an egg, and from the rift, the primordials fell. They weren't the Pantheon's lapdogs. They weren't even gods in the way we understood gods. They were older, hungrier, born from the chaos before the stars, before the thrones, before the laws of man or heaven. And now, the High Seer's death had woken them up. 3 of them. One made of bones braided with vines. One made of molten gold, oozing from split flesh. One a shadow with 1,000 twisting faces. They hit the ground with a sound like a cathedral collapsing. And all around me, gods dropped to their knees in terror. Even Nero's froze. You broke the pact, the one of vines rasped, its voice thick with moss and rot. You spilled Seer's blood inside a sanctified place. It pointed a crooked finger at me. You, Oathbreaker, Harbinger, Queen of Ruin. The names hit like brands against my skin. But I stood tall. Because if I was going to fall, it would not be on my knees. What do you want? I demanded. The molten one laughed. A horrible, sloshing sound. We want what was promised, it said. Your soul. Behind me, Nero's tightened his grip on his blade. Over my dead body, he snarled. The shadowed one twisted its many faces into a grin. That can be arranged. It happened fast. The primordials moved like lightning made flesh. 1 second they were 20 paces away. The next, they were inside the hall. Inside our ranks. Gods screamed. Steel clashed. Magic lit up the world like a second sun. And in the middle of it all, Nero's and I fought back to back. Bleeding. Burning. Refusing to break. But it wasn't enough. They weren't trying to kill us. They were trying to bind me. Chain me in spells older than the stars. Rip the very power from my bones and offer it up to the dead gods. Nero's realized it first. I felt him tense against me. Felt the plan form inside him like a blade. Felt the way his magic surged, not toward the enemy, but toward me. He wasn't trying to kill the primordials. He was trying to sever me from the magic. From the prophecy. From the becoming. Forgive me, he whispered, voice breaking. And then he struck. It felt like 1,000 knives ripping through me at once. My connection to the gods, my throne, my armies, my power, gone. Like smoke. Like dreams. Like nothing. I collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The primordials shrieked in fury. Because without the prophecy tethered to me, without the cursed bloodline intact, they couldn't touch me. They vanished. torn away, vanished back to the void, leaving only silence, smoke, ash, and me. A girl. Not a goddess. Not a queen. Just me. Broken. Mortal. Neros fell beside me, hands shaking. He cupped my face, his eyes frantic, terrified. I'm sorry, he said over and over, voice raw. I couldn't let them take you. I couldn't. I gripped his wrist. You saved me, I said, my voice no more than a ghost. And then, because life was cruel, because fate was bloodthirsty, Oren walked through the ruined door, alive, smirking, dragging something monstrous behind him on a chain. It wasn't over. Not even close. It had only just begun. Chapter 15. Lovers. Made of ash and poison. Oren dragged the thing behind him like it was a pet. At first, I thought it was a body. But bodies didn't move like that. Didn't breathe in that ragged, rattling way. Didn't bleed black fire from their mouths. Look what they made, Oren said, voice all velvet and venom. He kicked the creature forward. It landed at my feet, coughing, twitching. Its skin was stitched together with gold thread. Its spine was glass. Its heart was missing. Instead, inside its chest, there was a core of spinning light. They took pieces of you, Oren murmured, crouching beside it. Your power, your soul, your blood. And they built their perfect little monster. Neros pulled me back instinctively. But Oren just laughed. That old, familiar smile that had once made me fall in love. Before it had turned to knives. Before he had turned into whatever this was. Don't look at me like that, Oren said softly. I didn't come here to hurt you. I came here to finish what we started. I clenched my fists. Magic sparked weakly at my fingertips. More memory than strength. Neros stepped forward, sword raised. You're not touching her, he said. Oren tilted his head. Still hiding behind your pet god, I see, he said, voice dripping, mockery. Tell me, love, Oren said to me, ignoring Neros now. When you lay with him, do you ever think of me? The air left my lungs in a rush. Gods, he was beautiful still. Ragged. Ruined. Burning like the end of the world. And for a second, just a second, the part of me that had loved him howled. Come with me, he whispered. Let's tear down this rotten world together. He held out his hand. Not as a prince. Not as a god. But as a boy who had once promised me forever. Neros looked at me. No anger. No fear. Just heartbreak. Because he knew. Part of me still loved Oren. And part of me always would. But that didn't mean I would let him win. I stepped closer. Close enough to smell the smoke on his skin. Close enough to see the crack running down his face, splitting him open from within. You want me to rule beside you, I said. He nodded once, hunger in his eyes. No, I said softly. And I drove the dagger Neros had given me, the one made from the bones of a god, straight into Oren's chest. He gasped. Not in pain. In shock. In betrayal. Just like I had, all those years ago, when he chose power over love. He staggered back, hand pressed to the wound. Black fire leaked between his fingers. The chained creature screamed, a terrible, broken sound, and tried to crawl to him. But it was too late. The spell was already eating him alive. The spell I had whispered into the blade hours before. I loved you once, I said, voice shaking. And that is why you have to die. Neros was beside me in an instant, catching me as my legs buckled. The world spun. The magic surged. And somewhere deep in the ruins, a new power woke. Something darker. Something older. Something mine. Oren collapsed, his golden hair splayed across the shattered stone, his blood steaming in the cold air. But as the last light left his eyes, he smiled. You think it ends with me, he rasped. But you were always the weapon, little queen. You were always the end. And then he was gone. I knelt there, shaking, tears blurring my vision. Neros knelt too, pulling me into his arms. And for the first time, I realized. We hadn't won. We had only begun the war that would end everything. Chapter 16. The crown made of blood. The moment Oren's heart stopped beating, the world cracked. I felt it in my bones first. A shiver, like the earth gasping for breath. Then the magic slammed into me like a tidal wave. It wasn't golden. It wasn't soft. It was dark. It was violent. It was mine. I screamed. Nero's caught me as my knees gave out, but he was struggling too, his wings flaring wide, trying to shield us both from the storm, unraveling around us. What's happening? He shouted. But I couldn't answer. Because something ancient had been sleeping inside me. Something cruel. Something that had been waiting for this exact moment. And now it was awake. Visions slammed into me. Thrones made of shattered bones. Crowns made of fire and ash. 1,000 armies bowing in blood-soaked fields. And at the center of it all, me. Not the girl who loved Warren. Not the girl who dreamed of peace. But a queen of ruin. A god-slayer. A monster made flesh. Nero's, I rasped. Get away from me. No, he said fiercely, tightening his grip. I'm not leaving you. Lightning tore the sky apart above us. The ruins around us began to crumble. Magic howled through the world like a wounded animal. And my body burned from the inside out, every vein lit with black fire. I could feel it happening. My soul splitting apart. The power rewriting every cell, every memory, every piece of who I was. And then, I saw her. Across the crumbling courtyard stood a woman. Tall, beautiful, terrifying. She wore a gown made of raven's feathers and bleeding roses. Her crown was a ring of thorns carved into her skull. And her eyes were mine. But ancient, but ruthless, but utterly, beautifully merciless. Welcome home, she said, her voice like 1,000 bells tolling at once. And I understood. She wasn't real. She was me. The future I was fated to become. The weapon I was always meant to be. Nero's was shouting my name. Begging me to fight it. Begging me to stay. But gods, it was so tempting. The power. The hunger. The promise that I would never be weak again. All I had to do was let go. Let go of fear. Let go of love. Let go of the girl who had believed in happy endings. The Dark Queen stepped closer, reaching out a hand. Take it, she whispered. Take your crown. My fingers twitched. My heart thundered. One choice. One step. And everything would belong to me. I looked at Nero's. The boy who had chosen me over kingdoms. The god who would follow me into hell if I asked. And I hesitated. The ground cracked at my feet. The ruins collapsed behind me. The creature Orin had made let out one last shriek and then disintegrated into dust. And the black magic roared louder, demanding, pleading. Choose. With every shred of strength I had left, I tore my gaze away from the queen. I grabbed Nero's. I kissed him like it was the last thing I'd ever do. Tasted blood and tears and ash on his lips. Felt his arms wrap around me like armor. And then I whispered the ancient word of unbinding into the storm. The one word that would destroy the curse. The one word that would destroy me. Ashaval. The world exploded in light. The queen screamed, ripping apart into nothingness. And I fell. Fell into darkness. Fell into oblivion. Fell into something worse than death. Chapter 17. The Bargain of Monsters. I woke in a sky that wasn't a sky. It rippled like black silk above me, stars bleeding into rivers of silver and gold. There was no ground beneath me, only mist. No air in my lungs, only cold fire. No heartbeat, only emptiness. You shouldn't be here. A voice, ancient and broken, rasped through the mist. I turned, slowly. There, crouched among the fog, was something that had once been a god. Its skin stitched together with thorns and sorrow. Its eyes hollow, endless. Its mouth sewn shut with golden wire. A fallen thing. A thing too dangerous to live and too cursed to die. Why am I here? I asked. The stitched god tilted its head. Its voice was 1,000 whispers at once. Because you broke the world. I flinched. The truth was a blade straight into my ribs. Somewhere far away, I felt him. Nero's. Raging. Fighting. Tearing apart the heavens to get to me. His magic was a beacon, slamming against the walls of this prison, between realms. And the stitched god smiled with its terrible, ruined mouth. He is coming, it said. But he will not find you whole. I stumbled forward, fists clenched. Then tell me how to fix it. Tell me what to do. The god laughed, a sound like knives dragging across stone. There is only one way out of here, girl. You must leave something behind. Something you love. Something you will never get back. I felt my heart collapse in on itself. I knew what it meant. Nero's. My soul. My humanity. Meanwhile, Nero's was closer. I saw flashes through the mist. His wings shredded but still beating. His hands burning with the ancient fire of the first gods. His face twisted in agony and fury. He would destroy the universe to save me. And the stitched god was delighted. Choose, it hissed. Hurry. Before he reaches you. Before you damn him, too. Choose. The word echoed through the dark. My head spun. Tears blurred my vision. I could feel Nero's voice now, battering into the void. Oren, hold on. I'm coming. I dropped to my knees, sobbing. I'm sorry, I whispered. And then, I chose. I tore out a piece of my soul. The part that still believed in peace. The part that still believed in mercy. The part that still believed I could be anything other than a weapon. I crushed it between my palms. Blood and starlight spilled from my hands. The mist howled. The stitched god screamed. And the world snapped back into place. I opened my eyes. And Nero's was there. Kneeling beside me. Trembling. Bleeding. Alive. He pulled me into his arms and kissed me like it hurt him to breathe. But deep down, in the wreckage of my chest, I knew the truth. I wasn't whole anymore. I had left something vital behind. And I could never get it back. I'm sorry, I whispered into his shoulder. He didn't ask why. Maybe he already knew. Maybe he just didn't care. Because gods are greedy creatures. And he would rather have a broken piece of me than none at all. Above us, the sky cracked open. The final war was coming. And this time, we would not survive it. Chapter 18. The Crown of Ruin. The battlefield stretched farther than the eye could see. Ash instead of grass. Broken swords instead of trees. Blood dripping from the sky like rain. And at the center, me. Cloaked in black fire. Crowned with thorns and fury. The monster they had whispered about in ancient prayers. The gods came one by one. The War Father with 1,000 iron blades. The Star Mother with her silver dagger of memory. The Dream Twins who could erase entire kingdoms with a sigh. They circled me like vultures. Waiting for me to break. Waiting for me to fall. Waiting for me to fail. You don't have to do this, Nero's said, voice raw. He stood just behind me. Armor cracked. Magic burning. Eyes locked on mine like I was the only real thing left in the world. And I wished, for one stupid, fragile second, that I could walk away. Run into the ruins with him. Build a life out of ashes and hope. But I couldn't. Not anymore. They will not stop, I said. They will keep coming. Until everything we love is dead. Nero's jaw tightened. He knew it. He hated it. But he knew. So I lifted my hand. And the crown of ruin rose from the scorched earth like it had been waiting for me all along. It pulsed in the air. A living thing. A hungry thing. It promised power, victory, blood. And the price? Only everything that was still human inside me. Nero's stepped forward. Don't. His voice broke. Please, Oren, there has to be another way. I smiled, slow and sad. Because there wasn't. There never had been. I slid the crown onto my head. It sank into my skull like molten gold. Sank into my blood. My magic. My soul. I screamed as it tore me open from the inside out. And when I opened my eyes, the girl was gone. Only the queen remained. The gods surged forward. Lightning split the sky. The ground cracked open into rivers of molten stone. The world screamed as the war began. And I welcomed it. We fought like myths come to life. I shattered the Warfather's heart with a single glance. I turned the Star Mother's silver dagger to dust. I caught the Dream Twins in my hands and snapped their necks like twigs. One by one, they fell. One by one, I devoured their power. Nero's fought at my side. But I saw it in him. Fear. Grief. Love that was bleeding out between his ribs. Because he still saw the girl I used to be. And I was making it impossible for him to keep believing she was alive. Finally, there were only two of us left standing. Nero's. And me. The gods' corpses burned in piles around us. The sky was bleeding. The earth was crumbling. And the prophecy echoed in the smoking ruins. Only one will wear the crown. Only one will live. Nero's raised his sword. His hands trembled. His eyes were glassy with tears he would never shed. I love you, he said, voice a broken whisper. I lifted my sword too. Then kill me, I said, smiling like a sinner. Before I kill you. The gods were dead. The world was dying. And we were all that was left. King and queen of nothing. Chapter 19. The final choice. The silence after the battle was like a graveyard, thick and suffocating. I stood at the edge of the broken world, watching the final embers of the gods flicker and die. All around me, the earth was scorched and cracked, torn apart by the power we'd unleashed. The air smelled like smoke and blood, like the end of everything. Nero's was just a few steps away. His chest heaved, breath sharp and ragged, but his eyes, were locked on mine. I could feel the weight of his gaze, like he was trying to hold on to the pieces of me that were still human, still alive. But those pieces were slipping away with every second. The crown of ruin sat heavy on my brow, a searing reminder of what I had become. The magic it pulsed with had changed me, hollowed me out, leaving nothing but a shell of the girl I used to be. The queen. Oren. His voice cracked as he spoke my name. He moved toward me, hesitant, every step a battle between love and the war inside him. He was torn. Please, he whispered, his eyes desperate, raw. Please come back to me. Come back to who you were. I shook my head, feeling the weight of the crown press harder against my skull. I'm not that girl anymore, I said softly, voice like gravel. I can't be. Not after all this. He reached out, fingers brushing my cheek, his touch burning like fire on ice. You are still you, he said, his voice so full of anguish I almost broke. I know you. I know the real you, Oren. Don't let this crown change you. But it was too late. I felt the magic, felt it coiling inside me like a serpent, twisting everything I had ever been. I had already lost myself. And Nero's, he would never forgive me. I stepped back, away from his touch, away from the warmth he was trying to give me. No, I whispered, the words sharp like a knife. You have to kill me. His face twisted in horror. What? He took another step toward me, but I held up my hand to stop him. The crown of ruin, it's not just power, I said, feeling the truth burn on my tongue. It's a curse, a burden. It will consume me. I will destroy everything you love, everything we've fought for. I looked at him, my heart breaking as I spoke the words I never wanted to say. If you don't kill me now, you will lose me forever. You will lose yourself. His face twisted in agony, but I saw it, the hesitation. He couldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to destroy the woman he loved. But the crown would destroy him if he didn't. Please, I begged, my voice raw and pleading. End this. End me before I become what I'm meant to be. His hands trembled, the sword in his grip slick with sweat and blood. His eyes closed, tears slipping down his face, but he didn't move. The silence between us was suffocating. Then, finally, he dropped the sword. He stepped closer to me, his breath catching as he reached for my face. I can't lose you, he whispered, his lips brushing against mine. His kiss was slow, desperate, filled with all the love and pain he was trying to hold on to. I didn't pull away. But when he pulled back, there was no more hesitation. He was still holding me in his arms, but now, there was something else in his gaze. He wasn't afraid of the crown anymore. He wasn't afraid of me anymore. If you're going to destroy everything I love, he said, voice steady, eyes hard as stone, then I'll destroy you first. I blinked, and in that moment, I saw it. The truth. Nero's wasn't going to kill me. He was going to save me. The ground shook beneath our feet. The sky above us split into jagged pieces of fire and light. And for a moment, I saw everything. The gods falling. The worlds bleeding. The final choice we would make. In that moment, I knew what had to happen. We were both already dead, in a way. But together, we could burn the world down and rebuild it. I wasn't broken. I wasn't lost. I was alive. And for the first time, I could feel the fire in my soul. I turned to face him, my hand resting against the crown. Then let's burn it all, I said, a smile curling on my lips. Together. And we did. We burned it all. Chapter 20. The last flame. The ground trembled beneath us. The world had begun to shatter. Above, the sky was torn open, a storm of fire and light threatening to consume everything. The gods' corpses, still smoldering, were strewn across the battlefield like forgotten relics of a dying age. But the crown of ruin was alive, pulsing, burning with the power of 1,000 fallen deities. Its weight, once a burden, now felt like freedom in my veins. Neros stood beside me. His hand was on mine, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I didn't feel alone. We were on the edge of everything. Together, we had broken the gods. Together, we would either save or destroy everything else. Oren? His voice was barely a whisper, but it reached me through the chaos. I turned to him. His face was a mask of strength and sorrow, and the way he looked at me, the way he really looked at me, told me everything. He had made his choice. But I had made mine, too. Do you feel it? He asked, his eyes wild with a mixture of awe and fear. I do, I whispered back. The fire, it's not just in me. It's everywhere. It's consuming the world. We were standing on the precipice of the end, but I wasn't afraid anymore. I could feel the magic rising inside me, dark, ancient, and boundless. The gods had fallen, but there were other forces at play now. The balance of power was shifting. We could make the world better, Neros said, his voice thick with longing. We could rebuild it, Oren. We could create something new. A new world, one without the gods and their tyranny. I could see the hope in his eyes. The same hope I had once held, before the war had broken me. Before the crown had taken everything I was. But I shook my head, the weight of the decision settling into my bones. We could, I said, my voice steady, despite the storm swirling around us. But it would come at a cost we're not ready to pay. Neros's brow furrowed. He reached for my hand, but I pulled away. Oren? His voice cracked, the pain in his eyes almost unbearable. But I wasn't the same girl anymore. I wasn't the girl who could hope for something better. I wasn't the girl who believed the world could be saved. I was a queen. And a queen didn't wait for salvation. I know what I have to do, I said, my voice a quiet storm of its own. I'm not the hero in this story, Neros. I never was. But I will be the one who finishes it. I could feel the crown's power surging through me, filling every part of my being, demanding that I take the final step. The gods had failed. The world had failed. And I would destroy it all, so something new could rise from the ashes. Oren, Neros said, his voice breaking. Please don't do this. Please. I love you. Don't make me lose you. I stepped forward. The crown glowed brightly, casting shadows around us, and I felt the world tremble. I pressed my palm to Neros's chest. He gasped, eyes wide in confusion and pain, but I saw the understanding dawning in his gaze. I wasn't the one who needed saving. I love you, too, I whispered, my voice trembling now, but only with truth. And that's why I have to do this. You can't follow me. You can't come with me into the darkness I'm about to become. The world split. Time froze for a heartbeat. And then, there was only fire. The crown consumed everything. The earth, the sky, the gods. It consumed Neros, too. He screamed. I heard it echo in my soul. But I couldn't save him. Not now. Not when I was already too far gone. When the flames died down, the battlefield was gone. The ruins were gone. Neros was gone. The world was silent, empty, and broken. I stood in the center of it all. The crown of ruin had burned the world to ash. And I was the last thing left. The power of the gods was mine now. But in the end, it was never about the gods. The price had been paid. And now, I was the queen of nothing. Chapter 21. The Last Light. I woke up to silence. Not the kind that echoes in the absence of sound, but the kind that blankets everything, smothering it beneath a weight too heavy to lift. It pressed down on me, suffocating, cold. The air smelled of ash. The world around me had been reduced to a wasteland. The sky, once blue, once full of promise, was now a dull, lifeless gray, as if even the heavens had given up. And in the center of it all, there I stood, alone. I felt the crown still burning on my brow. It pulsed with power, yes. But it was a power I could no longer control. Every inch of my body felt like it was being torn apart, like I was both the destroyer and the destroyed. Neros had been the last thing to hold me together. His sacrifice, his scream as he disappeared into the firestorm I had created, still echoed in my mind. A pain so deep, it felt like my heart had been ripped from my chest and left to bleed out. But it was more than that. It was the silence of everything I had loved, everything I had lost. And in the midst of that silence, a question echoed in my mind, louder than the storm ever had. Was it worth it? I didn't have an answer. Not yet. The world had fallen. The gods were gone. The land was shattered. And yet, the crown was still here, still burning through me, forcing me to confront the terrible truth. I had killed everything I loved. I had destroyed the gods, yes. But I had also destroyed the only future that had ever mattered. You could fix it. The voice was quiet at first, a whisper I almost didn't hear. But it carried weight. It carried promise. I turned toward it, and there, standing among the ruins, was the last person I expected to see. Nero's. He was standing, alive. His skin was scorched, his body covered in wounds, but his eyes? His eyes were the same as before. The same warmth, the same fire. It couldn't be real. He couldn't be here. Nero's? I whispered, my voice trembling, unsure whether I was seeing a mirage or the truth. He smiled, that soft, sad smile that had always been his trademark. The one that had always broken my heart. You can fix it, Oren. You can still make it right. His voice was full of sorrow, but also hope. You still have a choice. You always did. I took a step toward him, but the moment I did, he faded like smoke, leaving nothing but an imprint of his presence behind. And in the silence, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. I stood there, alone once again, with nothing but the remnants of everything I had ever known. But this time, I was different. The crown of ruin pulsed again, faintly. But it wasn't demanding. This time, it was waiting. Do you choose to rebuild what you destroyed? The voice whispered again. It was my own voice, but it sounded older, wiser, as if it had traveled through centuries to reach me. I closed my eyes. I had made my choice before. I had killed the gods. I had destroyed the world to rid it of their tyranny. But this was different. This was the end. I could feel the power of the crown. But I didn't want it anymore. I raised my hand to the sky, and the crown of ruin began to disintegrate in my grasp. The pieces of gold and fire cracked apart, turning to dust that scattered on the wind. It was the final release. The world trembled once more, but this time, I didn't feel the pull of destruction. I felt the pull of creation. The world isn't lost yet, Oren, Nero's voice echoed in my mind. You're the one who can rebuild it. You're the one who can make it right. With those words, the first ray of light broke through the gray sky. And for the first time since the beginning of the war, I felt hope again. I let the magic of the gods, what was left of it, flow through me. But this time, I wasn't consuming it. I wasn't taking it to tear down everything around me. I was using it to build. The land around me began to heal. The cracks in the earth slowly mended. The sky cleared, and the sun shone down like it hadn't in 1,000 years. And in the distance, I saw the first signs of life. A single tree, its leaves green and full of promise, growing in the ashes. I had done it. I had destroyed it all, but I had rebuilt it. The world was alive again. You did it, Nero said, his voice soft and full of pride, his image standing beside me. But this time, it wasn't the end. It was the beginning. Chapter 22. Rebirth of Ruin. The world had changed. It wasn't just the landscape that was different. It wasn't just the shattered sky, or the charred remnants of gods that used to rule with fire and iron. It was everything. It was the air, the smell of rebirth and ruin mixing in the same breath. The wind carried a hint of ash, yes, but also a strange scent of something new. Something alive. The earth, cracked and burned, began to soften beneath my feet. I could feel the pulse of the land, of the life stirring beneath the surface. It wasn't immediate, nothing had ever come back so quickly, but I could sense it, deep in my bones. The crown of ruin, once a dark and burning force that had consumed everything, was no more. The pieces of it lay scattered in the winds, as if the gods themselves had rejected its power. And with its destruction, a strange, aching emptiness settled in me. For a brief moment, I felt nothing. But then, the light. It began small, just a flicker in the corner of my eye. A spark, a flicker of something that felt so fragile, so alive, I wasn't sure I could trust it. But it grew, slowly. It grew and spread through the land, through the ruins of the gods, and into the very core of me. I closed my eyes, allowing the warmth of it to fill me. I wasn't the only one who had felt the crown's magic. The gods had too, in their own twisted, broken way. But now that it was gone, the world was free of that burden. What was left was raw power, untamed but with a new potential. And I knew that I was the one who had to guide it. I began to move, my feet carrying me through the charred remains of the battlefield. The land, once broken and lifeless, was beginning to soften, turning into something new. Like a seed, planted in the most barren soil, it was trying to find its way. The winds carried with them whispers, voices I couldn't quite make out, like the memory of everything I had destroyed. I pushed them aside, focusing on the path ahead. It was time to rebuild. But as I walked, I could feel it, the weight of my actions. The gods were gone, yes. And Nero's had gone with them. I could still feel his presence, though, like a phantom brushing against my soul. It was his voice I'd heard when I let go of the crown, his warmth that had guided me when I thought I couldn't go any further. You did it. The words echoed in my mind, like a prayer, like a promise. The winds began to shift. The world began to move around me, its rhythm slowly returning. I could sense the changes happening beneath my feet. Grass began to sprout through the cracks in the earth, and the trees, those few that had survived the devastation, were stirring. I wasn't the only one witnessing it. I turned my head, startled by the presence I felt. There, standing in the distance, was a figure. At first, I thought it was another hallucination, a trick of the mind, a ghost born from grief. But it wasn't. It was him. Nero's. He was standing beneath a newly sprouted tree, the leaves of it glistening in the light of the rising sun. His skin was no longer burnt, no longer torn by the fire that had once claimed him. He looked whole, alive, standing strong, as if the flames that had consumed him had never been. I took a step toward him, my heart racing in my chest. Every muscle in my body screamed to run to him, to collapse in his arms, to undo everything that had happened. But when I reached him, I froze. Because he wasn't the same. His eyes, they were still the same Nero's eyes. Full of warmth, full of love. But there was something else there. Something darker, something colder. A heaviness that hadn't been there before. He was changed. You're here, I whispered, my voice trembling. But how are you alive? Nero's met my gaze. His smile was soft, but his eyes were full of secrets. I never truly left, he said quietly. Not in the way you think. You and I, Oren, we're bound by something deeper now. Something neither of us fully understands yet. I took a step back, the weight of his words crashing over me. Bound. Had I somehow brought him back from the ashes? Had I used the crown's power, unknowingly, to resurrect him? But as I looked at him, looked closely, I realized he wasn't the Nero's I had known. He wasn't the one I had loved. You look at me differently now, Nero's said, as though he could sense the confusion, the hesitation in my gaze. I am different. You changed me, Oren. And now I carry the weight of the gods' fall. His words hit me harder than any sword could. I felt the weight of the gods' fall, too. But I had no idea it would come with such costs. You have to understand, Nero's continued, stepping closer. His voice was strained, and I could feel the tension in him. You can't undo what has been done. You can't bring the gods back, and you can't erase the path we've walked. But there is still hope. There is still life. I shook my head, the ache in my chest growing. I had to fix this. I had to fix everything I had broken. Is there, though? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Is there hope when everything has been torn apart? Nero's reached for my hand, his touch warm, grounding. But the connection felt different. There is always hope, he said, his voice soft but certain. Even in the darkest places, Oren. Especially in the darkest places. I looked into his eyes, and for the first time since the war, I saw something that resembled hope. But it wasn't just his ship. It was mine, too. I realized, then, that this was the beginning of something. Not the end. I wasn't a queen anymore. I wasn't just a destroyer. I wasn't even just a survivor. I was a creator. And this world? This broken, shattered world that had once belonged to gods? It would belong to me, too. The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of fresh rain and new growth. And beneath my feet, the earth began to pulse again. This time, it was alive. Let's rebuild, Neros said, his voice full of conviction. I nodded. Together, we would rebuild. Together, we would make a world where gods no longer ruled. A world where people, not power, would reign. And I would do it right. This time, I would do it differently. The last ember of the crown burned out in my palm, and as it faded, I felt the first stirrings of the future. This was the world I had created. And it would be better than the one before. Chapter 23. The Weight of Power. The sky had always been heavy with clouds, but now, the air felt different. It wasn't just the lingering remnants of the gods' reign. It was the weight of the future, hanging over me like a sword ready to fall. The world felt too big for my hands, so big that no matter how hard I tried, it seemed like I couldn't control it. The land, with its fragile roots and burned earth, needed guidance. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was too broken to give it. Neros was beside me, his presence grounding me, but even he couldn't stop the swirling doubts that gnawed at my soul. We were standing in the middle of a new dawn, but the sun didn't feel like hope. It felt like a test. One that we weren't prepared for. Not yet. I took a step forward, the broken earth beneath me giving way to soft patches of grass, delicate and fragile in the wake of destruction. How long will it take? I whispered, more to myself than to Neros. How long until everything is right again? Neros didn't answer at first. Instead, he stood beside me, watching the horizon, his face unreadable. His eyes, once filled with warmth, were clouded now with something darker. Something that pulled me away from him without him even realizing it. Finally, he spoke. It's not just about time, he said, his voice low and heavy. It's about what we do with the time we have left. I swallowed, my throat dry, my heart heavy. What if I'm not the one to do it? I asked, my voice trembling. What if I'm not enough? What if the power I took? What if it's too much for anyone to handle? Neros turned to face me, his eyes full of something I couldn't name. For a moment, his gaze softened, and I could almost see the person he had been before all of this. The person who had loved me with everything he had. But that person was gone, and in his place stood someone new. Someone just as broken as I was. You are more than enough, he said, his voice raw, but certain. You don't have to carry it alone. We can rebuild this together. His words should have comforted me, but instead, they only deepened the hollow ache in my chest. I didn't want to rebuild with him. Not like this. Not when I could feel the distance between us growing with every passing day. We had fought side by side, but now? Now, we were fighting against each other, against our own desires, our own fractured spirits. And every time I looked at him, the pain was worse. The silence between us stretched on, thick and heavy. Finally, I turned away from him, unable to bear the weight of his gaze anymore. I needed space, time to think. I need to go, I said, barely above a whisper. I didn't wait for him to respond. I just left. The forest was eerily quiet as I walked deeper into the ruins of the gods. It was a place I had never been before, part of the world, untouched by the destruction. But now, with the crown's magic gone, it felt like an entirely new realm. Strange, untouched, and unfamiliar. I let my fingers brush the rough bark of trees that seemed to shimmer with a power I didn't understand. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying with it a sense of urgency, as if something was about to happen. I was being called. It didn't take long before I arrived at the edge of a great chasm. A rift in the earth, dark and deep, with no end in sight. It looked like a wound in the very fabric of the world, raw and bleeding. and in the center of it was a figure. A dark silhouette standing at the edge of the chasm, their back to me. I could feel them. Feel the power radiating off of them. This wasn't just another lost soul. This wasn't just another survivor. This was something else entirely. I stepped forward, cautious, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who are you?" I called out. The figure turned slowly, revealing a face I would never forget. A face that haunted me even before I had ever seen it. It was her, the one who had started all of this. The dark goddess. Her eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I felt the weight of her gaze like an anchor pulling me under the water. Her lips curled into a smile that was full of knowing. Full of secrets. "Oren," she said softly. "The one who has bled the gods dry. You're finally here." I stood frozen, unable to move. The last time I had seen her, she had been nothing but a shadow, a whisper in the wind. But now? Now she was here, fully formed, more powerful than I had ever imagined. "I didn't come for you," I said, my voice shaky, but defiant. "I came for what's left. What's broken, and I won't let you destroy it again." The dark goddess laughed, a sound that was cold and cruel, like the wind howling through the empty chambers of a forgotten temple. "Destroy it? Oh, sweet child," she cooed. "You're too late for that. What's been broken cannot be fixed. Not by you, not by anyone." I took a step back, my heart racing. Every instinct in me screamed to run, to flee before the darkness could swallow me whole. But I couldn't. Not anymore. I wasn't the same person who had destroyed the gods. I wasn't the same person who had tried to escape from the weight of the world. And I would not run now. "You've seen what happens when the gods fall," she continued, her voice low and seductive. "It isn't just the land that dies, Oren. It's the very soul of the world. And you're the one who must pay the price for it." My mind reeled. Her words were a poison, sinking deep into my thoughts, trying to break me. But I would not let her. "I won't let you win," I said, my voice steady, though my insides were trembling. "You don't get to rewrite the rules anymore." Her smile widened, and she took a step closer, the air thickening with her presence. "The rules were never yours to begin with," she said, her tone sweet, deadly. "But you'll learn. In time, you'll understand what it really means to rebuild." I took a deep breath, my hand instinctively reaching for the power inside me. It was there, just beneath the surface, raw and untamed. And for the first time in a long time, I knew what I had to do. I wouldn't let her destroy this world. And I wouldn't let her destroy me. Chapter 24. Shattered Bonds. The air was colder now. Not just a chill in the wind, but a bite that sank deep into the bones. I could feel it. Something was wrong. Something had shifted in the world, in me, and I didn't know if I could ever find my way back. I stood at the edge of the chasm, the dark goddess before me, her dark aura pulsing like a heartbeat. I could feel the weight of her power in the air, heavy and suffocating. But there was something else there too. A feeling I couldn't quite grasp. She knew me. She understood me in ways no one else could. Her eyes were full of ancient knowledge, and in them, I saw the glimmer of something darker. Something that made my stomach twist. "I've been waiting for you," she purred, her voice like silk, dragging across my skin. "You know that, don't you?" I wanted to say something, anything to push back against her, but the words caught in my throat. I wasn't ready for this. For her. For the realization that the power I'd stolen from the gods might not have been enough to stop what was coming. "Why are you here?" I finally forced out, my voice cracking from the effort. "What do you want from me?" Her smile never wavered, and I could see that she was enjoying this. Her amusement was palpable, feeding off the fear she could feel in my every breath. "What do I want?" she mused, taking a slow step forward, her black robes flowing around her like smoke. "Oh, Oren, I don't want anything from you. Not anymore. You've already given me what I needed." I shook my head, unwilling to believe it. The goddess before me, this being that had caused so much destruction, so much pain, was now speaking in a tone that almost seemed casual. As if she were toying with me. "What did I give you?" I asked, barely able to steady my voice. I'm not your pawn. She laughed softly, her voice an echo in the quiet chasm. No, dear, you're not a pawn. You were never meant to be. You were always meant to be more. But what you took, Oren, it's a curse, not a gift. I took a step back, suddenly feeling like the ground beneath me wasn't solid anymore. I wanted to turn and run, to flee from this terrible truth, but my body wouldn't move. I couldn't leave, not yet. What do you mean? I whispered, the words scraping out of me like shards of glass. What curse? Her gaze turned sharper, colder. I could see the malice there now. There was no more kindness, no more gentleness. Just the icy venom that had been hidden behind her calm facade. You took their power, Oren. The gods' power. You think it's a simple thing, but you're wrong. Her eyes glinted, dark with the promise of revelation. Do you think the gods fell because they were weak? I shook my head again, unable to speak. My mind was reeling. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. I didn't want to destroy the gods. I wanted to end their reign. To make things right. The dark goddess stepped closer, her breath warm against my skin, the air crackling with energy. She raised her hand, a wave of power emanating from her fingertips, and before I could react, it struck me, piercing my chest like a blade. Pain, raw and searing. My knees buckled, and I fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The world spun around me, the darkness of the chasm swallowing me whole. You've unlocked something, Oren. Something dark inside of you. Something that cannot be undone. I wanted to scream, to tear at my skin, but there was no escape. No way to run from the truth. You think you're the hero of this story, she whispered, her voice dripping with derision. But you're just like the rest of them. Just like the gods you destroyed. You'll never be free of it. This power, this curse, will follow you. And soon, it will consume you. The weight of her words pressed down on me. I could feel it, the power inside me, the dark magic of the gods I had taken, twisting and writhing like a living thing. It was never meant for me. It was never meant to be wielded by someone like me. I gasped for air, trying to fight the nausea rising within me. It felt like the world itself was collapsing. The ground beneath me cracked open, and the wind howled through the chasm, as if the very fabric of the earth was breaking. But through the pain, I heard something. A voice. A familiar voice. Oren. I blinked, trying to focus through the haze. The pain. The darkness. It was all so much. The voice was clearer now. Stronger. Oren, look at me. I forced my eyes open, and there, standing in front of me, was Nero's. His face was filled with worry, but there was something else there too. A determination that I hadn't seen in him before. You're not alone, he said, his hand reaching out toward me. You never have been. For a moment, the world stopped. The pain lessened, the darkness receded, and all that was left was Nero's. His presence, grounding me. Reminding me of who I was. Reminding me that even in the face of this darkness, there was still something worth fighting for. I reached for him, my fingers trembling as they touched his hand. I'm scared, I whispered, the words slipping out before I could stop them. I don't know if I can do this. Nero's knelt beside me, his touch gentle but firm. You can, he said softly. Together, we can do anything. But even as his words wrapped around me like a lifeline, I could feel the weight of the curse pressing down on me. The power, the knowledge that it was already changing me. Changing who I was. I wasn't sure if I could be the person he thought I was. The person he needed me to be. But for him, I would try. Chapter 25. The price of power. The darkness wasn't just outside me anymore. It was inside. A pulse that beat in time with my heart. A twisting, jagged knot, lodged deep in my chest. I could feel it with every breath I took, every thought I had. It was becoming me, and I was becoming it. I tried to push it back, tried to tell myself that I could control it, that I was stronger than whatever this thing was inside of me. But, as the days passed, I could feel the curse pulling at the edges of my sanity, whispering to me in the still moments when no one was around. The gods hadn't just given me power. They'd given me their darkness. and now it was mine to bear. I stared out into the storm that raged over the horizon, the winds howling like a pack of wolves, as if the very earth itself was mourning. Neros stood beside me, his quiet presence a small comfort in the midst of this chaos. But even he couldn't stop the inevitable. He couldn't stop me from becoming something else. "Are you all right?" Neros asked, his voice low and hesitant, like he was afraid to disturb the fragile silence between us. I didn't look at him. I couldn't, not with the weight of what I had done hanging over me like a dark cloud. I couldn't bear to see the concern in his eyes. The fear. "I'm fine," I lied, my voice strained, brittle. "Just thinking." Neros's hand hovered near mine, but he didn't touch me. He didn't need to. I could feel him there, his support as steady as always. But it wasn't enough. I needed more than him now. I needed control. "Oren," he said softly, and I could hear the worry creeping into his tone. "You've been like this for days. You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to carry this burden alone." I clenched my fists at my sides, feeling the rush of power that surged beneath my skin, the raw, untamed magic that threatened to burst free. I could feel it crawling under my skin, stretching out of me like a living thing. I couldn't keep it locked away much longer. "You don't understand," I said, my voice a whisper. "I have to do this. If I don't, everything we've fought for will be for nothing. I can't fail. Not again." I thought back to everything we had lost. To the lives, the homes, the people destroyed by the gods and their power-hungry games. The blood on my hands. The lives I'd stolen. Every action had been a step closer to this moment, and I wasn't sure if I was ready to face the cost. "You don't have to do it alone," Neros repeated, his voice stronger now. "Let me help you, Oren. You don't have to carry this alone. We can fight this together." I turned to him then, my heart a storm of emotions. He didn't get it. No one did. They couldn't. The power I carried inside me wasn't something anyone could just help with. It was the gods' power, their curse. And it was too much for me to handle. "I am alone," I said harshly, taking a step back. "And I don't know how to stop it. I don't know how to fix this." The words hung in the air, and for a moment, I thought Neros might walk away. That he would give up on me. But then, he took a step forward, his eyes locked onto mine with such intensity that it was almost suffocating. "Then we find a way together," he said, his voice unwavering. "I won't let you go down this path alone, Oren. I swear it." The world seemed to stop for a moment. His words wrapped around me, and for the briefest of seconds, I felt something real. Something that wasn't just the curse, the darkness, or the power. It was a reminder that there were still things worth fighting for. But then the sensation faded, replaced by the gnawing truth that the darkness wasn't going anywhere. The more I tried to push it away, the stronger it became. And it wasn't just inside of me, it was spreading through everything. I turned away, unable to face him for a moment longer. My chest ached, and my throat was tight. The weight of my choices was suffocating me. "We don't have time," I whispered. "I can't protect you from this. From me. You have to stay away, Neros. You can't help me anymore." I heard him move behind me, but I didn't turn around. I could feel the heat of his presence, his determination, his unwavering loyalty. But it wasn't enough. "I'm not leaving you," Neros said softly, his voice now just a breath against my ear. "I'll never leave you, Oren. We're in this together." I didn't respond. I couldn't. The truth was, I didn't know how much longer I could hold on to this. The darkness was consuming me bit by bit, and no amount of loyalty, love, or friendship could change that. It was too powerful. The storm was growing worse now, the winds howling like the cries of the dead. I could feel it. The gods were watching. Waiting. Their curse was taking root, and soon, it would be too late for any of us. Chapter 26. The Unraveling. The night felt different. It wasn't just the storm, it was something else, something deep in my bones. A growing heat that had nothing to do with the power I was struggling to control. No, this heat was coming from something far more dangerous. something between me and Nero's. We stood in the ruins of a broken temple, its once sacred walls, now nothing more than rubble. The gods had taken everything from us. And yet, in this place of desolation, Nero's was still here. He was still fighting for me. And that, more than anything, made me question everything. His eyes were burning with intensity as he looked at me, his gaze tracking the way my breath hitched in my chest. The curse, the power, all of it, it seemed so small compared to what I was feeling in this moment. I could feel the pull between us, like a magnet drawing us closer, and despite everything I had told myself, my body was betraying me. Every inch of me wanted him, and I could see it in his eyes that he wanted me, too. Oren, Nero's breathed, his voice low and husky, like a promise and a threat all wrapped into one. You're burning with something more than that curse. I can feel it. I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the heat rising inside me. The God's magic, the curse. It was becoming harder to tell where they ended and where we began. You don't understand, I said, my voice trembling, but I couldn't hide the desire that laced every word. I'm not the person you think. I am Nero's. I'm not worth saving. But he wasn't listening to me. He took a step forward, his eyes never leaving mine. His presence was overpowering, impossible to ignore. I could feel him closing the distance, and my breath caught in my throat. You don't get to decide that, he said, his voice filled with quiet resolve. You're more than just a curse, Oren. You're more than the power inside you. You're everything to me. It was like the world around us faded, leaving only him and me. The tension between us snapped, and before I could stop myself, I was leaning into him, my fingers brushing against his chest. The feel of his warmth against my skin made my heart race, and the heat inside me, the raw power that threatened to take over, flared higher. Nero's, I whispered, my voice barely audible, yet it carried the weight of everything I was feeling. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep pushing you away, and I can't let you stay close. This curse, it's too much. I don't want to drag you down with me. He didn't say anything for a long moment. He just stood there, his hand gently cupping my cheek, his thumb brushing over my skin, with such tenderness that it almost broke me. The world outside might have been collapsing, but in this moment, it was just us. Just this aching, desperate connection. Then, with a suddenness that left my breathless, he crushed his lips to mine. The kiss was fierce, desperate, a collision of heat and power. My body went rigid for a moment, overwhelmed by the intensity, but then I melted into him. My hands fisted into his tunic, pulling him closer, as though I could erase every ounce of distance between us. His arms circled my waist, pulling me flush against him, and I could feel the heat radiating from his body, the steady pulse of his heart in time with my own. There was no holding back anymore. His mouth was urgent, insistent, tasting of something wild and untamed. I could feel the power inside me rise as our kiss deepened, as the god's magic reacted to the proximity of his touch. It was dangerous, reckless, but in that moment, I didn't care. Nothing mattered except the feel of him, his warmth, his strength, the taste of him on my lips. Oren, Nero's growled against my mouth, his breath hot, his hands sliding under the fabric of my tunic, skin brushing against skin, sending shocks of electricity through me. Gods, you have no idea how much I've wanted this. I gasped as his hands roamed over me, pulling me closer still. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could feel every inch of the curse inside me, a writhing mass of power, pushing at the edges of my control. But Nero's, he was the one thing that grounded me. The one thing I couldn't afford to lose. I can feel you, I whispered between kisses, my voice breaking, my body trembling. I can't, this curse, it's changing me, and I can't stop it, Nero's. His lips found mine again, silencing my fears, swallowing my worries. I could feel his heart racing against my own, his touch like a brand on my skin. He didn't care about the curse. He didn't care about the gods or the danger we were in. He only cared about us. Then we'll face it together, he said, his voice rough and raw. Whatever comes, we'll fight it together. I swear it, Oren. No curse, no God, can come between us. His words sent a shiver down my spine, but before I could respond, his lips were on my neck, nipping, kissing, and sending jolts of fire through my veins. My head tipped back, a breathless moan escaping me as his teeth grazed the sensitive skin just below my ear. Nero's. My voice cracked as I pulled his head back to look into his eyes. Eyes that were dark, intense, and filled with hunger. Tell me you want this, he demanded, his grip tightening on me. Tell me you want me. I looked at him, feeling the desire swirling inside me, mingling with the power of the curse, and for the first time in a long time, I felt alive. I wanted him, more than I wanted to breathe. I want you, I gasped, my body pressing closer to his, my heart racing. He groaned, his lips crashing back to mine as if he couldn't wait a moment longer, and I didn't want him to. I didn't want to stop. I wanted him, the curse, the power, all of it, in a single, wild rush. But even as we lost ourselves in each other, I knew this wasn't just about the kiss, the heat, or the passion. This was about survival. This was about fighting the gods, fighting the curse, and making sure that whatever this was, this bond, this survived it all. Chapter 27. Bound by Fire. The fire inside me wasn't just from the curse anymore. It wasn't just Nero's, either, though his presence still threatened to consume every inch of my mind. No, this heat was from something darker, something deeper, that was wrapping around me, squeezing, pulling me closer into the god's grip. The air was thick with it, the tension, the urgency, the promise of chaos. Nero's hadn't left my side, but every second felt like it could be our last. The gods were watching. They always were, lurking just beyond the veil of the world we knew, waiting for the right moment to strike. But for now, they hadn't. And with every passing moment, the storm inside me felt more like a ticking bomb. I leaned against the stone wall, my heart pounding against my chest as I watched Nero's from across the room. His eyes were dark, his expression unreadable. I could feel the weight of his gaze on me like 1,000 tiny sparks, igniting the desire and fear tangled in my blood. He had a way of making everything feel too close, too real. Oren, he said, his voice low, rough, familiar in a way that both soothed and set my nerves on edge. You've been quiet. What's going on in that head of yours? I could lie. I could tell him that everything was fine, that I was in control, but it would be pointless. He saw through me like I was made of glass. It's not fine, I said, my voice hoarse. I can feel it getting worse. The power. I can't control it, Nero's. It's like it's eating me from the inside out. He moved toward me in an instant, his hands steadying me as I swayed on my feet, my heart racing even faster. He was too close, so close that I could feel the heat from his body burning through me. Look at me, he commanded, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You're not alone in this, Oren. I've got you, always. I shook my head, frustration rising inside me like a storm of its own. You don't get it, I hissed, stepping away from him, my hands shaking. I don't even know what I am anymore. The power, the gods, I don't know who I'm becoming. His hands wrapped around my wrists, pulling me toward him with an intensity that stopped me cold. He had always been strong, but right now, he was ferocious, his grip unrelenting, his face inches from mine. You're still you, Nero's growled, his lips brushing against mine in a kiss that was as urgent as it was desperate. And that's all I need. Nothing else matters, Oren. But I couldn't let it go. I couldn't just let him believe that all of this, the danger, the curse, could be pushed aside with a kiss. It wasn't that simple. I'm dangerous, Nero's, to you, to everyone. I can feel it. The curse is changing me, and I'm losing myself in it. He pulled away just enough to look at me, his jaw tight with determination, eyes blazing with an intensity that felt like a challenge. We face it together, Oren. That's the deal. No matter what happens. You don't get to push me away. I should have pulled back. I should have pushed him away. It was the smart thing to do. But in that moment, I couldn't. Not when his voice, his presence, was all I had left. You make it sound so simple, I said, my voice trembling. But the gods, they're not going to just let us have peace. They're going to come for us. He let out a dark laugh, one that sent a shiver down my spine. The gods? He sneered, the contempt clear in his voice. They've always underestimated us, Oren. But not this time. Not when we're fighting for this, for each other. His lips crashed into mine again, a kiss full of fire and desperation. His hands slid to my back, pulling me flush against him, the heat between us nearly unbearable. My mind went blank, my body instinctively responding to his touch. It was like fire and ice, pain and pleasure, all wrapped up into one storm of sensation. But in the back of my mind, I knew this wasn't the end. This was just the beginning. The gods would come. They always did. And when they did, they'd destroy everything. Everyone. I pulled away, my breath ragged. I couldn't let him see the fear in my eyes, but I couldn't ignore it either. I can't promise you that this won't tear us apart, I whispered, my hands gripping his tunic like a lifeline. I can't promise anything. His fingers grazed my cheek, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw, as if trying to memorize the feel of me. You don't have to promise anything, Nero said softly, his voice full of quiet resolve. We don't need promises, Oren. We just need to fight for what we have. And that's all I'm asking. Before I could answer, a rumble shook the ground beneath us, a violent tremor that rattled the stone walls of the temple. The air grew thick, heavy with the unmistakable presence of the gods. The power was already here. And it was going to destroy us all. Chapter 28. Shattered Trust. The moment the earth trembled beneath our feet, I knew we were running out of time. The gods were close, too close. I could feel their presence like an oppressive weight in the air, heavy and suffocating. My blood burned hotter than before, and I could feel the curse wrapping around my chest like a vice, squeezing until I thought I might shatter under the pressure. Nero's was beside me in an instant, his hand grasping mine with an intensity that took my breath away. His touch was always a comfort, but tonight, it felt more like a lifeline, a tether to the last bit of sanity I had left. Oren, he murmured, his voice low, rough, so close, I could feel the heat radiating off his skin. Whatever happens, we face it together. Do you hear me? I swallowed hard, my throat dry as sandpaper. But the truth, the cold reality, was that I wasn't sure we could face this together. The gods were more powerful than anything we had ever imagined, and the curse that twisted through my veins was growing stronger by the second. I don't know if we can make it through this, I whispered, my voice trembling. The power inside me, it's getting worse, and I'm afraid of what will happen when I can't control it anymore. Nero's eyes burned with a dark intensity, his grip on my hand tightening, almost painfully. You are more than the curse, he said fiercely, his voice low, almost dangerous. Don't let it define you. You're not losing control, Oren. You're taking control. You're stronger than you think. His words hit me harder than I expected. The doubt that had clouded my mind for weeks, that lingering fear that I was slowly becoming a monster, began to recede under the weight of his conviction. Could I really take control? Could I defy the gods? Could I push back against the curse that had already taken so much from me? Before I could respond, the walls of the temple began to shake violently, dust and stone cascading from the ceiling. The gods were here. Their presence surged through the air like a tidal wave, and the very ground beneath us seemed to pulse with their power. Oren, Nero said, his voice suddenly colder, more calculating. We don't have much time. Whatever happens next, you need to trust me. I will protect you, no matter the cost. I nodded, though I wasn't sure if I was trusting him or just clinging to him for survival. The truth was, I had no choice but to trust him. He was the only thing standing between me and the storm that was about to tear us apart. The doors to the temple burst open with a deafening crash, and the shadows of the gods slithered into the room. Their presence was suffocating, filling the space with an unnatural chill. They moved with purpose, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as they surveyed us, as if they were nothing more than predators sizing up their prey. So, this is the one who dares to defy us, a voice boomed from the shadows. It was low, resonant, and filled with a cruel amusement. The god stepped forward, his form shifting with the shadows like liquid smoke, his features barely discernible in the dim light. He was tall, impossibly tall, with eyes that burned like molten gold. Orin, the god hissed, his voice dripping with malice. The power inside you is ours. You cannot escape it. You will never escape us. I could feel my heart racing in my chest, the pressure building inside me as his words pierced through the air. The curse was roaring to life within me, clawing its way to the surface, desperate to be unleashed. I could already feel the flames licking at the edges of my mind, threatening to consume me whole. You won't take me, I spat, my voice more confident than I felt. I won't be your puppet. I won't bow to you. The god's laugh echoed through the room, hollow and cold. You will, child, whether you like it or not. Without warning, the god extended his hand, a bolt of searing light, erupting from his palm, heading straight for me. The air around me crackled with the energy of the gods, and for a moment, I thought this was it. I thought I was about to be torn apart. But Nero's was faster. With a growl, he stepped in front of me, raising his hand as the light collided with him. The force of the blast sent him sprawling to the ground, his body writhing in agony as the god's power coursed through him. I screamed his name, rushing to his side, my heart nearly stopping as I saw the blood soaking through his clothes. His body was burning, his skin raw, scorched by the divine power that had been aimed at me. Nero's. No, I cried, my hands trembling as I tried to help him, but the damage was too severe. His breathing was shallow, his movements sluggish. His eyes fluttered open, locking onto mine with a mix of pain and determination. Orin, he whispered, his voice strained. You have to finish this. You have to stop them. I'm not going to make it. My heart shattered at his words, but something inside me snapped. Something deep inside me roared to life, the curse and the power inside me waking with a vengeance. The flames that had been threatening to consume me finally broke free, surging through my body, coiling around my hands, my chest, my throat. No, I whispered, my voice breaking through the roar of power inside me. I won't lose you. I won't let them take you. The god who had attacked Nero's laughed again, his voice echoing in the chamber, mocking me. You think you can stop us? You are nothing but a tool, a puppet. The gods have already decided your fate. But I wasn't listening anymore. The curse had finally consumed me. The flames, the power, they were mine now. And with one final, deafening scream, I unleashed it. The room exploded in a burst of white-hot fire, the gods recoiling from the sheer force of the blast. The air around me crackled with the intensity of my power, my body burning with the flames of both destruction and creation. When the smoke cleared, the gods were gone. And so was Nero's pain. I stood over him, breathing heavily, my body still crackling with energy, but something had shifted. I had taken control. But at what cost? Chapter 29. The Price of Power. The silence in the aftermath of the explosion was deafening. The air around us crackled with the remnants of the gods' energy, dissipating slowly like smoke curling into nothingness. The gods were gone, their presence shattered by my will, but their departure left a lingering weight in the air, a reminder of the price we had paid. I stood frozen, my chest heaving, my body trembling from the power that still pulsed through my veins. The world around me was a blur, my mind struggling to focus, to make sense of what had just happened. The gods, gone. Nero's, injured. My hands, still glowing with the fire of my curse. I blinked rapidly, trying to shake the haze from my thoughts, but it clung to me like a second skin, suffocating, overwhelming. And then, I felt it. The weight of the power was crushing me, like a tidal wave, threatening to drown me. The curse had been unleashed, and now, it was alive inside me. Orin, Nero's voice, weak but determined, cut through the fog in my mind. You did it. You saved us. I turned to him, my heart skipping a beat at the sight of him still lying on the cold stone floor, blood staining the fabric of his shirt. He was pale, his breathing shallow, but his eyes were full of something I hadn't seen in a long time. Relief. Trust. But I wasn't so sure. Nero's, I whispered, my voice trembling. You're hurt. You shouldn't be moving. His lips curled into a half smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. I've been worse, he said with a quiet chuckle, though the pain in his voice was unmistakable. It's nothing compared to the hell we've been through. We'll survive this, together. I took a step toward him, my heart clenching in my chest as I knelt beside him. His hand reached for mine, his fingers cold and trembling. But the moment our hands touched, something shifted. I felt the fire in me flare, a sudden, scorching heat that spread through my body like wildfire. The curse, my curse, surged to the surface once again, more potent than ever before. My skin burned, my pulse quickened, and the world seemed to warp around me, the edges blurring as if reality itself was bending under the weight of what I had done. Oren, Nero's gasped, his voice filled with alarm. But before he could finish, the power inside me flared out of control. It was as if a dam had broken. The flames, the curse, they exploded outward, engulfing everything around me. I could feel the raw energy crackling through my body, consuming me, and for a moment, I couldn't tell where I ended and the fire began. Nero's eyes widened, his face a mask of shock and fear as he tried to push himself away from me. But the heat was too much. The power was too strong. Oren, stop, he shouted, his voice hoarse, panic creeping into his words. You're losing control again. You can't let it. But I couldn't hear him. The flames roared in my ears, drowning out everything. I felt my control slipping away, the world around me spinning faster and faster. The curse, it wanted to consume everything, and I wasn't sure I had the strength to hold it back anymore. I screamed, a sound that was both anguished and triumphant, as the power surged again, tearing through me like a violent storm. My body felt like it was being torn apart, every inch of me screaming in agony as the curse fought to overtake me completely. And then, as quickly as it had started, it stopped. I collapsed to the floor, my breathing erratic, my body covered in sweat. My hands, now trembling, were no longer glowing. The flames that had threatened to consume me had faded into nothingness, leaving me in a cold, suffocating silence. I looked up, and my gaze met Nero's. His face was pale, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and something else, something darker. He was still alive, still breathing, but there was a distance in his eyes, a hesitation that wasn't there before. And I knew, without a doubt, that something had shifted between us. I couldn't control it, I whispered, my voice raw, full of shame. I almost killed you. I almost. Nero's shook his head slowly, his expression unreadable. It's not your fault, he said quietly, but I could hear the hesitation in his voice. You are the power, Oren. And I don't know if I can keep watching you burn yourself out. His words hit me like a physical blow, the weight of them sinking deep into my chest. I had always known that the curse was a danger, that it would destroy everything in its path, but hearing Nero say it, hearing him admit that he couldn't stand by and watch me lose control anymore, it felt like a knife twisting in my heart. Nero's, I choked out, my eyes stinging with the threat of tears. What are you saying? He looked away, his jaw tightening, his hand clenched at his side. It was clear that whatever he was about to say, it would be something I wouldn't want to hear. I'm saying that I don't know how much longer I can keep this up, Nero said softly, his voice strained. I don't know how much longer I can be here, watching you destroy yourself. His words hit me like a thunderclap. I felt the ground beneath me crumble, the sense of security I had clung to for so long slipping. The silence was deafening. The weight of Nero's words pressed down on me, each one sinking deeper into my chest like a lead anchor, dragging me into the murky depths of doubt. I had always known that the curse was dangerous, but now it felt like something I could never escape. The power inside me was a poison, one that I had embraced without truly understanding the cost. I tried to stand, to do something, anything, to rid myself of the suffocating pressure that threatened to crush me, but my legs refused to obey. The ground beneath me felt too heavy, too unforgiving, and my hands were still trembling. Oren, Nero's voice broke through the fog in my mind. Please, listen to me. This isn't just about us anymore. I could feel his gaze on me, the weight of his concern, but it was impossible to meet his eyes. I knew what I had done to him, how my actions had hurt him, and I hated myself for it. I know you think you're saving us, Nero's continued, his voice laced with a rawness I had never heard before. But you're destroying yourself. And you're dragging us all down with you. The words stung more than I expected. He was right, he was always right. The power had always been a double-edged sword, a part of me that I couldn't control, couldn't escape. It was tempting, intoxicating, but it was destroying me. And now, I wasn't sure if there was anything left of the person I used to be. I raised my hand, the familiar warmth of the curse flaring to life in my palm, and for a brief moment, I felt its pull. The fire, the rage, the power, it all called to me, begging me to give in, to let it consume me completely. But I pulled away, clenching my fist until my nails dug into my skin. I don't know what to do, I whispered, my voice shaking. I'm scared, Nero's. I feel like I'm losing myself. His expression softened, but there was still that shadow in his eyes. The weight of his own fears was evident, but he was holding back, holding something inside, something I wasn't sure I was ready to hear. Oren, Nero said quietly, his tone more fragile than I'd ever heard it, I'm not leaving. But you need to make a choice. You need to decide what you're willing to lose. The room seemed to pulse with the intensity of his words, and for the first time, I realized that the true battle was no longer with the gods or the curse. It was with myself. I had to decide whether I was willing to give up everything, the power, the destruction, the rage, just to hold onto the piece of humanity I had left. But how could I do that? The curse had been my companion for so long. It was all I knew. What do I have left if I let it go? I murmured, more to myself than to him. What if this is all I have? Nero's didn't answer immediately, and for a long, agonizing moment, he seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. Finally, he spoke, his voice a whisper in the stillness of the room. You have me, he said softly. You have us. It was simple, too simple, really. But the words, those few words, hung in the air like a lifeline, something I could grasp onto, something I could believe in. I didn't know if it was enough. The curse had always been my identity, my purpose, the one thing I could count on when everything else seemed to fall apart. But Nero's was right. I was losing myself. I was letting the fire consume me, letting it burn away everything I had worked for, everything I had loved. The gods were gone, but they had left something behind in me, a legacy of destruction. But there was still time. There was still a chance to change. To fight for the person I used to be, the one I was becoming. I'll fight it, I whispered, the words feeling like a vow, a promise to myself. I'll fight this curse, Nero's. For us. His eyes softened, the rawness of the moment fading into something more tender. He reached out, his hand gently cupping my cheek, and I leaned into it, feeling the warmth of his touch, grounding me in a way that nothing else could. You don't have to fight alone, he said quietly, his voice full of resolve. I'm with you, always. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I believed him. But as I looked into Nero's eyes, something else stirred in the pit of my stomach. Something dark, something that whispered of betrayal and heartbreak. The road ahead wouldn't be easy. There was still so much I didn't understand, so much I had to face. But I knew one thing for sure now, the battle wasn't over. And this time, I was going to fight for myself. I closed my eyes, the weight of the curse still heavy inside me, but now, it felt different. It felt like a challenge, not a death sentence. The fight wasn't over. And I wasn't going to lose. Chapter 31. The breaking point. The morning after my decision felt colder than I anticipated. There was something about the crispness in the air that made me question if I had truly made the right choice. The curse still simmered beneath my skin, a low, persistent hum in my veins. But the decision to fight it had been made, and now there was no turning back. I stood at the edge of the cliff overlooking the barren valley below, the wind whipping through my hair like a warning. There was a deep ache in my chest, a dull throb that only seemed to grow louder the more I tried to ignore it. The curse was still there, always present, always hungry. "You seem lost," a voice said behind me, breaking the silence. I didn't turn to face him, but I knew who it was. Nero's presence was unmistakable, even when I couldn't see him. The tension in the air between us felt thicker than ever, but this time, it wasn't just the weight of our past. It was the unspoken bond that had been forged in fire, the promise that had been made. The promise to fight. "I'm not lost," I muttered, my voice barely audible over the wind. "Just thinking." There was a beat of silence before he spoke again. "About what?" he asked gently. "About whether you're strong enough." I flinched at the question, but only slightly. Nero's was never one to sugarcoat the truth, and it stung in a way that almost felt like a relief. The vulnerability in his voice, the raw honesty, was the last thing I expected from him. But it was real, all of it. I turned to face him now, and there it was, the hesitation in his eyes. The concern, but there was something more in his gaze too. A flicker of something I hadn't seen in him before. It wasn't just worry, it was fear. "I don't know if I'm strong enough," I admitted, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. "But I have to try. I have to fight." Nero stepped closer, the distance between us closing slowly but surely, like a gentle pull I couldn't resist. When he spoke again, his voice was low, full of that familiar intensity that I had come to crave. "Then I'll fight with you. Whatever it takes." The warmth of his words washed over me like a balm, soothing the raw places in my soul where the curse had scarred me. But beneath the comfort, there was still the unmistakable tension, the weight of the unknown pressing down on us. "You know what you're asking, right?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "This isn't just about the curse. It's about everything. Everything we've ever known. It's bigger than us, Nero's. Bigger than you even realize." His eyes darkened, and for a moment, I saw something flicker there. Something that made me pause. "I know," he said, voice steady. "But if you're willing to face it, I'll stand by you. No matter what." The air between us was charged now, thick with the weight of our choices. The fire between us, between me and the curse, was no longer something I could control. But Nero's was my anchor, the one thing that kept me tethered to whatever humanity I had left. I took a step back, my eyes scanning the valley below. The darkness still lingered on the horizon, the storm clouds gathering with a fierce intensity. I could feel the pull of the curse, like an old friend beckoning me to embrace it. To give in. "Oren," Nero's voice broke through the storm in my mind. "I won't let you do this alone. You don't have to carry this weight by yourself." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust him. But the curse was a part of me, and no matter how much I wanted to fight it, I wasn't sure how much of myself would be left when it was over. "I don't know if I can do this," I whispered, more to myself than to him. "I'm not sure I'm strong enough to let go of it. To let go of everything it's given me." Nero stepped forward again, his fingers brushing mine, sending a jolt of electricity through my body. "You are strong enough," he said firmly. "And I'll help you. We'll do this together. I'm not going anywhere. Not now, not ever." For the first time in a long time, I felt something other than fear. It was fleeting, but it was there. A glimmer of hope, a promise. But even as I clung to it, a voice in the back of my mind whispered of betrayal and consequence. I couldn't ignore the warning that crawled beneath my skin. Something was coming. Something that would change everything. We stood there for a long time, the world around us growing darker with each passing second. The storm was closer now, the air heavy with the promise of destruction. But despite everything, despite the fear and uncertainty, I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 32. Shattered Reflections. The days blurred into one another. Time felt like an abstract concept, like grains of sand slipping through the cracks of my fingers. But the whispers, the warnings, were constant. The weight of the curse that had claimed me was growing, and no matter how tightly I clenched my fists, it was pulling me deeper into its dark embrace. Nero's had become my anchor. He was my tether to reality, to the parts of myself that were slipping away. He made the curse feel bearable. But I couldn't deny the gnawing fear that crept into my chest every time I looked at him. I wasn't sure I could hold on forever. Tonight, the moon hung heavy in the sky, its silver light spilling through the gaps in the curtains. I couldn't sleep. My thoughts were a swirl of fear, power, and temptation. I could still feel the cursed energy coursing through me, just beneath the surface, always threatening to break free. It whispered to me, promises of power beyond imagination, an endless well of strength. But power like that came at a cost. The curse would consume me, destroy me from the inside out. And worse, it would destroy anyone who got too close. I glanced at Nero's, his form half visible in the dim light, his body rising and falling with the rhythm of sleep. He was so peaceful, so unaware of the storm that raged inside me. The thought of losing him, of him being consumed by the curse as I had once been, gnawed at me like a constant ache. I needed to escape. I needed to think. I slid out of bed as quietly as possible, my bare feet hitting the cold floor with a soft thud. The chill of the room seeped into my bones, but it wasn't enough to stop me. I needed to be alone. Alone with my thoughts. Alone with the curse. I pulled on a cloak, wrapping it around me as I moved through the darkened halls of our refuge. The stone walls were cool to the touch, and the air smelled of damp earth. The world outside was still, shrouded in a deep silence that only added to the weight pressing down on me. The night was my only companion. I needed to think clearly, without the constant distraction of Nero's worry, without the fear that my own darkness would swallow him whole. I pushed open the door and stepped into the cool night air. The wind was strong, biting against my skin, but I welcomed it. It was real, tangible, something I could grasp onto. The storm had begun to pick up, dark clouds swirling overhead, and in the distance, the roar of thunder could be heard, like a beast waking from slumber. I walked for miles, the terrain unfamiliar, the night air sharp and unforgiving. The further I went, the more the storm seemed to intensify. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain came in sudden, stinging bursts. It was as though the world was echoing the turmoil inside me. And then, I found it, the cliff. It was a familiar place, one that had become a symbol of my struggle. The edge was jagged, the view over the valley a dizzying drop into the abyss below. The storm made the landscape look like something from a nightmare, dark, twisted, dangerous. But it was here, at this precipice, that I could finally breathe. I approached the edge, my heart pounding in my chest, the storm pushing against me, as if the very earth was trying to force me back. But I didn't stop. I stepped closer, feeling the gusts of wind tugging at my cloak, the rain blurring my vision, but I welcomed it. The curse was there, swirling within me, a pulse that seemed to match the rhythm of my heartbeat. The hunger, the power, it was so close to breaking free. I could feel it in every fiber of my being. The temptation was unbearable. It promised everything: control, strength, an end to the vulnerability I had lived with for so long. But at what cost? Oren? His voice cut through the storm, a low whisper that made me flinch. Nero's. I didn't turn to him. I couldn't. Not yet. The storm was still raging inside me, and I wasn't ready to let him see that. Oren, he repeated, his voice stronger now, laced with concern. What are you doing out here? I swallowed hard, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. His concern, his care for me, made my chest tighten. I wanted to break down in his arms, to tell him everything I was feeling, but the words wouldn't come. I needed to think, I managed to say, my voice shaky. I needed to be sure. To make sure I wasn't losing myself. There was a long silence before he spoke again, his voice softer, this time, full of the kind of tenderness that made my heart ache. "You're not losing yourself," he said, stepping closer, his presence a warm comfort in the storm. "Oren, you're stronger than you think. We're in this together. You don't have to face it alone." I shook my head, the storm inside me swirling faster, more frantic. The curse was closing in, tightening its grip on me, and I could feel it, could feel the darkness calling. My body trembled with the force of it, and I had to fight to stay grounded. "I'm scared," I whispered, the admission slipping from my lips, before I could stop it. "I don't know if I can fight this. I don't know if I can keep it from consuming me." He moved toward me, the sound of his footsteps barely audible over the storm, and before I could protest, he was there, pulling me into his arms. His warmth was a lifeline, a tether to the world I was trying so hard to hold onto. "You're not alone," Nero's murmured into my hair, his voice steady and reassuring. "I'm here. I'll always be here. We'll face this together. You don't have to carry it by yourself." His arms around me felt like a sanctuary, like something I could rely on. But even as I clung to him, the truth still gnawed at me. The curse was still there, clawing at my insides, urging me to let go, to embrace the power it offered. It was too tempting, too easy. "I'm scared," I repeated, my voice breaking. "What if I can't stop it? What if I can't stop myself?" Nero's pulled back just enough to look at me, his eyes burning with an intensity I hadn't seen before. There was something raw in his gaze, something that said he understood. But he was fighting his own battle, too. "You're not alone in this," he said, his voice a whisper of steel. "We'll figure this out. We have to." His hands gently cupped my face, his thumb brushing against my cheek. The storm raged around us, but in that moment, the world seemed to fall away. It was just the two of us, standing on the edge of everything, facing the darkness together. I closed my eyes, leaning into his touch, letting the warmth of him chase away the cold that had settled inside me. "We'll fight it," I whispered. "I'll fight it, but I need you with me. I need you, Nero's." He didn't say anything at first. But when he did, it was with a quiet strength that I knew would never falter. "I'm with you, Oren. Always." We stood there for what felt like an eternity, the wind howling around us, the rain stinging my skin. But for the first time in what felt like forever, I allowed myself to believe that maybe, just maybe, we could survive this together. Chapter 33. The Darkest Desires. The weight of the curse pulsed through me like a heartbeat, an incessant reminder of the darkness I was becoming. It clawed at my insides, twisted and coiled like a serpent waiting to strike. I could feel it now, the energy swirling beneath my skin, begging to be freed. But Nero's had made a promise. He was my anchor, my tether to something still human. Yet, the closer I got to him, the more the curse whispered to me, urging me to push him away. "He'll be your undoing," it hissed. "You can't keep him. You won't." The words were sharp and bitter, like poison trickling through my veins. I hated how true they felt. That night, sleep didn't come easy. The air was thick, oppressive. My mind raced, tangled in a web of confusion and fear. The more I tried to push the curse back, the stronger it fought. I could feel it in the quiet moments, in the flashes of anger that surged through me, like a violent storm. I rolled over, desperate to find some solace in Nero's presence, but the bed beside me was empty. My breath caught in my throat, and I sat up quickly, scanning the room. The faintest glow of moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting shadows against the walls. I could sense him, the tension in the air. Something was wrong. I threw off the covers and stood up, barefoot, moving silently toward the door. The hallway stretched out before me, too still, too silent. My heart beat in time with my anxious footsteps. I knew something was coming, something I couldn't outrun. The curse was closing in, and I couldn't hold it back much longer. The door to the courtyard creaked as I pushed it open. The cool night air hit me like a slap in the face, and I stepped outside, searching the grounds. There, by the edge of the stone fountain, stood Nero's, his back to me, his broad shoulders tense. I wanted to call out to him, to run to him, but I stopped myself. There was something different about him tonight. The way he stood, so still, so quiet. The shadows cast by the moon seemed to cling to him like an extension of his body, and for a split second, I couldn't tell where he ended and the darkness began. His voice broke the silence, deep and steady. Oren. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a plea. It was a statement. I stepped forward, unsure of what I'd find, but when I reached him, his eyes were dark, almost unreadable. A storm of emotions churned in them, anger, longing, and something else I couldn't quite grasp. He was still Nero's, the one I had come to depend on, the one I had allowed myself to trust. But there was something more. You're still fighting it, aren't you? He asked, his voice low and dangerous, sending a shiver down my spine. Still afraid of what you're becoming? I swallowed hard, the words lodging in my throat. He wasn't wrong, but I couldn't admit it, not to him. Not when the curse was so close to consuming me. I'm not afraid of becoming strong, I said, trying to mask the tremor in my voice. I'm afraid of losing myself. His lips curled into a faint smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. He took a step toward me, his movements slow and deliberate. That's what the curse does to you, he murmured, his hand brushing against mine. The contact sent a jolt of heat through my body, and for a moment, I forgot about the chaos inside me. It makes you doubt everything, who you are, who you can become. But the power is tempting, isn't it? His words hung in the air, charged with something electric. There was no denying it, the power was seductive. The hunger I had tried to suppress was clawing its way to the surface, and it was hard not to listen, to take what it offered. But then, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking, he stepped closer, his breath warm against my skin. You're scared to let go, he whispered, his voice just above a breath. But you don't have to be. You think I'm afraid of you? Of what you're becoming? I caught my breath as his hand slipped to my waist, pulling me closer, until the space between us disappeared entirely. The storm inside me raged, but this time, I didn't want to fight it. I didn't want to fight him. Nero's, I murmured, but the words got lost in the heat of the moment. He leaned in, his lips hovering just above mine. For a heartbeat, everything stood still. The rain had stopped, the wind had died down, and all that was left was the space between us, crackling with tension. Oren, he said again, his voice hushed but intense. What do you want? The question hung between us, the weight of it pressing down on me, and for a moment, I couldn't tell if he was asking about the curse or something deeper. Something darker, something far more dangerous. Before I could respond, he closed the distance between us. His lips crashed into mine with a force that took my breath away, his kiss, desperate, wild, as if he were trying to claim me in some primal way. I didn't pull away. I couldn't. The heat, the desire, the curse, it all collided in that moment, an explosion that left me dizzy and yearning for more. You don't have to fight it, he whispered, his lips still brushing against mine. Not with me. Not anymore. And for the first time, I felt the weight of the curse ease just slightly. The power wasn't so overwhelming. The storm didn't feel as threatening. Because in his arms, with his touch, I wasn't alone. For a brief, fleeting moment, I allowed myself to believe that, maybe, just maybe, we could conquer the darkness together. But I knew it wouldn't be easy. The curse had never been kind. And Nero's? He was too close to the fire now. The closer he got, the more dangerous it would become for him. And if I wasn't careful, we would both burn. Chapter 34. Temptation's Edge. The dawn broke with a quiet hush, as if the world was holding its breath. I lay awake, my body still tingling from the night before, from the warmth of Nero's touch that had burned into my skin, like a brand. I could still taste him on my lips, deep, intoxicating, and dangerous. The storm inside me had quieted, but only temporarily. I could feel it simmering just beneath the surface, waiting for the next moment of weakness. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep it at bay. My eyes flicked over to Nero's, still asleep beside me, his chest rising and falling with steady breaths. For a moment, I allowed myself to simply look at him, his rugged, untamed beauty, the way the light caught the lines of his jaw, the dangerous curve of his lips. But there was something else there too, something that gnawed at me. I wasn't the only one fighting the darkness. Nero's had his own demons, and I was beginning to realize how much of his own soul he'd sacrificed to keep me close. He was as tangled in this curse as I was, and the deeper we went, the more we would both lose. I couldn't help but wonder if he was keeping something from me. The way he'd been acting the last few days, distant, distracted, like he was hiding something that could shatter everything we'd built. I needed to know what it was, but I also knew that digging too deep could tear us apart. I slipped out of bed quietly, careful not to disturb him. The cool, morning air brushed against my skin, shivers running down my spine as I moved toward the window. My reflection stared back at me, but it wasn't just me anymore. The curse had started to show, in my eyes, flashes of gold and black, like a storm ready to consume everything in its path. Is this who I'm becoming? I whispered to the reflection, my voice trembling with doubt. I didn't have an answer. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard the soft rustle of sheets behind me. Nero's voice, low and husky, broke the silence. Oren, he called my name like a warning, and I turned to find him leaning against the doorframe, his eyes heavy with something unreadable. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The weight of unspoken words pressed down on us, but I knew that neither of us was ready to face the truth. Not yet. You're leaving, he said, stepping into the room. His eyes never left mine, and I felt a shiver race down my spine, not from fear but from something far more dangerous, desire. I didn't answer at first, afraid my voice would betray me. His presence filled the room, charged with intensity. It was almost suffocating, and yet I couldn't pull away. My heart beat faster as he took another step forward. You can't keep running from it, he said softly, but there was an edge to his voice, something dark and commanding. From me. From what we are. I wanted to say something, to pull back, but the words got caught in my throat. Instead, I took a step toward him, my breath quickening as I closed the space between us. There was no turning back now. Not after everything we'd shared. Not after everything we'd become. He reached for me, his fingers grazing my skin in a touch so gentle, it sent a rush of heat through my veins. His eyes were intense, filled with an emotion I couldn't name. I've been trying to protect you, he said, his voice hoarse, as if every word pained him. But I can't keep you safe if you won't let me in. If you keep pushing me away, Oren, we're both going to lose. I won't let that happen. The words hit me like a blow, and for a moment, I was frozen. His gaze never left mine, but it was like he was seeing something deeper than just me. Something he feared but couldn't resist. What are you saying, Nero's? I whispered, my voice barely audible. He stepped closer, his breath warm against my ear. I'm saying that I won't lose you, he murmured, his hand brushing against my cheek. Not to the curse, not to the darkness, not to anything, but I need you to trust me. His words shattered the barrier I'd tried to build between us. In that moment, I saw everything. Everything I had been running from. Everything I was too afraid to admit. I wasn't the only one scared. Nero's was terrified too. Terrified of the curse, of losing me, of the consequences of this bond we shared. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, the temptation of his touch almost too much to bear. The curse roared inside me, urging me to claim what I wanted, to embrace what was mine. But I couldn't let it take me. Not yet. Nero's, I whispered, finally meeting his gaze. I can't promise you everything. I can't promise I'll be the person you want me to be. But I want to try. His lips curled into a slight smile, but it was a smile filled with sadness, with understanding. He took my hand, threading his fingers through mine, and for the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe. That's all I need, Oren, he said softly. You're already more than I ever thought I'd find. And that's enough for me. I wanted to say more, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I leaned into him, the warmth of his body grounding me as I let my head rest on his chest. The storm inside me still raged, but with him, it felt a little less like a war and more like a battle I could survive. For a moment, everything was quiet. The world outside could fall apart, but in that moment, we were safe. Or so we thought. Chapter 35. Through Fire and Blood. I couldn't escape the pull of the darkness anymore. The curse inside me had been quiet for days, but the longer I stayed with Nero's, the more I realized it was only biding its time, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. My heart raced with each passing hour as the storm grew stronger, not just inside me but around us both. We were walking a thin line, teetering on the edge of something neither of us could control. Nero's and I had settled into an uneasy silence. There were moments when everything felt perfect, when his touch was all I could think about, when his presence soothed the burning in my chest. But then the other moments would come, the ones where I could feel the weight of the curse threatening to consume us both, the moments where I could see the fear in Nero's eyes, a fear that mirrored my own. We were sitting by the fire, the crackling flames throwing erratic shadows on the stone walls of the cavern. Nero's was sharpening a blade, his focus unwavering as I watched him. The soft glint of the steel reflected in his eyes, but there was something deeper there, something cold, something I hadn't seen before. "You've been quiet," I said, my voice cutting through the silence. My fingers clenched around the fabric of my skirt, a nervous habit I couldn't shake. "What's going on in that head of yours?" Nero's didn't look up, but his jaw tightened slightly. He was trying to keep his emotions in check, but I could see it in the way his fingers gripped the blade a little too tightly, the way his shoulders tensed. Something was coming, and I had a sinking feeling that it wasn't going to be good. "I'm trying to protect you," he said finally, his voice low and gravelly. "But every day, it feels like the darkness is closing in. You don't know what it's like to have that kind of power inside you, Oren. The constant pull, the constant threat of losing yourself." His words hit me harder than I expected. I wasn't just fighting the curse. I was fighting the man I loved. He had already lost so much to the darkness, and he feared losing me the same way. But what he didn't understand was that I was already in it with him. I wasn't running. I couldn't run from this power, this connection, this chaos. I stood up and walked toward him, my heart pounding in my chest. I wasn't going to let him carry this burden alone. "I'm already lost," I said, my voice rough with emotion. "We both are, but we'll fight it together. You don't have to do this alone, Nero's. Not now, not ever." He looked up at me then, his eyes dark with something I couldn't quite place. There was pain in his gaze, but also something else. Something raw, something hungry. The tension between us was palpable, a thick, electric current that crackled in the air. "You don't understand," he whispered, his voice low and dangerous. "The curse inside me, it doesn't just threaten to take me. It wants to take you too. And I don't know how much longer I can keep it at bay." His words were like a punch to the gut. I had always known the curse was dangerous, but hearing him speak of it so openly, so brutally, made the reality of our situation all the more terrifying. But I couldn't let fear control me, not when I had come this far. I reached for his hand, my fingers brushing against his calloused skin. He didn't pull away. Instead, he held my gaze, his grip tightening slightly. "Then we'll fight it together," I said again, this time with more conviction. "Whatever happens, I'm not going anywhere. Not without you." There was a long pause, and for a moment, I thought he might say something else, something that would tear us apart. But then his lips parted, and for the briefest second, I saw a flicker of something soft, something vulnerable. Before it was gone, buried beneath the weight of his fears. "You're too much for me," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "And that's exactly why I can't let you go." My heart skipped a beat. His words were both a confession and a warning. He was torn, and I was too. Torn between the man I loved and the darkness we both shared. But before I could respond, the sound of hooves echoed through the cavern, cutting through the tension between us. I froze, my pulse quickening as the air grew heavy with an unfamiliar energy. Nero's was on his feet in an instant, his hand reaching for the sword. At his side, his movements were sharp, calculated, like a predator, sensing danger. I moved toward him instinctively, my hand brushing his as he glanced at me, his eyes fierce with determination. "Stay behind me," he commanded, his voice low but urgent. I nodded, not trusting my own voice as we both turned toward the entrance. The sound of the hooves grew louder, closer, until a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in dark robes, their face hidden beneath a hood. My heart skipped a beat. I knew that figure. "Oren," the figure said, its voice eerily calm, the words hanging in the air like a warning. "I've been waiting for you." The world seemed to stop. Nero's moved to protect me, but I wasn't sure if he could. The figure before us was not just anyone, it was someone from my past, someone who knew too much about the curse and about me. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice steady despite the rush of panic flooding my veins. The figure stepped forward, lowering its hood to reveal a face I had long hoped to forget. "I want to end this," the figure said, and my world tilted dangerously, my heart crashing into my ribs. "And I want to take what's rightfully mine." Chapter 36. Flames of Betrayal. The figure before us was all too familiar. A cruel ache tightened in my chest as I recognized them, despite the years that had passed. It was Ares, the one person from my past I had sworn to forget, the one who knew the deepest, darkest parts of me. He had been a friend once, a mentor, even before the world had changed, before everything had fallen apart. Before the curse. His eyes, once warm and full of hope, were now cold, calculating, and filled with something darker than I'd ever imagined. His lips curled into a sly smile, one that didn't reach his eyes, and the air around us seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. "Oren," he said again, his voice low, almost mocking, as though he relished the torment in my gaze. "You've grown, haven't you? I always knew you had potential. And now you're truly awakening." I tried to swallow the lump in my throat, but the bitterness of his words made it hard to breathe. The memories rushed back in a brutal flood, the lessons he'd taught me, the way he'd always pushed me harder, faster, farther than anyone else. He'd seen the power inside me long before I had. And now it was clear what he wanted. "What do you want, Ares?" I demanded, trying to steady my voice, though the anger and fear tangled in my chest. "What are you doing here?" He chuckled darkly, his eyes never leaving mine. Slowly, he began to circle us, his steps light and deliberate, as though he were savoring the moment. I could feel Nero's body tense beside me, but he said nothing. He was waiting for my lead. "What do I want?" Ares repeated, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes. "Oh, Oren, you know exactly what I want. The curse that's inside you, it's mine, too. You can't control it, and neither can I. But together, we can bend it to our will." I recoiled slightly, my stomach twisting with disgust. His words hit me like a cold, sharp knife. The curse was his, too? The implications were monstrous, and suddenly, it all made sense. The way he had always pushed me to unlock my power, to embrace it fully. He'd known all along what I was capable of, and now he was here, trying to claim it for himself. "You don't know anything about what's inside me, Ares," I shot back, my hands trembling with fury. "I won't let you control me. Not now, not ever." His smirk grew wider, as if my resistance was nothing more than a game to him. "You're wrong, Oren," he said, his voice low and venomous. "I know exactly what's inside you. The same thing that's inside me. The same thing that will tear you apart if you don't learn to control it. And I'm the only one who can help you. Together, we can rule this curse. We can rule everything." I felt Nero's step closer to me, his hand brushing against mine, a silent promise of protection. But I could see the fear in his eyes. Fear of Ares, yes, but more than that, fear of what Ares wanted. Fear of what Ares could do if he got his hands on me. "I won't let you destroy her," Nero's growled, his voice raw with anger. Ares' eyes flicked to him, dismissing him in an instant, as if Nero's were nothing more than an annoyance. He turned back to me, his gaze burning with a maddening intensity. You still don't understand, do you? Ares' voice was quieter now, almost a whisper, but it carried a heavy, ominous weight. The curse was never meant to be controlled. It was meant to be embraced. And you've only just begun to see what you can do. But you're afraid. You fear the power inside you, the very power that could change everything. I took a step forward, my chest rising and falling with each breath. Ares was testing me, pushing me, trying to make me doubt myself. But I wouldn't let him win. Not now. Not after everything we'd been through. You're wrong, I said, my voice trembling with raw emotion. I'm not afraid of the curse. But I won't let you use me, Ares. You've already lost your way. Ares' expression hardened, and for the first time, I saw something resembling regret flicker in his eyes. It was fleeting, gone in an instant, but I caught it. And it made everything worse. You think you're the one who gets to decide that? He spat, his words sharp and cruel. You think you're the one in control? You're nothing without it, Oren. Without me. The world around us seemed to vibrate with the intensity of his words, the air crackling with dark energy. The curse stirred within me, responding to the tension, eager to break free. My heart pounded in my chest, the weight of everything we had been through pressing down on me. I had to make a choice. And the longer I hesitated, the more I felt like I was losing myself. Before I could speak, Neros stepped in front of me, his body a protective barrier between me and Ares. If you think I'm going to let you hurt her, you're mistaken, Neros growled, his voice low and menacing. I'll kill you before I let you take her. Ares raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by Nero's threat. His lips curled into a mocking smile. You think you can stop me? Ares sneered. You can't even control your own darkness. And you think you can protect her from mine? I felt the tension snap, like a rope pulled too tight. The air was thick with power, the curse within me rising in response. I could feel its hunger, its need to break free. But I couldn't give in. Not now. I stepped forward, pushing past Nero's, my gaze locked on Ares. The curse inside me roared in protest, but I held it back, forcing it to obey. This ends now, I said, my voice firm, stronger than it had ever been. You don't control me, and you never will. Ares' eyes narrowed, the dark amusement in his expression fading, as a dangerous, cold rage took its place. Then prepare yourself, he hissed, the promise of destruction lingering in the air. You've just made the biggest mistake of your life. Chapter 37. Dark Awakening. The air felt thick, suffocating. My heart raced, a steady drumbeat echoing in my chest as the tension between Ares and us grew unbearable. The ground beneath us seemed to hum with energy, the curse inside me stirring, its power aching to break free. But I couldn't let it. Not like this. Ares was a ghost from the past, a twisted reflection of what I could have become had I given in to the darkness he wanted me to embrace. His power, his ambition, had always been a poison. He was a mirror, reflecting the worst parts of me, the parts that whispered that control was impossible, that power was all that mattered. But I wasn't going to fall for that again. I'd learned to control the curse, at least to some extent, and I wouldn't let him destroy me. Not now. Not when we were so close to finding a way out of this. Oren, Ares purred, his voice dripping with venom. You think you can fight me? You think you can stop what's coming? You're nothing without the curse. And deep down, you know it. His words cut through me like a blade, but I refused to let him see my doubt. I couldn't afford to. Not with Nero's beside me, his stance protective and unwavering, a silent promise of loyalty. I've fought harder battles than you, Ares, I said, my voice low, but steady. And I've won. You can't control me. You can't control this. Ares laughed, the sound echoing around us, dark and twisted. He stepped closer, the shadows swirling around him like a cloak. It was as though the very air bent to his will, the weight of his power, suffocating everything in its proximity. You're so naive, he said, his eyes gleaming with malice. You Still don't understand, do you? You don't have to control it. You just have to give in. Embrace it. Together, we could be unstoppable. We could rewrite everything. Become gods. A cold shiver ran down my spine, the words hitting too close to home. The temptation was there, gnawing at the edges of my mind. The curse inside me yearned for release, for freedom, for the promise of unimaginable power. But I shook my head, banishing the thought. The temptation was a lie. It was nothing but a prison in disguise. I wouldn't fall for it. I'll never join you, I said, more firmly this time. You're nothing but a shadow of who you used to be. And I'm not going to be your pawn. Ares' smile faltered, his expression darkening. He stopped circling, standing still for a moment, as though weighing his options. Then, in a blur of motion, he reached out, his fingers gripping my arm, with brutal force. I gasped as a jolt of energy coursed through me, the curse inside me reacting violently to his touch. The darkness surged, trying to take over. But I fought it. I fought it with everything I had. Let me go, I snarled, struggling to break free. You don't get to do this. Not to me. Ares only tightened his grip, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he watched me struggle. You think you're in control, don't you? He whispered, his voice dark and heavy with menace. But you're not. You'll never be in control. Nero's moved then, his body a blur of motion as he lunged forward, his hands grasping Ares' wrist and prying it off me. For a split second, there was nothing but a brutal clash of wills. Two powers colliding, sparks flying in every direction. Stay away from her, Nero's growled, his voice low and feral. Ares' eyes flicked to him, the amusement fading. The battle between them was about to erupt. So, the boy thinks he can protect her, Ares sneered, the words thick with mockery. You're both pathetic. Without warning, Ares' hand shot out again, but this time, Nero's was ready. He blocked the strike, but the force of it sent him staggering back, the ground beneath him cracking under the pressure. I could feel the weight of the fight between them, each strike and counterstrike sending shockwaves through the air. You're making a mistake, Ares hissed, his eyes burning with fury. You can't win this. Not against me. Not against what's coming. I stepped forward, my hand glowing with the energy of the curse, ready to strike if necessary. But Nero's held me back, his eyes locking with mine, silently telling me to wait. I trusted him. He would protect me, no matter what. We'll see about that, Nero said through gritted teeth, pushing Ares back with a force I hadn't seen before. There was a raw power in him now, a desperation that was almost frightening. But it was also beautiful. This was the man who would fight for me. This was the man who would protect me, no matter the cost. For a moment, there was a stillness between us, the world hanging in the balance. Ares and Nero's were locked in a stare down, the air crackling with dark energy. And then, without warning, Ares lunged. You don't understand, he hissed. You never will. But Nero's was faster, his body moving with a fluid grace that betrayed his earlier hesitation. He dodged Ares' strike and, with a swift motion, grabbed Ares by the throat, slamming him into the ground. The impact sent a shockwave through the clearing, shaking the trees around us. Ares gasped, the shock of the attack momentarily taking the breath from him. His eyes, wild with fury, locked onto Nero's, a mixture of disbelief and hatred radiating from him. You think this changes anything? Ares rasped, his voice thick with venom. You can't stop me. You can't stop what's coming. Nero's grip tightened around Ares' throat, his expression hardening as he leaned in, his voice barely a whisper. Watch me. In that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The power in the air was so thick, it was like we were on the edge of something catastrophic. Ares' face twisted with rage, his hands reaching up, trying to break free. But Nero's wasn't letting go. Not now. Not after everything we had been through. I took a step forward, my heart pounding in my chest. I was ready. Ready to fight. Ready to end this. This is where it ends, Ares, I said, my voice steady, my resolve unshakable. You don't control me. You never did. Chapter 38. The Curse Unleashed. The forest was still, eerily quiet. The last of Ares' laughter had faded, but the weight of his words lingered in the air like poison, hanging thick and heavy. I could feel it, the power, the curse. It pulsed beneath my skin, a constant reminder of what I was, and what I could become. Neros stood beside me, his chest rising and falling with each breath, his eyes hard as stone. He hadn't let go of Ares. Not yet. I wasn't sure if it was because he wasn't finished with him, or if he was just trying to hold on to the control he had, as if he feared that, once Ares was free, the fight between them would go from life or death to something far worse. You should let him go, Neros, I said, my voice soft but firm. He's not going to stop. Nero's grip on Ares tightened once more, his eyes flicking to me. For a moment, it felt like time itself had slowed, the world around us holding its breath, waiting for Neros to make his decision. I could see the war inside him. His instincts told him to finish Ares, to rid the world of him, to finally be free from this nightmare. I know, Neros said, his voice a low growl. But I want him to suffer. I want him to know what he's done to you. I could feel the darkness inside me stir at his words. The curse, like a beast just beneath the surface, was eager to be set free. It whispered to me, calling for the blood of those who had wronged us. It promised power, true power, if I would only let it take control. But I couldn't. I wouldn't. We need to stop him, I said, my voice steady, as I stepped forward. And if we don't finish this, he'll just keep coming back. This isn't about revenge. It's about survival. Neros let out a low, frustrated sound, his fingers clenching and unclenching around Ares' throat. For a moment, I thought he might break him in half. But then, he let out a deep breath, his shoulders sagging. He released Ares, the god falling to the ground in a heap, gasping for air. Get up, Neros ordered, his voice cold. This isn't over. Ares rose slowly, his chest heaving with each ragged breath. His eyes burned with hatred, but there was something else there too. Fear. For the first time since he'd appeared, I saw it. And it made my blood run cold. You don't understand, Ares rasped, his voice laced with venom. You don't know what you've unleashed. It's coming for all of you. The curse, it's just the beginning. I felt the chill creep up my spine. The beginning. The words echoed in my mind, mingling with the whispers of the curse inside me. It wanted to come out, wanted to break free from the chains I had placed on it. What are you talking about? I demanded, stepping closer to him. What's coming? Ares' eyes gleamed with madness as he laughed, the sound hollow and chilling. He staggered backward, his hands raised in mock surrender. You don't get it, he said, his voice low and mocking. You were always going to be a part of this. Always going to be the key to it. All. The curse isn't just a weapon, Oren. It's a doorway. And once it's opened, there's no closing it. I could feel it now, deep within me. The curse shifted. It grew stronger, more insistent, as though it had heard Ares' words and recognized them for what they were. A warning. Stop lying, I spat, trying to push back the rising panic. I can control it. I can stop it. Ares shook his head slowly, his eyes narrowing as though he could see right through me. No, you can't. You're only delaying the inevitable. He smirked, his hand reaching for something at his belt, a gleaming silver dagger. But that's okay. You'll find out soon enough. Before I could react, he lunged, the dagger flashing in the moonlight. Nero's was faster, of course, always faster. He moved to intercept, but not quickly enough. Ares' blade sank into his side, just below his ribcage. No, I screamed, my heart dropping as Nero's staggered back, a groan escaping his lips. Blood dripped from the wound, pooling at his feet. Time seemed to stretch as I watched him fight to stay upright, his breath ragged, his eyes blazing with anger and pain. But even as he struggled, I could see it in his gaze, his defiance. He wouldn't let Ares win. He wouldn't let him destroy us. You, Neros gasped, clutching at his side. You think this is the end? You think this will stop me? You're wrong, Ares. With a snarl, Neros pushed Ares away, staggering to his feet. I moved to his side, reaching out to help him, but he waved me off. Get back, he gritted through clenched teeth. This isn't over. Not until Ares is gone. But Ares was already retreating, a dark grin on his face as he looked over his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with malicious glee. It's not me you need to worry about, he said, his voice thick with satisfaction. The real enemy is inside of you. And soon, you'll see. You'll all see. Ares disappeared into the shadows, leaving nothing but the echoes of his words behind. I stared after him, the fear settling in my chest. The real enemy. My mind raced, but the words didn't make sense. What was he talking about? What did he mean by that? Oren, Neros whispered, his voice strained but determined, we need to get out of here. Now. I looked at him, my heart aching at the sight of the blood staining his clothes. The curse stirred once more, but this time, I didn't push it down. This time, I let it whisper. I know, I said quietly. But we need answers. And I think I know where we can find them. Chapter 39. The Rising Storm. We moved quickly, driven by nothing but the need to escape. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of something burning, something wrong. The forest was too quiet now, almost suffocatingly so, as if it too feared what was coming. Neros staggered ahead, refusing my help, his blood staining the earth beneath his feet. Each step he took was a battle, his every breath a reminder of how close we were to the edge. He should have been weaker, should have been slower, but he wasn't. He was a soldier to his core, a warrior who refused to surrender. You're not okay, I said softly, stepping beside him, my voice barely above a whisper. Let me help you. Neros didn't look at me. His eyes remained fixed on the path ahead, his jaw set with that familiar stubbornness. He was holding something back, something that told me he didn't want me to see how broken he really was. I'm fine, he growled, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. We just need to keep moving. Ares won't stop. He's a god, Oren. You can't hide from him. Not anymore. The curse pulsed again, deep within me. His words, though harsh, had the ring of truth. I felt the weight of the power inside me, heavy and dark, thrumming beneath my skin. I was no longer just a vessel, no longer just a girl. I was becoming something else. Something dangerous. I clenched my fists, trying to ignore the way the curse seemed to answer that call. But no matter how much I pushed, it refused to go away. It whispered, it taunted, it promised. We need answers, I said, my voice steady despite the chaos swirling inside me. And I know where we can find them. Neros glanced at me then, his eyes narrowed. He didn't need to ask, he knew. He knew where I was leading us. And yet, he didn't stop me. He never did. We moved deeper into the forest, the shadows growing thicker with every step. The silence pressed in on us, suffocating. Then, just as I was about to speak, a sound broke the stillness, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from the very earth beneath our feet. We're not alone, I whispered, instinctively reaching for the dagger at my belt. Neros tensed, his hand going to his sword. We both froze, eyes scanning the darkened woods. It was too quiet for comfort now, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The growl came again, this time louder, and then a figure emerged from the shadows. I could barely make out the shape at first, but then it stepped into the dim light, its eyes glowing a faint, unnatural red. It's them, Neros said, his voice tight. The hunters. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, its body cloaked in darkness, its features hidden beneath a hood. But it wasn't the figure that made my blood run cold. It was the sense of something else. Something ancient and malicious, lurking just behind its eyes. What do you want? I demanded, my voice sharp. The hunter didn't respond at first. It just stood there, its gaze locked on me, as though it could see everything I was, everything I could be. And then, finally, it spoke. You've already felt it. The voice was low, gravelly, like the sound of stones scraping against each other. The curse. You've opened the door. I felt a shiver run down my spine, my pulse quickening. This wasn't a simple encounter. This was something far more dangerous. What do you know about it? I demanded, stepping forward. The hunter cocked its head, as if amused by my defiance. Everything, it said softly. It is not a power to be wielded. It is a force to be feared. Once it's been unleashed, there is no going back. There is no escaping it. I swallowed hard, the weight of its words pressing against my chest. The curse, it was worse than I'd realized. And now I had no choice but to face it. How do we stop it? I asked, my voice low. The hunter's eyes flickered with something, perhaps pity, before it spoke again. You can't stop it, it said, its voice becoming colder with each word. You can only survive it. I felt Nero's beside me stiffen, his hand gripping his sword tighter. I could feel the storm brewing inside him, the anger and fear fighting for dominance. He was losing patience, I could tell. But before either of us could react, the hunter took a step back, its form melting into the darkness. Survive, it echoed, its voice fading with the wind. That is the only choice left for you, Oren. I stared after it, my mind racing. Survive? Was that all we could do? And if so, how? Nero's didn't wait for me to answer. Without a word, he turned and started walking again, his pace faster now, more urgent. We need to keep moving, he muttered under his breath. There's no time to waste. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the real battle hadn't even begun. The curse was alive, and it was coming for us. There was nowhere left to run. Chapter 40. Shadows of the Past. We moved in silence for hours, the tension between Nero's and me thicker than the night air. His shoulder was still bleeding, though he refused to slow down. Every so often, I'd catch a flicker of pain in his eyes, but he'd hide it before I could say anything. It was almost as if he wanted me to see it, to remind me that we were on borrowed time. The forest seemed to close in on us, the trees twisting into grotesque shapes under the weight of the moonlight. Every shadow stretched like fingers reaching for us, pulling at the edges of my sanity. It was as if the land itself was alive with some dark purpose, whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. We need to stop, I finally said, my voice breaking the eerie quiet. You're in no condition to keep going like this, Nero's. He shook his head, his jaw clenched tight. I don't have time to stop. And neither do you. I stopped walking and forced him to look at me. He froze, his dark eyes flicking down to where my hand rested on his arm. I wasn't sure if I was trying to steady him or keep myself from falling apart. The curse was still there, twisting inside of me, growing stronger with every step. It was becoming harder to ignore. But this wasn't just about me anymore. It was about us, about survival. I can't lose you, I said, the words slipping out before I could stop. Them, not like this. For the first time in hours, he looked at me. Really looked at me. His eyes softened, just a little, before he stepped closer. You won't lose me, Oren. But you need to understand something. His voice dropped to a whisper, as though the night itself was listening. There's no going back. What we're dealing with, it's not something we can run from. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I knew it. Deep down, I'd known it all along. But hearing him say it, so calmly, so resigned, it made the weight of our situation that much more real. What do you mean? I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. What's happening to me? He exhaled slowly, his breath a cloud in the cold air. His hand brushed through his hair in frustration before he finally spoke, his tone low and heavy. The curse, it's changing you, Oren. You're not just carrying it anymore. You're becoming it. It's pulling you in, and if you don't control it. He trailed off, his eyes dark with the weight of his warning. We both know how this ends. The world around us seemed to spin. The trees blurred, the ground felt unsteady beneath my feet. Everything inside me screamed in protest, but I couldn't ignore the truth he was offering. It was too late for me to walk away from this, too late to fight it. The curse was mine now, body and soul. Before I could respond, a sharp crack pierced the air. My head snapped to the side, instinctively drawing the dagger at my side. Nero's reached for his sword, but the sound came again, a low, menacing growl. The trees around us rustled, as though something was moving within them. "We're not alone," Nero's muttered, his eyes scanning the darkness. "They've found us." I barely had time to react. The first of them appeared, a figure, cloaked in shadows, its eyes glowing a vibrant red, like twin embers. More followed, emerging from the darkness like hunters, closing in on their prey. "The Bloodborne," Nero's hissed under his breath. "We're surrounded." My heart raced as the figures closed in. The Bloodborne weren't just hunters, they were creatures of darkness, born from the curse itself. Their eyes glinted with malice, their bodies moving like shadows given form. There was no escaping them. "Not now. Stay close," Nero's ordered, drawing his sword and stepping in front of me. "We'll fight our way out. Just keep moving." I nodded, my mind racing. But something wasn't right. The curse inside me, that twisted, vile thing, was reacting. It was as though it had awoken in the presence of these creatures. The air around us crackled with power, a surge of energy that made my skin prickle. I could feel it. It was pulling me in. Without warning, the Bloodborne lunged. The first one moved too fast for my eyes to track, but Nero's was quicker. His sword cleaved through the air, striking the creature down before it could even reach me. The others hesitated, circling like wolves, watching us with cold, calculating eyes. "We can't keep this up forever," Nero said, his voice tight with strain. "There's too many of them." I felt it then, a surge, a rush of power so raw it was almost overwhelming. It started deep within me, a swirling vortex of energy that reached out to the Bloodborne like a magnet. The curse was responding to the battle, responding to the bloodshed. I barely had time to react. The air around me thickened, vibrating with the force of the curse. And then, before I could stop it, the power exploded. The ground beneath our feet cracked open, the trees splintering in an explosion of wood and stone. A wave of dark energy ripped through the air, throwing the Bloodborne back. Their screams filled the night, but I couldn't focus on them. All I could focus on was the surge of power running wild inside me, consuming everything in its path. "Oren," Nero's shouted, his voice distant, distorted by the chaos. But I couldn't hear him. The curse had taken over. There was no more room for control, no more space for reason. There was only the power, and I was becoming it. Chapter 41. The Unleashed Power. I stood in the center of the chaos, the power coursing through me, like a wild storm, too strong, too overwhelming to control. The Bloodborne writhed and twisted at my feet, their bodies scorched by the force of my unleashed curse. Their red eyes flickered, but I couldn't bring myself to care. In that moment, nothing mattered except the power. It sang through my veins, a seductive rhythm that promised destruction and madness. My breath came in ragged gasps, each exhale a mix of terror and exhilaration. I wanted more. "Oren, snap out of it." Nero's voice pierced through the haze in my mind, but it felt so far away. His words barely reached me, swallowed up by the deafening roar of the curse in my head. It was as if I were standing at the center of an inferno, and the heat, the burn, was too addicting to fight. The curse had taken root, embedding itself deep in my soul, and now, there was no going back. I caught sight of Nero's, bloodied but still standing, his sword gleaming in the dark. His face was set in a hard, determined line. He was fighting to reach me, to pull me back from the edge. But there was no edge anymore. There was only the abyss. "Oren, listen to me," Nero's shouted, his voice cutting through the madness. "You can still fight it. You are stronger than this." Stronger? I didn't know if that was true anymore. The power inside me was a beast, clawing and tearing at the remnants of who I used to be. My hand shook as I reached for it, tried to pull it back, but it was too late. Before I could stop myself, I turned. I lifted my hand toward the remaining Bloodborne, the last of them circling like vultures, waiting for their chance to strike. No. Nero screamed, his voice desperate, but it was too late. The air around me shimmered with dark energy, thick and oppressive. I couldn't contain it any longer. With a single motion, I released it, an explosion of dark force that sent the bloodborne flying. Their bodies flung into the trees, crashing and crumpling as if they were nothing more than paper. The forest was silent, save for the crackling of burned branches, and the distant echoes of the bloodborne's screeches fading away. My body was trembling, drenched in sweat, but there was no time to rest. The power still churned beneath my skin, a living, breathing thing. Nero's was there in an instant, his hands on my shoulders, his grip tight, like he was afraid I might shatter into pieces. His eyes, those damn eyes, searched mine, trying to find some trace of the person I used to be. Oren, don't let it take you, he whispered, his voice shaking, a rare vulnerability slipping through. Please. But it wasn't him I was afraid of anymore. It wasn't the bloodborne, or the curse that clawed at me. It was me. I was losing myself. I could feel it, like a slow, inevitable slide into darkness. The person I'd been, the girl who still clung to the idea of freedom, of choice, was slipping through my fingers. But I couldn't stop it. The power, the curse, was too much. I reached up, gripping his wrists tightly. My breath was ragged, every exhale a painful reminder that I was losing control. I can't hold on, Nero's, I gasped, my voice barely a whisper. It's too strong. His eyes flickered with pain, but there was something else there too. Something darker, something fierce. It was the kind of look a warrior gives when they know there's no turning back, when they're willing to fight for what matters, even if it means losing themselves in the process. Then we fight together, he said, his voice low but resolute. We can still take it down. We're not alone in this, Oren. I looked at him, my heart a chaotic mess of emotions. The power within me felt like it was pushing against the walls of my soul, threatening to break free completely. But Nero's was right. I wasn't alone. Not yet. We'll take it down together, I repeated, though the words felt foreign in my mouth. They didn't feel like me anymore. I turned back to the forest, the curse still simmering beneath my skin, but now, it was no longer just mine. It was ours. We moved together, each step deliberate, as if the world around us was on the verge of collapsing. I could feel the dark energy swirling around me, but this time, I didn't fight it. I embraced it, letting the power flow through me in a way I never had before. We're in this together, Nero said again, his hand brushing mine, as we moved. Whatever happens, we face it side by side. His words should have been comforting. They should have been the kind of reassurance that made everything feel less dangerous. But the truth was, no matter how much we wanted to fight back, we were both already too far gone. The curse was changing me. But Nero's, he was changing me too. The forest was silent again as we pressed forward. But I could feel it. The bloodborne weren't the only thing hunting us. Something worse was coming. And this time, we might not survive it. Chapter 42. The Shattered Heart. The world tilted, spinning on its axis as the curse in me clawed for release. Every breath was a battle, a war against my own soul. The blood-red power surged again, thrumming in my chest, threatening to rip me apart from the inside. I could feel it deep in my bones, an insidious, seductive pull. It was no longer just a force I had to control. It was becoming a part of me, a monster, yes, but also a weapon. Nero's kept walking by my side, his silent presence a strange comfort amidst the chaos. His hand brushed against mine again, the simple touch grounding me in the most inexplicable way. But even that warmth couldn't quiet the storm within me. The storm was him, the curse that had taken root, the dark entity whispering in the back of my mind. Oren, Nero's voice was a low murmur, hesitant, like he wasn't sure if I was still with him. Are you all right? I should have said something. Should have told him I wasn't. But I couldn't find the words. My throat felt tight, like the power had wound its tendrils around my lungs. I didn't know how much longer I could keep pretending. I was unraveling fast. The air around us thickened, a strange fog rolling in. I felt it, like something was watching, waiting. The dark energy inside me pulsed in response. There was a presence here, a weight pressing down on me that made my skin crawl. I spun around, heart racing, but saw nothing. Just the trees, silent, their skeletal branches casting long shadows on the ground. But I knew. It's here. The curse had been a constant force in my life, a dangerous but predictable entity. But now, it was changing. It was growing, evolving into something even darker. And if I couldn't stop it, I feared I wouldn't just lose control. I would become it. Stay close, Nero said, his voice steady, though his hand was now gripping the hilt of his sword. Whatever happens, we stay together. I nodded, but even as I did, something deep inside me screamed to run. To leave him behind. I could feel the darkness rising within me, ready to tear through every part of who I had been. The girl who had hoped. The girl who had dreamed of a life beyond the curse. Gone. The power that had once felt like a gift now felt like a curse in every sense of the word. And no matter how hard I tried to fight it, the darkness was winning. The fog thickened, swirling around us in a dense, suffocating cloud. My heartbeat was erratic now, matching the rhythm of the dark energy. I felt it, the power pulling me down into something I didn't want to see. The memories of all the bloodshed, the pain, the rage. All of it was slipping away, replaced with the dark whispers of the curse. Oren? Nero's voice cracked, his grip tightening on my arm. Don't do this. You're not alone. I met his gaze, and in that moment, I saw the raw fear in his eyes. Fear for me. Fear that I was already slipping too far. I wanted to reach for him. To tell him that I was still in here. Somewhere, beneath the rage. But the words caught in my throat. The curse didn't want me to speak. It didn't want me to feel anymore. It wanted me to embrace it. The fog parted, and the silhouette of a figure appeared before us, emerging from the shadows like a demon from the depths of hell. My heart skipped a beat. The figure was cloaked, its face hidden beneath a hood. But I could feel it, the same dark energy swirling around it, just like the curse within me. Who are you? Nero's demanded, stepping in front of me, his sword drawn and ready. What do you want? The figure didn't speak. Instead, it raised a gloved hand, fingers, long and pale, and the ground beneath our feet rumbled. A deep, guttural growl filled the air, like something huge was stirring beneath the earth. I felt it, a shifting presence beneath my feet, like the very earth was alive, ready to swallow us whole. I couldn't move. My body was frozen, caught between the power of the curse and the weight of whatever this thing was. The figure stepped forward, revealing a face. Not just any face. A face I had seen before. But I couldn't place it. It was him. The man from my nightmares. The one who had been there all along, pulling at the strings of my fate. His eyes gleamed red. No, not just red. Crimson, the same color as the curse, swirling inside me. You've been waiting for me, I whispered, the realization hitting me like a thunderclap. The figure smirked, stepping closer. The air grew colder. My skin crawled. It was the same feeling I had whenever the curse threatened to overtake me. But this time, it was worse. This time, the darkness wasn't just a part of me. It was everywhere. You are mine, Oren, the figure said, his voice a rasping whisper that slid into my ears like a venomous snake. You were always meant to be mine. The curse, the power you carry, was never yours to control. I stumbled back, my pulse racing, my heart hammering in my chest. This wasn't just a battle for control anymore. This was a battle for my soul. No, Nero shouted, stepping forward, his blade raised high. We'll fight you. But it was too late. The moment Nero raised his sword, the ground cracked open beneath him. A massive, gnarled root shot up from the earth, wrapping around his legs and pinning him in place. He struggled, gritting his teeth, but the root held him fast. And then, the figure's laughter filled the air, cold and cruel. Fight all you want, Nero's. You cannot save her. She is already lost. My breath hitched. No, I wasn't lost. I wasn't. I couldn't be. Chapter 43. The final choice. The air was thick with tension, crackling with the weight of impending doom. The figure stood in front of me, its presence suffocating, the cold that emanated from it biting at my skin like ice shards. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder of what I was about to lose. Nero's struggled against the roots that held him, his strength waning with every desperate pull. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand here, helpless. The curse inside me thrummed louder, pulsing like a heartbeat of its own, a twisted reflection of my fear. It wanted out. It wanted freedom. But so did I. I clenched my fists at my sides, teeth grinding. The curse had been a constant shadow, a beast inside me that I couldn't control. But now, it was no longer just a burden, it was my weapon, and for the first time, I wondered if maybe it wasn't my enemy at all. The figure's smile twisted, malicious and knowing, as if it could hear my thoughts. You're realizing it now, aren't you? It stepped closer, its eyes glowing with that same crimson light that haunted me. You were never meant to fight it. You were always meant to embrace it. No. The word was like a rope pulling me back to myself, to the part of me that still clung to the hope that I could be more than this. Darkness. I wasn't a monster. I refused to be. You are nothing but a vessel, the figure continued, its voice like poison dripping from its lips. Oren, you will fall just like the rest of them. There is no escape from your fate. But the curse inside me was beginning to respond. It wanted to fight back now, urged on by the figure's words, by the promise of destruction. And as much as I hated to admit it, I could feel the pull. The temptation to unleash everything, to let the curse consume me, to end it all with a single, devastating blow. I felt Nero's gaze on me, the weight of his eyes steadying me even as the power inside me screamed for release. He believes in me. I couldn't give up, not now, not when there was still a chance. With all the strength I could muster, I reached down deep inside me, searching for something other than the dark, volatile energy that clawed at my soul. I felt the warmth of the human side of me, buried beneath the madness, and I held onto it with everything I had. I wasn't just some pawn in a god's game. I wasn't nothing. No, I shouted, my voice trembling with the force of my words. You're wrong. I will never belong to you. The figure's expression darkened, its eyes narrowing into slits. It had underestimated me. The dark power inside me may have been born from a curse, but I wasn't a puppet to be controlled. The root holding Nero's snapped in an instant, a wave of energy flooding through the air as I called upon the very force that had been tormenting me. This time, I didn't let it consume me. I used it. The ground beneath our feet shook violently, cracks spreading like veins through the earth, as if the world itself was responding to the power that surged through me. The figure recoiled, its once confident stance faltering as I unleashed a blast of energy that sent it flying backward, its cloak billowing like smoke in the wind. Impossible, it spat, its voice full of rage. You cannot fight your fate, Oren. You will fall. But it was too late. I had already made my choice. Nero's was up now, his eyes locked on mine with a mix of awe and fear. But there was something else in his gaze. Something deeper. Trust. Oren, he said, voice steady but urgent. You need to be careful. You're pushing too far. You're reaching the edge. I barely heard him. The curse was mine to command now. I would not let it control me. I would not let it consume me. I was going to end this. One way or another. With a final cry, I thrust my hands forward, releasing the full force of the curse that had once been my prison. It slammed into the figure with the force of a storm, sending shockwaves through the air. The ground beneath us cracked open, the earth splitting apart, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. And then, the figure's twisted form staggered to its feet, its eyes glowing brighter than before, a mixture of fury and something darker, something much worse. You have no idea what you've just done, it hissed, its voice dripping with venom. You've unleashed the end of everything. You are the harbinger of destruction, Oren. You are my creation. I shook my head, taking a step forward, despite the uncertainty that gnawed at the back of my mind. No, I whispered, my voice low and steady. I'm not yours. I'm mine. And I will destroy you before I let you destroy anyone else. The figure's eyes narrowed, and then, just as I prepared for the next battle, it vanished, disappearing into the mist with a laugh that was anything but human. But I knew the battle wasn't over. It wasn't just the figure that was coming for me. It was the curse itself. And I had no idea how much longer I could hold on to who I was. Oren, Nero's voice was soft, tentative. Are you all right? I looked at him, my chest heaving with the weight of everything that had happened. His hand reached out, as if offering me a lifeline. And for a moment, just a moment, I let myself believe that maybe I wasn't completely lost. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to be more than what I had been cursed to be. Chapter 44. The weight of power. The dust settled, swirling around us like the remnants of some forgotten war. The figure was gone, but its presence still lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. I could feel the curse coiling inside me, a dark, untamable thing that now pulsed with an unfamiliar power. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a roar, demanding attention, demanding to be unleashed. Nero stood beside me, his eyes sharp, scanning the horizon. His hand was still stretched out toward me, offering a silent comfort. His warmth was a stark contrast to the coldness that had enveloped me. But even in this moment of relative peace, I couldn't shake the sense that something far darker was coming. Something worse than what we had just faced. What happens now? Nero's voice was barely more than a whisper, but it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken questions. You've tapped into the curse, Oren. And it's stronger than ever. I closed my eyes for a moment, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I could feel it, the power raging within me, threatening to spill over. The figure had been right about one thing. I was no longer just a vessel. I was something else entirely. Something more dangerous. I opened my eyes, locking gazes with Nero's. His concern was palpable, but there was something else there too. Something that looked almost like awe. He was seeing me for what I truly was. Not the broken, cursed girl I had been, but something more. I'm not sure, I said, my voice tinged with uncertainty. But we need to keep moving. I can't let this power control me. I won't. I could feel the weight of the words settling around us. The curse was part of me now, in a way I never thought possible. But controlling it, keeping it from consuming me, that was the real challenge. Nero's brow furrowed, and he took a step closer to me, his hand gently brushing against mine. You've never been alone in this, Oren. We face this together. For a moment, his touch was like a lifeline. The heat of his hand against mine grounded me, reminding me that I wasn't entirely alone in this darkness. But even as I tried to draw strength from him, I could feel the curse's pull, dragging me further into its embrace. It wanted me to surrender, to let go, to give in to the chaos that swirled inside me. I can't keep relying on you, I said softly, pulling my hand away, though I didn't want to. This is my fight. I have to face it on my own. His eyes softened, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something else in them. Something vulnerable, something human. It made my heart ache. He was right there beside me, and yet, I was pushing him away. Maybe I didn't want him to see how much I was breaking, how close I was to losing myself to the very thing that had once cursed me. Oren, he whispered, his voice low but steady. You're not alone. And you don't have to fight this alone. His words were like a balm to a wound I hadn't realized was bleeding. But the truth was, I couldn't let anyone close. Not when the curse was gnawing at me like this, twisting my every thought, making me question everything I'd ever believed about myself. And then, just as I thought I might crack under the pressure, the ground beneath our feet trembled, a deep, reverberating growl, rising from the earth. Before either of us could react, the air itself seemed to crack open, splitting with a blinding light. From the rift emerged something I never could have anticipated. A creature, its form impossibly tall, a grotesque amalgamation of shadow and light. It had no face, only an endless void where its features should have been, and its body seemed to flicker in and out of existence as though it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. It was the embodiment of everything I feared. Neros stepped in front of me, his sword drawn, his posture tense. "Stay behind me," he growled, but I could see the unease in his eyes. But I didn't stay behind him. Instead, I stepped forward, the curse inside me roaring to life as the creature's presence sent a jolt of power through me. I could feel it, like a pulse in my veins, urging me to strike, to let the power surge out of me in a way I had never allowed before. "Oren, no," Neros shouted, his voice full of panic, but it was already too late. I let the curse flow through me, feeling its dark tendrils spread through my body like fire. The power coursed through my fingers, the air around me warping with the intensity of it. With a single motion, I thrust my hands forward, releasing the full force of the curse. The blast was overwhelming, a wave of pure energy that rippled through the air, cracking the earth beneath us. The creature screamed, a sound that was not quite human, not quite anything I could comprehend. It staggered back, but I wasn't finished. I followed it, pressing forward, my hands blazing with the cursed energy. I was no longer afraid. In that moment, I was more than just a girl with a curse. I was the curse. The creature's form began to flicker violently, its body dissolving into darkness as I continued to pour the energy into it. But then, something unexpected happened. The void in its chest opened wide, and out from it spilled a torrent of shadow, faster than I could react. It wrapped around me, choking the air from my lungs, suffocating me with its coldness. I gasped for breath, but the power inside me didn't let up. Instead, it intensified, feeding off the darkness around me, and I realized, with a sickening clarity, that I was losing control. Neros's voice broke through the haze, distant but desperate. "Oren, stop. You're losing yourself." I barely heard him. The curse had consumed me completely, and the creature's power was feeding into it, pulling me further into its depths. My vision began to fade, the edges of the world growing dimmer and dimmer. This was it. I was going to lose everything. But then, through the suffocating darkness, I felt a tug at my heart, a flicker of something familiar. Neros's voice again, like a thread through the chaos. "Oren, remember who you are." I clenched my fists, pulling everything I had left of myself together. Neros was right. I could control this. I had to. For him. For us. For everything. With every ounce of willpower I had, I drew the power back, retracting it into myself. The curse fought me every step of the way, but I refused to let it win. Slowly, the shadows receded, the creature's form shattering into nothingness. The curse, still roaring inside me, quieted to a simmer, no longer the monster it had been moments ago. I dropped to my knees, exhausted, my chest heaving with the strain of it all. "Oren." Neros rushed to my side, his hands steady as he helped me up. His eyes were full of worry, but there was something else there too, relief. I looked up at him, my voice barely more than a whisper. "I'm sorry." He smiled, though his gaze never left mine. "You did it, Oren. You controlled it." But even as I clung to him, I knew this was just the beginning. The curse wasn't gone. And neither were the consequences of using it. Chapter 45. Shattered Glass. The weight of my actions pressed on me harder than the exhaustion that threatened to overtake my body. I could feel the remnants of the curse still lingering beneath my skin, a restless shadow waiting for the next opportunity to rise. The battle with the creature had left me drained, but it had also left something more profound, something that I could no longer deny. Power, pure, unfiltered, and terrifying. I stood up shakily, my knees still weak from the toll it had taken to hold back the darkness that had nearly consumed me. The cool night air bit at my skin, but I barely felt it. The numbness that spread through me was far more oppressive than any physical cold. I had let it in. I had let the curse overwhelm me. Neros was still beside me, his presence a steady anchor in the chaos that I was desperately trying to hold together. I could feel the concern rolling off him in waves, but there was something else, too. Something that I couldn't quite place. It was like he was seeing me differently, as though the person standing in front of him wasn't the same one he'd known before. Are you okay? His voice was softer than usual, almost hesitant, as if he were afraid of the answer. I forced myself to look at him, but it was hard to meet his gaze. His eyes were filled with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't the first time I had seen that look, but now it felt different. There was a weight to it that hadn't been there before. I'm fine, I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. I'm not sure I'll ever be fine again, but I'm surviving. Neros stepped closer, his hand coming to rest gently on my shoulder. The warmth of his touch sent a strange jolt through me, a reminder that even in the face of all the chaos, I wasn't truly alone. Oren, he said, his voice low and grave. You're holding onto something you don't have to. It's okay to admit that you need help. I shook my head, the familiar sting of pride welling up inside me. No one understood what it was like to feel this power, this force, coursing through me and know that the moment I let my guard down, it could destroy everything. I can't risk it, I whispered, more to myself than to him. I can't lose control again. Neros's hand dropped from my shoulder, and for a moment, I thought I saw something flicker in his eyes, a flash of frustration, maybe, or something deeper. But he masked it quickly, as he always did. You don't have to lose control, Oren. He took a step back, his hands clenched at his sides. You can control it, but only if you stop trying to bear the weight of it alone. His words hit me like a thunderclap, loud and ringing in my ears. You can control it. It was a mantra, something that seemed so simple and yet so unattainable. But with the creature vanquished, and the curse still writhing beneath my skin, could I really learn to control it? Or was I destined to fall into the abyss of my own power? I opened my mouth to respond, but the words died on my lips as the ground beneath us trembled again. This time, it was different. There was a strange, humming vibration in the air, a feeling of impending doom that made my blood run cold. What the hell is that? Neros growled, his hand reaching for his sword instinctively. Before I could answer, a shadow split the night in front of us, its form familiar yet somehow wrong. The rift tore open like a wound in the fabric of reality, and from it stepped a figure I had hoped never to see again. It was him, the one who had cursed me. His presence was suffocating, a dark gravity that pulled at everything in its wake. I could feel the weight of his eyes on me, even before I saw his face. He was tall, his features sharp and ethereal, as if he didn't quite belong to this world. His black armor glinted in the moonlight, twisted symbols etched into the metal. His voice was like a snake's hiss, smooth and dangerous. I see you've been busy, Oren. His smile was cold, twisted with amusement. You've grown stronger, but that strength comes at a cost. I felt the curse stir within me at the sound of his voice, a primal recognition that made my stomach churn. This was the source, the one who had bound me to the curse in the first place. The one who had turned my life into a nightmare. Neros moved to stand in front of me, his body a shield between me and the figure. Stay back, he growled, his sword drawn and poised for battle. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I stepped forward, my eyes locking onto the figure who had cursed me, and for the first time in my life, I felt no fear. There was only anger. Anger for everything he had done to me, to the people I cared about, to the world he had poisoned with his darkness. You don't get to control me anymore, I said, my voice steady, despite the fire that burned in my veins. I'm done being your puppet. The figure's smile widened, and his dark, piercing eyes glimmered with something close to admiration. So, you think you can break free? The power inside me roared louder, demanding to be unleashed, and for the first time, I didn't fight it. The curse surged through me, pouring out in waves of blackened energy that crackled in the air around us. The figure's expression shifted to one of amusement, but there was something else there too. Something I couldn't quite read. Let's see how long you can hold on, he said, his voice dripping with venom. Before I could respond, the air around us pulsed with dark energy, and I felt the pull of his power drawing me in. It was a struggle, a fight for control, but this time, I wasn't the one backing down. I was going to show him just how far I'd come. Chapter 46. The Price of Power. The air crackled with dark energy, swirling around us in a violent storm. The figure before me, the one who had twisted my fate, stood motionless as though waiting for something to happen. His cold, calculating gaze never left mine, and in that instant, I understood something. He wasn't here to fight. Not yet. He was testing me. I could feel the curse inside me, that deep, familiar pull, urging me to let go, to unleash everything I had within me. It was intoxicating, this power, this force that hummed in my veins like a wild storm, waiting to be set free. But there was something else, something buried beneath the curse that told me to hold back. This wasn't just about power. This was about control. The figure stepped closer, his steps echoing in the silence that had fallen between us. The world around us seemed to hold its breath, the wind stilling as though even nature knew what was at stake. Here, you think you've grown stronger, Oren, he said, his voice like a blade cutting through the tension. But you're still the same. You've never been able to control the darkness inside you. His words hit me like a slap, but I refused to let them rattle me. I had heard it all before, the doubts, the taunts, the accusations. He had been there every step of the way, a shadow looming over me, whispering that I would never escape his grip. You don't know anything about me, I spat, my voice sharp. You don't get to define me anymore. He laughed, a sound that sent a chill crawling down my spine. Ah, Oren, you still think you can change the rules. But you can't. Not when you've already made the deal. You're mine. I clenched my fists, the power inside me swirling dangerously. The curse was speaking to me now, coaxing me to let go, to surrender. It felt like a promise of victory. But something in the back of my mind held me back. I wasn't going to let him win. Not again. I'm not yours, I said, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 battles fought within me. I've never been yours. His smile faltered, just for a moment, but it was enough. A small crack in his icy exterior. But before I could push forward, he raised his hand, and the ground beneath us trembled again, shaking as though it were alive. Prove it, he said, his voice low and dangerous. And just like that, the world shifted. Dark tendrils of energy spiraled from the ground, twisting around my legs, my arms, pulling me toward the figure. The power that had once been mine to command now felt like a wild beast, struggling to break free of my control. It was pulling me into the abyss. Fight it, Oren. Neros's voice cut through the chaos, his figure a beacon in the storm. You have control. Don't let him take it from you. I forced my eyes open, my body straining against the grip of the dark energy. It felt like I was drowning, like every part of me was being consumed by the very power I had tried so hard to harness. But I couldn't give in, not now. I will not be your puppet anymore, I ground out, my voice fierce, my heart pounding in my chest. I will not let you take me. The figure's eyes flashed, a dangerous glint in them as the energy around us surged. Then prepared to lose everything. With a single motion, he ripped the sky open. It wasn't like the rift he'd opened before. This time, it was as though reality itself was tearing apart, the fabric of the world unraveling before my eyes. A scream tore from my throat as the pull of the void grew stronger, sucking everything into its vortex. I could feel myself slipping, the curse clawing at my insides, urging me to release everything, to let it all burn. The power, the destruction, the chaos, it was all there for the taking. It was mine, I had earned it. But the moment I reached out to grasp it, I saw his face in my mind. Nero's, the people I cared about. The world that was still out there, fighting to survive. If I gave in, I would destroy it all. No, I whispered, my voice shaking with the effort of holding myself together. I will not become you. With that, I gathered every ounce of strength I had left and forced the curse back. It resisted, screaming in my mind, but I didn't let it break free. I didn't let it consume me. I was stronger than that. The tendrils of darkness pulled back, as if they were afraid of me, now. The void that had been tearing the world apart flickered, faltered, and for a brief moment, The figure before me seemed to lose his confidence. Impossible, he hissed, his voice rising in anger. You should have succumbed by now. But I didn't give him the satisfaction. I was done being his pawn. With a final surge of energy, I ripped the darkness from my body, sending it crashing into the ground with a deafening roar. The sky above us stopped its violent tearing, the world around us suddenly still. I stood there, breathing heavily, my body trembling from the strain. The curse, for now, was under control. But I knew this battle wasn't over. The figure in front of me had only been a taste of the storm that was coming. You think you've won, he sneered, his gaze dark and full of contempt. But this is just the beginning. You cannot escape your fate, Oren. I met his eyes, my resolve hardening. You're wrong. I'm not running anymore. And I'm not afraid of you. As I took a step forward, Nero's hand touched my shoulder, steadying me. We weren't alone in this fight anymore. We had each other, and that made all the difference. Chapter 47. Break the Chains. The aftermath of the battle left the air thick with the scent of ozone and scorched earth. The figure, no, the monster, that had haunted my nightmares for so long, had retreated into the rift he created, leaving behind nothing but a wound in the world, and a promise. This isn't over. I stood at the edge of the ruined clearing, my breath ragged, my body screaming in protest. Every muscle, every bone felt like it had been torn apart and stitched back together with fire. But, inside, there was something new. A spark, a flame that refused to be extinguished. Nero's came to stand beside me, his hand brushing lightly against mine. He didn't say anything, he didn't have to. His presence was enough. A silent vow that he would be there, no matter what came next. I turned to him, my voice low but steady. We have to end this. Before he finds another way to tear this world apart. Nero's nodded, his silver eyes burning with the same determination that coursed through my veins. We will. Together. 2 nights later. The hidden sanctuary, deep within the shattered forest, buzzed with life as warriors, mages, and rebels gathered. Word had spread. About me. About the battle. About the monster who would soon return stronger than ever. I walked through the crowded halls, feeling the weight of hundreds of gazes on me. Some full of awe, some full of fear. Nero's walked close to me, his hand occasionally brushing against my lower back as a silent reassurance. We were a force now, no longer isolated pieces on a broken chessboard. The room parted for us as we moved forward, toward the high table where the rebellion's leaders awaited. A voice, low and cool, stopped me in my tracks. So you're the girl who dared defy a god. I turned sharply to find a woman leaning against a stone pillar, arms crossed. She wore a black cloak stitched with red threads that seemed to shimmer with every movement. Her hair was silver like winter frost, and her gaze was sharp enough to cut. Who's asking? I said, lifting my chin. She smiled slowly, predatory. Name's Lyra. I'm the one who's going to teach you how to actually kill one. Training under fire. Lyra was brutal. Every day was a fresh hell. She dragged me through ancient magic rituals that peeled my soul open, forced me to confront memories I had long buried. She made me bleed, made me scream, made me fight. She taught me not just how to use my power, but how to break it when needed. You are not a weapon, she said one night, her voice rough as she slammed me into the dirt again. You are the one who chooses when to draw blood. Nero's watched from the shadows, his fists often clenched as he forced himself not to intervene. He knew I had to survive this on my own. And gods, sometimes I hated him for it, but deep down, I knew he was right. The moment that changed everything. It was during a sparring session, when I was battered and furious, that the ground cracked beneath us and a new rift started tearing open. He's coming, Lyra hissed, her dagger already in her hand. This was never about training. It was about forcing you to awaken, before it was too late. The world split apart once more, and out stepped not just the monster from my past, but others. Shadows with silvered masks, cloaks of darkness, monsters, shaped like men, but who carried no soul. He's building an army, Nero's growled, stepping in front of me. No, I said, my voice cold as steel. We're ending this. Tonight. I summoned the curse, not to consume me, but to bend to my will. And for the first time, it listened. The power twisted around me. Not a wild storm but a blade I could finally wield. I lunged forward, and the night exploded around us. Light, blood, fire. I wasn't running anymore. I was fighting to break the chains. Chapter 48. Tangle the threads. Smoke curled into the night sky, thick and clinging. The battlefield was chaos. Cries of pain, the clash of steel, the thrum of ancient magic tearing the world at its seams. And in the center of it all, me. I moved through the carnage, my blade singing as it met the masked monsters. Every strike was fueled by the rage simmering under my skin, every spell drawn from the core of my cursed bloodline. For the first time, I wasn't terrified of my power. I wielded it. And gods, it was beautiful. Nero's fought not far from me, a blur of deadly precision. His magic, silver and sharp, cut through the enemy like a reaper, through wheat. Once, our eyes met across the battlefield, just for a heartbeat, and the connection between us slammed into place like a physical thing. Unbreakable, unyielding. Mine. Focus, Oren. Lyra barked, slicing through two shadows with a vicious grin. This is only the beginning. I spun just in time to deflect a blow aimed at my heart. The masked creature hissed, its body flickering like smoke, its voice a rasp of broken promises. You belong to him. Not anymore, I snarled, driving my blade through its chest. It shattered into 1,000 burning embers. But the ground beneath us trembled, and out of the smoke, he emerged. The god monster. The one who had cursed my bloodline centuries ago. He smiled, and the world bled. Hello again, little star, he purred, voice coiling around me like a serpent. Did you really think you could escape me? My pulse roared in my ears. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I rooted myself to the ground. No more running. I'm not yours, I said, loud enough for the battlefield to hear. I never was. The monster laughed, a sound that made the air crackle and the trees weep black sap. He lifted a hand, and chains of shadow erupted from the earth, racing toward me. Before they could reach me, Nero's was there. He slammed into me, knocking me out of the chain's path, his body shielding mine. His scent, smoke and steel and something wild wrapped around me. His hand gripped my waist, anchoring me to the moment. I've got you, he whispered against my ear, the heat of his breath sending a shudder down my spine. Together, I rasped back, the fire inside me answering his touch, his voice, his everything. The dance of death. We moved as one, Nero's and I, a deadly, beautiful dance. He tore through the chains, shattering them with blasts of silver light. I wove spells around us, threads of magic spinning faster and faster until they formed a shimmering shield. But the god was relentless. You can't kill me, he taunted, stepping through our defenses like a nightmare given form. You are me. You are mine. You're wrong, I said, my voice steady even as my magic strained to contain the growing storm inside me. I'm not yours. And I'm sure as hell not afraid of you anymore. The god's smile faltered. Just for a second. Good. Fear me, I thought viciously. Because I am coming for you. Breaking the curse. Lyra appeared at my side, hurling a blade forged from starlight, straight at the god. It struck his shoulder, he staggered, for the first time. Now, Oren, she screamed. Break the chains. The world tilted. I felt the curse pulsing inside me, ancient and wild. It wasn't just a burden, it was power. Power I could either let consume me, or command. I chose. Screaming a wordless battle cry, I drew the curse out, not in anger, but in defiance. It burst from me in a wave of golden light, shredding the dark chains around us. The god screamed, reeling back, shadows tearing away from him, like rotting skin. You were made for me. He howled. I was made for more than you, I spat back. The final chain snapped, and I felt the world shift. Not just around me, but inside me. For the first time, I was free. And then, before the god could recover, Nero's was there, his magic fusing with mine in a blinding torrent. We drove him back, step by agonizing step, until finally, he fell. Not dead. Not yet. But weakened. And the world? The world was holding its breath, teetering on the edge of something new. Something dangerous. Something beautiful. I turned to Nero's, my heart hammering against my ribs. His silver eyes burned into me, fierce and wild and full of something I couldn't name without falling apart. Without thinking, without hesitation, I closed the distance between us. Our mouths crashed together, desperate and unsteady, a kiss born, not of tenderness but of survival. Of fire. Of victory. His hands tangled in my hair, mine gripping the front of his shirt as if to tether myself to him. To this moment, this impossible, unbelievable freedom. When we finally broke apart, he pressed his forehead against mine. Yours, he whispered, so quietly only I could hear it. In this life. In every life. And I believed him. Because I was no longer a chained thing. I was the blade that would cut through gods. Chapter 49. Kingdom of Ruin. The battlefield was eerily silent now. Only the crackle of dying fires and the low groans of the wounded filled the air. Nero's hand was still wrapped around mine, both of us breathing hard, blood smeared, magic scorched, and irrevocably changed. We need to move, Lyra said, appearing at my side, her sword dripping with dark ichor. He's not finished. That, she nodded toward the fallen god, was just the first game. I swallowed hard, adrenaline still roaring through my veins. What do you mean? I asked, glancing uneasily at the god's crumpled form. He wasn't moving. Yet. Lyra's expression was grim, almost haunted. I mean, she said, voice low, that killing him isn't enough. You have to kill his heart. And it's not here. Nero's cursed under his breath, something primal flashing in his silver eyes. Where is it then? He demanded. Hidden, Lyra said, deep in the ruins of Ithra. Her gaze snapped to me, sharp as a blade. And only you, Oren, can reach it. A fresh wave of nausea rolled over me. Because the ruins of Ithra weren't just old stones and broken temples. They were cursed ground, forbidden even to the gods. And now I was supposed to walk right into them. Why me? My voice cracked despite myself. Lyra hesitated, then said softly, because you are the key. The night seemed to close in around us, the stars bleeding like open wounds across the sky. Beneath the moon's eye, we traveled quickly, through broken villages, across blood-soaked fields, over rivers that shimmered with spells and sorrow. Each step closer to Ithra felt heavier, like the air itself was thickening. Nero's stayed close, silent but present, his fingers brushing mine, when he thought I wasn't looking. Every accidental touch sent a jolt through me, half fear, half desperate want. We camped in a small clearing that night, a fire crackling between us. I sat, arms wrapped around my knees, staring into the flames. The weight of everything, the curse, the god, the destiny I never asked for, pressed down on me until I felt like I might shatter. Nero's settled beside me, not touching me, but close enough that the heat of him seeped into my frozen bones. You're not alone, he said, voice so low it almost didn't reach me, over the fire's pop and hiss. I turned to him. In the firelight, his features were half shadow, half golden glow. His silver eyes glowed like a storm contained behind mortal skin. And the way he was looking at me, like I was something rare, something sacred, it made something splinter inside my chest. You're allowed to be afraid, he said. You're allowed to want to run. He reached out, slowly, like I might bolt, and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. His knuckles grazed my cheek, and I sucked in a breath I didn't know I was holding. But, Nero's murmured, his thumb brushing my jawline with aching tenderness, if you fall apart, let me be the one to hold the pieces. The tears came then, hot and furious and unforgiving. I crashed into him, burying my face in his shoulder. And he held me. Not like I was fragile, but like I was something worth fighting for. His arms wrapped around me, firm and solid. His scent, smoke, and frost and that wild, untamed thing that was only him, wrapped around me like armor. I could feel his heart hammering against my palm. Fast. Real. Alive. You won't face it alone, he promised against my hair. Not while I breathed. And even though the fear still lived inside me, coiling in, Whispering. I believed him. Because the bond between us wasn't just forged by battle anymore. It was something deeper, wilder, more dangerous. The first kiss in the ruins. We reached Ithra by moonrise the next night. The ruins loomed before us, massive, crumbling towers that scraped the sky, twisted statues of forgotten gods, rivers that ran, black with cursed waters. The air was thick with old magic, heavy and trembling. Neros and I stood at the threshold. Behind us, Lyra muttered protective spells, weaving shields that would hopefully keep the worst of the curses at bay. Ahead, only death and destiny. Ready? Neros asked, offering me his hand. I stared at it, at the calloused palm, the faint scars, the tether it represented. Freedom meant stepping into the dark with no guarantee I'd make it out again. But freedom also meant choosing this. Him. Us. I placed my hand in his. And Neros pulled me to him, hard and fast, kissing me like he was anchoring himself to the world. There was no hesitation now. No careful, gentle touches. It was raw, fierce. A claiming and a promise all at once. When we broke apart, breathless and dizzy, he pressed his forehead to mine and whispered, "Let's tear down a god." Hand in hand, we stepped into the ruins of Ithra, straight toward the heart of the storm. Chapter 50. Heart of the ruins. The ruins swallowed us whole. The second we crossed the threshold, the world shifted. The air snapped sharp against my skin, the ground beneath my boots humming with magic so ancient it made my bones ache. The path ahead was no path at all, just a labyrinth of broken pillars and archways carved with words I couldn't read. Words that whispered. Words that remembered. Neros's hand tightened around mine. Not protectively, but possessively. We survived together. His grip said it louder than words ever could. Stay close, he said, voice low, that dangerous glint back in his silver eyes. I gave a tight nod, my heart hammering so violently it rattled my ribs. The deeper we went, the louder the whispers became. They slid under my skin, oily and cold, dredging up memories I didn't know I had. Memories of blood, of screams, of a crown burning in my hands. I stumbled, clutching my head. Oren? Neros caught me before I hit the cracked stones. His hands were solid on my waist, steadying me, grounding me. They're trying to break you, he murmured against my ear, his breath sending shivers skittering down my spine. Don't let them. But how could I fight memories that weren't even mine? The first trial. The maze twisted around us, each turn more violent than the last. Statues crumbled into monsters made of stone and shadow, hissing curses in ancient tongues. I barely had time to summon the magic thrumming in my veins, before Neros was already moving, blade flashing silver under the moonlight, cutting through nightmares like he was born for it. I fought too. Maybe not as clean, maybe not as pretty, but I fought. Because if I didn't, we wouldn't leave this place alive. We hacked and burned and bled our way forward. Until we reached it. The center of the ruins. The temple. It was beautiful in a way that made my chest ache. Tall columns reaching for the stars. The floor glittering with broken glass mosaics that shimmered like constellations. And in the center? A pedestal. A heart carved from obsidian stone. My heart. I knew it. Felt it. It sang to me in a voice made of 1,000 broken promises. That's it, Neros said, his voice rough with awe and fury. But before we could move, the ground trembled. The ruins shuddered. And something crawled out of the shadows. A memory given flesh. It wore my face. My body. But twisted, corrupted by the god's curse. Dripping blood from its fingertips. Its smile was pure malice. You can't save them, it sneered. You can't even save yourself. The second kiss that tasted like goodbye. I backed away, heart slamming against my ribs. I was drowning in fear, magic, destiny. Drowning in too much. Neros grabbed me again. This time his hand slid into my hair, tilting my head up, forcing me to look at him. Forcing me to see him. Not the fear. Not the memory. Him. You're stronger than this, he said, voice burning with rage and something fiercer, something terrifyingly beautiful. You're mine, he growled against my lips. And I will burn the gods themselves if they touch you again. And then he kissed me. Hard. Desperate. Final. I kissed him back like it was the last thing I'd ever do. Because maybe it was. The battle for the heart. We fought the creature together. Nero's magic was pure destruction. Lightning that tore the ground apart. Fury unleashed in a beautiful, terrifying storm. And me? I let go of the fear. Let the magic inside me rise. Let it consume the weakness, the doubts, the old chains. I was fire and bone and blood. And when I struck the final blow, driving a shard of light through the creature's black heart, it let out a wail that shook the stars themselves. The ground cracked open. The ruins shuddered. And the heart on the pedestal began to glow. Take it, Nero's shouted. I stumbled forward, hands shaking. The moment my fingers brushed the obsidian heart, a vision took me. Chains clamping around my wrists. A crown shoved onto my head. Blood dripping from my hands. Nero's kneeling before me, whispering a vow in a language I didn't understand. A blade. A betrayal. I gasped, tearing myself free. The heart was mine now. But so were the memories. I turned to Nero's. Breathless. Broken. But more powerful than I had ever been. His silver eyes locked onto mine. No hesitation. No fear. Only fierce, brutal loyalty. Now, he said, we end this. And together, with the heart clutched in my hand, we walked out of the ruins. Straight into the war the gods had been too afraid to finish. Chapter 51. The Oath in Blood and Fire. The ruins burned behind us. A pyre to the past. A funeral for the girl I could never be again. The heart pulsed in my hand, warm and alive, whispering in a voice that was mine and not mine. Remember. Reclaim. Reign. Nero's didn't look at the ruins once. He only watched me. Like he was waiting for me to break. Or to rise. And when I finally looked back at him, a queen crowned in ash and magic, he smiled that dark, dangerous smile. The one that promised violence and devotion in equal measure. What now? I rasped. My voice didn't even sound human anymore. It sounded like command. He sank to one knee before me. Head bowed. Hand over his heart. I swore myself to you once, he said, voice rough as gravel. I swear it again now. Not because they made me. But because you do. I stared at him. At the boy who had once been my enemy. My executioner. My salvation. Rise, I whispered. And when he did, he rose not as my sword. Not as my shield. But as my equal. The army of broken souls. The ground ahead split open, and they came. One by one. Thousands of them. Men and women twisted by old magic, cursed to half-life. Eyes burning with the same blue fire that now raced in my veins. They knelt. Every single one of them. A girl in blood-stained armor called out, voice ringing clear. We are yours, Blood Queen. I clutched the heart tighter. Felt the weight of it all settle on my shoulders. The gods had broken them. Broken me. But we were done being broken. We fight, I said, voice shaking the stars themselves. And we do not stop until the gods fall at our feet. A roar answered me. Fierce and full of hope and rage and love. Nero's hand brushed mine. A silent promise. A vow deeper than blood. The night before war. That night, under a torn and bleeding sky, we made camp. The army buzzed with restless energy, the scent of smoke and steel, heavy in the air. Nero's found me sitting on a broken pillar, staring up at the ruins of the stars. He didn't say anything. Just sat beside me. Silent. Solid. Mine. Tell me, I said, voice raw. The truth. All of it. He hesitated. And then, slowly, painfully, he told me. How he had been born not to serve me, but to kill me. How the gods had carved his fate into his very soul. How he had fought it every damn step of the way. How he had loved me even when he wasn't allowed to. I chose you, he said, voice breaking. Every time. Even when it killed me. I didn't speak. Didn't cry. Just reached out and laced my fingers through his. And I choose you, I said. Even if it ends us both. And then he kissed me. Not like before. Not desperate. Not final. But slow. Worshipful. Like I was something holy. Something worth bleeding for. The stars burned white hot above us. And for one moment, just one. We weren't soldiers. Or monsters. Or broken things. We were just Oren and Nero's. Two lost souls finding each other in the dark. The beginning of the end. When morning came, we rose from the ashes of our old selves. Crowned in magic. Bathed in blood. Carved from vengeance. The gods had ruled for 1,000 years. But they had forgotten one thing. A girl with nothing left to lose is a god's worst nightmare. Chapter 52. The Siege of Stars. The gates of eternity loomed before us. Once, they had been beautiful, carved from obsidian and bone, inlaid with veins of molten gold. Now they were monstrous. A symbol of every chain, every scream, every lie the gods had forced down our throats. The army of broken souls stood ready behind me. Blades flashing. Banners torn. Eyes alight with a madness that tasted like hope. Neros brushed his knuckles along my spine. A silent prayer. A tether to this world. I didn't look back. There was no going back anymore. Only forward. You ready, Blood Queen? He said, voice dark velvet. I smirked without humor. I was born ready. The first blow. It was not me who moved first. It was the gods. Cowards that they were. The sky split open with their rage. 1,000 golden-winged soldiers poured out, blinding and furious. War horns screamed. The ground cracked beneath their fury. I raised my hand. The broken souls answered. We surged forward as one. A tide of rage. Of vengeance. Of freedom. Steel clashed against magic. Screams ripped the air apart. Blood rained down, staining the sacred ground black. Neros fought beside me like a demon unleashed. Every move a dance of death. Every step closer to me. A golden blade slashed toward my throat. Neros caught it with his bare hand. Blood poured from his palm, and he smiled. A savage, feral thing. Before he yanked the blade away and drove it into our enemy's heart. The betrayal. We were winning. We were winning. I could taste it. Until I saw her. Lyra. The girl I had trusted. The girl I had saved. The girl who now stood beside the gods. Their seal burned into her chest. I'm sorry, she mouthed, even as she drove her sword through one of my captains. Even as she shattered the line from within. Rage blinded me. Betrayal cut deeper than any blade. But there was no time to grieve. Only time to fight. Hold the line, I screamed. No mercy. No fear. And they answered me with blood-soaked roars. The god-killer awakens. The gates began to shudder. Cracks spider-webbing through the ancient stone. The gods themselves were coming. Not their puppets. Themselves. I tasted iron in my mouth. Felt the heart in my chest throb wildly. Heard it whisper. Now. 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 I stepped forward, leaving the chaos behind. Neros grabbed my wrist. No, he said, voice breaking. Not alone. I looked at him. At the boy who had bled for me. The boy who had loved me when it should have been impossible. Then die with me, I whispered. And he smiled like it was the sweetest thing he'd ever heard. Together, hand in bloody hand, we marched toward the gates. Toward the gods who had ruled for too long. Toward the end of everything. The final blow. The heart in my chest ignited. Magic, wild and ancient and furious, poured out of me. It cracked the sky. It shattered the ground. It screamed. And the gates of eternity, the unbreakable, the eternal, the untouchable, exploded into a rain of ash and fire. Through the smoke, through the ruin, I saw them. The gods. Not golden. Not beautiful. But twisted. Rotting. Desperate. You should have stayed dead, one of them snarled. I laughed. A low, broken, terrifying sound. And you should have killed me when you had the chance. I lifted my blade. Neros lifted his. And together, we charged into legend. Chapter 53. The Heart of the End. The gates lay in ruins behind us. Ash rained down from the heavens like black snow. And the gods? They were not gods at all. Not anymore. They bled. They screamed. They died like anything else when a blade found their throat. Stay close to me, Neros shouted, cleaving through a creature of molten bone and shadow. But it was like holding back the tide. They kept coming. Kept coming. I fought like a woman possessed. Every swing of my sword carved a path through myth and memory. I had waited lifetimes for this. Suffered lifetimes for this. You were meant to serve, one of the gods hissed, voice cracking, like glass. She was beautiful in the way winter storms were beautiful, deadly and cold. Her mouth twisted into a smile that promised ruin. Not to reign. I didn't answer with words. I answered with blood. The shattering. Something inside me broke free. A power I didn't know how to control, didn't want to control. It tore through my veins, hot and brutal. The earth beneath my feet cracked. The sky shattered. The god lunged. Neros threw himself between us. The blade meant for my heart found his. I screamed. A sound raw enough to tear the stars from the sky. No. It wasn't just a word. It was a curse. It was a promise. I caught Nero's before he fell. His blood was everywhere. On my hands. On my armor. On my soul. I'm sorry, he rasped. His hand cupped my cheek. His thumb brushed away a tear I hadn't realized had fallen. I found you too late. Don't you dare, I whispered, voice shaking. Don't you FC King dare leave me. Asterisk. I love you, he said. A confession. A weapon. A goodbye. His body went limp in my arms. The awakening. The gods laughed. Mocking. Cruel. As if they had won. As if I was broken. As if they had forgotten what they had created. The ground beneath me heaved. The sky cracked wider. A great howl rose from the earth, not human, not God, but something older. Something mine. I rose. Not Oren the mortal girl. Not the Blood Queen. Something else. Something terrible. You should have killed me when you had the chance, I whispered. And then the world burned. Flame swallowed the battlefield. Stone crumbled into ash. The gods screamed, truly screamed, for the first time in 1,000 years. And at the center of it all, me. Alone. Unbroken. Unforgiving. The end was only the beginning. Chapter 54. When Monsters Prey. The fire hadn't gone out. It had become me. I moved through the battlefield like a storm given form. The gods, proud, immortal, scrambled like insects before me. Pathetic. Fragile. They had made a monster and now they couldn't cage it. But even monsters could bleed. And I was bleeding inside. Every heartbeat screamed his name. Nero's. This is wrong, a voice said, cutting through the roaring in my head. It wasn't one of the gods. It was familiar. Broken. Human. I turned. And my heart shattered all over again. Nero's stood there. Alive. But not. His eyes, once so fiercely blue, were now dark, endless pits of void. His body was stitched together with golden thread, glowing faintly. Like a puppet. Like a curse. One of the elder gods, the weaver of death, smiled lazily from her broken throne. You didn't think we'd let our finest weapon go to waste, did you, little queen? She purred. Nero's, I choked out, taking a step toward him. His hand twitched toward his blade. For a heartbeat, he hesitated. And in that heartbeat, I saw it. He was still in there. Trapped. Screaming. Fighting. Fight it, I begged, tears burning down my face. You're stronger than them. You're stronger than this. He blinked. Once. Twice. The void wavered. And then he attacked. We clashed in a storm of metal and magic. Every blow was agony. Every dodge was heartbreak. I knew his moves better than my own. He knew my weaknesses better than I did. We had trained together. Bled together. Loved together. Now we were trying to kill each other. The gods watched. Their laughter was thunder in the clouds. Their hunger was a knife pressed to my back. This is what they wanted. Not my death. Not my surrender. My breaking. I'm sorry, I whispered, parrying a blow that would have taken my head. Forgive me. I dropped my sword. I dropped my shield. I dropped everything. And I walked into his blade. The world slowed. His sword plunged through my side. I gasped, feeling the heat, the shock, the betrayal. But I wrapped my arms around him anyway. Held him close. Tighter than death. I love you, I whispered against his ear. Come back to me. The gods screamed. Because love was a language they had forgotten. And it was stronger than their curses. Nero's shuddered. The black void in his eyes cracked. Shards of blue broke through. He dropped his sword. Fell to his knees. Fell into me. Oren, he rasped. His voice, his real voice, ripped from his throat like a prayer. The golden thread binding him ignited in a blinding flash. The gods shrieked, the sound making the very mountains tremble. And Nero's was free. But so was something else. Something older than gods. Something that had been waiting, deep inside me. The battlefield went silent. Even the fire bowed before it. And in the hush before the storm, a new name rose on the wind. A name not meant for mortal tongues. A name that made the gods kneel. A name that made me kneel. Their queen of blood had become their queen of ruin. And the real war was just beginning. Chapter 55. The Crown That Bleeds. Nero's hands shook as he pressed against my bleeding side, desperately trying to stop the river of red. You should have killed me, he whispered, his voice raw, broken. I smiled through the pain, tasting blood at the corner of my mouth. I already did, I said. When I let you go the first time. The gods weren't watching anymore. They were running. Because the thing inside me, the thing that had been growing, since the day they cursed me, was awake now. And it was hungry. Oren, Nero said urgently, his fingers tightening on my arm. You have to fight it. But I wasn't sure I wanted to. For the first time, I wasn't afraid of them. I wasn't bowing. I wasn't breaking. I was becoming. The throne of ruin, the ancient black seat carved from the bones of dead stars, materialized at the heart of the battlefield. It called to me. It knew my name. And deep down, I knew it had been made for me. Don't, Nero said, seeing the pull in my eyes. If you sit on that throne, you'll never come back. Maybe that was the point. Maybe there was no coming back from this. Not after what they had done. Not after what they had taken. Oren, he said again, voice cracking, I love you. Please, choose me, not the throne. The gods circled from the shadows, whispering, hissing, offering promises, offering power. But the only thing I wanted was him. The only thing I ever truly wanted was him. I reached for his hand. He gripped mine so hard it hurt. Good. I needed the pain to anchor me. I turned away from the throne. Turned toward him. Toward us. And that's when the dagger sank into my back. The world tilted. My breath caught. I stumbled, gasping. Nero's caught me, but it was too late. Behind me, wearing a smile colder than winter, stood Era. My once best friend. My once sister in arms. Her hands were red with my blood. Her eyes glittered with triumph. You always thought you were better than us, she sneered. You thought you could change the game. She twisted the dagger. I screamed. But you were just a pawn, Era said, stepping closer, voice low and venomous. A pawn built to kneel. She shoved me forward, toward the throne. Nero's tried to catch me. Tried to stop it. But magic roared up around us like a tidal wave. The throne's black tendrils snaked out, wrapping around my arms, my waist, my throat. The throne was claiming me. No. Nero's roared, fighting through the magic, fighting like a man, with nothing left to lose. But it wasn't enough. It was never enough. My back slammed against the throne. My vision filled with stars. My heart cracked wide open. And I remembered. The gods didn't make me a monster. They made me a queen. Their queen. Their ruin. Their reckoning. And as the throne sank its roots into my soul, binding me to it forever, I whispered one last, broken prayer. Forgive me, Nero's. The battlefield exploded in light and ash. The gods screamed. The skies tore open. The world burned. And I crowned myself with blood and fire. I had become exactly what they feared most. I had become the end. Chapter 56. The Abyss. Beckons. The world burned. It felt as though everything was collapsing around me. The weight of the gods' wrath sinking into the earth like an anchor. But I was no longer afraid. Not of them, not of anything. My skin burned with new power. New hunger. I could feel it coursing through me, twisting the marrow of my bones, igniting every thought, every heartbeat, every breath. And yet, in the midst of this fire, I still saw him. Nero's. He was fighting the tide of magic like a man possessed. His eyes, wild, glowing with raw desperation. His body bled from wounds I hadn't even realized were there, but, still, he pushed forward, reaching for me. Oren, please, he shouted, his voice hoarse with agony. Don't let it take you. Please. I could feel him there, pulling me back from the precipice. But the throne knew. It could feel the tension in the air. It wrapped its cold, steel grip tighter around my heart, dragging me deeper into the abyss of power and torment. You cannot fight it. Era's voice sliced through the chaos. She stepped forward, her blood-stained hands stretched toward me like a dark angel's. It's you now, Oren. All that power, all that rage, it's meant to be yours. Accept it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to fight. But the power in my veins was overwhelming. The throne whispered to me in a language older than any god, promising things I had never dared to imagine. Don't listen to her, Neros gasped. She wants to use you. She wants to control you. You're not. His words were drowned out by a roar, a scream that ripped through the very fabric of existence. My hands curled into fists, nails scraping against my skin. This was it. The gods had made their move. They had brought me to this point, twisted my fate, and now they thought they had me trapped. But they didn't understand something. I was no longer theirs. The power inside me spoke. It called to the darkness that had always been there, buried deep within my soul. I had thought it was a curse. I had believed it would consume me. But now it was my weapon. I pushed against the throne's restraints, fighting the magic that was trying to consume me. I reached out, to Nero's, to my heart, to the very essence of who I had been before all of this. Oren, Nero's voice was broken, desperate, and raw. You are still you. Fight for us, together. I reached for him. But Era's laughter echoed through the burning sky. Too late, she purred, stepping between us. You think you can resist this? You think you can fight this power? I shook my head, eyes darkening with fury. I don't need to fight, I said, my voice deadly calm. Because I don't belong to you, to the gods, to anyone. And with that, I let go. I let go of the power they wanted me to wield. I let go of the throne's promises. I let go of my pain. And then, I grabbed hold of the one thing that had always mattered. Him. Nero's. I reached through the magic, through the fire, through the ashes of a world that would never be the same, and I pulled him toward me. And I kissed him. The kiss was all-consuming. A battle of wills, of bodies, of hearts. And for the first time since I had stepped into this war, I felt the ground shift beneath me. He responded. His hands gripped me with the same desperation, the same fierce love. And in that moment, I realized. We weren't fighting against the gods anymore. We weren't fighting for them. We were fighting for each other. Nero's lips brushed against my ear, his breath hot against my skin. Whatever happens next, we fight together, Oren. Always. Always, I whispered back, our hands entwining as the power within me surged. The world shuddered. The gods flinched. Because we weren't done yet. The flames raged. The skies cracked. But we stood, united. And with that, the gods had made their fatal mistake. They had underestimated us. We were going to burn everything. And rebuild it. Chapter 57. The Final Reckoning. The gods were wrong. They thought I was just another broken soul to bend and mold. They thought the power inside me could be caged. They had forgotten one thing. I am the storm. The battlefield was thick with tension, the air crackling with magic and madness. The fires of the world still raged, but they were nothing compared to the fire in my veins. Era stood in front of us, her smile twisted, eyes cold. You think you can defy me? She purred, her voice dripping with venom. You think you can take back what's mine? I took a step forward. No, Era, I said, my voice steady, unwavering. You're the one who doesn't understand. You never did. Her eyes narrowed, confusion flashing across her features. What are you talking about? I met her gaze, my heart still pounding with fury, but with something else, something stronger. It was the truth, the power I had reclaimed. The love that had been born between Nero's and me. I'm not your puppet, I said. And I'm not the god you want to mold me into. I will burn you down. And I'll build something new from your ashes. Her laughter was high-pitched, manic. You've always been so naive, Oren. You think you can defy the gods? You think you can walk away from destiny? I took another step forward, Nero's at my side, his hand strong in mine. We stood together, not as enemies, not as lovers, but as warriors forged in the heat of betrayal and bloodshed. I'm not running from it, I said, my voice rising, filled with the strength of everything we had fought for. I'm embracing it. The magic around us seemed to hold its breath as I raised my hand. The throne of ruin pulsed with a dark energy that matched the power building inside me. No, Era hissed, her eyes flicking to the throne, to the source of the power that called to me, that had been waiting for this moment. You cannot control it. It will consume you. I smiled. I don't need to control it. I just need to be it. And then, I unleashed it. A surge of energy burst from me, a blast of raw power that sent the gods stumbling back, their once imposing figures faltering as the earth itself trembled beneath us. The world seemed to shatter. Era screamed, her form twisting, bending beneath the weight of my magic. But she was no longer the threat I feared. She was just another fallen god. Another broken piece of the puzzle. Neros stepped forward, his grip tightening around my hand. Oren, he whispered, his voice raw with emotion. You've done it. You've beaten them. I looked at him, my heart pounding in my chest. We've done it, I said softly, squeezing his hand. Together. But just as I thought the battle was over, a voice cut through the air. You think you've won? It was the voice of Eris, the god who had once been my captor, the one who had torn my soul apart for his twisted amusement. He stepped from the shadows, his presence as overwhelming as ever. You've only unleashed the beginning of the end, he said, his voice cold and terrifying. The gods may fall, but the world will burn in their place. And when it does, you will never be able to stop it. I stared at him, my heart sinking. How had we missed him? Neros moved to stand beside me, his eyes dark with determination. Then we will burn with it, he said, his voice unwavering. Together. I nodded. Together. But Eris wasn't finished. You think you can stop me? He raised his arms, and the skies themselves seemed to darken, the winds howling like the cries of 1,000 tortured souls. I stepped forward, summoning the power that had awakened in me, the very magic that had changed the course of this war. This time, I wasn't just fighting for survival. I wasn't fighting for revenge. I wasn't fighting for anyone. I was fighting for everything. With a roar that shook the heavens, I unleashed the magic within me once again, channeling all my rage, all my grief, and all my power into one devastating blow. The gods screamed, the earth trembled, and the sky split open with a brilliance that blinded me. And then, there was nothing. Silence. The air was still. The battlefield was empty. But the gods were no more. I fell to my knees, exhausted, my body trembling with the aftermath of everything we had just done. Neros was by my side in an instant, his hands on my shoulders, pulling me close. We did it, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. We did, I replied, my voice shaky but steady. But as I looked around, I knew this wasn't the end. The world had changed. And we had just begun to rebuild it. Chapter 58. Shattered. Thrones. The silence after the battle felt suffocating. I sat there, knees pressed into the cracked earth, trying to catch my breath. The air was thick with the weight of our victory, but it was a hollow triumph. Around me, the world felt strangely still. Like the breath held just before it would be exhaled. Neros was beside me, his hand gripping my shoulder. His touch was grounding, but even he seemed lost in the magnitude of what had just transpired. The gods were dead. The throne of ruin had crumbled into dust. But nothing about this felt like a true victory. Oren, Neros whispered softly, his voice barely audible over the wind that was beginning to pick up. We've done it. We've torn their world apart. And now we rebuild. I nodded, but inside, something was twisting. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were standing at the edge of something much darker than we had imagined. The gods were gone, yes, but so were the rules that had kept this broken world in place. But what do we rebuild? I whispered. What do we rebuild after we've torn down everything? Neros's gaze was steady. We rebuild ourselves. He was right. But something gnawed at me, pulling at the edges of my mind. As I stood, the realization hit me like a cold wave. The gods were gone, their thrones shattered. But their influence had seeped into the very fabric of reality. Their power was still here, lingering, like a poisonous residue. And then there was Eris, that terrifying specter who had lingered just beyond our grasp. The one who had spoken of the end. The one whose warnings had sounded too ominous to ignore. Eris isn't gone, I murmured, standing slowly, my legs trembling beneath me. He's still out there, and he's planning something. Something worse than what we've already faced. Nero's eyes darkened. He won't stop. You're right. I glanced up at the sky, the clouds swirling in unnatural patterns, and something in my chest tightened. The gods were dead, but their legacy remained. And if Eris truly had been right, then the battle we thought we had won was just the beginning. We can't stop here, I said, turning to face Nero's. This is only a small part of a much larger storm. He nodded, his eyes burning with the same determination that had driven us all this way. Then we do what we must. Together, we'll tear down everything, every last piece of their world until it's nothing but dust. As the wind howled around us, I felt it again, the sharp tug of something much deeper, something far more dangerous. The gods were dead, yes. But they weren't the only ones who had left their mark on the world. What now? Nero's asked, as if sensing the shift in the air. We go to the heart of it, I replied, my voice hard. We find Eris, and we burn him out of this world. Nero's grip tightened. We will, Oren, we will. As we set off, leaving the ruins behind, the wind shifted again, colder this time, and it carried with it a whisper. A warning carried through the darkness. The end of the gods is only the beginning. The road ahead was uncharted, the future uncertain. But one thing was clear. The gods were gone. Eris was still out there. And we were going to make sure nothing stood in our way. Chapter 59. Heart of the Abyss. The air was thick with the scent of death. As we ventured further into the unknown, the landscape grew more barren, the world around us disintegrating into nothingness. The trees, once towering giants, had turned to ash. The sky, once a beautiful, endless blue, had darkened, as if even the heavens were grieving the fall of the gods. Nero's and I walked in silence, our footsteps heavy on the cracked earth, a stark reminder of the world we had inherited. The gods were gone, but their influence lingered, the remnants of their reign, twisting the very ground beneath our feet. We had traveled for days, yet there was no sign of Eris. No trace of the god who had whispered that the end was only beginning. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the shadows themselves were waiting for us to make a wrong move. Finally, as we reached the edge of a ravine, I stopped. There, in the distance, stood a lone figure, shrouded in darkness, their presence like a void. Eris, I whispered, my breath catching in my throat. Nero's grip on my hand tightened. He's been waiting for us. I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. The time had come to face the truth. Eris wasn't just a god. He was something far worse, something older than anything we could have imagined. Are you ready for this? Nero's asked, his voice low, filled with quiet determination. I turned to him, searching his eyes. There was a fire in them, one that matched the rage burning inside me. We've come this far. I won't back down now. Together, we crossed the ravine, our every step sending ripples through the darkened air. As we approached Eris, I could feel the power radiating off of him, dark, malevolent, and ancient. You've come far, Oren, Eris said, his voice like the hiss of a serpent. But do you truly believe you can stop me? His eyes burned with an unnatural light, his body flickering in and out of existence, as if he were both real and not real at the same time. I didn't hesitate. You think you can control this world? You think you can destroy everything we've built? Eris chuckled darkly, stepping forward. You don't understand, child. I am not here to destroy the world. I am here to rebuild it. To tear down everything they built, the gods, the mortals, the false peace that has kept you all shackled. I will erase it all, and from the ashes, I will create something new. My heart raced. No. The words slipped from my lips before I could stop it. This isn't your world to destroy. Eris's smile twisted, his eyes gleaming with madness. Oh, but it is. It always has been. The world seemed to hold its breath as he raised his hand, and the earth itself trembled. The air grew colder, the sky darker, until it felt as though the very universe itself was closing in on us. This is where your story ends, Oren. And then, with a sudden movement, Eris unleashed his power. The ground cracked open beneath us, the earth splitting into jagged chasms. The sky tore open, lightning flashing in every direction. A blast of raw, uncontrolled magic slammed into us, sending us both flying back. I hit the ground hard, the force of the blow rattling every bone in my body. But even as I lay there, gasping for breath, I knew this fight was far from over. Neros was at my side in an instant, pulling me to my feet. Oren, we need to fight back. I nodded, gritting my teeth as I struggled to regain my bearings. No. The power of Eris was overwhelming, but I had something he didn't understand. I wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. I was fighting for the future. With a fierce cry, I summoned every ounce of magic within me. The ground beneath me trembled as I drew on the energy that had been building inside me since the gods' fall. Eris, I shouted, my voice ringing out across the battlefield. You cannot win. You will never control me. Eris's eyes flickered with annoyance, but he didn't stop his assault. The darkness swirled around us, threatening to consume everything in its path. And then, something shifted. It wasn't just the power I had, the magic that had once felt foreign and dangerous. It was something deeper. Something more personal. It was love. The love I had for Neros, the bond we shared, the strength we had drawn from each other. Together, we stood. Together, we fought. I raised my hands once more, this time with all the power of our union, all the rage and defiance of everything we had lost, and everything we had yet to gain. The magic surged outward, a wave of energy so fierce, so intense, that it consumed everything in its path. Eris screamed as the force of it hit him, his form flickering, cracking, and breaking apart like glass shattering under pressure. For a moment, everything went silent. The wind stilled. The earth stopped trembling. Eris was no more. I stood there, breathing heavily, feeling the exhaustion of the battle weigh down on me. Neros was beside me, his hand on my arm, his eyes filled with a mix of relief and pride. We did it, Neros said softly, his voice breaking the silence. I nodded, but the victory felt hollow. Yes, Eris was gone. But the world was still broken. And we had only just begun to rebuild. The silence was only temporary. As the dust settled, I knew that the true battle had only just begun. With the gods gone, the world was ours to shape. But who we became in this new world, that was the true test. Chapter 60. Rise of the Forgotten. The ruins of the world whispered to me, but I didn't listen. I couldn't. Not after everything that had just happened. Eris, no, that thing, was gone, but the victory felt fleeting. The world around us was broken, scattered like shards of a once perfect mirror, and no amount of power could fix that. I stood in the middle of what was left of the ravine, the ground beneath my feet still cracked and smoking from the force of the final battle. There was no victory song, no cheering masses. There was only the eerie quiet, the weight of what we had lost pressing down on us. Neros stood beside me, but there was something different in his eyes, something far darker than I had ever seen before. He had always been my anchor, my constant in the storm. But now, I could see the cracks in his resolve. Oren, Neros said, his voice strained. Do you feel that? I closed my eyes, trying to sense what he was talking about. The air was thick with something heavy. I could feel it. Now, a distant thrum beneath the surface, like the pulse of a heart, too large for the body it was in. It's not over, I whispered, fear creeping into my voice. Neros's gaze hardened. No, it's just begun. As if on cue, the earth trembled again. This time, not from Eris's power, but from something new. Something ancient. I spun around, my heart racing. Out of the darkness, a shape emerged. A figure cloaked in shadow, their face hidden beneath a hood. They moved with an unsettling grace, each step more calculated than the last. You've come to finish what Eris started? I called out, my voice steady, despite the fear creeping up my spine. The figure stepped forward, and the air around them seemed to shimmer. The darkness that had once been Eris's power was now swirling around this new presence, wrapping itself like a cloak. Eris was a fool, the figure said, their voice smooth, dripping, with something cold and predatory. He didn't understand what it meant to truly hold power. What it meant to break the world down, and rebuild it from the ashes. I do. I took a step back, my mind racing. This wasn't just some random survivor from the collapse of the gods. This was someone who knew far too much. Someone who wasn't afraid to embrace the darkness. Who are you? Neros asked, his voice laced with a warning. The figure's lips curved into a smile, one that was all teeth, all malice. I am the Forgotten. The name hung in the air like a curse. Forgotten? There had been whispers of such a figure, a shadow that existed beyond the gods, beyond the realms of mortals. A being who had been erased from history, a relic of an age long past. The Forgotten, I repeated, my mind struggling to keep up with the revelation. What do you want with us? The figure's eyes gleamed, twin orbs of molten gold. What I want, Orin, is what Eris could never grasp. I want the world to be free of the gods' false reign. I want to carve a new order, one where power is no longer bound by the petty limitations of mortals and immortals alike. Neros stepped forward, his hand clenched into a fist. You think you can just waltz in and take control? You're nothing but a shadow, a forgotten relic of the past. The figure laughed, the sound echoing in the stillness like a broken bell. A relic? Perhaps. But sometimes, it is the forgotten ones who are the most dangerous. You will soon learn, Neros, that power does not care about history. It only cares about who holds it. With a swift motion, the figure raised their hand, and the air crackled with a new, terrifying energy. It wasn't the chaotic, wild magic of Eris. It was something far more controlled, far more ancient. The shadows themselves seemed to bend to the figure's will, swirling around them like an obedient pet. What do you want from us? I demanded, my voice firm but laced with uncertainty. The Forgotten tilted their head, as if amused by my defiance. What I want from you, Orin, is your loyalty. Or your destruction. Either way, you will serve me. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. You think we would ever serve someone like you? I scoffed, but the unease in my gut told me that this was no idle threat. The Forgotten's smile deepened. I don't need your cooperation. All I need is for you to understand that the world is changing, and you will either embrace it, or die trying to stop it. Neros's eyes flared with a sudden, dangerous light. We will never bow to you. The Forgotten stepped closer, their presence growing heavier with each passing moment. Then I shall break you both. Not with power, not with violence, but with the truth. And in that moment, the ground beneath our feet seemed to crack open, revealing a chasm that stretched into the very bowels of the earth. The world tilted, and I felt myself being drawn toward it, pulled into the abyss. What is this? I gasped, my heart pounding. The Forgotten's laugh was cold, final. The beginning of your end. Chapter 61. The Abyss. Within. The chasm yawned wide before us, its depths impossible to fathom. I could feel the pull of it, the way the air around it seemed to hum with dark energy, like 1,000 voices screaming just out of reach. The Forgotten stood at the edge, watching us with an unreadable expression, their golden eyes gleaming in the dim light. What is this place? Neros demanded, his voice hoarse, but there was no fear in it, only fury. Fury that matched mine. The Forgotten tilted their head, as if considering the question. This is the space between worlds. The threshold where power is born, where gods are made, or unmade. Asterisk. I swallowed hard, my gaze flicking nervously to the abyss, then back to the figure who was already far too comfortable standing at its edge. You think you can just pull us into the void and make us your pawns? I spat, my heart racing, though I knew deep down that we were already playing by their rules. You think we'll just follow you into whatever madness you've planned? The Forgotten smile curled into something dark, something far more sinister than I had ever seen. Oh, Oren, I'm not asking you to follow me. I'm not asking you for anything. You will come to me, whether you want to or not. The truth is a powerful thing. And, once you see what I have to show you, there will be no turning back. I took a step forward, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. Tell me what you want. Stop playing these games. The Forgotten's laugh was low and dangerous, reverberating in the stillness of the air. What I want is simple, Oren. I want you to understand. To understand that the gods, your gods, are nothing but tyrants. They have kept the world in chains, manipulated its people, and forced the masses to bow to their will. I shook my head. That's not true. The gods created the world to protect us, to guide us. The Forgotten stepped closer, their shadow stretching impossibly long across the ravine. Guiding you? Or controlling you? Their voice dropped to a whisper. What if I told you that the gods have been using you all along? That they were never meant to protect you, but to harvest your strength, your very essence? My breath caught in my throat. What are you saying? The words felt like a lie, yet somewhere deep inside, a nagging doubt began to gnaw at me. You have been the gods' tools since the beginning, the Forgotten continued, their voice laced with venom. You, Neros, the great protector. You, Oren, the chosen one. You were never meant to be free. You were meant to be weapons in a game you didn't even know was being played. Neros stepped forward, his fists clenched at his sides. That's enough. We don't need to listen to your lies. But the Forgotten only smiled, eyes glowing brighter, their power rippling through the air. You think I lie? Or are you too afraid to face the truth? Before we could respond, the ground beneath us trembled violently, and the air shifted, growing colder by the second. A dark shadow swept through the ravine, enveloping us in a suffocating gloom. I reached out instinctively, but my hands passed through nothing. The world around us felt like it was slipping into something else. What's happening? Neros yelled, but his voice seemed to echo from far away, as if swallowed by the void. This is the first step, the Forgotten said, their voice strangely calm amidst the chaos. The first step into the truth. You will either embrace what I offer, or be consumed by the consequences of your ignorance. I opened my mouth to argue, but no words came out. A sense of dread flooded my chest, like something was pushing into my ribs, from the inside, threatening to crush me under its weight. A vision suddenly flashed before my eyes, something so vivid, so horrifying, that it took every ounce of strength not to fall to my knees. In that vision, I saw myself standing before a throne made of obsidian, a crown of jagged stone resting on my head. But the crown wasn't just a symbol of power, it was a prison. My hands, shackled by chains of pure darkness, were bound to the throne. And there, watching me, was Neros. His eyes were empty, hollow, as if the person I had known had been ripped away and replaced by something else. I gasped, stumbling backward, my heart hammering in my chest. No, this isn't real. But the Forgotten was already gone, their form melting into the shadows like smoke. The vision continued to swirl around me, and I couldn't escape it, couldn't break free from its grasp. It's real, the Forgotten's voice echoed, more real than you can ever imagine. The world you know is just a fragment, Oren. Just a shadow of what could be. If you want to survive what's coming, you must accept the truth. Before I could respond, the ground beneath us split open once more, revealing a rift, a dark tear in reality itself. Through it, I could see flashes of other worlds, worlds where gods were not kings but tyrants. Where power was absolute, and no one was free. Join me, the Forgotten's voice called from the rift, or be swallowed by the void. I turned to Neros, whose face was ashen, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. We have to stop this, he whispered, his voice broken. We can't let it happen. We can't let the world fall into his hands. I nodded, my heart heavy with the weight of the choice that lay before us. The truth had already begun to slip through the cracks of everything we had known, and now, there was no going back. Chapter 62. Echoes of The fallen. I woke with a jolt, my breath ragged, the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. The cold sweat on my skin made it feel as though I had been dragged through the void itself, the shadows still clinging to my limbs like they were alive. Oren. Nero's voice broke through the fog in my mind, soft yet urgent. I blinked, my vision hazy as I tried to focus. We were no longer standing at the edge of that cursed ravine. Instead, we were in a dense, dark forest, the trees towering overhead like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches twisting into the sky. It was eerily quiet, save for the soft rustling of the wind, and the air smelled of damp earth and decay. Where are we? I croaked, my throat dry and tight. Nero's helped me to my feet, his face grim. I don't know, but we need to keep moving. We can't stay here. It's not safe. I nodded, pushing myself upright, the fear and the confusion from the vision still lingering like a weight on my chest. My mind was reeling from what we had just witnessed, the destruction of everything I had believed in, the twisted truth of the gods, and the promise of something far worse to come. The rift. I whispered, my eyes darting around the unfamiliar landscape. We escaped it, right? We did, Nero said, his voice low, almost too calm. But the power we felt, that pull, it was like nothing I've ever experienced. The Forgotten isn't just a threat to us. He's something else. Entirely. I shook my head, my thoughts scattered. What do we do now? We find the others, Nero said, determination hardening his features. We can't let this fall apart. Not now, not after everything we've seen. As if on cue, the ground beneath our feet trembled, and a low, rumbling sound echoed from the distance. The trees around us began to sway violently, and I could feel the pressure building in the air. My skin prickled as though something was watching us, waiting. We need to go, now. I shouted, grabbing Nero's arm, urgency in my voice. We turned and ran, dodging the thick roots that rose from the ground like twisted hands reaching for us. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches snapping in the wind, but we didn't stop. We couldn't. As we ran, a strange sound, a whispering, almost melodic voice, reached my ears. It wasn't human. It was something ancient, primal. Something that had no place in this world. Do you hear that? Nero's asked, his voice strained as we continued to move forward, faster now. I nodded, my heart racing. It's him. The Forgotten. He's here. He's always been here. Suddenly, the forest broke open, revealing a clearing bathed in an eerie blue light. In the center of the clearing was a stone altar, its surface covered in strange markings and symbols. But it was what lay atop the altar that made my blood run cold. A figure, cloaked in shadows, stood before the altar. I could feel the power radiating from them, the same dark energy that had twisted the air back at the ravine. The Forgotten was here, waiting. You should not have come, the Forgotten said, their voice soft, almost compassionate, as though they were speaking to a child who had made a foolish mistake. I warned you, Oren. But you would not listen. Now, you will understand. I stepped forward, my fists clenched. I don't understand, and I won't be your puppet. You can't control me. The Forgotten smiled, an expression filled with both amusement and something darker, something far more dangerous. Control? You misunderstand, Oren. I do not seek to control you. I seek to show you the truth. Asterisk. A flash of pain erupted in my chest, like a vice had clamped around my heart. The world around me seemed to tilt, the ground beneath my feet shifting as the whispers of ancient voices grew louder. I stumbled, gasping for breath, but Nero's caught me just in time. Oren, stay with me, he shouted, his grip tight on my shoulder. The Forgotten's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as they stepped closer. This is the first step of your awakening, Oren. You are not who you think you are. Not even close. I shook my head, struggling to break free from the pull of their power, but it was like trying to escape a storm that was consuming everything in its path. The whispers swirled around me, growing louder, more insistent. I could hear fragments of sentences, disjointed and broken, but they were clear enough. They lied to you. The truth is in you. You were never meant to be this. You are not human. I collapsed to my knees, the weight of the words crushing me. It was too much to understand, to process. The world I had known, the life I had lived, was slipping away like sand, through my fingers. And in its place was something far darker, far more dangerous. No, I gasped, my chest heaving as I tried to push the voices away. No, this can't be real. The forgotten smile grew, impossibly wide. Oh, but it is, Oren. And soon, you will see it for yourself. You will see the truth. The power in the air around me surged, and I could feel the world shifting beneath me, warping and bending in unnatural ways. My vision blurred, the lines between reality and illusion beginning to blur as the shadows closed in. You have no choice but to accept it, the forgotten whispered, their voice cold as ice. You will come to understand, Oren. You will see what you truly are. And then, everything went black. There was something in his words that cracked something inside me. Something I had been holding back since the moment we met. It was impossible to ignore, the way my pulse quickened every time he was near. The way my body seemed to react to him in ways I didn't fully understand. I took a step back, but not before his hand shot out to catch mine, his fingers curling around mine like a steel vice. The heat of his touch sent a shockwave through me, and before I could stop it, a breathless gasp escaped my lips. His eyes darkened, his grip tightening just slightly as he pulled me closer. Don't run from it, Nero said, his voice low, compelling, like he was drawing me in with every word. Don't pretend you don't feel it. I know you do. We're in this together, Oren. Whether you like it or not. I wanted to pull away. I wanted to push him off and remind him of our mission, of the horrors that awaited us if we didn't stay focused. But something inside me, something primal, something I didn't want to acknowledge, was urging me to stay, to fall into the fire, to let myself burn with him. Nero's, I whispered again, this time my voice softer, vulnerable. This isn't the time. We have to think. His lips brushed against my ear, his breath hot, sending a bolt of electricity through me. I know what we have to do, he murmured, his voice a blend of steel and silk. But you can't deny what's between us. You can't pretend this isn't real. My knees nearly buckled as he let go of my hand, but only to slide his arm around my waist, pulling me closer still. I could feel the heat of his body against mine, the hard line of muscle beneath his clothing, and my breath came in shallow gasps. I'm not pretending, I managed, though my words were barely above a whisper, my heart racing in my chest. But this is dangerous. If we lose control, then we lose control, he interrupted, his lips brushing my forehead, a soft, almost tender gesture that only added to the confusion swirling inside me. I don't care. Not if it means I get you, Oren. Not if it means I get to have you. I gasped as his lips grazed the sensitive skin of my neck, the heat of his touch igniting a fire that I couldn't put out. My hands went to his chest, pressing against him, but I wasn't pushing him away. I couldn't. What are we doing? I breathed, my mind a haze of desire and confusion. I don't know, Nero's whispered against my skin, his lips now dangerously close to mine. But I know I want this. Want you. And for the first time, I didn't pull away. I didn't stop him. I let myself fall into the pull between us, into the heat, the fire, the madness. Chapter 63. Threads of Desire. I woke, heart racing, skin flushed, but the moment was wrong. Something was off. The weight of the world had lifted from my shoulders, but the air around me was thick with the scent of danger and desire. The forest was still, silent, save for the soft whisper of leaves in the wind. But it wasn't the serenity that held me captive. It was the feeling of eyes on me, the tension thick and electric between every breath. Oren, Nero's voice was a low, urgent murmur, but there was something else in it. Something more than just the need to move, to get out of this strange, unfamiliar place. It was a tug at my soul, a thread of something I had never quite felt before. We need to go. But the words didn't register. Not at first. His eyes, there was something burning in them now, something unspoken. Something dangerous. The usual glint of determination had been replaced by a raw intensity. His gaze locked onto me in a way that made the air between us crackle with energy. Nero's, I whispered, breath catching in my throat as I tried to steady myself. I had to pull my thoughts together. Whatever this was, it couldn't distract me from the mission. We need to stay focused. The forgotten, he's still out there. But he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a step closer, his broad form casting a shadow over me, his breath warm against my skin. My heart thudded in my chest. Erratic, quick. Focus? His voice was almost a purr now, a dark promise beneath the words. Is that what you really want, Oren? To focus on the mission? Or is there something else you'd rather focus on right now? His fingers brushed lightly against my arm, the touch sending a shiver through me. It was intentional, slow, deliberate, and it left a trail of heat in its wake. I froze, every inch of me aware of him, of how close he was, of the way his presence enveloped me like smoke. I swallowed hard, trying to maintain some semblance of control, but my body was betraying me. I could feel the magnetic pull between us, the chemistry, the unspoken tension that had been simmering ever since we'd met. It was undeniable now. We should keep moving, I said, though my voice was shaky, uncertain. There was a part of me that knew I should break away, should focus on what mattered, what was right. But another part of me, the part that felt the heat in his touch, the desire in his eyes, wanted to stay, wanted to surrender to the pull between us. Nero's lips quirked into a smile, but it wasn't the smile of a man who was just looking to ease the tension. No, this was something darker, something more dangerous, something I knew I shouldn't want. You're not the only one fighting this, Oren, he said softly, his voice dipping into something darker, more intimate. I can feel it, too, the pull, but we have to choose. We either fight it, or we give in. Chapter 64. Flames of Temptation. I woke to the feeling of cool air on my skin, but the warmth of Nero's presence lingered like an ember smoldering beneath my ribs. The events of last night, everything we had almost crossed, played over and over in my mind, taunting me with images of him, his touch, his words. But I couldn't afford to think about that. Not now, not when the forgotten was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The air was thick with tension as we stood on the edge of the clearing, the trees whispering all around us. The early morning light filtered through the leaves, casting a golden glow that seemed almost otherworldly. My heart pounded in my chest, the weight of the mission pressing down on me like a stone. Oren, Nero's voice came from behind me, low and deep, like a warning. I didn't turn to face him. I couldn't, because if I did, I would see the hunger in his eyes, and I wasn't ready to face that yet. What is it? I managed, trying to keep my voice steady, but even I could hear the edge of uncertainty that I couldn't hide. His presence was a shadow behind me, the heat of him radiating, even at a distance. I know what you're doing, he said, and I could feel the weight of his gaze on the back of my neck. You're pushing me away. But I won't let you. Not this time. I closed my eyes briefly, fighting the emotions swirling inside me. This isn't the time, Nero's, I said, my voice sharp. We have a mission. We can't get distracted. But his words sliced through my resistance like a blade, sharp and cutting. You think I'm distracted? You think this is just a distraction? His voice was dangerous now, teasing and intense. No, Oren, what we have is not a distraction. It's fate. It's destiny. I felt him step closer, and before I could react, his hand was at my back, warm and solid, pulling me towards him. My breath caught in my throat as I felt the heat of his body against mine. I couldn't move. I didn't want to. You think this is about fate? I whispered, trying to sound more in control than I felt. This is about survival. This is about saving everyone. We don't have time for whatever this is. It's not about what you think it is, Nero's growled, his lips brushing against the sensitive skin of my ear. It's about what we feel, Oren. It's about what's real between us. I shivered, my body betraying me as the heat of his words flooded my veins. This wasn't supposed to happen. We weren't supposed to be like this. Lost in the pull of something we didn't fully understand. Something dangerous and intoxicating. No, I said, but it was weaker this time, as if the conviction was slipping from my grasp. We have to focus on the mission. The Forgotten will destroy us if we don't stop him. And what if the greatest threat to us is already here? He asked, his voice rough, lips brushing against my neck once again, leaving a trail of heat in their wake. What if the only thing that will destroy us is our own weakness? I sucked in a breath, feeling the tension coil tighter in my chest. I could feel the pressure building between us, the heat, the undeniable pull. It was too much to ignore. It was too much to fight anymore. We can't let this happen, I murmured, but even I didn't believe my own words. I didn't know if I wanted to stop it. I didn't know if I could. Nero's pulled away just enough to look me in the eye, his gaze dark and intense, like a storm that could consume everything in its path. Then why aren't you pulling away? He whispered, his voice thick with challenge and promise. Why are you still here? I didn't answer, couldn't answer. My body was betraying me again, every inch of me drawn to him. And when he leaned in, when his lips captured mine in a kiss that was hungry and fierce, I didn't stop him. It was nothing like the first kiss we had shared, a fleeting moment, a brush of lips. This was raw, this was desperate, this was everything I had been denying for so long. His hand slid down my body, pulling me closer, and I let him. I let myself get lost in the heat, in the sensation of his skin against mine, the way his breath came in ragged bursts between kisses. For a moment, everything else faded away. The mission, the world outside this clearing, the forgotten, none of it mattered. There was only him. Only this. And then, just as quickly as it started, he pulled away, his chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. His eyes were burning with something I couldn't name, something I wasn't ready to face. This isn't over, Oren, he said, his voice rough with desire, but also something deeper. This is just beginning. I stood there, heart pounding, trying to steady myself. My lips were still tingling from his touch, and the reality of what had just happened hit me like a wave. We can't keep doing this, I said, my voice shaky, but I knew it wasn't just the kiss I was referring to. We're putting everything at risk. He looked at me, his expression unreadable. We're already risking everything. And you know it. I took a step back, trying to regain my composure, but the space between us felt smaller than ever. We were in this together, whether we wanted to admit it or not. And if this was the beginning of something darker, something more dangerous, then I was already in too deep to turn back. Chapter 65. The Edge of Temptation. The days blurred into a haze of urgency and desire, the weight of our mission never far from my thoughts. But with each passing moment, the pull between Nero's and me grew harder to ignore. It was like a storm building inside me, each touch, each glance, fanning the flames higher. I could feel his eyes on me when he thought I wasn't paying attention, could sense the weight of his gaze even in the quiet moments. Every movement, every word between us felt charged, like we were both balancing on the edge of something that could either destroy us or consume us entirely. Today, though, there was no hiding it. There was no pretending that we were anything other than what we were. Something dangerous, something we couldn't control. Nero stood a few feet away, his back turned to me as he inspected the map sprawled out in front of him. The firelight flickered across his face, casting shadows that only made his sharp features more defined. He didn't need to look at me for me to feel the heat between us. The air was thick with it, heavy with unspoken words, and I could feel the tension crackling like electricity in the space around us. We need to move out in the next hour, Nero said, his voice low, sharp like a blade. But there was something different in his tone, something soft, almost fragile, like he was holding back. I didn't reply immediately, trying to push down the rush of emotions flooding my chest. Instead, I focused on the map, trying to center myself. The mission. The forgotten. Everything hinged on this next move. Oren, Nero said again, this time his voice softer, almost questioning. He turned to face me, and I could see the flicker of something dangerous in his eyes. Something I didn't know if I could resist. Why are you still so distant? I swallowed hard, my throat dry. What do you mean? I asked, though I already knew the answer. I had been keeping my distance, building walls around myself that I knew I couldn't maintain forever. He took a step closer, the air between us charged with an intensity I could feel deep in my bones. You've been shutting me out ever since that night, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. You act like it didn't happen, like we didn't cross a line. I bit my lip, trying to stay calm, but inside I was on fire. We can't afford distractions, Nero's. My voice was sharp, defensive, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a lie. There was no escaping the truth, we were already too far gone. He reached out, his fingers brushing against my arm, and the contact sent a jolt of heat through me. You think I don't know that? His voice was rough now, full of frustration. But the truth is, Oren, this isn't just a distraction. It's real, and if you keep pretending it's not, it's only going to tear us both apart. My breath caught in my throat, his words sinking deep. I wanted to pull away, to escape the temptation, but my body refused to listen. I wanted him, more than I had ever wanted anything in my life, and I knew he could feel it too. The way the air between us hummed with the weight of it, the way his eyes darkened with every passing second. I can't do this, I whispered, though it was a lie. We can't do this. It's too dangerous. Nero's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Too dangerous? He stepped closer, his chest brushing against mine. I could feel the heat of him, the undeniable pull that had been growing between us for so long. Oren, he whispered, his voice like velvet, we're already in too deep to turn back. His hand slid to the back of my neck, his fingers digging into my skin in a way that sent shivers down my spine. My pulse raced, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. I could feel the tension building, the storm that was coming. We were standing on the edge, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on. Nero's, I gasped, but the words caught in my throat as his lips brushed against mine, soft at first, tentative, like a promise. A promise of something more. And then, with a ferocity that took me by surprise, he deepened the kiss, pulling me into him as if he couldn't get enough. His hands roamed, taking control, drawing me closer until there was no space left between us. Every part of me screamed to pull away, to stop. This before we crossed a line we couldn't uncross. But I didn't. I couldn't. His tongue slid into my mouth, and the world around us seemed to dissolve. There was nothing but him, nothing but the heat and the hunger that surged between us, threatening to consume everything. When he finally pulled away, we were both breathing heavily, our bodies flushed with desire. His lips were red and swollen from the kiss, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, like it was trying to break free. I told you, Nero's murmured, his voice thick with desire, this isn't over. I opened my mouth to protest, but no words came. What could I say? That I wanted him to? That every part of me screamed for more? He smirked, reading the confusion in my eyes. We're on the edge, Oren. And neither of us can step back now. I could feel the storm inside me, both the mission and the undeniable pull toward him. I wanted to fight it. I wanted to pretend it didn't matter. But the truth was, it did. And I was already falling. I closed my eyes, trying to control the flood of emotions. It was getting harder to fight it. The line between duty and desire was becoming blurred, and I didn't know which side of it I was on anymore. I'm not leaving you, Nero's whispered, his lips brushing against my skin, his fingers threading into my hair. No matter how much you try to push me away, no matter how much you try to deny what's between us, I'm not going anywhere. His words, the way he said them, made me believe him. But I wasn't sure if I could trust myself to believe him. How could I, when I was already slipping into something that could destroy us both? You think this is a game, don't you? I asked, my voice sharp, the words a challenge I didn't know I was capable of. You think we can just keep going, pretending that everything's fine? His eyes darkened, and for the first time, I saw something like fear flash behind them. Fear of what, though? Of me? Of what we were becoming? No, he said, his voice thick with emotion. But I know what we are. I know what this is. And I'm not going to let it tear us apart. For the first time, I saw the vulnerability in him. The armor that had always protected him, the arrogance, the strength, was slipping, and beneath it, I saw a man who was just as terrified as I was. And in that moment, I knew. We were both standing at the edge of something we couldn't control. Something that could either save us, or destroy us. But there was no going back. Not now. I closed the gap between us, my body responding before my mind could catch up. The kiss was desperate, filled with the raw intensity of everything we had fought to ignore. His hands roamed down my back, pulling me closer, his touch searing through my clothes like fire. I didn't think. I didn't care anymore. All that mattered was the feeling of him against me, the heat of him, the need to lose myself in it all. We were both consumed by the moment, the weight of our desires pressing down on us. I knew this was dangerous. I knew it could break us. But I didn't care. Not anymore. Chapter 66. The tipping point. The fire had long since died down, leaving only embers in the wake of our passion. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, the heat of our bodies still lingering in the space between us. I stood there, my hands trembling at my sides, unable to look him in the eye. The kiss had shattered something in me, something I couldn't fix. Neros's breath was still heavy, his gaze fixed on me with an intensity that sent a thrill of fear down my spine. I didn't know if it was because of the kiss, or because of what came after. He had seen right through me. He always did. He knew what I wanted, what I needed, even when I couldn't admit it to myself. Oren, he said, his voice low, rough, but there was something softer there now, something almost gentle. We can't pretend anymore. I wanted to argue. I wanted to say that we had to focus on the mission, that everything between us was a distraction, a dangerous one that could cost us everything. But the words felt hollow, a weak defense against the truth that was growing in the pit of my stomach. We were already too far down this path. I know, I whispered, the words escaping before I could stop them. I know. Neros stepped closer, his eyes never leaving mine. His hand came up to gently caress my cheek, his touch sending a rush of warmth through my body. You're scared, he said, the words like a confession. You think this is going to break you. But it won't. I won't let it. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't what I wanted to hear, not at all, but it was what I needed. I don't know if I can trust you, I said, my voice barely a whisper. It felt like a lie. I wanted to trust him, more than anything. But trusting someone like Nero's, someone as powerful, as dangerous, as he was, wasn't something I could do lightly. He smirked, that dangerous glint never leaving his eyes. You think I would hurt you? His voice was almost mocking, as if he found the idea absurd. Oren, you've already seen what I'm capable of. You've seen me at my worst. And yet, here we are. I didn't know how to respond to that. I wanted to say something to stop this madness, but my heart was telling me that this, whatever this was, had already taken root. Neros's hand slid down from my cheek to the back of my neck, pulling me closer. We're both on the edge, he murmured, his lips brushing against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. I know you want this. Don't deny it. My body betrayed me. I didn't say anything, didn't try to pull away. His words hit too close to home, and my mind couldn't find a way to argue against them. I wanted him, desperately. He leaned in, his lips grazing the side of my neck, his breath hot against my skin. Oren, he breathed, his voice thick with desire. We can't keep doing this. This isn't just some fleeting thing. This is us. It's real. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door broke the moment, pulling us both back to reality. I flinched, and Neros's eyes narrowed. It wasn't a normal knock. It was urgent. Too urgent. "We need to go," Nero said, his voice instantly hardening. The familiar coldness was back, and I knew what it meant. Whatever was on the other side of that door wasn't good. He turned away from me without another word, striding toward the door. I swallowed hard, feeling that familiar ache in my chest. The ache that told me, no matter how hard I tried to push him away, I was already too far gone. There was no going back now. As Nero's opened the door, a figure in dark robes entered, their face obscured by a hood. A flash of recognition passed through me, but I couldn't place it. My instincts screamed that this wasn't a friend. "The mission's changed," the robed figure said, their voice cold and unemotional. "We've got a problem." I stepped forward, unable to hide the surge of panic that gripped me. "What kind of problem?" I asked, my voice betraying none of the fear that churned inside me. The figure lifted their hood, revealing a face I knew all too well. But this time, it wasn't the person I had expected. "Dorian?" I breathed, my voice barely audible. Dorian's cold, calculating eyes met mine. "You've made a lot of enemies," he said, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "And now they're coming for you." The words hit me like a slap to the face, the weight of them sinking in slowly. Dorian wasn't just here to warn us. He was here to drag us into a war we hadn't been prepared for. Nero stepped forward, his expression dangerous. "I told you to stay out of this, Dorian." Dorian chuckled darkly, the sound sending a chill down my spine. "You can't stop it, Nero's. It's already in motion, and I've come to make sure you're ready for what's coming." The room fell into a tense silence, and for the first time, I truly realized how deep we were in. The mission I had thought I could control, was slipping through my fingers. And now, it was no longer just about survival. Now, it was about something far worse. Something that could destroy everything we had fought for. Chapter 67. Broken bonds. The storm outside raged harder, as if nature itself was mirroring the turmoil inside me. The winds howled through the cracks in the windows, the skies thundered in warning, but all I could hear was the rapid beat of my own heart. Each thud a reminder that I was on the precipice of something irreversible. Nero stood by the door, his presence looming like a shadow I couldn't escape. I wanted to run, I wanted to scream, but my body was paralyzed, caught in the pull of him. We had crossed the line. We both knew it. What happened between us wasn't a simple moment of weakness or some fleeting connection. It was something deeper, darker, and far more dangerous. And I couldn't deny it any longer. I didn't want to. "Oren," Nero said, his voice raw, hoarse from the intensity of the night, "we can't keep playing this game. You and we're already too far gone." I forced myself to swallow past the lump in my throat. "I know," I whispered, unable to look him in the eye. My heart was racing, but I refused to let him see how much he affected me. "But this isn't just about us. It's about the mission. We can't let our feelings screw this up." Nero's moved closer, his eyes searching mine like he was trying to read the truth hidden deep within me. "Do you think I'm trying to distract you? Do you think this is some game to me?" My breath caught. His words were like a slap to my face, but they were true. There was no denying it. This was real. Everything between us, the way he made me feel, was more than just physical attraction. It was a bond that was pulling us both under, and I couldn't stop it. "No," I finally managed to say, my voice thick with emotion, "I don't think that. But we both know where this is headed. We can't control it." He stepped forward, his hand brushing against my cheek in a gentle, almost tender touch. "You're wrong," he said softly, the words like a promise. "We can control it. We just have to choose to." I closed my eyes, fighting the urge to lean into him. I wanted to let go. I wanted to surrender to this. But the weight of responsibility was like a ball and chain around my ankle, dragging me back every time I thought I could escape. "What happens when we fail, Nero's?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "What happens when everything we've fought for falls apart?" He was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on me, like he was trying to see through to the truth beneath my words. "I won't let that happen," he said at last, his voice so firm, so certain. "I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you're safe. To make sure this doesn't break." His words wrapped around me like a drug, filling the empty spaces in my heart I didn't even realize were there. I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to. But something deep inside me told me to hold back, to keep my guard up. Because when it came to Nero's, nothing was ever as simple as it seemed. Dorian's gaze shifted to the window, his expression unreadable. "You've got less time than you think," he said, his words like a warning. "They'll be here soon. And trust me, Oren, you don't want to face them unprepared." I couldn't help the shiver that ran down my spine at his words. The finality in his voice, the chill that accompanied them, it was like he knew exactly how this would play out. "What do you know, Dorian?" I demanded, my voice rising. "What are you hiding?" Dorian finally turned back to face me, his smile fading into something more serious. "I know enough to get you out of this alive," he said, the words oddly sincere. "But I'm not here to help you for free." Nero stiffened beside me, his gaze hardening, the muscles in his neck flexing. "What's the catch?" Dorian met Nero's eyes with a coldness that could freeze the very air between them. "You'll owe me a favor when the time comes. And trust me, I'll make sure you don't forget it." I bit my lip, the heavy silence between us stretching. Every instinct screamed to reject Dorian's offer, to not get involved in whatever this was. But the gravity of the situation, the feeling that we were already in over our heads, forced my next words out. "Fine," I said, my voice firm despite the knot in my stomach. "We'll take your help. But make it quick. We don't have time for games." Dorian's eyes gleamed with amusement as he nodded slowly. "I knew you'd see reason." He stepped closer, pulling a small device from his cloak, something sleek and ominous. "This will help. It'll lead you to them." He handed it to me without another word, his gaze lingering on my hand as I took it. The device was cold, alien in its design, and as I held it, a sudden chill washed over me. This was real. This was happening. And we were about to walk right into the heart of whatever war Dorian was dragging us into. "Get ready," Dorian said, his voice low. "Things are about to get a lot more complicated." Chapter 68. The Reckoning. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife, each breath feeling like a struggle. Dorian's sudden appearance had turned everything upside down, and the unease crawling through my veins wasn't just the aftermath of a surprise. It was the looming realization that the ground beneath me was shifting, and I was sinking with it. Nero stood rigid, his muscles coiled with the intensity of a predator about to strike. The way he looked at Dorian, there was no hint of friendship there, no trust, just cold calculation. Whatever their past had been, it was laced with more than just rivalry. It was personal. I stepped closer to Nero's, trying to make sense of Dorian's words, but the silence that followed his entrance only made the unease grow stronger. I couldn't understand how Dorian knew about the mission, how he was tied to all of this, or why he'd suddenly decided to show his face. Dorian eyed me, his gaze lingering longer than necessary. There was something unsettling about the way his lips curled into that smirk of his, like he knew something I didn't. "Still the same fiery spirit, I see," he said, his voice dripping with mockery. "But you won't be able to hold on to that much longer, Oren." I ignored the sting of his words, pushing them down deep, refusing to show any weakness. "What do you want, Dorian?" I snapped, my voice tight with controlled rage. "You're clearly not here to catch up on old times. So, spill it." Dorian's eyes flicked toward Nero's, the slight nod he gave him like a silent acknowledgement of their shared history. "I'm here to deliver bad news," he said, his tone almost casual, as if he were delivering some trivial bit of gossip rather than the weight of impending doom. "You've been marked, Oren. Both of you." The words landed like a bomb, the implications of them reverberating through the room. Marked? By who? And for what? Nero's was the first to react, his fists tightening at his sides. Marked by who? His voice was lethal, barely containing the venom that dripped from each word. Dorian chuckled, the sound hollow. Does it really matter? He shrugged nonchalantly, as if the answer was irrelevant. There's no escaping it. Whoever it is, they've already made their move. And they're coming for you. They've been watching for longer than you think. The weight of his words sunk in, suffocating me. We were being hunted. And we didn't even know who the hell was after us. I turned to Nero's, searching his face for any sign that he had some plan to get us out of this, some strategy. But he was as unreadable as ever, his jaw clenched tight, eyes narrowed with a dangerous intensity. What do we do? I asked, my voice small but demanding. We fight, Nero said, his voice low and filled with resolve. We don't run. That's never been an option. I nodded, but the truth settled heavily in my chest. Running had never been an option, but now it felt like we were out of our depth. There were too many unknowns. Too many variables we couldn't control. And with every passing second, the net around us tightened. Dorian's eyes flashed with something sharp, something dangerous. I never said you had to follow me, he said, his tone now low and cutting. But if you want to survive, you'll do what I say. You'll go where I tell you. The air around us shifted, and I could almost feel the walls closing in, the pressure building with each breath. But as much as I hated it, Dorian was right. We were already too deep. The only way out was forward. Fine, I said, my voice steady, my heart beating fiercely in my chest. Show us the way, but don't think for a second we're doing this for you. We're doing this for ourselves. Dorian's eyes flickered with something like approval, but his lips never stopped curling into that infuriating smirk. You'll learn, he said cryptically, his voice dropping into a whisper. There's more to this world than you realize, Oren. More than you could ever imagine. I wanted to ask more, demand more answers, but I knew there was no point. Not now. The path ahead was unclear, but I could already feel the stakes rising. We were being drawn into something far bigger than ourselves, and I wasn't sure we'd be able to get out unscathed. The journey was about to begin, and the darkness that awaited us was alive, pulsing with a force I couldn't quite grasp. With a final, unreadable glance at Dorian, Nero's and I stepped out into the cold night air. The device in my hand pulsed once, its glow casting an eerie light on the shadows around us. Keep your eyes open, Nero's muttered, his voice low. We don't know who we're dealing with. And as we walked into the unknown, the world felt smaller, tighter, like the noose was slowly being pulled around our necks. But one thing was certain, we were in this together. And no matter how dark it got, we weren't backing down. Chapter 69. Into the abyss. The device felt heavier in my hand with each passing second, like a ticking bomb waiting to detonate. I could almost feel the weight of the unknown pressing down on me. Nero's had taken a few steps back, his eyes scanning the room with his usual cold precision, but even he couldn't ignore the heaviness of the situation. Dorian's presence was like a shadow looming over us, always there but never fully understood. Do you trust him? I whispered to Nero's, my voice low but laden with urgency. We couldn't afford to make a wrong move, and every fiber of my being screamed that Dorian was not someone you blindly followed. Nero's didn't look at me, but I could feel his tension rising, the subtle way his body stiffened at the question. I don't trust him, he said finally, his voice grim. But right now, we don't have a choice. That was the thing about Dorian, he played the game well. Too well. I hated how effortlessly he slid into our lives like a poison, seeping into an open wound. But even I couldn't deny it. We were running out of options, and Dorian had his hands on the only lifeline. Dorian turned, the sly smile back on his lips as he gave a mock bow. I can see the trust is already brimming between us, he teased, his eyes glittering. But trust isn't what you need right now, is it? It's information, and I have it. I ignored his mockery, my gaze locked on the device. The glowing red dot blinked, a steady pulse that seemed to mirror the thumping of my heart. How does this lead us to them? I asked, my patience thinning. And who the hell are they, Dorian? Ah, such a direct question, he said with a lazy grin. You're a woman after my own heart. His gaze flickered to Nero's, who didn't so much as flinch. This device is a tracking mechanism. It's linked to their location. Once you get close enough, it'll lead you straight to them. I stared at the glowing red dot, my fingers trembling as I adjusted the device. It was sleek and polished, but there was something undeniably sinister about the way it hummed to life in my hands. Why the secrecy, Dorian? I demanded, my voice barely above a whisper. Why are they after us? What do they want? Dorian's smile faltered for a split second, and for the briefest moment, I saw something more in his eyes, something dark. It's not about what they want, he said, his voice now low and almost reverent. It's about what you've become, Oren. What you're about to face. The words hit me like a slap, and for a moment, I felt the weight of something ancient stirring within me. The idea of being hunted, being desired for something I couldn't understand, it was a feeling that set my blood on fire, both in anger and fear. I had never been one to be controlled by fate, but the way he spoke, the way he said it, it made me wonder if we were all just pieces on a chessboard, waiting for someone to make the next move. Nero's stepped forward, his hand resting lightly on my shoulder, a silent reassurance, but his voice was filled with a warning. If you think for a second we're just going to follow blindly, Dorian, you've got another thing coming. We do this on our terms. Nero's didn't respond, but I saw the tension in his shoulders, the way his muscles coiled, ready to spring at any moment. He was waiting for the attack, but so was I. The air seemed to thicken, the silence pressing down on us like a weight. Then, without warning, the ground beneath us shook, and a deep, guttural laugh echoed through the building. The sound was so loud, it seemed to come from all directions at once, vibrating through my bones. Who dares to trespass in my domain? The voice boomed, sending a wave of dread crashing over me. It was low, smooth, and eerily calm, but it was full of malice, dripping with venom. I felt the blood drain from my face as the figure emerged from the shadows. It was tall, cloaked in black, and the air around it shimmered with dark energy, but the thing that caught my attention the most was its eyes. They were ancient, glowing with an otherworldly light, burning through the darkness like twin suns. Oren, the figure said, its voice a hiss. I've been waiting for you. The name sent a shock through me, as if the very air had turned to ice. How did it know my name? Who the hell was this? I took a step back, my hand instinctively reaching for the knife strapped to my thigh, but Nero's was already one step ahead of me. Get ready, Nero's whispered, his voice tense. The figure smiled, an unsettling grin that didn't belong on anything human. You think you're ready? You think you understand the game you're playing? I know exactly what I'm doing, I retorted, though my voice wavered slightly. I wasn't sure I believed my own words. This was something far beyond my comprehension. The figure stepped forward, the air thickening with its presence. You know nothing, it whispered, a dark promise in its tone. But you will. In that moment, I understood something fundamental. This wasn't just about survival. This was about power, and they were offering it to me, if I could survive long enough to claim it. The figure raised its hand, and the room seemed to warp, bending around us. The shadows grew thicker, darker, swallowing the light. I could feel the pressure building, my heart racing in my chest as the air grew colder, more oppressive. What do you want from me? I asked, my voice barely audible over the pounding in my ears. The figure's smile widened, and for a second, I saw something else. Something inhuman, something that made my blood run cold. I want everything, it said, its voice now a whisper in my mind. And I'll have it. Chapter 70. The Devil's Playground. The glow of the device led us through the narrow streets, dimly lit by the occasional flicker of street lamps. With every step, I felt the weight of the unknown growing heavier on my shoulders. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, that we were being led straight into a trap. But we kept moving forward, the eerie red pulse of the device drawing us deeper into the labyrinth of the city. What are we walking into? I murmured to Nero's, my voice tense, as the silence between us grew thick. The sound of our footsteps echoed in the empty streets, and the night seemed to press in around us, suffocating. I kept my gaze trained on the device, its light unwavering despite the darkness around us. Nero's answer came in a low growl. Something worse than we could ever imagine. The cryptic words hung in the air between us, and for a moment, I considered turning back. But then I saw it, the faint outline of a building in the distance, its silhouette jagged against the moonlight. It stood out in the desolation like a scar in the night, and the closer we got, the more I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. This was no ordinary place. Whatever it was, it felt ancient, like a relic from a world long forgotten. Is that where we're going? I asked, my voice trembling with anticipation. Nero's didn't answer immediately. His eyes flickered toward the structure, and for a moment, I saw something in them. Fear, maybe? Or was it something darker? Whatever it was, it didn't settle well with me. Stay close, Nero's finally muttered. Don't let your guard down. Trust no one. We reached the building's entrance, and I couldn't help but feel a chill run through me. The door creaked open on its own, as though beckoning us inside. The air smelled damp, old, and faintly metallic, like the taste of blood lingering in the air. Inside, the walls were lined with symbols that twisted and turned, glowing faintly in the dark. I had no idea what they meant, but I could feel their power radiating from them, dark and pulsing with a life of their own. The device in my hand flickered, its glow growing stronger, almost responding to the energy around us. What is this place? I whispered, my voice thick with awe and fear. Nero's didn't answer, his gaze scanning the room, his fingers brushing against the walls as if searching for something hidden beneath the surface. I could tell he was just as uneasy as I was, but he hid it well. The game has changed, he finally said, his voice hard and cold. We're not the players anymore. We're the prey. As his words settled into my mind, I felt a tremor run through the floor beneath us. Something moved in the shadows. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence. A sudden chill swept through the room, and for a split second, I thought I saw the outline of a figure, but when I blinked, it was gone. We're not alone, I whispered, gripping the device tighter in my hand. The figure's hand reached out, and I felt the sudden, overwhelming urge to take it. To let it pull me into whatever it had to offer. But Nero's yanked me back before I could act on the impulse, his eyes burning with intensity. Don't do it, Nero's said, his voice low but fierce. You can't trust it. This is what it does. It lures you in, gets you to think you're special, that you're destined for something bigger. But it's all a game. I stared at Nero's, torn between his warnings and the figure's promises. There was a whisper in my mind, a pull, drawing me closer to the darkness. But beneath it all, I could feel something else, an undeniable truth. Nero's was right. This was a lie. The figure's eyes flashed with sudden fury, and the room seemed to tremble with its anger. You fool, it hissed, its voice sharp and cutting through the air like a blade. You think you understand the game? You know nothing about the true nature of power. Suddenly, the ground beneath us cracked, and I stumbled, nearly losing my footing. The walls around us shifted, the symbols pulsing with a dark, chaotic energy. The building seemed to come alive, the very foundation shaking as if the world itself were tearing apart. It's time, the figure declared, its voice now a dark command. The awakening begins. In an instant, the shadows around us surged forward, forming into twisting, writhing tendrils that reached for us. My pulse quickened, and I drew my knife, ready to fight. Nero's stepped in front of me, his body tense and poised for action. I could see the sweat on his brow, the muscles in his arms coiling with the tension of the coming battle. Stay close, Nero's ordered, his voice a low growl. This won't be easy. The shadows closed in, but I was ready. The knife in my hand felt like an extension of myself, a weapon forged for this very moment. The tendrils struck with a force that would have crushed any normal person, but I sidestepped, slashing through the darkness, with the precision of a predator. Fight back. The figure screamed, its voice echoing through the chaos. You think you can win? You can't escape what you are. I could feel the energy building around me, rising like a storm, but I didn't flinch. With every strike, the tendrils grew weaker, their darkness dissipating in the face of our resistance. I had no choice, now, no choice but to fight, to survive. But in the back of my mind, one question burned brighter than all the others. What was the figure so afraid of? Chapter 71. The Awakening. The figure before us was a presence, a force that seemed to devour everything it touched. The air shimmered with the dark energy that clung to it, almost alive in its own right. I could feel the pull of its power, the weight of it pressing against me, and for a moment, I questioned if we had any hope of survival. You've come this far, the figure purred, its voice like a whisper in my ear, yet it seemed to reverberate through every cell in my body. But now, the real game begins. I stood frozen, my thoughts scrambling to make sense of the situation. Nero's, however, didn't hesitate. He moved before I could blink, his hand shooting out to grab my wrist, pulling me back toward him. His eyes locked on the figure with a deadly focus. Don't let it get in your head, Nero's growled, his grip tightening around my arm. It's playing with you. But I wasn't sure if it was the figure that was playing with me, or if I was playing with myself, hoping that I had the strength to fight back. The fear gnawing at my insides was powerful, too powerful to ignore. But then, a flicker of something deep within me stirred. Something that had been dormant. A feeling I couldn't quite name, but that I knew was now alive. What are you? I demanded, forcing my voice to remain steady. Why are you doing this? The question hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. The figure laughed again, a cold sound that made my skin crawl. Why? It mused. Why not? I've been watching you, Oren. You've always been so much more than you think you are. So much more than any of them could ever realize. Asterisk. Something clicked, and a wave of understanding crashed over me, like a violent tide. This wasn't just a figure. It was a reflection. It knew me. Knew who I was. I could feel it seeping into my bones, the knowledge of things I hadn't yet grasped. What are you talking about? I whispered, my throat tight. What do you want from me? I want to wake you up, the figure purred, its voice smooth and coaxing, as if it were speaking to a child. You've been asleep for so long, Oren. Let me show you what you truly are. Before I could respond, Nero stepped forward, his face hard as steel. Don't listen to it, he warned, but there was something in his voice that didn't quite sound like fear. It sounded like caution. Whatever it's offering, it's a lie. The figure smiled, a chilling expression that seemed to cut through the darkness. You think I'm lying? You don't even know the half of it, Nero's. This is just the beginning. What if I told you that the world you think you understand is only a fraction of the truth? Asterisk. My heart raced in my chest, the words ringing in my ears. I wanted to believe Nero's, but a part of me, a deep, gnawing part, wanted to listen. To hear more, to understand what it was offering. You've been living in shadows, Oren, the figure continued, its voice dripping with temptation. But you can step into the light. You can see the truth, if you're brave enough. A chill ran through me. What was it hiding? What truth was it so terrified of revealing? Then tell me, I demanded, my pulse racing. Tell me what you're afraid of. Tell me the truth. The figure hesitated. The shadows around us seemed to flicker, their hold on the room loosening for the first time since we'd entered. For a fleeting moment, I could almost hear it, the sound of something cracking. Something ancient, something long buried. It's not what you think, the figure said finally, its voice almost too soft to hear. I didn't want you to know because once you do, you'll never be the same. Nero stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. What do you mean? You're about to learn something that will change everything, the figure replied, its words slow, deliberate. Everything you've ever known, everything you've ever believed, it's all a lie. You've been manipulated from the very beginning. I felt my breath catch in my throat. The weight of those words crashed down on me like a hammer. Manipulated? By whom? And, for what purpose? You've been used, the figure continued, its voice laced with dark amusement. All of you. Every choice you've made. Every path you've walked. It's been orchestrated. You're nothing more than pieces in a game. My mind reeled. Was this it? Was this the revelation I had been dreading? But why? Nero's growled, his voice shaking with barely contained fury. Who's behind this? Who's pulling the strings? The figure's lips curled into a wicked smile, but there was something unsettlingly familiar about it. The ones you least expect, it whispered. The ones who have been standing right in front of you the whole time. You think you're fighting this alone, but you're not. The words hung in the air like a poison, slow-moving and insidious. I could feel the ground beneath my feet shifting, the reality of the situation warping as the truth slowly, agonizingly, began to sink in. Who is it? I demanded, stepping forward. Who's controlling this? Who's pulling the strings? The figure's eyes gleamed, a look of sickening satisfaction on its face. It's not a who, or an. It's a what. It paused, letting the words hang in the air. It's you. The world stopped. Time seemed to bend, and everything inside me froze. Me? I was the one pulling the strings? You've always been the one at the center of this, the figure continued, its voice a soft hiss in the darkness. You've been the puppet master all along, and you didn't even know it. I stumbled back, my head spinning. No, that's not possible. But it was. The truth was out there now, a jagged shard that I could no longer ignore. Everything had been leading to this. The darkness, the lies, the manipulation. And now I had to decide how to play this game. Chapter 72. Unmasking. The truth. The darkness was closing in, but we weren't giving up. Nero's and I moved in tandem, our strikes sharp and calculated, cutting through the tendrils that reached out like slithering serpents. Each swipe felt like a battle for our very souls, as if the world itself was trying to swallow us whole. It's getting stronger, Nero's muttered under his breath, his grip on his weapon tightening. The sweat on his forehead gleamed in the dim light, his jaw set in a fierce line. We need to end this, I said, my voice cutting through the tension in the air. Each word felt like it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. Whatever it is, whatever she is, this needs to end now. Nero's nodded, his gaze never leaving the writhing mass of darkness that surrounded us. You're right, he said grimly. But don't let your guard down. It's going to get worse before it gets better. A low growl echoed from the figure as it watched us, its form still hidden in the shadows. You think you can defeat me? It laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. You can't even comprehend the power you're facing. You've walked into a trap, and now you're just pawns in my game. I took a step forward, my chest tightening as the realization hit me. This wasn't just some being of dark power, it was aware. Aware of me, of us, of the choices we had made. Every decision, every action, had led us here. But what was it trying to show me? Was this a game? A test? No, I muttered to myself. I'm not a pawn. Nero's turned to me, his eyes intense. What are you thinking? I didn't answer right away. Instead, I studied the dark tendrils that surrounded us. Each one seemed to pulse, like veins, each beat driving us further into the heart of the trap. The figure's laughter echoed again, but this time, it felt weaker, more strained. As though it was losing control. You're getting desperate, I said, my voice steady but charged with an intensity I didn't even know I had. Why? What are you really afraid of? The figure's response was immediate, furious. The shadows around us surged forward, attacking in a wave so violent that I barely had time to react. But Nero's was there, pulling me back just as the shadows crashed into the space where I had been standing. It's not just about power, I continued, voice sharp. You're scared. Scared of what's coming. Scared of me. The laughter stopped. For a long moment, the figure said nothing. But the silence was heavier than the chaos that had been swirling around us moments before. And then it spoke, its voice now laced with something I had never heard before, fear. You have no idea what you've just stumbled into, the figure whispered. I didn't want you to know, not yet. And then, something clicked. A memory, a fleeting thought, something I had buried deep inside myself, but now it surged to the surface with undeniable force. No, I whispered, more to myself than to anyone else. No, this can't be true. I didn't. But the memory wouldn't let me go. The choice I had made. The sacrifice I had allowed. The guilt that had never fully left me, no matter how hard I tried to push it away. The one decision that had changed everything. You're right, I breathed, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. I made that choice. But I never knew what it would cost. The figure's expression softened for just a moment, like it pitied me. That's what they all say. But in the end, it's always the same. You knew exactly what you were doing, Oren. You just didn't want to face the consequences. The reality of it all was hitting me like a hammer, each word a blow to my chest. I wanted to lash out, to break free of the chains that held me down, but what was the point? The figure had already planted the seed of doubt in my mind. Enough, Neros shouted, stepping forward as if to shield me from the figure's words. You're playing a dangerous game with her, and it's not going to work. We won't let you twist her mind any further. The figure laughed, the sound hollow and chilling. It's too late for that. The damage has already been done. Neros's grip on his weapon tightened. You think this is a game? You think you can break her? You're wrong. She's stronger than you know. I wasn't sure anymore. Was I strong enough to face what I had become? To look at the darkness inside me and accept it? No one is beyond saving, I said, the words trembling on my lips. I won't let you turn me into something I'm not. But even as I spoke, doubt lingered in the back of my mind. Could I truly escape the monster I had allowed myself to become? Or was I always going to be the one who pulled the strings, even when I didn't want to? You can try, the figure sneered, its eyes gleaming with malevolent amusement. But in the end, you will face the consequences of your own making. The air grew heavy, thick with the tension of unresolved truths, of lies that had festered far too long. And in that moment, I realized something. I could either embrace the truth, no matter how twisted and dark it was, or I could fight it and risk losing everything. Oren, Neros said softly, stepping closer to me, his voice gentle, but firm. You don't have to face this alone. We're in this together. Whatever it is, we'll fight it together. But was I ready to face myself? To confront the darkness within? The battle wasn't just with the creature before us. It was with everything I had buried deep inside. Chapter 73. The Burden of Truth. The air felt thick, suffocating, as if the weight of what had just been revealed pressed down on my very soul. I couldn't breathe. The room, the darkness, it all seemed to close in on me, as if reality itself were distorting. You're lying, I gasped, unable to comprehend the words that had just left the figure's lips. There's no way. I can't. It's the only truth you've never been able to see, the figure's voice whispered, now laced with a kind of eerily calm certainty. Everything you've done, everything you've become, it's all because of your own choices. Your own desires, but you're too afraid to see it. I shook my head, trying to reject what it was saying. This couldn't be true. Could it? Could I really be the one behind all of this? My body trembled, every inch of me rebelling against the revelation. I wasn't the one pulling the strings. I was the one being manipulated, wasn't I? Oren, Neros's voice cut through the turmoil, firm and grounding. Don't listen to it. It's trying to break you down. His eyes, usually so steadfast and full of purpose, were now clouded with doubt. We don't know if this is even real. But how could I deny it? The figure had struck too close to the truth. The manipulation, the choices I had made, the paths that had always seemed so clear, they were all linked. My hands clenched into fists, but the weight of the situation only seemed to make them heavier. Why are you doing this? I managed to choke out, my voice ragged. Why are you showing me this? The figure tilted its head, its smile twisted but almost compassionate. Because you need to face it. You've been playing a part in a game you don't understand. You've been following orders, even when you thought you were making your own decisions. You've been used, Oren, but only because you've let yourself be. There was no answer. The silence was worse than any of the words it had said. I started, my breath catching in my throat, but I couldn't finish the sentence. How could I defend myself when everything about my life seemed to be built on this lie? You've always been the key, the figure continued, now sounding almost sympathetic. But you've always run from it. You never wanted to know the truth about yourself. But it's here now. The truth has come for you. I stumbled backward, desperate to create some distance between us. This isn't me. I would never. Oh, but you have, it cooed, its voice low and mocking. You've always been the one to make the choices, Oren. To choose your path. You think the darkness is your enemy? No, you are your own enemy. It was suffocating, that feeling of betrayal, of being trapped inside a nightmare you could never wake from. I wanted to scream, to run away, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. The weight of its words was crushing me. I opened my eyes and looked at him, really looked at him. There was something different about the way he was looking at me now. Not just concern, not just love. There was a depth to his gaze, a trust that I didn't know if I deserved. But I had to make a choice, didn't I? I couldn't keep running. I couldn't keep hiding behind the walls I had built up. The walls that kept me safe, but also kept everyone at arm's length. Oren, Nero said again, his voice softer now, almost pleading. You're not the villain here. You never have been. I wanted to believe him. I really did. But the figure's words echoed in my mind, relentless. It's time for you to face the truth, it said. The longer you run from it, the more of yourself you lose. And then, like a dam breaking, the flood of memories hit me all at once. The choices I had made, the people I had hurt, the sacrifices that hadn't been mine to make. Everything came crashing down around me. No, I screamed, the pain of it all twisting my insides. I never meant to hurt anyone. You don't have to apologize, Nero said, his voice firm and resolute. We all have our darkness. But it's how we move forward that matters. The figure watched us both, its presence growing stronger, more intense. Moving forward, Oren, it laughed. There's no moving forward when the past is still holding you captive. You can't outrun it. I turned my head sharply toward the figure, my anger flaring. I don't need you to tell me what I can or can't do, I said, my voice shaking with a mixture of fury and desperation. I'm not going to let you define who I am. The figure stepped closer, its form becoming clearer in the dim light. You've already defined yourself, it said softly, almost with affection. And that's the problem. You think you're different, but you're just like the others. Stop, Nero shouted, stepping between us, his eyes burning with an intensity I hadn't seen before. You won't break her. Not now, not ever. But I knew something had changed. Something inside me. Maybe it was the weight of the past finally crashing down, or maybe it was the realization that Nero's was right. I didn't have to face this alone. What do you want from me? I demanded, stepping forward. What do you want me to do? The figure's smile was slow, cruel. I want you to make the ultimate choice, Oren. To accept what you've become or to destroy it. But either way, the cost will be the same. Chapter 74. Shadows of the past. The darkness wasn't just in the room anymore. It had seeped into my bones, into my very soul. There was no escaping it. No matter how many times I told myself I wasn't the villain in my own story, the truth kept clawing at me. Nero's hand gripped mine, warm and steady, but it felt like a lifeline I wasn't sure I deserved. You're not alone in this, he repeated, his voice a soft murmur against the chaos swirling inside me. We'll fight this together, but you need to make a choice. I turned my gaze toward him, my heart racing. His eyes were filled with concern, but there was something more, something deeper. It was the kind of look someone gives you when they're willing to burn everything for you. But could I burn for him too? The figure that had been haunting my every thought now stood in the shadows, watching, waiting, like a predator sizing up its prey. The truth will come out, no matter how hard you try to hide from it, it whispered, its voice like a velvet knife cutting through the air. It always does. Enough. Nero's voice was hard now, his temper flaring. This isn't going to happen. You can't break her. But the figure only smirked, its form shifting, almost fluid, as if it were nothing more than a shadow playing tricks on my mind. She's already broken, Nero's. The pieces have been scattered for so long, and she doesn't even know where they fell. A shudder ran down my spine. Was that what this was about? The shattered pieces of who I had been, who I had become, all laid bare for the world to see. Was I ever whole? You need to face the truth, Oren, the figure continued, its tone almost tender now. You've always known that you're more than just a pawn in this game. You've always known you were the one pulling the strings. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the panic that bubbled up inside me. The words felt like they were suffocating me, tightening around my throat, making it hard to think. No, I whispered, the word escaping before I could stop it. That's not me. I never. But it is, the figure interrupted, its voice now sharp and commanding. You made those choices. You decided your path. And now, you have to live with it. I closed my eyes, fighting the surge of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. The weight of it all, the guilt, the regret, the confusion, had never been so heavy. I had always been so certain, so sure of my purpose. But now everything was crumbling. You're stronger than this, Nero said, pulling me back from the brink. His grip tightened on my hand, grounding me, reminding me that I wasn't alone in this fight. We don't have to do this alone. Whatever's in your past, we can face it together. Chapter 75. The Choice of Shadows. The weight of the figure's words lingered like a poisonous fog in the air, suffocating me with every breath I took. The silence stretched out, thick and unyielding. Nero's presence beside me was the only thing keeping me grounded in a reality that felt like it was slowly slipping away. I turned back to him, my chest rising and falling with a deep breath. My mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. What had I become? What was I supposed to be? The figure's presence seemed to grow with every passing second, its voice like a venomous caress. You already know, Oren. You're more powerful than any of them ever realized. You've always known, deep down, that you could bend the world to your will. But you didn't want to face it, did you? I clenched my fists, fighting to suppress the surge of panic that was rising in me. No, I didn't want this. The very thought of being the person they were describing, someone who could crush everything in her path with a mere thought, terrified me. You've been running from your own power, the figure continued, its tone growing colder. But you can't run forever. Sooner or later, you'll have to make a choice. Embrace the darkness inside you, or let it consume you. Nero's voice broke through the haze, quiet but fierce. Oren, listen to me. He placed a hand on my arm, his touch warm, a lifeline. You're not alone in this. Whatever decision you make, we'll face it together. Don't let it tear you apart. His words were like a salve on a wound I hadn't even realized I had. He was right. I wasn't alone. I hadn't been alone for so long, and I couldn't keep pretending I was. But how could I trust myself? How could I trust that my choices weren't just a product of the same darkness that had haunted me for so long? You don't need him, the figure whispered, its voice slithering through the silence. He's just a distraction, a crutch. You don't need anyone but yourself. You've always been enough. The words stung, far more than I cared to admit. But I wasn't going to let this creature manipulate me. Not now, not ever. No, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. I'm not doing this alone. I won't let you twist me into something I'm not. Nero's grip tightened on my arm, his eyes locked on mine. You're not the monster you fear becoming. You're Oren, and you're stronger than this. I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him. The figure let out a low laugh, a sound that reverberated in my bones. You'll never be free of it, it said softly, its form flickering like a dying flame. You've already made your choice. You just don't know it yet. It was like a punch to the gut. My heart raced as I turned to face it. What do you mean? The words felt like they were dragging me under, pulling me into the darkness. The moment you took that first step, you sealed your fate, it said, its voice almost tender now, like a lover's whisper. You've always been bound to this path, Oren. No matter how much you try to fight it, you'll always return to the same place. I shook my head violently, trying to push away the suffocating weight of its words. I don't believe you. I won't let you dictate my life. The figure's form began to fade, slipping into the shadows as it laughed again, a soft, mocking sound that sent chills down my spine. We'll see, it murmured. You'll find out soon enough. The room was silent once more, but the lingering sense of dread still hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I looked at Nero's again, his face a mixture of concern and something deeper, something almost like fear. What did it mean? I asked, my voice small. He didn't answer right away, his gaze distant as if he were weighing the truth of my question. It means we're running out of time, he said finally. Whatever this thing is, it's not going to stop until it gets what it wants from you. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on me. The figure wasn't just a figment of my imagination, it was a part of my reality now, and I had no idea how to fight it. What do we do now? I whispered, unsure if I was asking him or myself. How do we stop it? Nero's expression softened, but there was still that underlying determination in his eyes. We keep fighting, he said firmly. We do whatever it takes to stop it. And we'll face whatever comes, together. I nodded, but deep inside, a seed of doubt was growing. The figure's words, its presence, felt too real, too personal. What if it was right? What if I had already made my choice? What if there was no way to undo what had been done? But for now, I had no choice but to move forward. And as much as it terrified me, I would face whatever came with Nero's by my side. As we walked away from the shadows, I couldn't shake the feeling that the hardest part of this journey was just beginning. I want you to choose, he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. I want you to choose who you want to be. For a moment, I simply stared at him, caught in the weight of his words. Choose. It sounded so simple, but the gravity of the decision was crushing. And if I choose wrong? I asked, my voice trembling. What happens then? Nero's didn't answer right away. His eyes softened, and in that moment, I could see the depth of everything he had been holding back. We face the consequences together. But remember this, Oren. You're not alone. Not now. Not ever. I swallowed hard, fighting the emotions rising within me. His words were a balm to my tortured mind, but they couldn't erase the fear that had rooted itself deep inside my chest. The darkness was real, and it was getting harder to fight. I could feel its pull, subtle, like the undercurrent of a river, drawing me towards something I wasn't sure I was ready to face. But as I looked at Nero's, the only person who had stood by me through everything, I knew that whatever came next, I couldn't do it alone. We move forward, I said at last, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside. Together. Nero's nodded, his expression resolute. Together. The words felt like a promise, a thread that tied us to each other. But even as I said them, I knew they weren't enough to protect us from what was coming. The darkness was closer now, and I could feel its claws just beneath the surface, waiting to tear everything apart. The decision had been made, whether I was ready for it or not. The power within me wasn't going away. The shadow figure wasn't going to let me forget what it had told me. But I had made my choice. And with that choice, I was ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 76. The Breaking Point. The silence after the shadow's departure was thick, like a storm had just passed but left its mark on everything in its wake. The air felt heavier now, each breath more labored than the last. Nero's walked beside me, his steps unwavering, but I could sense the tension radiating off him. It wasn't just fear of the unknown, no, it was something far more personal. He was afraid for me. And that fear was a new weight I wasn't ready to carry. I pulled my cloak tighter around my shoulders, the familiar fabric offering little protection against the cold that had settled in my bones. How had I gotten here? The questions kept swirling in my mind, relentless. The shadow, its whispering words haunted me, tugging at the very foundation of who I thought I was. Oren, Nero said, his voice low, as though choosing his words with care. We need to talk about what happened. What it said. I stopped in my tracks, my eyes catching the flicker of the moonlight reflecting off a nearby pool of water. The image of the shadow flickering in the corner of my mind. It was taunting me, its words cutting through my thoughts with precision. I don't want to talk about it right now, I muttered, my voice barely above a whisper. My fingers twitched at my side, as if I could still feel the weight of its presence. We need to focus on what's next. We need to figure out how to stop it. That's all that matters right now. Nero's gaze softened, but there was a flicker of something else. Something deeper, something darker in his eyes. You know, we can't outrun this forever, he said, his tone almost too calm. You've already felt it, haven't you? The power, the call, it's not just in your head. It's in your blood. I turned toward him, my eyes narrowing. What do you mean? I mean, he said, voice dropping lower still, that this power you've been ignoring, fighting against, it's part of you. It always has been. The words hit harder than I was prepared for. I took a shaky breath, forcing myself to hold on to the present, to the now. No, I snapped, shaking my head. I'm not a monster. Nero stepped closer, his face inches from mine, his expression intense. You're not a monster, Oren. But you need to stop running from what you are. It's time to stop pretending like it's not there. His words were like a slap, and I hated how much of them rang true. There was power inside me, a darkness I could no longer deny, no matter how much I wished to. What do you want from me, Nero's? I demanded, my voice thick with emotion. Tell me what I'm supposed to do. Because right now, I don't know how to stop what's coming. I don't even know if I want to anymore. The moment hung between us, thick with something unspoken, something that neither of us was willing to voice. Finally, Nero's sighed. It wasn't a defeated sigh, it was one of understanding. I closed my eyes, letting his words sink in, trying to push down the knot in my chest. The truth was there, waiting, but I was terrified of what it might be. We continued our journey, the tension between us growing with every step. The trees seemed to close in around us, their twisted branches reaching out like fingers, as though trying to keep us from going any further. I could feel the pulse of something ancient, something that had been waiting for me, pulsing beneath the earth. It wasn't long before we reached a clearing, a place that felt different. The air was still, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, ancient runes carved into its surface. This is it, I said, my voice barely audible as I stepped toward the pedestal. This is where it all began. Nero's remained a few paces behind me, watching me closely. What are you going to do? I didn't answer him immediately. I had no words to offer. The pedestal in front of me felt like it was calling me, beckoning me to unlock its secrets. It was as though the very ground beneath me was vibrating with power, a power that was mine if I was willing to claim it. I placed my hand on the stone, the cold surface sending a shock of energy through my body. The moment my skin made contact, the runes on the pedestal began to glow, the light pulsating in time with my heartbeat. Suddenly, the world around me shifted. The forest blurred and faded into a swirling darkness, and then I saw him. The shadow, the one who had spoken to me, the one whose voice haunted my every waking moment. But this time, he wasn't just a whisper in the dark. He was standing in front of me, his eyes glowing with that same malevolent energy. You shouldn't have come here, the shadow said, its voice a hiss that reverberated in the air. You've unlocked something far worse than you can understand. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. This was it, the moment I had feared. The moment the power inside me was going to claim me, to consume me. I have to, I whispered, my voice barely audible over the rush of blood in my ears. I have to know the truth. The shadow's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Then prepare yourself, Oren. Because the truth you seek will be the death of you. Chapter 77. The Price of Power. The night stretched on, longer than it had any right to. The air felt oppressive, as if the weight of the darkness pressing in on us was too much to bear. I tried to keep my eyes on the path ahead, but every step felt like it was dragging me deeper into a void I couldn't escape. Nero's kept a steady pace beside me, but I could feel the distance between us widening. Not physically, but emotionally. We were both carrying something heavy now. Him, with his hidden fears and unspoken truths. Me, with the power I couldn't outrun and the shadow I couldn't forget. We had reached the heart of the forest, the place where the air tasted like magic, thick and electric. The trees here were ancient, their bark twisted in strange shapes, as if they had seen everything the world had to offer and then some. It was in these woods that the last fragment of my past waited, and I could feel its pull with every heartbeat. What happens when we get there? Nero's voice broke the silence, low and cautious, like a man asking for the truth but afraid to hear it. What are you expecting to find? I stopped walking, turning to face him, and for a moment, I thought I saw the flicker of hesitation in his eyes. But then it was gone, masked by his usual composure. I had to remind myself that he was just as lost as I was. He might not wear it on his face, but Nero's was struggling too. I don't know, I admitted, my voice barely more than a whisper. I thought I did, but now everything feels uncertain. Like whatever I was supposed to find out there, it's slipping away. Nero's stepped closer, his gaze never leaving mine. The thing with power, Oren, he said softly, is that it demands a price. It's not just strength or magic or whatever it is you're carrying. It's the cost of who you become when you accept it. And I've seen too many people, too many of us, pay that price and lose everything in the process. I shuddered at the words, the weight of them sinking into my bones. I had known it, on some level. I had always known that the power I had been given, this dangerous, wild thing, would come at a cost. But hearing it out loud, from someone who had lived through the consequences, it hit harder than I expected. I don't want to lose myself, I said, my voice breaking as the fear gripped me once more. I don't want to become like them. I don't want to become the thing they're afraid of. Nero's eyes softened, but there was a hardness behind them now, a resolve that hadn't been there before. You won't, he promised, reaching out and taking my hand. But you need to know this, Oren. Whatever happens, whatever you choose, you won't be alone in it. I swear on my life, I'll help you carry that burden. But you have to be ready to face the truth. For a long moment, we stood there, hand in hand, in the middle of the ancient forest. The winds whispered between the trees, and, somewhere in the distance, the howl of a creature echoed. The world around us was shifting, but for once, I didn't feel so lost. The truth, I said softly, what if it's too much? What if I can't bear it? Nero's grip tightened, and he pulled me closer. You're stronger than you think. And we'll face it together. You don't have to carry this alone. Nero's didn't argue. He could feel it too, the tension, the pressure, the shift in the air. Without another word, he grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the edge of the clearing. But as we moved, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was closing in on us. The trees seemed to stretch out like arms, their branches reaching for us, urging us to stay. We can't outrun this, I whispered, more to myself than to him. It's already here. Nero's stopped and turned to face me, his hand still gripping mine. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I swallowed hard, trying to fight the fear creeping up my spine. The power, the truth, the shadow, it's not gone. It's inside me, now. And it's starting to break me apart. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Nero's face hardened, but his eyes softened with something I couldn't quite place. Compassion, maybe? Or something darker. We'll figure this out, he said, his voice steady. But you need to trust me, Oren. Don't shut me out. I nodded, but the words caught in my throat. How could I trust him, when the power inside me was threatening to take control? How could I trust anyone when the truth I sought might destroy us all? We kept moving, our footsteps the only sound in the suffocating stillness of the forest. But the further we went, the more the shadows seemed to stretch and twist, bending the light, distorting everything around us. It was as though the very forest itself was alive, watching us, judging us. And I knew that it wasn't just the forest that was closing in on us. It was the power. It was the darkness that had found its home inside me. Chapter 78. Unraveling. The lies. The world around me tilted as the shadow's words washed over me, their weight settling deep in my bones. The death of me. It was as though a part of my soul had already begun to fracture, the power inside me itching, begging to be freed. I couldn't move. My hand, still pressed against the stone pedestal, felt as if it were being consumed by the glowing runes beneath it. The energy thrummed, vibrating in my chest, and I could hear my heartbeat, thick, slow, and terrifying. You think you're ready for the truth, the shadow hissed again, each word dripping with venom. You can't even begin to understand what you've awakened. The price is far steeper than you could ever imagine. I wanted to turn away, to rip my hand from the pedestal and run. But I couldn't. The darkness had its claws in me now, and there was no escaping it. What do you want from me? I finally managed to choke out, my voice shaking with a mixture of fear and defiance. Tell me, I deserve to know what this is all for. The shadow's form seemed to shift, its body melting in and out of existence like smoke. It was moving closer, its glowing eyes boring into mine with an intensity that made my skin crawl. You think you deserve answers? It mocked, a laugh that sounded too much like my own echoing in the air. You wanted power, didn't you? You wanted to be special, to be different, and now you've come to claim it, only to find that it doesn't come without a cost. A cost that will tear you apart. I stammered, fighting to breathe, fighting to stay present in this nightmarish reality. I don't want it. I never wanted any of this. It's too much. The shadow's eyes glowed brighter, and for a moment, I felt as if the ground beneath me was going to crack open, swallowing me whole. Too much? It spat, its voice twisted with amusement. Too much? You don't get to decide what's too much. You've already crossed the line. You're bound to this power now, whether you like it or not. And then, it happened. The pedestal beneath my hand cracked open, the runes glowing brighter than ever before, sending a blinding light into the sky. I tried to pull away, but it was no use. The power surged through me, wrapping around my limbs, locking me in place. The shadow hissed as the light pulsed violently, and then, just as quickly, it stopped. The blinding glow faded, and I found myself standing in the clearing once more, but everything felt wrong. The air was thicker, heavier, like something had changed. Neros appeared by my side, his face pale, eyes wide with shock and concern. Oren, he started, but the words died in his throat as he looked around. What happened? I could barely answer him. The truth I had feared so much was still there, gnawing at my soul, but the shadow had disappeared. In its place, something far worse was rising. We need to leave, I said, my voice trembling. Now, Oren, Neros said again, but there was something more urgent in his tone this time. We're running out of time. Whatever you've unlocked, it's not just inside you. It's connected to everything around us. This forest, the very land we're standing on. Whatever that shadow is, it's growing, and it's not going to stop until it's had its fill. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog in my mind. But the more I tried, the more tangled the threads became. The truth, the power, the shadow, it was all bleeding together into one horrifying, monstrous reality. Then what do we do? I asked, my voice cracked with desperation. Neros looked at me for a long moment, his face unreadable. Then, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, dark crystal. It pulsed with a soft, ethereal glow, and I could feel the energy radiating from it. It was ancient, old magic, something familiar, something comforting. This is the key, Neros said, his voice steady. But it's not a simple solution. If you use this, it will tether you to the power you've unlocked. It will give you the strength to control it, to keep it in check. I stared at the crystal, my heart racing. Part of me wanted to take it, to hold it close and feel the surge of magic that would come with it. But another part of me, the part that was still trying to keep control, wanted to run. It felt like a trap that would only lead to more darkness. Is it safe? I whispered, my throat dry. Nero's hesitated, the flicker of doubt crossing his features again. No, he admitted softly. But sometimes, we have to make dangerous choices. Sometimes, we don't have a choice at all. I looked at him, really looked at him, for the first time in what felt like ages. Nero's had always been my anchor, the one I could rely on. But even he seemed unsure now. Even he was starting to doubt what I was becoming. What do? I asked, the weight of the decision pressing down on me. His eyes softened. Whatever you choose, I'll be with you. But, Oren, we need to hurry. The longer you wait, the harder it will be to stop this from consuming you. I closed my eyes, steadying my breath. The crystal pulsed in my hand, calling to me, promising me power. But at what cost? I'm ready, I said, my voice steady for the first time in hours. I took the crystal from Nero's hand, feeling the cold magic seep into my skin. And as the energy coursed through me, I could feel the shadow stir, awake and alive inside me. The power I had once feared was now mine to command. And I was going to use it. But even as I embraced the darkness, a part of me knew that this was only the beginning. Chapter 79. The Boundaries of Trust. The deeper we walked into the forest, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It wasn't just the ancient trees stretching their limbs like jagged fingers, or the whispers that seemed to brush against the edges of my mind. It was the feeling that we were being watched, hunted, not by anything physical, but by something far older, far darker. Something that could slip past my defenses, slip past everything I thought I knew about myself. Nero's didn't speak as we moved, but I could feel his eyes on me, burning with concern. His grip on my hand tightened, but he didn't say a word. It was as if he knew that saying anything would shatter the fragile thread of control I was clinging to. It was impossible to ignore the weight of the power swirling inside me. I could feel it, like fire running through my veins. It was hot, uncontrollable, and, most terrifying of all, intoxicating. Every step I took, every breath I drew, I could feel it pulling me deeper, whispering promises of unimaginable strength, of godlike abilities. And all I had to do was give in. But I couldn't. Not yet. I wasn't ready to embrace the darkness fully. Oren, Nero's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts, low and urgent. We need to talk about what happened back there. About the shadow. I barely heard him. My senses were too overwhelmed with the chaotic surge of power thrumming inside me. It felt like it was pulling at every fiber of my being, beckoning me to unleash it, to let it consume me. But I fought it, biting down on the fear that threatened to overtake me. I'm fine, I said, my voice hollow. Just keep moving. We need to get out of here. Nero's stopped. I felt him tug on my hand, and the pull was enough to snap me from the haze. His eyes were soft, searching mine for any sign of clarity. Oren, this isn't just about getting away anymore. Something's changed inside you. The shadow didn't just vanish, it's still here. It's part of you now. You have to face it. I closed my eyes, struggling to hold it together. The words echoed in my head, but they didn't make sense. Face it? How could I face something that was beyond me? Something that was clawing its way to the surface, pushing me toward a fate I didn't want? I can't, I whispered, barely audible. I can't control it, Nero's. It's too much. It's taking over. For the first time since we'd entered the forest, Nero's grip loosened, but he didn't let go. He stepped closer to me, his breath warm against my skin. You don't have to do this alone, he murmured, his voice thick with sincerity. I'm here. We'll figure this out together. My breath caught in my throat. I could feel the hesitation in his words, the sincerity in his eyes. But there was something else. shadow of doubt, a quiet fear that flickered in his gaze, like he knew the consequences of what I was becoming. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, and with it came the sound of something distant, something fast. The pressure in the air grew heavier, the earth beneath our feet trembling. It was as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I felt the air around us shift, growing heavier with every passing second. A gust of wind swept through the trees, and the distant sound of something crashing through the underbrush reached our ears. It was a sound that made my blood run cold. "We're not alone," I whispered, dread creeping into my voice. "Something's coming." Nero's eyes flashed with urgency, and he turned toward the source of the noise, his body tense. "Stay close," he ordered, pulling me closer as he reached for the blade at his side. I barely registered the movement, still reeling from the power surging inside me. But as the rustling grew louder, I could feel it. The presence of something monstrous, something ancient and unforgiving. My instincts screamed at me to run, to get away from whatever was out there. But I didn't have the luxury of running anymore. Not with this power inside me. Not with the shadow clawing at the edges of my mind, urging me to let go, to embrace the destruction. I steadied my breath, trying to focus, trying to calm the storm within. The shadows deepened around us, and the once familiar forest now felt alien, twisted. The trees creaked and groaned, their bark warping, their limbs moving as if they had a life of their own. "What is this place?" I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "It's called the Abyss," Nero said, his voice grim. "A place where the veil between worlds is thin. Where the power you've awakened comes from. And where it's drawn to." Before I could respond, the ground trembled beneath us, and a low growl echoed from the shadows. My heart skipped a beat, and a wave of cold dread swept over me. I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared for whatever was coming. And then, from the darkness between the trees, it emerged. It was like a creature from a nightmare, its body massive and hulking, covered in scales that shimmered with an eerie light. Its eyes glowed like molten fire, and its breath was like the heat of a furnace. Every step it took seemed to shake the earth beneath us, the air growing thick with the weight of its presence. "Stay behind me," Nero's ordered, but I could barely hear him over the roar of the creature's growl. But as the creature advanced, something inside me snapped. The power, the shadow, it surged to the surface, and I could feel it, wrapping around me, suffocating me in its dark embrace. I could feel the heat of it, the hunger, the need to destroy. "Oren," Nero's voice broke through the haze of power that threatened to consume me. "Don't let it take over. You can fight this. You have to fight this." I closed my eyes, focusing on his words, on the warmth of his hand in mine. For a brief moment, I felt tethered to reality again, grounded by his presence. But as I opened my eyes, the creature was upon us, its jaws snapping open with a terrifying roar. And in that moment, I knew what I had to do. With a cry, I unleashed the power inside me, my body consumed by the shadow, by the fire. The energy exploded outward, a torrent of raw, unrestrained force. The creature recoiled, its massive body staggering back as the blast of power hit it full force. But it wasn't enough. The beast was still standing, still coming for us. Nero's voice was faint, but I could hear the desperation in his tone. "Oren, you need to." But it was too late. The shadow inside me roared, and I knew that I had already crossed a line from which there would be no return. Chapter 80. The Price of Power. The crystal had consumed me in a rush of cold fire. The world around me twisted, stretched, and bent as the energy took root deep within my chest. I gasped, clenching my fists as a surge of unimaginable power flooded my veins. It was like the sky itself had cracked open above me, sending a flood of starlight cascading down, seeping into my skin, my soul. The ancient power, the shadow that had always lingered at the edge of my perception, was now fully awake. I felt everything. The heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, the whispers of 1,000 forgotten gods, the threads of fate pulling and twisting around me. It was intoxicating. It was beautiful. But it was also terrifying. Oren. Neros's voice was a distant echo, yet it felt as if he was right next to me, his concern radiating from every syllable. Are you all right? I shook my head, the ground beneath me swaying like a sea of liquid shadow. The power was overwhelming, and I couldn't focus on anything other than the storm swirling inside me. I was drowning in it. Oren, look at me. His command was sharp enough to pierce the fog of my mind, and I forced myself to meet his gaze. His eyes were filled with an intensity I hadn't seen before, fierce, but with a tinge of fear. Fear, for me. I can't. My voice trembled as I tried to steady myself, but the power continued to surge, a force of nature that couldn't be contained. I could feel it tearing at me, threatening to tear apart everything I was. You're not alone in this, Neros said, stepping forward, his hand reaching for mine. We'll face this together. I hesitated, but then I allowed my hand to slip into his. The contact grounded me, just enough to stop the spiral of panic. Neros's presence was a lifeline, a steadying force amid the chaos. Still, the weight of the power inside me was a constant pressure, an ache that wouldn't go away. What is it? I whispered, my throat dry. What's happening to me? Neros's gaze softened, but his jaw tightened. He took a deep breath before speaking, and when he did, his voice was heavy with regret. The power you've unlocked, it's more than just magic, Oren. It's part of a much larger force, something ancient, something dangerous. It's the very essence of creation and destruction. And it's not just inside you anymore. It's part of everything around us. The forest, the land, it's all connected. My heart pounded in my chest, and for the first time, I felt the cold grip of dread tighten around my heart. What does that mean? It means. Neros's voice faltered for a moment, his eyes flickering toward the trees that towered above us, their twisted forms reaching into the sky like silent sentinels. It means that the power you've awakened is alive. It has its own will, its own hunger, and it will consume everything, unless you learn to control it. It was a tempting offer. So tempting, but I had already lost so much. I wasn't going to lose myself. Not now. Oren. Neros's voice came again, urgent. The creature is still coming. I opened my eyes. The beast was almost upon us now, its jaws snapping, saliva dripping from its fangs. Its eyes burned with a fierce hunger, a hunger that wasn't just for flesh, but for something deeper, something more primal. And in that moment, I knew what I had to do. I took a step forward, my hands raised in front of me. The energy, the power, it was all within me, waiting to be unleashed. I focused on it, channeled it, and I felt the storm inside me quiet for just a second. The power, once chaotic and wild, obeyed me for the first time. The creature lunged. In a single, swift motion, I thrust my hands forward. The energy surged out of me, a torrent of raw, crackling force that hit the beast square in the chest. It howled, stumbling back, smoke pouring from the wound I had created. The ground beneath it cracked and shattered, but the creature did not fall. I was tiring. I could feel the power draining me, and the shadow inside me screamed louder, angrier. I was close to losing control. The abyss was just a heartbeat away, ready to swallow me whole. Oren, Neros's voice broke through the chaos again, desperate. You have to finish this. Now. I nodded, barely able to focus. The beast was still standing, its body swaying, but it wasn't finished yet. Neither was I. I reached down, my fingers brushing against the earth beneath me. It felt alive. The power that flowed through me was part of everything now. The ground, the air, the creatures of the forest. And then I let go. The explosion of energy was like nothing I had ever felt before. The entire world seemed to shudder with the force of it. The ground cracked open beneath us, and the beast was thrown back, its body convulsing in the wake of the blast. The air grew thick, with smoke and the smell of burning. But it wasn't enough to kill it. My knees buckled beneath me as the power continued to surge, feeding on the destruction I had wrought. I felt my consciousness slipping, the shadow pulling me down into the depths. No, Neros shouted, his hands reaching for me. Oren, don't. But it was too late. The power inside me had taken over. I was no longer in control. Chapter 81. Shattered. Bonds. The beast staggered, smoke billowing from the jagged gash the blast had left across its chest. Its skin sizzled where the power had hit it, but it wasn't enough to bring it down. It was still breathing. Still alive. I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears, the energy swirling within me like a tempest. The darkness, the abyss, had settled deep into my bones, a hunger that was impossible to ignore. It was a part of me now. A part of everything I was. But it wasn't just power. It was something darker. It was destruction. Oren, focus. Neros's voice sliced through the haze of power, but it felt like he was speaking from miles away. I turned to him, and for a moment, all I could see was his worried face, etched with concern. But that concern quickly turned to something else, something darker. He wasn't just worried for me. He was afraid. You have to control it, he said, his voice cracking. Before it controls you. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell him that I couldn't control it, couldn't stop it, couldn't fight what was now a part of me. The power was too strong. Too insistent. It was eating away at my humanity, piece by piece. The beast took another step forward, its massive claws scraping across the ground with a deafening screech. My hands clenched into fists, and I felt the shadow inside me pulse in response. It wanted more. It wanted to burn the world down. And in that moment, a part of me almost agreed. But another part, my heart, my soul, fought to stay intact. To remain who I was. Who I had been. Oren, Neros whispered, his eyes searching mine, trying to find the girl he once knew beneath the chaos that was consuming me. Please, fight it. Don't let it destroy you. It was like a lifeline thrown into the storm, and I grabbed onto it. With everything I had left. My chest heaved with each breath as I tried to fight the darkness pulling at my soul. The creature was still coming, its massive form lurching toward us, but for the first time, I didn't feel like the prey. I didn't feel like the helpless one. I felt powerful. But that power came at a cost. No, I whispered, my voice hoarse, the words coming from deep within. I won't be consumed by this. I won't let it take me. With all the strength I could muster, I focused every ounce of willpower I had on pushing back the shadow within. It fought me. Every step of the way, like a wave crashing against a dam, but I held firm. I could feel the power, the abyss, tugging at my edges, begging me to give in. But I refused. For a fleeting moment, I thought I could hear a voice within the storm, one not my own. A whisper, soft, dark. Let go. You know you want to. You can be free, Oren. Just embrace it. The air around us seemed to pulse with energy, but this time, I didn't let it overwhelm me. Instead, I called it, shaped it, bent it to my will. The abyss inside me, my darkness, calmed, but only just. It was still there, lurking beneath the surface, but for now, I had control. I opened my eyes to see Neros staring at me. His face a mixture of relief and something darker, something I couldn't quite place. His lips parted as if he wanted to say something, but then his eyes flicked to something behind me. A chill ran down my spine. I turned slowly, the air around me thick with the power I had summoned. The beast was still there. It was still standing, but now, it was different. There was something unnatural about it, something that had shifted in the wake of the explosion. Its eyes were glowing brighter than before, and the ground beneath its feet seemed to crack and warp with every step it took. It's adapting, Neros whispered, his voice tight with fear. It's learning from us. I swallowed hard. Then we'll have to be faster. I pushed myself to my feet, my body still trembling from the strain, but I wasn't going to let the creature win. Not now. Not when I had come so close to losing myself. I would end this, one way or another. Oren, Neros called, his voice urgent. Don't fight it alone. We do this together. But the truth hit me like a punch to the gut. We couldn't. Not if the creature was learning from us. Not if it was adapting. We needed something more. I can't do this with you, Neros, I said, my voice firm. Not right now. This is something I need to end on my own. His eyes flashed with hurt, but he didn't argue. He knew, deep down, that this was something only I could do. The darkness inside me wasn't just my power to control, it was my battle to win. I turned back to face the beast. It was no longer just a monster. It was a mirror of the abyss inside me. A reflection of everything I had become and everything I feared I might be. And this time, when I raised my hands, the energy that swirled around me wasn't just raw power. It was something deeper. Something that came from within. The beast roared, charging at me once more. But this time, I was ready. Chapter 82. The darkness within. The world tilted, and I felt my knees hit the ground. The power that had been surging through me, so wild and untamed, was beginning to consume me entirely. I couldn't tell where the energy ended and I began. My breath came in ragged gasps, and my body trembled under the weight of what I had unleashed. Oren, Neros's voice cracked through the haze. His hands were on me now, pulling at my shoulders, trying to steady me, but the abyss was pulling harder. I could feel its cold fingers slipping around my heart, dragging me deeper. Fight it, Oren. His voice was urgent, filled with desperation. You can't let it take you. Not like this. I tried to focus on his voice, on the warmth of his hands on my skin. I wanted to reach for him, to hold on to the small part of me that was still human, still alive. But the shadow in me, it was relentless. It was tempting to give in. A whisper slithered through my mind, the same voice that had spoken earlier, deep and velvety. You know you can end it all. You don't have to fight anymore. Just let go. Let me in. I wanted to scream. The pull of the darkness was too strong. It wrapped around me like a shroud, smothering everything I had once been. But then Neros's face swam into focus. His hands gripped me tighter, his face inches from mine, his gaze intense. Oren, you're not alone in this. I'm here. Please, don't do this. His words pierced through the fog in my mind, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt something besides the cold hunger of the abyss. I felt the warmth of his presence, the sincerity in his voice. He wasn't afraid of the power inside me. He was afraid of losing me. And in that moment, I realized something. The power was strong, yes, but it wasn't invincible. I had control over it, if I could just hold on to who I was. I can't. My voice broke, barely a whisper. It's too strong, Neros. It's too much. No, he said, shaking his head. You're stronger than this. You've always been stronger than this. His hand cupped my face, his thumb gently brushing away the sweat that clung to my skin. The darkness is a part of you, yes, but it doesn't define you. His words were like a lifeline, a tether pulling me back from the brink. I closed my eyes, taking a shaky breath, trying to quiet the storm inside me. The power inside me was furious, clawing at the edges of my mind, but Neros's voice kept me grounded. Focus on me, he whispered, his voice soft but firm. Focus on us. This is about you, not the power, not the abyss. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms as I focused all my energy on holding onto him, on holding onto my humanity. The shadow inside me screamed in protest, but I ignored it. I had to. I couldn't let it take me. I wasn't alone. I could feel Neros's presence behind me, his energy aligning with mine, feeding into my power. For the first time, I allowed myself to lean on him, to let his light guide me through the chaos. We were stronger together. But the question was, could I trust him enough to let him into this dark part of me? You have to fight it, Oren, Neros whispered through the bond we shared, his words like a lifeline. Don't let it consume you. It wasn't just the beast I was fighting. It was my own darkness. The fear, the guilt, the anger that had festered inside me for so long. It had all come to this final, destructive battle. I whispered, my voice shaking. I can't control it. But as the words left my lips, something inside me shifted. I wasn't fighting alone anymore. I wasn't just a vessel for the abyss. I was Oren, and I could control it. The beast roared once more, charging at me with deadly intent, but this time, I was ready. I stepped forward, letting the power surge through me, feeling every inch of my body pulse with the energy. And as the creature lunged, I did the one thing I hadn't done before. I embraced the darkness. I allowed it to fill me, to consume me entirely. But instead of letting it destroy me, I shaped it. I controlled it. The creature's body slammed into mine, and for a moment, I thought I might be crushed under the force of it. But instead, I held it. I held it tight, using my power to mold it into something new, something that didn't threaten me anymore. The beast stopped, its eyes wide with confusion. It had been so sure of its victory, so certain that it could overpower me. But now, it didn't know what to do. It was no longer a monster. It was just a part of me. What are you doing? Neros's voice was shaky, almost fearful. Oren, stop. I have to, I said, my voice steady, though the power in me was overwhelming. This is the only way to end this. I could feel the abyss quivering inside me, but instead of letting it consume me, I focused. I controlled it. The beast began to disintegrate, its form turning to ash as I unraveled the darkness within it. But as it crumbled, something else began to emerge. The abyss had always been there, inside me. But I had become it. And in that moment, I realized, this battle wasn't just about defeating the creature. It was about accepting the darkness within me. The beast was a part of me, just as the light within Nero's was a part of him. And together, we could finally overcome it. Chapter 83. The Betrayal. Unraveled. The beast lunged at me, its eyes wild with fury, its enormous claws swiping through the air with enough force to tear through steel. The ground trembled beneath its feet, and the very air seemed to quiver with its power. I could feel the darkness inside me trying to escape, pushing against my control, demanding to be let loose. But this time, I wouldn't let it. I raised my hands, feeling the energy surge through my veins, the crackling power filling the space between us. The shadow within me didn't retreat, it swirled with more intensity, pushing against my will, but I steeled myself. This wasn't about overpowering the creature. It was about mastering it, just as I had mastered my own demons. Oren. Neros's voice cut through the chaos, his words laced with urgency. You have to be careful. It's evolving. I didn't need his warning. I could feel it. The creature had learned from our previous encounters. It wasn't just attacking anymore, it was adapting, learning from my every move, anticipating my attacks before I even made them. The ground shook as I summoned the power around me, but the beast, sensing the shift, lashed out with a speed I hadn't expected. Its claws sliced through the air, missing me by mere inches as I twisted out of the way. Damn it, I could feel my own energy draining with every move. I couldn't keep this up forever. Nero's was beside me now, his hand gripping my arm. His voice was soft but filled with a desperation I hadn't heard before. Oren, please. You can't do this alone. We don't have time, I snapped, cutting him off. The longer we wait, the stronger it gets. I could see the hesitation in his eyes, the guilt, the fear. He didn't want to lose me. But this wasn't his fight anymore. It was mine. And the creature had a part of me now. If I didn't finish this, we both would be consumed by the darkness. I turned my gaze back to the beast, locking eyes with it, and for the first time, I saw something in its gaze. Not just hatred, not just fury, but recognition. It knew me. It was a part of me. And in that moment, I understood. The creature wasn't just a monster. It was a reflection of my own struggle. It had taken form from the very darkness inside me, and now, it was more than just a physical manifestation. It was the embodiment of everything I feared, everything I loathed about myself. The beast roared again, its massive body surging forward, but this time, I didn't run. I didn't flinch. Instead, I stepped forward to meet it, my hands raised, energy swirling around me. Oren, no. Nero's shouted, but it was too late. I had already made my decision. The creature's claws sliced toward me, but with a twist of my wrist, I summoned the power of the abyss, redirecting the energy, just enough to divert its strike. The air around us crackled with the clash of forces, the sound like thunder. For a moment, I felt it, the full force of the darkness inside me. It was overwhelming, intoxicating. And yet, there was something else in me too, something stronger, something I hadn't known I had. The words felt like they were ripping through me, each one more painful than the last. A curse? A bloodline? My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I thought I might crumble under the weight of it all. No, that can't be true, I whispered, shaking my head, as if I could deny it all by simply refusing to believe it. It's true, Neros said, his voice heavy with regret. And I didn't tell you sooner because I didn't want you to lose yourself to it. But you've always had the strength to control it, Oren. The question is, will you be able to accept it? I recoiled, stepping back from him. The words swirled in my mind, like a storm, clouding my thoughts. My own power, the abyss inside me, the curse that ran in my blood. How could I have been so blind? How could I have not seen it? I don't believe you, I whispered, even though a part of me was terrified that what he was saying might be true. Neros closed the distance between us, his hands gripping my shoulders, forcing me to look into his eyes. Oren, you have to listen to me. This is the truth. Your bloodline was created to hold the darkness, to wield it. But that doesn't mean you have to succumb to it. You can break the curse. You can choose your own fate. I closed my eyes, my head spinning with everything he had just told me. This power, this abyss inside me, it wasn't something I could just control or embrace. It was a curse, a legacy that had been passed down through generations. And you, Neros? I asked, my voice shaking with a mixture of fear and anger. How do you fit into all of this? Neros flinched, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of guilt in his eyes. I was the one who helped you unlock your power, he confessed, his voice breaking. I knew what it was. I knew what it could do. And I've been protecting you. But now it's too late. The curse is already in motion. And I think it might already be too strong for you to stop. I stared at him, my mind reeling, my heart pounding in my chest. He had known this whole time? He had been guiding me, but also hiding the truth from me? You lied to me, I whispered, my voice barely audible, the betrayal settling in my chest like a weight. Neros's expression faltered, but he didn't deny it. Instead, he pulled me closer, his voice soft. I never wanted to hurt you, Oren. But I couldn't let you face it alone. For a long moment, we stood there in silence, the weight of everything between us pressing down, suffocating. But in that silence, I realized something. Neros might have lied, but the choice had always been mine. I could either let this curse define me, or I could break it. But the question was, could I? Chapter 84. Secrets. Unraveled. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and power, the echoes of the battle still reverberating in my bones. The beast, the manifestation of my darkest fears, was gone. Crumbled to nothingness. But the silence that followed was anything but comforting. It felt heavy, like the calm before a storm. My heart pounded in my chest, the weight of what had just happened pressing down on me. You did it, Neros said softly, his voice a mixture of awe and concern. His hand was still resting on my arm, his touch grounding me in the chaos. You controlled it. I turned to face him, but there was something different in his gaze, something that made my pulse quicken. His usual calm was gone, replaced by a storm of emotions I couldn't decipher. I didn't just control it, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I became it. Neros's hand tightened around my arm, and I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Something dark. His lips parted, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. I could feel the tension building between us, the air thick with unspoken words. Something was off, something he wasn't telling me. What's going on, Neros? I demanded, my voice rising with the growing frustration. Why are you looking at me like that? He hesitated, his eyes darting away from mine for a fraction of a second. Oren, there's something I need to tell you. Something you don't know. I felt the words sink into my chest like stones. Something he hadn't told me? My breath hitched, and I suddenly felt the weight of everything that had happened so far, the trust I had placed in him. Had he been hiding something from me this whole time? What is it? I asked, my voice strained. What are you keeping from me? Nero's ran a hand through his hair, and for the first time, I saw the cracks in his usual composed demeanor. Oren, you don't understand the full extent of your power. I've been keeping things from you, not because I wanted to, but because I didn't think you were ready to hear it. My heart skipped a beat. What are you talking about? I stepped closer to him, my voice now low, urgent. Just tell me the truth. I deserve to know. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw the vulnerability in his eyes. You were never meant to carry this power, Oren. It wasn't a gift. It was a curse. A chill ran down my spine. A curse? I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. My mind raced, trying to process what he was saying. What do you mean? I whispered, my voice trembling. How could it be a curse? Nero's took a step back, running his hand over his face in frustration. Oren, the power you wield, it's tied to the very thing you've been running from all your life. The abyss inside you isn't just a part of you, it is you. It's the result of a bloodline cursed to harbor the darkness, to become a vessel for it. And the reason it's so powerful is because it's been feeding on you since the moment you were born. You can fight it, Nero said quietly, stepping closer again, his eyes softening as he reached for my hand. But not alone. I jerked my hand away, the raw anger inside me flaring up once again. I don't need your help, Nero's. I snapped, the words cutting through the air like a blade. You've lied to me. You've kept things from me. I don't know who you are anymore. Nero's recoiled as if I had struck him, but his gaze never wavered. I've always tried to protect you, Oren. I just didn't want to see you fall. I could see the pain in his eyes, but it was too late. The weight of his betrayal was too much for me to bear. I couldn't trust him anymore, not after everything he had hidden from me. You should have told me everything from the start, I said, my voice breaking with the rawness of my emotions. Maybe I could have been stronger. But now, I don't even know who I am anymore. For a moment, the room was silent. My breath was the only sound. I could hear each inhale and exhale filling the space between us, like an invisible wall. And as much as I wanted to turn away, to run, and escape from everything that had been revealed, I couldn't. The darkness was inside me. And it wasn't going anywhere. I'm sorry, Nero's whispered, his voice filled with regret. But you're not just fighting the curse anymore, Oren. You're fighting yourself. The question is, can you win? The words hit me like a wave, crashing over me, dragging me under. I wanted to scream, to run, to get away from everything and everyone. But no matter how much I tried, I couldn't escape the truth. I wasn't just fighting the curse. I was fighting the darkness inside me. The very thing that had been waiting to consume me my entire life. Chapter 85. The Abyss. Awakens. The weight of Nero's words lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. My thoughts were a whirlwind, everything spinning out of control. The abyss, the curse, had it been inside me all along? Was I just some puppet of fate, destined to fall into darkness? I tried to push those thoughts away, tried to breathe through the panic tightening in my chest. But the more I focused on my breathing, the more I felt it, the pressure building inside me, the darkness stirring within, pushing against the walls I had built to keep it at bay. Oren. I turned to Nero's, my eyes wild, a sharp tremor in my voice. Why didn't you tell me sooner? His face was a mask of guilt, but his eyes, they were filled with something else, something deeper. I didn't want to lose you, he whispered, stepping closer, his voice low, strained. I've seen the darkness before. It doesn't just destroy you, it destroys everyone around you. I couldn't bear to let that happen to you. I shook my head, my fists clenching at my sides. You should have trusted me enough to tell me the truth. I could have handled it. Could you? Nero's voice cracked as he spoke. The darkness inside you is not something anyone can control, Oren. Not without paying a price. I swallowed hard, his words seeping into my skin like poison. The abyss, my power, it wasn't just a tool I could use. It was a part of me. A part one couldn't escape. What price? I asked, my voice small, even though I was trembling with the weight of the question. Nero stepped back, looking like he wanted to say more, but couldn't. The space between us felt like a chasm. The distance between what I thought was true and what was really happening. And in that moment, I felt it. The shift in the air, the change in the atmosphere around me. It was like something was awakening. The curse is spreading, Nero's whispered, his voice tight with fear. And you're losing control. The tremors in my body became harder to ignore. I could feel it, the darkness swirling beneath the surface, thrumming with a hunger that was growing stronger. I knew, deep down, that Nero's wasn't just talking about the curse. He was talking about me. No, I said, my voice shaking, but resolute. I'm not losing control. I can still fight this. I can fight it. But even as I said the words, doubt crept in. The power was more than I could handle. It felt like it was becoming part of me, taking root in my very soul. And no matter how much I fought, it was always there, lurking in the shadows. I could feel the darkness pulsing inside me, its presence growing stronger with each word Nero spoke. But there was something else, something I hadn't fully understood before. The amulet, the key, the power that I already possessed. It was mine. It was always mine. What do I need to do? I asked, my voice low, steady, as I reached out and took the amulet from Nero's outstretched hand. His eyes were wide, filled with a strange mix of hope and fear. You have to unlock it, Oren. Let the darkness inside you take its rightful place. Only then can you control it. I felt the cold metal of the amulet against my palm, its power thrumming with an intensity that nearly made my knees buckle. My fingers curled around it, tightening, as I closed my eyes. What was I willing to do to control the darkness? What was I willing to sacrifice? I'm ready, I whispered, more to myself than to him. Nero stepped back, his eyes never leaving me, as if he knew what was about to happen. The air grew thick, heavy with anticipation. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch, coiling around me, reaching for me. And then, the darkness inside me stirred. It was a feeling like no other. A cold, sharp, intense sensation as the power inside me began to wake, as though it had been sleeping all this time, waiting for the right moment to rise. And now that moment had arrived. I gasped, feeling the power surge through me, rushing like wildfire, consuming everything in its path. I could feel the darkness within, but it no longer felt like an enemy. It was me. It was mine. The room around me began to blur, the edges of reality fading as the power spiraled out of control. I opened my eyes, but all I could see was the swirling abyss, pulling me deeper, drowning me in its depths. Oren, Nero shouted, his voice desperate, but I barely heard him. All I could focus on was the power, the raw, untamed energy inside me. It was intoxicating. It was everything. And then, in the midst of it all, I heard it. A whisper, soft, seductive, and familiar. Embrace it, the voice said. Let it consume you. You can be more than just a curse. You can be a queen. I froze. The voice, it was mine. Or, at least, it felt like it. The words, the tone, they were familiar, like an echo of something deep inside me. What are you? I whispered, my voice trembling, my mind spinning. You know who I am, the voice replied, its tone smooth, almost playful. I am the darkness, Oren. I am you. And in that moment, I understood. I wasn't just battling a curse. I was battling myself. Chapter 86. The Descent. The darkness was no longer just a force outside of me, something to be feared from afar. It was mine. It was inside me, coursing through my veins like liquid fire. And with each passing second, I could feel it growing stronger, clawing its way through the cracks in my mind, desperate to break free. I stood there, rooted to the spot, feeling the weight of Nero's words pressing down on me like 1,000 tons of stone. You're fighting yourself. Could I win? Could I even fight anymore? Oren. Nero's voice was barely a whisper, but it cut through the storm of thoughts in my head. I turned to him, my eyes wild with confusion and anger. His face was pale, his eyes dark with something I couldn't quite place. Fear? Regret? Or was it something deeper, something I didn't want to acknowledge? I don't need your pity, I snapped, taking a step back. You've already betrayed me, Nero's. I can't trust you anymore. His jaw clenched, but he didn't move toward me. Instead, he reached for something in his pocket, a small, silver amulet, glinting faintly in the dim light. He held it out to me, his fingers trembling. This is the key, he said, his voice hoarse. To unlocking your true power. To stopping the curse from consuming you completely. I narrowed my eyes, studying the amulet. It was simple, unremarkable, except for the way it seemed to pulse, as though it had a life of its own. What is it? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. My heart raced, a mix of curiosity and dread swirling inside me. Nero's hesitated, as though weighing his words carefully. It's not just a key, Oren. It's a piece of your past, a part of who you are. A part of you that's been hidden away, locked in a place even you can't remember. A piece of my past? Hidden away? The words gnawed at me, clawing at the edges of my sanity. What did he mean? What part of me had been hidden? What was I? Really? Why didn't you tell me about this before? I asked, my voice shaking with the weight of the question. Why wait until now to give me this? Because it was never the right time, Nero said, his voice heavy with regret. I was afraid, Oren. Afraid of what you might become if you unlocked it. Afraid that you might lose yourself in the process. I shook my head, frustration bubbling to the surface. You're telling me that I have the power to stop this curse, but you're too afraid to let me try? You don't understand, he snapped, his voice cracking under the pressure. You're not just fighting a curse, Oren. You're fighting yourself. You're fighting the darkness that has been inside you all along. And unlocking that power, this power, it might change everything. I could feel his gaze on me, pleading with me, but all I could hear was the voice. The voice that promised me power. Promised me everything I'd ever wanted. It whispered to me, urging me to act, to take control. You're afraid, Nero's, I said, my voice quiet, almost taunting. Afraid of what I'll become if I let go. Afraid of the power that I can wield. Nero's took a step forward, his eyes filled with desperation. This isn't you, Oren. This is the curse speaking. It's trying to take everything from you. Please, don't let it win. But I wasn't listening to him anymore. I wasn't even listening to myself. All that mattered now was the power. The power that was inside me, waiting to break free. I closed my eyes again, letting the darkness rise, feeling it crackle through my veins like wildfire. I could feel my body shifting, my energy altering, changing. I was no longer just Oren. I was something else. Something more. You're right, I whispered, my voice barely audible. This is who I was always meant to be. The curse is a part of me. It always has been. The room seemed to grow darker, the shadows growing longer, twisting and writhing around me like living things. I could hear the crackling of energy, feel it wrapping around me, suffocating me in its embrace. But it wasn't suffocating me, it was empowering me. And then, in a moment that felt like eternity, I opened my eyes again. The world around me seemed to bend, the air thick with power, crackling with energy. The shadows danced in my vision, swirling around me like dark tendrils, and I knew that I had crossed a line. No more running, I whispered, my lips curling into a dark smile. No more hiding from what I am. Nero stood frozen, his face a mix of horror and awe. I could feel his fear radiating off of him, but it didn't matter anymore. Nothing mattered except the power. Oren, he whispered, his voice trembling. Please, come back. But I didn't answer. I didn't need to, because I wasn't coming back. I was gone. I took a step forward, my power rippling through the air like a storm, tearing apart everything in its path. The walls trembled, the floor shook beneath my feet, and I knew there was no turning back now. The darkness was mine, and I was ready to unleash it. Chapter 87. The Awakening. The room seemed to spin, as though the very air was warping around me. I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my ears, drowning out everything else. My hands trembled, clenched tightly around the amulet, the cold metal almost burning against my skin. But it wasn't the amulet that had me on the edge, it was the voice. The voice that had become a part of me, like a shadow, following me everywhere, growing stronger with each breath I took. You can be more, it whispered again, and I felt a jolt deep within my chest. The words were like poison, sweet and dangerous, promising me power beyond measure. You are the darkness. You are the one who will change everything. I clenched my jaw, trying to push it away, to force it back into the corners of my mind where it belonged. But the more I fought it, the louder it became. No, I gasped, the words slipping from my lips in a strained breath. I won't give in to you. You already have, the voice purred, as though it could sense my resistance fading. You always have, Oren. You just didn't know it. I was shaking now, not just from the cold or fear, but from something much deeper. A hunger that burned within me. A need to understand. To know what I was becoming. To know if I could control it, or if it would consume me. What do you want from me? I demanded, my voice hoarse, trembling with raw emotion. I could feel my breath quickening, the air thickening around me, as if I were suffocating. The darkness inside me pulsed in response, as though it were alive, aware. And then, the voice spoke again, this time louder, clearer, more certain. I want you to embrace your destiny, it said. You've spent your life running from it, fighting it, but you are the one who can reshape everything. You can burn this world to the ground and rise from the ashes, stronger than anything that dares to oppose you. My mind was a battlefield, thoughts clashing, emotions swirling, and yet, in the midst of it all, there was a part of me that wanted to listen. A part of me that wanted to feel that power, to let it overtake me, to become something more than human. You are stronger than them, the voice continued. Stronger than Nero's. Stronger than anyone who's ever doubted you. You are the one who can lead, who can command. And all it takes is one choice, your choice. The air seemed to crackle with energy as the power surged within me. It was a raw, untamed force, one that begged to be unleashed. I closed my eyes, feeling it swirl, coiling tighter and tighter in my chest, ready to burst. The darkness wanted out, wanted to break free. Oren, Nero's voice broke through the haze, urgent and panicked. You have to fight it. Please, you have to fight the darkness. You can't let it take you. I opened my eyes and saw him standing a few feet away, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I was beyond that. Oren, please, Nero's shouted, stepping forward again, his voice pleading, desperate. You don't have to do this. There's still a chance to stop it. But it was too late. The darkness had claimed me completely. You don't understand, I whispered again, my voice now a seductive whisper, only for his ears. There's no stopping this. The power is mine now, and I will never let it go. The air around us seemed to thicken, the shadows lengthening, curling like living things. I could feel the floor beneath my feet tremble with the sheer weight of the power I was wielding, and I couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at the destruction I could cause. Nero's face twisted with pain as he stepped back, his body tense, but I could see the flicker of determination in his eyes. He was trying to fight it, fight me. And for a moment, I almost felt pity for him. You'll never be able to stop me, I whispered, almost amused. No one can, not even you. But even as I said those words, there was a part of me, just the tiniest flicker, that wanted to hear him say something else. something that would pull me back from the edge. But the voice inside me was louder now, overwhelming that little voice of doubt. And I felt myself sinking deeper, the darkness consuming every part of me. Oren. The voice was almost lost in the wind now. But Nero's was still there, still fighting, still holding on to the hope that he could save me. It was a cruel thing, really. He didn't know what he was up against. Let it go, I whispered to myself. Let it all go. And with that final breath, the storm inside me erupted, sending a wave of power crashing through the room. Nero stumbled back, falling to his knees as the energy washed over him. I felt it all, the destruction, the chaos, the absolute control. But as I looked at him, broken, defeated, and still reaching for me, there was a strange feeling stirring within me. Something human, something that felt wrong. Chapter 88. The Temptation of Power. The air around me crackled with energy, raw and untamed, as though the world itself was bending to my will. It was intoxicating, like a fever in my blood, a hunger gnawing at the edges of my mind. I could feel the darkness swirling inside me, every pulse of power making me feel more alive, more invincible. There was no turning back from this. Nero stood there, his eyes wide, desperate, his face a mask of disbelief. He reached out to me, his hand trembling as he spoke in a voice that cracked with emotion. Oren, this isn't you, he cried, taking a step closer. Please, you don't have to do this. The curse, the darkness, it doesn't have to define you. I could feel the pull of his words, the faintest twinge of doubt, but it was drowned out by the voice that had become my constant companion. It was louder now, more demanding, urging me forward. You are more than this, Oren. You are a queen, a goddess. The world bends to you, not the other way around. The voice was seductive, powerful, whispering promises of dominance and control. I could almost taste the freedom it offered, the raw power coursing through my veins. I had always been weak, always playing by the rules, always holding back. But now, with the darkness fully awakened inside me, I could feel it, the limitless potential, the hunger for more. I laughed softly, the sound dark and hollow, as I took a slow step toward Nero's. My body felt like it was made of lightning, crackling with untapped energy. He was afraid, I could see it in his eyes. But there was something else there too, a flicker of something deeper, something I didn't want to acknowledge. You don't understand, I said, my voice low, dangerous. You never have. I've spent my entire life being told what I could and couldn't do, where I could and couldn't go. But now, I make the rules. Nero's flinched as if my words had struck him, but he didn't back away. He was still standing, still trying to reach me. I could see the resolve in his eyes, the desperate plea for me to return to the person I had been before the darkness had consumed me. But it was too late for that. I was no longer that girl. Oren, don't let it consume you, he whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. You're not alone in this. I'm here. We can fight this together. I shook my head, a wicked smile curling my lips. Fight it? Why would I fight something that's made me stronger than I've ever been? He reached out for me then, his hand brushing against mine. For a moment, I almost felt the old connection we'd shared, the bond that had once tied us together. But it was fleeting, slipping through my fingers like sand. I am stronger than ever, Nero's, I said, my voice cold, as I slowly pulled away from his touch. And I will never be the same again. I could feel the darkness inside me surging, filling me with a power I had never dreamed possible. It was overwhelming, dizzying, and I embraced it fully. It was like every cell in my body was alive, crackling with energy. I was unstoppable. Stop fighting it, I said, almost pleading, my voice breaking with the weight of the temptation. This is who I am now. This is what I was always meant to be. Nero's reached out again, his fingers brushing my arm. His touch was gentle, almost tender, and it sent a shock of warmth through my chest. But it was not enough to break through the wall I had built around myself. You're wrong, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I Don't care what you think you've become. I'll fight for you. I'll fight, until you remember who you truly are. My heart skipped a beat. There was something in his eyes, a depth of feeling that almost pulled me in. But I couldn't let it. I couldn't let myself be swayed by something as fragile as love or hope. I had power now, and that was all that mattered. You can't fight me, Neros, I said, my voice cold, calculating. You can't stop me. I pulled away from his touch, stepping back, my eyes narrowing as I summoned the darkness around me. The air thickened, the shadows dancing around my body like living things. Neros didn't move. He didn't flinch. I will fight for you, he repeated, his voice steady, unwavering. I'll fight until there's nothing left of this darkness, until there's nothing left of the curse. For a moment, I almost believed him. For a fleeting second, I felt a pang of guilt, of regret. But then the darkness surged, swallowing that feeling whole. I was too far gone. Then you're fighting a losing battle, I said, my voice devoid of emotion. Because I'm already gone. I turned away, my heart pounding in my chest. The darkness whispered to me, its voice a seductive lullaby. It was time to move forward. Time to claim everything I had ever wanted. But as I walked away, the tiniest sliver of doubt gnawed at me. Could I really leave everything behind? Could I truly erase the person I had once been? I didn't know. All I knew was that the darkness was all-consuming, and it was too late to turn back now. Chapter 89. The Cracks. In the darkness, the power thrummed in my veins, a constant, pulsing reminder of what I had become. My senses were heightened, every detail around me sharp and vivid. The shadows bent to my will, and the air was thick with the electricity of my control. Yet, beneath all that power, there was a creeping unease, a nagging pull at the edges of my mind, a whisper, a voice, not the dark one that urged me on, but something softer, almost familiar. Oren. The sound of my name, so soft yet so forceful, cut through the crackling silence. I turned slowly, my body moving with a predatory grace. Neros was still kneeling, his hands pressed to the ground as though trying to hold on to something. Anything. In this storm of power I had unleashed. His eyes locked onto mine, filled with a pain so raw it made my chest tighten. You're still here, I said, my voice low and dangerous, barely above a whisper. The temptation to push him away, to break him, was overwhelming, but there was something inside me that made me stop. Something I couldn't quite name. You think you're unstoppable, Neros said, his voice shaky but defiant, but this power, it's corrupting you, Oren. You feel it, don't you? His words were like ice in the fire. They broke through the haze of darkness clouding my mind, and for a moment, I faltered. The power still roared within me, urging me to claim more, but there was something about the way Neros said it, something in his voice, that made me pause. Corrupting me? I repeated, my lips curling into a smirk. I feel alive, Neros. More than I ever have before. You think this is corruption? No, this is freedom. His gaze hardened, his eyes narrowing with the resolve of someone who had nothing left to lose. You're wrong, he said, voice firm now, despite the tremor in his hands. You think you've gained everything, but you're losing yourself. Every step you take into this darkness, the farther you are from who you really are. I shook my head, the darkness inside me laughing, mocking the vulnerability in his words. You don't understand. You never did, I said softly. This power doesn't change who I am. It reveals who I was always meant to be. His eyes flashed with a mixture of desperation and frustration. Oren, he whispered, leaning forward as though trying to close the distance between us. I don't want to lose you. I don't want you to become something, someone you can't come back from. Something stirred inside me then. A flicker. Something human. Something real. For the briefest moment, I remembered a time before all this. Before the curse, before the power, before the darkness consumed me. I remembered what it was like to be Oren, the girl who laughed, who loved, who dreamed. I remembered the warmth of Neros's hand in mine, the quiet promises he'd whispered to me, when the world felt too big and too overwhelming. But that memory was fleeting, slipping away like sand through my fingers. The voice in my head, the one that urged me to embrace the darkness, was louder than ever, drowning out everything else. Oren felt his hand brush against hers. The touch was like fire and ice all at once. It made her heart skip a beat, and yet the darkness roared inside her, demanding she push him away. But she didn't. At what cost? Nero's repeated, his voice more insistent now. This power, Oren, it's corrupting you. You may think you're in control, but you're not. It's in control of you. For the first time in days, Oren faltered. The storm inside her, both the literal one raging in the skies and the internal tempest of power, seemed to quiet for the briefest of moments. What was she really doing? Was this power really what she wanted? Was it worth the cost? She turned, finally facing him, her breath ragged. I don't know anymore, she said, her voice cracking. I feel like I've lost myself. You haven't, Nero said, his voice unwavering. You're still in there, Oren. I can see you. I can feel you. She wanted to believe him. She really did. But how could she? She had become something else. Something darker. Something more dangerous. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the sounds of the wind and the distant rumble of thunder. Oren's heart beat loudly in her chest, the echo of it almost drowning out everything else. You think you can change me? She asked, her voice barely audible. I think you can change yourself, Nero said, stepping closer now, his eyes soft but filled with a burning intensity. You can still choose, Oren. You always have the choice. You just need to believe that you can fight it. Believe that you're stronger than the darkness. Oren's breath caught in her throat. Was that true? Could she really fight the thing she had become? The power that was as much a part of her now as her own blood? She didn't know. But as she stood there, staring into Nero's eyes, something shifted in her. Something deep. The shadows in her mind seemed to pause, as if waiting for her decision. The pull of the darkness, the allure of its promises, still tempted her, but the flicker of light inside her, Nero's unwavering belief, gave her a strange sense of hope. Could she really walk away from all of it? Chapter 90. The Choice. Between shadows and light. Oren stood at the edge of the cliff, her figure silhouetted against the fading twilight. The wind howled through the jagged rocks, and, below her, the vast expanse of the darkened forest stretched endlessly, its dense foliage whispering secrets she couldn't quite hear. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for her to make the next move. Her chest rose and fell with shallow, controlled breaths. The power was always there now, buzzing just beneath her skin. It had been so long since she had felt anything other than it, a constant, gnawing hunger for more. More control, more destruction, more power. But as she stood there, staring into the abyss, something stirred inside her. A flicker, a spark. She closed her eyes, fighting against the darkness that whispered promises of eternal dominance in her mind. Oren. The voice cut through her like a knife, both familiar and foreign. Nero's. She hadn't seen him in days, hadn't heard from him since she had broken away, embraced the darkness fully. He had tried, he had fought, and she had shut him out. A sharp, sudden pang of guilt hit her, so fierce it made her knees buckle slightly. She shook her head, dispelling the feeling. The guilt would only make her weak, and weakness would lead to destruction. It was a thought she had embraced, even if it tore at the last pieces of the person she used to be. Why are you here, Nero's? She muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. His footsteps were soft on the gravel, but she could feel his presence before he even spoke. He didn't need to be near her to affect her. Because I can't leave you like this, Nero's said quietly. He was standing just behind her now, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his breath, though the space between them remained unbreachable. You're not lost, Oren. I know you're still in there. I feel it. She swallowed, trying to keep her composure. I don't know what you're talking about. You do, he said, his voice thick with emotion. You know that this power is consuming you. It's changing you, but it doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to lose yourself completely. Oren's hands clenched into fists at her sides. The wind kicked up, swirling her dark hair around her face. I don't need saving, Nero's. Her words were sharp, but deep down, there was a tremor of uncertainty that she couldn't quite erase. But you do, he said softly. Not from me, not from anyone else, but from the darkness inside you. She closed her eyes tightly. Was he right? Was she really lost? The shadows that surrounded her didn't feel like a curse. They felt like a shield. A way to protect herself from the world that had never understood her. A way to finally control her destiny, to become something that no one could touch. But still, the flicker of something, someone, who was her, deep down, refused to be entirely silenced. You don't understand, she whispered, her voice breaking slightly. This power is everything. I can do anything. I can fix everything. I can have everything I've ever wanted. I can take what's mine. But at what cost? Nero's asked gently. But then she saw Nero's face, his unshaken faith in her. He hadn't given up on her. He wasn't afraid of what she had become. And in that moment, a single truth slammed into her heart. She wasn't just fighting the darkness. She was fighting herself. The fear that had ruled her, the self-loathing, the doubt, had all been lies. Lies she had allowed to control her. She wasn't a monster. She was human. She had a choice. Oren's breath stilled as she gathered every last ounce of strength she had left. The darkness inside her writhed and howled, but she resisted. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she fought back. I choose me, she whispered. With a force she didn't even know she had, she willed the shadows to recede. They fought her every step of the way, their tendrils tightening around her, pulling at her very soul. But she didn't stop. She couldn't. She was no longer willing to be consumed. Nero's voice, so steady and full of love, cut through the chaos. You're stronger than this, Oren. I believe in you. Her heart fluttered at his words, and for a moment, the darkness faltered. She pressed her palms to the ground, breathing deeply, pushing with everything she had. And then, like a wave crashing against the shore, the darkness broke. It didn't vanish completely, no, but it shifted. It pulled back, just enough for her to breathe again. For her to regain control. The power inside her was still there, still a part of her, but it no longer had control. She was no longer its prisoner. Oren collapsed to her knees, her chest heaving. Tears spilled from her eyes as the storm inside her slowly began to quiet. She wasn't whole yet. She wasn't perfect, but for the first time in a long time, she felt like herself again. Nero's was beside her in an instant, his arms around her, pulling her into a tight embrace. You did it, he whispered, his voice full of awe. You really did it. She buried her face in his chest, not saying anything, but letting the warmth of his presence wash over her. She didn't need words. Not right now. They were safe, for now. But the road ahead would be long, and there would be more battles. The darkness inside her would never truly disappear. But for the first time in ages, Oren felt like she had a chance to take control of her fate. And with Nero's by her side, she believed she might just be able to face whatever came next. Chapter 91. Into the abyss. The wind had quieted now, as if the world itself were waiting for Oren to make her choice. The darkened sky above her was heavy with the weight of an impending storm, but it wasn't just the weather that felt turbulent. It was everything inside her, her mind, her heart, her soul, tearing apart and pulling in different directions. Nero's words echoed in her ears, but the shadows within her whispered louder, their voices seductive and all-consuming. She could feel them crawling beneath her skin, slithering through her veins, urging her to embrace the power fully. To claim it. But what would it cost her? She already felt herself slipping away. The person she used to be, the one who had dreams, desires, and a sense of self, was that person even still alive inside her? Oren. Nero's voice was soft, but the depth of emotion in it made her heart ache. Please, I can't do this without you. You don't have to do this alone. The tears she had held back for so long began to sting her eyes. The suffocating grip of the power inside her, which had always been comforting in its harshness, suddenly felt like a cage. She had willingly trapped herself inside it, and now, with Nero's here, offering her a way out, it seemed almost impossible to escape. Her breathing grew heavy as she glanced at him. His eyes, full of warmth and genuine care, locked with hers. There was no judgment there, only understanding. And love, maybe? Oren closed her eyes and clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Could she let go? Could she trust him? The dark energy that coiled around her heart pulsed, eager to drown out the fleeting moments of doubt. Oren, Nero said, his hand reaching out, offering warmth. I know you're scared. I know you feel like you're too far gone. But I'm telling you, there's still light in you. I know there is. I feel it. Her throat tightened. The flicker of something good, something pure, inside her was faint now, but it was there. It was undeniable. She felt it every time she let herself believe in him, every time he refused to give up on her. And then, the darkness stirred, responding to her hesitation. It whispered her name, smooth and sweet. It promised her everything: power, revenge, control. It told her that if she just let go, everything would be hers. Her hand trembled as she reached toward Nero's, but the shadows didn't like that. They twisted, seeping into the air, surrounding her like an unholy fog. Don't listen to him, a voice inside her hissed. He's weak. He doesn't understand. You are strong. This is your destiny. Take it. Oren's breath quickened as she fought against the pull. She turned to Nero's, her eyes wide with desperation. I don't know if I can stop it. I don't know if I can stop myself anymore. Nero stepped forward, his face soft with concern, but his eyes steady. You're not alone in this, Oren. Before she could respond, the world shifted violently. The storm that had been brewing in the distance was now upon them. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the swirling clouds that seemed to close in on them. The ground beneath her feet trembled. Oren, Nero shouted over the roaring wind, his hand outstretched. You have to choose now. Her heart raced as the power inside her swelled, overwhelming every other thought. She could feel the darkness in her veins, pulsing with hunger. It wanted her to embrace it fully. To rule, to dominate, to be unstoppable. Who are you? Oren demanded, trying to keep the fear out of her voice. The woman chuckled softly, her smile twisting into something cruel. You don't recognize me? How quaint. I suppose you've forgotten, then. Oren's brow furrowed. Something about her words struck a chord deep inside her, though she couldn't place why. She had heard those words before. And she had heard that laugh. It was like a memory just beyond her reach. What do you want? Nero stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Oren, his eyes narrowing. We don't have time for games. The woman's gaze flicked to him, her smile widening in amusement. Oh, it's not a game, dear boy. Not this time. She glanced back at Oren, her expression turning dark. You've done well to resist the darkness, for now. But tell me, Oren, how long? Can you really keep it at bay? Oren felt a surge of anger rise in her chest. What are you talking about? The woman's smile twisted into something colder. You don't even remember me, do you? Oren's head throbbed as flashes of images, fragmented memories, flickered in her mind. A woman's face. A woman who had once been close to her. Too close. No, Oren whispered, her hands trembling. It can't be. Oh, but it is, the woman said, stepping closer, her voice dripping with malicious satisfaction. I've waited a long time for this, Oren. You thought you could escape, that you could run from what's inside you. But it's time to face the truth. Oren's knees buckled beneath her as the weight of her words hit her like a physical blow. She had heard the name before. The woman was no stranger. She was the one who had shaped her, who had once guided her down this path of destruction. You were my mentor, Oren choked out, the realization crashing over her like a tidal wave. You were the one who taught me how to wield this power. The woman nodded, her lips curling into a sinister grin. And now, I've come to claim what's mine. Chapter 92. The Long Road Ahead. The air was thick with the scent of rain as Oren and Neros made their way through the dense forest. The storm had passed, leaving behind a haunting stillness. The branches of the towering trees above them creaked in the aftermath, their gnarled limbs stretching out like skeletal hands, as though watching their every move. Oren's heart was still raw. The internal battle she had just fought had taken everything out of her, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Her body ached from the strain of holding onto her humanity while the dark power within her had clawed at her very being. It was only when she stumbled, her legs giving way beneath her, that Neros caught her. He didn't say anything, just held her tightly, offering his strength like an unspoken promise. It was in that moment that Oren realized how much she needed him, how much he had come to mean to her. "You're doing great," he murmured, his voice soothing against the pounding of her heart. "One step at a time. We'll get through this, I swear." But Oren wasn't so sure anymore. Her mind swirled with 1,000 questions. Was she really free? Could she truly overcome the darkness that had been so deeply ingrained in her soul? What if it came back, stronger than ever? The forest seemed to grow darker as they moved deeper into it, the shadows stretching unnaturally long. Oren's eyes darted around, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. "I don't like this," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It feels like we're being hunted." Neros's gaze sharpened, his hand tightening around hers. "Stay close," he said, his voice low, every muscle in his body tense. "We're not alone. Stay alert." The quiet rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of twigs underfoot were the only sounds that broke the oppressive silence. But it was the silence itself that unnerved Oren most. In all her travels, she had never felt anything like this. An overwhelming sense of being watched, of something waiting, lurking just out of sight. And then she heard it. A soft, high-pitched laugh. It was distant at first, like the fluttering of a bird's wings in the wind. But then it came again. Closer this time, louder. Oren's blood ran cold. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Neros stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes scanning the forest, his grip tightening on her hand. "I did." The laugh came again, and this time, Oren could feel it in her chest, like a vibration in the air itself. It was mocking, chilling, and somehow familiar. Before she could say another word, a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was a woman, her features hidden beneath a dark, flowing cloak, her eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Her long, silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, and in her hand, she held a blade that glimmered like it had been forged in the deepest fires of the underworld. "Well, well," the woman said, her voice smooth and laced with venom. "Look who finally decided to show up." Oren instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. There was something about this woman, something wrong about her. The energy she radiated felt dark, almost suffocating. "You can't run from me, Oren," Celine hissed, spinning to face her again. "You think you can fight the darkness? It's in your blood. You're mine." Oren's breath quickened as she fought to keep the darkness at bay. She could feel it, pulling at her, urging her to give in. She closed her eyes, trying to center herself, trying to remember who she was now. Not the person Celine had created, but the woman she had become. "You don't control me," Oren said through gritted teeth. "I control my own fate." She reached deep inside herself, pulling the power of the darkness to the surface, but this time, she didn't let it overtake her. Instead, she channeled it, using it as a weapon, focusing it into a force of will. When she opened her eyes, the dark energy radiated around her, like a storm. The air crackled with raw power, and the ground beneath her feet trembled. "This is who I am," Oren said, her voice strong, commanding. "This is who I've chosen to be." Celine's eyes widened in shock, and for the first time, Oren saw a flicker of uncertainty in her former mentor's eyes. "You're not the same," Celine murmured, almost to herself. "You've become something else." Oren's heart raced as she prepared herself for the battle she knew was coming. The storm inside her was wild, unpredictable, but it was hers to command now. I'll never be yours again, Oren repeated, her voice unwavering. This ends tonight. Chapter 93. The Return of Shadows. Oren's breath caught in her throat as the truth hit her with the force of a lightning strike. The woman standing before her, cloaked in darkness, was no mere stranger. She was the architect of the very chaos Oren had spent her life trying to escape. The woman had been her mentor, the one who had shown her the raw power of the darkness that now raged within her. Her name came to Oren's lips like a curse, whispered with a mixture of awe and dread. Celine. The woman's smile widened at the sound of her name, her eyes gleaming like twin shards of ice. Ah, you remember now. Oren felt a wave of nausea wash over her. How could she have forgotten? Celine had once been everything to her, the one who taught her how to harness the darkness, how to use it to her advantage. But at what cost? No, Oren murmured, shaking her head. I've moved past this. I've left all of it behind. Celine chuckled, the sound cold and mocking. You think so? You think you can simply walk away from what you are? You're still my creation, Oren, and that will never change. Asterisk. Oren's hands clenched into fists, the familiar pull of the darkness stirring within her, threatening to break free. She fought to keep it contained, but the more she resisted, the more it seemed to claw at her from the inside, demanding release. You've trained me well, Oren said, her voice low and strained. But I'm not the same person anymore. I won't let you control me. Celine's eyes flicked to Nero's, her gaze calculating. And him? Do you think he'll save you? Nero stepped forward, his expression unwavering. She doesn't need saving, Celine. And neither do I. We're not afraid of you. Celine laughed again, this time more softly, almost pityingly. Oh, how charming. But you're both fools if you think you can stand against me. Oren belongs to me, and she always will. You can't change what's already been written. Oren's mind raced. She needed a plan, some way to break free from the grip of Celine's words, from the darkness that had so long been a part of her. But the longer she stood there, the more the weight of her past pressed down on her. What do you want, Celine? Oren demanded, her voice growing stronger despite the fear gnawing at her insides. Why are you here? Celine's lips curled into a smile. I've come for what's mine, of course. I've been watching you, Oren. I know you've been hiding your true power, suppressing what you really are. But no longer. She stepped forward, the blade in her hand gleaming under the moonlight. It's time for you to remember what you were born to do. Oren's heart pounded in her chest as the darkness stirred within her like a beast waking from slumber. She could feel it, the familiar pull, the intoxicating power that had once consumed her. But now, she knew better. She had fought too hard to fall back into the same trap. I'm not your puppet anymore, Oren spat, her eyes blazing with newfound determination. I'll never be yours again. Celine's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing. We'll see about that. Without warning, she lunged at Oren, her blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Oren barely had time to react, her instincts kicking in as she dodged to the side, the blade missing her by mere inches. Oren didn't hesitate. The darkness surged once more, this time with the full weight of everything she had learned, everything she had become. She reached out, and Celine's body was lifted off the ground, suspended in the air by an invisible force. You're not in control anymore, Oren said, her voice steady. I am. With a final, violent motion, Oren released her hold, sending Celine crashing to the ground, the energy swirling around her in an overwhelming cascade. The woman who had once controlled Oren, who had shaped her very existence, was now nothing more than a shadow beneath her feet. Oren stood over her, breathing heavily, the remnants of the darkness still swirling around her like a protective veil. She could feel the power crackling beneath her skin, the energy thrumming in time with her pulse. But this time, it was different. She was in control. You're not my master, Oren said softly, her eyes cold and hard. I am mine. Celine looked up, her eyes burning with fury and something darker fear. You can't do this. You can't win. Oren's smile was cruel, the darkness in her heart echoing in her gaze. I already have. And with that, she turned her back on the woman who had once been her mentor, the woman who had created her, and walked away, leaving Celine crumpled in the dust. Chapter 94. The Unleashing. Oren's heart pounded in her chest, the air around her crackling with tension. The storm of power that raged within her felt like a tempest, but she was no longer afraid of it. For the first time, she felt the darkness within her align with her purpose, her will. She had spent so long running, hiding, suppressing her true self. But now, in this moment, she embraced every inch of it. You've underestimated me, Celine. Oren's voice rang out, clear and filled with authority, like the calm before the storm. Celine's eyes narrowed, her lips pulling into a tight, malicious smile. Underestimate? I trained you, Oren. You think you can stand against me with nothing but your broken will and a scrap of power? Oren didn't flinch. She could feel it now, the power of the shadows surging through her, flowing like molten fire in her veins. It was no longer a curse to be feared, but a weapon to be wielded. And she would wield it better than Celine ever could. The air hummed as she took a step forward, the ground beneath her feet splitting slightly with the sheer force of the energy she commanded. Celine took a step back, her eyes flicking over Oren's glowing form with a mixture of disbelief and fury. No, Celine breathed, the words slipping from her lips like a curse. This isn't possible. You. But before she could finish, Oren moved. Faster than Celine could react. Oren closed the distance between them, her hand glowing with the raw power of the dark energy she had come to control. It wasn't just raw destruction, it was precision, calculated chaos, an elegant destruction that only a true master of the shadows could command. With a flick of her wrist, Oren released the energy in a pulse, sending Celine flying backward with the force of 1,000 storms. The woman hit the ground with a deafening thud, but Oren didn't wait for her to recover. She knew better now than to give Celine any breathing room. She pressed forward, the darkness swirling around her like a cloak of shifting shadows, as she reached for the heart of Celine's power. She could feel it now, deep within the older woman, the core of her strength, the source of all the manipulation, the force that had shaped Oren into what she had been. You taught me to embrace this power, Oren said, her voice now a growl, low and dangerous. But you never taught me how to control it. And now, I'm going to use it to tear everything you've built apart. Celine's laugh was shrill, desperate. You think you've won? You think you can defeat me? I am the one who shaped you. I am your foundation. Without me, you're nothing. But Oren just smiled, the shadows in her hands glowing brighter as she closed in. I've learned something you never did, Celine. You may have given me the power, but you forgot one thing. She raised her hand, the dark energy crackling at her fingertips, and with a flick of her wrist, she launched it toward Celine's chest. The blast struck with pinpoint precision, sending shockwaves through the air, splitting the earth beneath them. Oren's eyes glowed with fierce intensity, the storm inside her continuing to rage. I am not what you made me. I am what I choose to be. Celine struggled to rise, but it was too late. The blast had shattered her defenses. She staggered, gasping for air, her face twisted in pain and shock. She looked up at Oren, her eyes wild with fear. No, I don't want to be anyone's burden, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I never have. The words hung in the air, heavy and loaded with meaning. She had never felt like she could afford to rely on anyone, not even Nero's, despite everything. But as the darkness inside her continued to grow, so too did the understanding that perhaps she was fooling herself. Maybe she needed him more than she was willing to admit. Then let me help, Nero said, his voice fierce but gentle, insistent. Don't push me away. But Oren was already stepping back, her gaze turning cold once more. I can't, Nero's. Not right now. Not with this power inside me. I need to understand it first. I need to control it before it controls me. Nero's expression hardened, and a flash of something, anger, maybe, flashed in his eyes. But he didn't argue. He didn't try to stop her. Instead, he simply nodded, as though he had already accepted that there was nothing he could say to change her mind. I can't promise I'll wait forever, he said quietly, his voice laced with a raw edge of pain. Oren didn't respond. Instead, she turned and walked away, the shadows swirling around her like a second skin, an extension of her will. The power was intoxicating, and yet, each step she took away from Nero's felt like another piece of her soul slipping further into the darkness. She wasn't sure if she was walking toward salvation or damnation, but she was walking, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 95. The Price of Power. Oren's footsteps echoed through the crumbling halls, each step measured, deliberate, as if she were walking on the edge of a blade. The storm inside her had not yet subsided, and though Celine's body lay defeated, the weight of victory hung heavy on her shoulders. It wasn't relief or triumph that she felt, it was something darker, something more potent. The power, the raw, wild energy, was a part of her now, an inseparable part of her being. It thrummed through her veins, not unlike a fever, and though it offered no comfort, it brought a clarity she had never known. The truth was inescapable. She could never return to who she once was. Oren. The voice, low and steady, broke through her thoughts like a knife, slicing through the tension. She turned, only to see Nero standing there, his dark eyes filled with concern. He was always there, always by her side, even when she pushed him away. But she hadn't pushed him this time. Not when the darkness had wrapped itself around her heart like a second skin. You're different, he said softly, his gaze scanning her face, as if searching for traces of the girl he once knew. Is this the price of power? She looked at him, her heart twisting. I don't know, she admitted. I don't think I care anymore. Nero stepped closer, his hand reaching out, but he stopped just short of touching her. You've changed, Oren, but not just because of the power. There's something else, something in your eyes. You're becoming someone you might not be able to come back from. Oren's chest tightened, and she swallowed hard, but the words that left her lips were almost detached, as if spoken by someone else entirely. I don't need to come back, Nero's. I need to move forward. Her words hit him like a slap. Nero's flinched, his face hardening, for just a moment before he masked it with a thin, unreadable expression. You can't leave everything behind, he said, his voice tinged with a rawness that she hadn't heard before. You can't erase the past, no matter how much power you gain. It'll catch up to you. Oren turned away, her eyes focused on the distant horizon beyond the ruins. The land lay silent, the destruction of the battle now just another scar on the earth. But even in the quiet, she could feel it. Something deeper, something sinister, licking at the edges of her mind. The consequences of the choices she had made were not far behind. Maybe you're right, she said, almost too quietly for him to hear. But right now, all I want is to hold on to this power. To feel in control, just for once. Nero's didn't respond at first, and for a long moment, the only sound between them was the soft rustling of the wind. Then, slowly, he took a step forward, reaching for her. He didn't force her to turn around, but his voice softened, a plea more than a command. Oren, you don't have to do this alone. Whatever you're feeling, whatever this power is making you become, you don't have to carry it by yourself. I'll be here, no matter what. For the first time in what felt like forever, Oren let herself feel the pull of the comfort he offered, the warmth of his presence. But she couldn't let herself lean into it, not yet. She wasn't sure she could ever let herself again. Nero's reached out, his hand almost touching her arm, but he stopped himself just short. His eyes searched hers, filled with a mixture of helplessness and something darker, something that mirrored the same feeling that twisted inside her. I don't believe that, he said softly. I won't give up on you, Oren. Not now. Not ever. For a moment, Oren felt the raw vulnerability in his words, the unspoken promise in his gaze. But it only made her want to pull away even more. You should, she replied, her voice a harsh whisper. I'm dangerous now. The power I've unlocked, it's not something anyone can control. Not even me. Her eyes flickered with a strange, dark intensity, and Nero's could see it, the struggle within her. The power was pushing her to her limits, and she was at the edge of something terrible. Something that even he couldn't save her from. Then let me help you control it, Nero said, his voice firm, determined. You don't have to do this alone. Oren's chest tightened at his words, the familiar warmth of his concern almost breaking through the wall she had erected. But she shook her head, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. You don't understand, Nero's. The more I fight it, the stronger it gets. I can feel it inside me, clawing at my insides, begging me to let go. If I do, I'll lose everything. I'll lose myself. His expression darkened, and for the first time, Oren saw a flicker of fear in his eyes. Not for himself, but for her. It was the first time he'd shown true vulnerability in the face of everything that was happening. Oren. Nero's voice cracked, and she saw the moment when he realized the depth of the darkness that had claimed her. Before she could respond, a flash of light streaked across the sky, bright and blinding. Oren's senses were immediately overwhelmed, her pulse racing as the energy around her surged violently. The power within her was awakening again, demanding to be set free. We need to leave, Nero said urgently, grabbing her wrist, trying to pull her away from the center of the storm. This place is too dangerous. The power is feeding off of you. We're not safe here. But Oren didn't move. Instead, she stood there, feeling the raw power crash over her, drowning her in its force. She could hear its whispers, its promises of strength and domination, urging her to embrace it fully. And for a moment, she considered it. But the memory of Nero's words, his voice full of hope, full of love, echoed in her mind. I won't give up on you. The conflict inside her raged, a violent storm, but in that moment, Oren knew what she had to do. No, she said firmly, her voice cutting through the chaos. I'm not losing myself. Not today. With one final, desperate surge, she pulled herself free of the power's grip, pushing the darkness back as best she could. But she knew it wasn't over. Not yet. The battle had only just begun. Chapter 96. The Edge of Oblivion. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a pale silver light across the battlefield. The ruins of the once vibrant city lay before Oren, now nothing more than dust and ash. The air was heavy, with the scent of smoke and blood, and the silence was suffocating. The storm that raged inside her felt like a reflection of the chaos she had just wrought. She stood alone, her hands trembling, not from fear, but from something far darker, a growing hunger that gnawed at her insides. The power she had unleashed had tasted sweet at first, like the forbidden fruit that promised freedom and control. But now, it felt like an anchor, dragging her deeper into a sea of darkness. In the distance, she could still see the remnants of the battle. The soldiers who had fought valiantly beside her were now just memories, their names fading into the ether. She had won, yes, but at what cost? Her heart felt hollow, and each breath she took seemed heavier than the last. You did what you had to do, she whispered to herself, but even her own words felt hollow. The truth was, she didn't know if she could still recognize the person she had been before this madness began. The power surged through her again, a sharp, electric current that made her gasp. It wanted control. It wanted her to surrender. But Oren was nothing if not stubborn. You're not in control, she muttered under her breath, clenching her fists. You will not take me. But as the words left her lips, the darkness around her seemed to grow. Shadows stretched, thickening, swirling like a living thing, as if the very night itself was trying to consume her. Oren, a voice broke through the shadows, low and familiar. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Nero's. He stood at the edge of the battlefield, his silhouette barely visible against the flickering flames. His presence was like a tether to something real, something human. Oren felt the pull, a mixture of desire and fear, but she didn't move. You're still here, she said, her voice flat. Why haven't you left? Nero's footsteps were quiet as he approached her, his eyes scanning the desolation around them. I couldn't leave you, he said, his voice steady, but Oren could hear the underlying tension, the fear that he didn't dare voice. She turned to face him then, her eyes hard. You should have stayed away from me, Neros. You don't know what I've become. He met her gaze without flinching, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. I don't care what you've become, he replied quietly. I care about who you still are inside. And I know you're still in there. Her heart ached at his words, but it wasn't enough to break through the wall she had built around herself. Not yet. You think I'm the same person I was, don't you? He hesitated before answering, his voice barely above a whisper. I know you. I've always known you, Oren. And I know you're still capable of good. I just want to help you. Oren's laugh was sharp and cold, devoid of humor. You can't help me, Neros. No one can. She stepped back, the air around her crackling with the energy she couldn't control. I've crossed a line. I can't go back. I knew you'd come for me, she said quietly, the words tinged with disbelief. Kellen's lips twisted into a small, bitter smile. I wasn't sure you'd still be standing, Oren. But here you are, more powerful than ever. Why are you here? Oren demanded, her voice rising as the energy inside her stirred restlessly. You disappeared. You left me to face everything on my own. Why come back now? Kellen took a slow step forward, his gaze unwavering. Because you need me, he said, his voice dark with something she couldn't quite place. You don't know how deep this runs, do you? The power you've unlocked, it's not something you can control. Not by yourself. Oren's heart raced as the reality of his words began to settle in. She had known the power was dangerous, but hearing Kellen speak of it in such a way sent a chill down her spine. What are you saying? Kellen stepped closer, his presence almost suffocating. You've only scratched the surface, Oren. You think you can control it, but it's already controlling you. I've been tracking your progress. Watching you. Oren's blood ran cold at his words. Tracking me? Watching me? She repeated, disbelief mingling with anger. Why? What do you want from me? Kellen's eyes gleamed with something almost predatory, a cold calculation that made Oren's stomach twist. I want you to understand, he said softly, his voice now laced with a dangerous promise. The power you've awakened, it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to something much older. Something far darker. And if you don't learn to wield it properly, it will destroy you. She took a step back, her mind spinning with the implications of his words. No. Yes, Kellen replied, his tone unwavering. You're at the edge, Oren. On the brink of losing everything you've ever known. But you don't have to go down this path alone. I can help you control it. Oren's mind raced as she weighed his words, the temptation to take his hand, take his offer, hanging in the balance. Could she trust him? Was he telling the truth, or was this another trap? But as the power inside her surged again, it felt like the decision was being made for her. The darkness was calling, pulling her deeper into its grasp. You don't need him. Neros's voice cut through the tension, a beacon of light in the growing shadows. He stepped forward, his eyes fierce, determined. Oren, you've already proven you don't need anyone to control your fate. You have the strength to fight this. Don't let him make you doubt that. Kellen's eyes narrowed as he looked at Nero's, a spark of something cold and malicious flickering behind his gaze. You think you can save her? He sneered. You don't even know what you're up against. Neither of you do. Oren felt the weight of Kellen's words press down on her, but there was something in Neros's unwavering stance, something in the way he looked at her, that made her pulse quicken. He was right. She did have the strength. She just had to find it. I don't need you, Kellen, she said, her voice steady despite the chaos inside her. Not now. Not ever. Kellen's smile faltered, his eyes flashing with an emotion she couldn't place. We'll see about that, he whispered, his tone dark. And with that, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving Oren standing at the edge of a precipice, more uncertain than ever before. Chapter 97. The Shattered Veil. The world had shifted beneath her feet, like the earth itself was alive, responding to the fierce storm within her. Oren's heart pounded as the remnants of the battle faded into the distance, her vision narrowing with every breath she took. The power inside her hummed like a living thing, unrelenting and hungry for release. Her grip on the ground was slipping. Each step she took felt heavier, as though the very air around her had thickened with the weight of what she had become. But there was a glimmer, just a flicker, of something else. Something fragile, like a strand of hope, that refused to break. Oren, Nero's voice was a thread through the fog of her thoughts, soft but urgent, as if calling her back from the precipice. She didn't turn to him. Not yet. The tremors in her hands were enough to betray her, enough to remind her that she was still, somehow, holding on. But for how much longer? You don't have to do this, Nero said, his voice thicker now, the desperation seeping through. The power, it's not worth it. It will consume you. She closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the familiar warmth of his voice to wash over her. He had been her anchor before, the one person who had always believed in her. But she had changed. The woman he knew, the one she had once been, was slipping further away with each passing moment. I don't have a choice, she whispered, barely able to recognize her own voice, the words heavy with the burden of truth. It's inside me, Nero's. It's become part of me. I can't walk away from it now. She turned toward him, her eyes meeting his, and for the first time, she saw the true depth of his fear. He was afraid of what she had become, afraid of what she might do. But more than that, he was afraid of losing her entirely. I'm not afraid of the power, Oren continued, her voice steady, but filled with something dangerous. I'm afraid of losing myself. But right now, I don't know if I can hold on to what's left of me. Nero's took a step forward, his hands trembling as he reached out to her. But Oren instinctively stepped back, the distance between them growing. Don't come any closer, she warned, her voice sharp. If you do, I won't be able to stop myself. Her words hit him like a physical blow, the weight of them settling over him like a shroud. He stood frozen, unable to find the words to say, unable to understand how to fix this. Please, Oren? But she was already turning away, her back to him once again. The storm inside her was intensifying, clawing at the edges of her mind. She needed to find answers. She needed to understand the power she had unleashed before it consumed her completely. The ruins of the city stretched out before her, empty and silent, as if the world itself held its breath. And then, in the distance, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A silhouette, barely visible against the backdrop of the ruined landscape. It was him. No, she breathed, her heart sinking into her chest. It can't be. The figure grew clearer as it approached, and Oren's blood ran cold. Kellen? Her former ally, the one who had vanished without a trace months ago, now stood before her, his eyes filled with a strange mix of sorrow and something darker, something dangerous. His presence felt like a shadow, like something from the depths of her own soul, had come to haunt her. What have I become? She murmured, more to herself than to him. You're still you, Nero's replied, his voice strained. But this isn't you. This power is tearing you apart, Oren. You have to make a choice. You need to stop running from it. Her eyes flickered to the ground, her breath ragged as she fought back the tears threatening to break free. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know if she could stop the power, the fear, the loneliness. But then something inside her shifted, a cold realization sinking in. Kellen's warning had been clear. The power was not just inside her. It was a part of something much older. Something far more dangerous. And if she didn't learn to control it, it would destroy her. Oren, Nero's voice was softer now, as if sensing the shift in her. You don't have to face this alone. You're stronger than you think, but you need to trust me. Oren looked up at him, her mind spinning. The connection between them had always been one of unspoken trust, a bond that had kept her anchored when the world threatened to swallow her whole. But now, even that seemed fragile. She needed more. She needed something beyond what Nero's could offer. She needed to understand the darkness that was threatening to consume her. I need to find Kellen, she said, her voice steady despite the fear crawling beneath her skin. Nero's face twisted in confusion and concern. What? Why? Because he's the only one who knows the truth, Oren answered, the cold certainty in her words making her shiver. He's the only one who can help me control this. No, Nero said sharply, grabbing her arm before she could take another step. You can't trust him, Oren. He's the reason you're in this mess to begin with. Maybe, she replied, her gaze fixed ahead. But I can't keep running from this. Not anymore. She pulled away from his grasp, her eyes locked on the path ahead, the direction Kellen had disappeared to. She could feel the power building within her, its hunger growing stronger. And in that moment, she realized something important. She wasn't just running toward Kellen. She was running toward herself. Chapter 98. The Brink of Darkness. Oren's heart thudded in her chest, each beat reverberating through her like an ominous drum, signaling the march of an impending battle. Her fingers tingled, the raw energy within her surging and pulsing with life. It felt almost alive, like a wild, untamed creature within her veins. The power Kellen had spoken of wasn't just inside her. It was part of her. And with every passing moment, she felt it grow, shifting like liquid fire, eager to break free. Yet, there was something else. Something cold and unfamiliar, creeping at the edges of her thoughts, whispering to her in voices that sounded like her own. You don't need them. You can control this. You are more than this world. Her head spun, the weight of Kellen's words clashing with Nero's insistence that she was stronger than the darkness she was beginning to embrace. The storm inside her raged, but it wasn't just power. It was doubt, fear, and a yearning she couldn't quite explain. She had never been the type to doubt herself, to let fear dictate her choices. But now, everything felt different. It wasn't just the power. It wasn't just the consequences of using it. It was the loneliness that gnawed at her, that threatening void she felt whenever she considered her own future. How could she protect those she cared about when she could barely protect herself? A voice broke through the storm of her thoughts. Oren, Nero's, called softly, his tone laden with concern. She hadn't noticed him approach, but now he was standing close enough that she could feel the heat of his body, the comforting presence he brought with him. His eyes searched hers, and for a moment, the chaos within her seemed to pause, like the world itself was holding its breath. You're not alone in this, Nero said, his voice gentle but firm. I'm here. I will always be here for you. Oren's heart wrenched at his words, and for the briefest second, she almost allowed herself to believe that she could keep fighting. That maybe, just maybe, she could escape the darkness that threatened to pull her under. But Kellen's voice echoed in her mind, colder and sharper now. You think he can save you? The power within her surged again, a flash of heat so intense it left her gasping for air. A sickening feeling spread in her chest, and, before she could stop herself, her hands clenched into fists. A force of raw energy crackling in the air around her. Nero's flinched, his eyes widening as the power built up, swirling dangerously around her. Oren, no, he shouted, reaching for her, but it was too late. In a rush of wild energy, she released it. The blast hit the ground, with an earth-shattering force, sending a shockwave through the air. The trees nearby cracked under the pressure, their trunks splintering. Rocks shattered, sending debris flying through the air, like shrapnel. Oren's breath caught as the energy faded, leaving a deep silence in its wake. She stood, trembling, the remnants of the explosion crackling around her, and her gaze locked with Nero's, who was kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, his face pale. I'm sorry, she whispered, guilt and confusion flooding her heart. Nero slowly stood, wiping blood from his lip, his expression unreadable. Oren? But she could see it in his eyes, fear. Fear of her. Fear of the power she could no longer control. It cut deeper than any wound ever could. I don't want it, she shouted, her voice cracking with desperation. I never asked for this. You took away everything that I knew, everything that I was. I don't even recognize myself anymore. Kellen's gaze softened, his eyes filled with something that almost looked like sympathy. You were never meant to stay who you were, Oren. Not with the power inside you. You were always destined for more. Her pulse quickened, and the energy within her started to swell, the storm within her growing, threatening to explode. But instead of the familiar fear that always accompanied the power, this time, she felt something else, desire. The desire to control it, to command it, to make it hers. I can help you, Kellen said, his voice low and insistent. I can teach you how to use it, how to control it, but you have to make the choice. You have to let go of your fear. Oren's breath came in shallow gasps as the power continued to churn inside her, overwhelming and all-consuming. She didn't know if she could fight it anymore. She didn't know if she wanted to. What do you want from me? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I want you to be everything you were always meant to be, Kellen replied, his eyes locking with hers. I want you to be the force that you were born to become. Oren's mind raced, her thoughts a blur of conflicting emotions. She wanted to run, she wanted to fight, but there was something else, a longing to embrace this power, to let it take control and use it to shape her destiny. The wind howled around them, whipping her hair in every direction, and for a brief moment, everything felt still. Quiet. And then, she made her choice. With a strangled cry, she let the power inside her break free. It surged like a tidal wave, a storm of energy exploding outward, lighting up the sky in a blinding flash of white-hot intensity. The earth trembled beneath her feet, and for a moment, she felt like she could do anything. Like she could burn the world to ash if she so desired. Kellen's face lit up with a look of approval, but there was something else in his eyes. A flicker of something dark. Oren didn't notice it, not yet. She was too consumed by the power. Too consumed by the hunger. But she would. Chapter 99. The Reckoning. Oren's heart thundered in her chest as she walked through the dense forest, the weight of her decision bearing down on her like a 1,000-ton boulder. The air around her crackled with energy, a reminder of the power that now simmered just beneath her skin, waiting to be unleashed. Every step she took felt like a battle, her feet moving forward even as her mind screamed at her to turn back. But she couldn't. Not anymore. Neros's words echoed in her ears, his voice pleading with her to stop. To trust him. But how could she trust him when she didn't even know who she was anymore? The darkness that had once been a shadow now loomed large within her, and she felt its pull with every breath she took. The power, the hunger, it was all too much to ignore. She could feel it, the restless energy swirling within her, growing more insistent with each passing second. Kellen had promised her the answers, but what if the answers weren't what she wanted to hear? What if they were the final push that would send her spiraling into something she couldn't control? The trees around her began to thin, the path ahead opening up to reveal a clearing. And there, standing at the center of it all, was Kellen. He was waiting for her. His presence was magnetic, drawing her in like a moth to a flame, and for a moment, Oren hesitated. Was this the right choice? Could she truly trust him, or had he been playing her all along? Oren, Kellen said, his voice a low, soothing murmur that sent a shiver down her spine. He took a step toward her, his eyes locked on hers, intense and unreadable. I knew you'd come. She clenched her fists, the raw energy inside her surging in response to his words, but she fought to keep it under control. Why? Why did you do this to me? Kellen's lips curled into a small, enigmatic smile. I didn't do this to you. You were always meant for this. For this power. For this moment. Oren's breath hitched. What are you talking about? This darkness inside me. It's tearing me apart. And you're the reason it's here. No, Kellen said, shaking his head slowly. I'm the one who's been trying to help you. You're the one who's been running from it. Running from your true self. Her chest tightened, the weight of his words pressing down on her. My true self? You want me to embrace this power, this thing inside me? Do you know what it's doing to me? I do, Kellen replied, his voice dropping to a whisper. But it's not what you think. The power is part of you, Oren. It's always been part of you. All I did was open the door. The rest was up to you. Oren took a step back, the enormity of his words hitting her with the force of a tidal wave. So you knew what would happen. Kellen's smile faded, and for the first time, Oren saw something else in his eyes. Something almost human. I didn't know how far it would go. But I knew you had the strength to handle it. Handle it? She spat, her anger flaring up, the power within her reacting to her emotions. Look at me, Kellen. I'm losing myself. You're not losing yourself, Kellen said gently, taking another step forward. You're becoming yourself. You've been afraid of this power your whole life, but it's always been inside you, waiting. And now it's time to embrace it. But as her body trembled with the force of it, something inside her stirred. An echo of her old self, a reminder of everything she used to be. The Oren who had tried to run from this power. The Oren who had wanted nothing more than peace. But that person was gone now. The truth settled over her like a weight she couldn't escape. Power had always been a part of her. And now, she would wield it. I'm ready, she whispered, though she wasn't entirely sure if she meant it. The words felt strange, like a declaration she had made before but could never take back. Kellen smiled darkly. Good. Because the world is about to feel the wrath of your awakening. As Oren stood there, at the precipice of her new life, she could hear the distant sounds of something else. Something far more dangerous. The storm wasn't just inside her anymore. It was growing, spreading out across the land, ready to wreak havoc on everything in its path. Her heart raced as she glanced around, knowing that her choices had set this course into motion. But was she ready to face the consequences? Chapter 100. The Awakening. The world trembled beneath Oren's feet as the energy inside her continued to expand, consuming everything in its path. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and for a moment, it felt like she might lose herself entirely to the raw, unrelenting force that had taken root inside her. She could feel it, the power. It was alive, thrumming, with a fierce, dangerous pulse that reverberated through every inch of her body. Her senses were on fire. The air tasted of electricity, the trees around her bending as if in submission to her newfound might. Her vision blurred for a moment as the sheer intensity of it all overwhelmed her. But then, she focused. She had made her choice. With one final cry, Oren reached out and claimed the power, pulling it into herself with a force that made the world around her crack like thunder. The energy surged in her veins, burning hot, lighting up her skin as she finally felt whole. She was no longer just Oren. She was something else, something more. Yes, Kellen whispered from behind her, his voice drenched in both admiration and something darker, something far more insidious. This is what you were always meant to be. Her eyes locked onto him, but she didn't speak. She didn't need to. She knew exactly what he was trying to tell her now. She was the weapon, the force of nature he had always intended her to become. And the world would soon know her name. But there was a piece of her, a small, vulnerable part, that was still questioning. Was this really who she wanted to be? Kellen's eyes gleamed with a satisfaction that sent a chill running down her spine. You feel it, don't you? The power, it's yours to control now. You have the world at your feet. The only thing left is to decide what you'll do with it. Oren's chest heaved, but she didn't answer him. She couldn't. Her thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion and desire. She wanted to embrace this power. She wanted to let it consume her and burn everything in her path. But there was something deep inside her that told her to be careful. To not let it take her too far. But the hunger, it was insatiable. A step. She took one step forward, and the ground cracked beneath her feet, splitting open in a jagged line. The trees around her bent toward the earth as if begging for mercy, and the sky overhead darkened, swirling with ominous clouds. This is only the beginning, Kellen's voice rang out, louder now, almost like a command. Do you feel it, the power calling to you? Oren nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. The air around her crackled with energy, and she could feel the world shifting, bending to her will. She had crossed a line, and there was no turning back. But she was done running. She had spent too long hiding from the darkness inside her, and now, she would control it. Her gaze turned to Kellen. "What happens now?" she asked, her voice low and steady despite the storm inside her. Kellen stepped closer, his presence overwhelming, his eyes never leaving hers. "Now, you take what is yours. You rewrite the rules. You become the legend they will speak of for generations. You rise above them all." Her fists clenched, and the energy inside her responded, surging in her veins like liquid fire. She could feel her power building again, rising up like a wave, ready to crash down upon the world. Chapter 101. The Reckoning. Oren stood at the edge of the world, where the sky bled into the horizon, the winds whipping through her hair like a wild beast that had been set loose. She had crossed over into a new realm of existence, but in that moment, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was standing on the precipice of something far more dangerous than even she could imagine. The power inside her surged, throbbing with life, each pulse pushing her forward, urging her to embrace the darkness that clung to her. But in the back of her mind, a voice whispered, the same voice that had once tried to protect her from this very fate. "Is this really who you want to be?" For a long, uncertain moment, Oren closed her eyes. She felt the weight of the choice she'd made, the consequences of it seeping into her bones. She was no longer just the girl who had lived in the shadows of her own fear. She was something more, something dangerous. "Do you feel that?" Kellen's voice, smooth and intoxicating, broke through her thoughts like a sharp blade cutting through fog. He was standing beside her now, his presence like a shadow that lingered even when he wasn't close. "It's the beginning, Oren. Your beginning. The world is waiting for you to claim it." She didn't respond immediately. The storm in her chest swirled, but her mind was a battlefield. The voice inside her screamed for release, for freedom, to crush the weak, to take control. But the other side of her, the side that still remembered the person she used to be, whispered that this wasn't the answer. Her fingers clenched into fists, and for a brief second, she wanted to let it all go. To unleash every last ounce of power and let it consume everything, everything. But then, there was a sound, faint at first, then louder. The ground beneath her began to tremble. The sky darkened in response. A heavy, oppressive weight settled in the air, and Oren's breath caught in her throat. She could feel it, a presence, watching, waiting. Oren turned slowly, her body instinctively tensing. And there, standing on the far side of the clearing, was Nero's. His gaze locked onto hers, and the intensity of it sent a shiver down her spine. His presence was as cold and commanding as ever, but this time, there was something different about him. Something that sent a ripple of unease through her chest. "Nero's," she said, her voice carrying the weight of everything unsaid. He gave a small, sardonic smile. "I didn't think I'd find you here, Oren. But I should have known. You're a force of nature now, aren't you? The storm, it's in your blood." Her heart skipped. She hadn't expected him to find her so soon. But then, she shouldn't have been surprised. Nero's had always been one step ahead of everyone, and this time, it seemed like he was prepared to play a far more dangerous game. Oren's eyes narrowed, her senses sharpening. "What do you want, Nero's?" His lips curled upward into a grin, but there was no warmth behind it. "What I want? Ah, Oren, that's an interesting question. I want many things." His gaze flickered to Kellen, and then back to Oren. "But what I want most of all is to see how long you can hold onto that power before it completely consumes you." Kellen's voice cut in, dark and dangerous. "You've always been one to question, Nero's. But you don't understand. Oren is the power now. She doesn't need to hold onto it. She is it." Nero's didn't flinch. "You think she's ready for that, Kellen? You think she can really control something so wild?" His eyes flicked back to Oren, his gaze holding a challenge she couldn't ignore. "The power she's embraced? It's like fire. It doesn't care who gets burned." Oren's pulse quickened, but something inside her told her that Nero's wasn't lying. The storm that raged inside her wasn't something she could simply control. It was unpredictable, untamed. And there was still a part of her, the old Oren, that wanted to be free of it. But another part, a darker, hungrier part, wanted to surrender entirely, to let the storm consume her. "What do you want from me?" she asked again, her voice steady, though her heart pounded in her chest. Neros tilted his head, his eyes gleaming with something dark. "I want you to realize something, Oren," he said softly. "Kellen doesn't want what's best for you. He's using you. And you're too blinded by the power to see it." Kellen's eyes darkened at Nero's words, but Oren's attention was focused entirely on him. "What do you mean?" she demanded. Nero stepped closer, his words laced with venom. "I've seen this before. You think Kellen's your ally. But in the end, he'll be the one who takes you down. You're nothing more than a pawn in his game, Oren, and the moment you're no longer useful to him, he'll cast you aside." Her breath caught in her throat. The world around her seemed to go still for a moment as Nero's words sank into her consciousness. Kellen had always been there, his shadow looming over her, guiding her. But what if Nero's was right? What if she was just a tool for Kellen's greater plans? Oren's gaze flicked to Kellen. His face was unreadable, but she could see the flicker of something in his eyes. Doubt? She wasn't sure. But one thing was clear. There were truths she hadn't been told. Nero's words were like a crack in her foundation. Could she trust Kellen? Or was she just another piece in his chess game? The storm inside her swelled again, filling her with a searing rage. She wasn't anyone's pawn. Not anymore. "Enough," Oren said, her voice cold. "You don't get to decide who I am, Nero's. I will choose my own path." Kellen's voice was low, his hand brushing lightly against her shoulder. "You're not alone in this, Oren. I won't let anyone take you from me. We're in this together." But Oren wasn't so sure anymore. "Don't I?" Oren's voice was a whisper, but it carried the weight of the world. "Or maybe I need to stop trusting everyone and start trusting myself." In that moment, something inside Oren shifted. She could feel it, like a door cracking open deep within her. The power surged again, stronger than ever before, and it wasn't just inside her, it was all around her. The storm was no longer something she could ignore. It was her. Without thinking, without even realizing what she was doing, Oren raised her hand, and the wind howled in response. The very air around her crackled with energy, as though it, too, was waiting for her to command it. Kellen's eyes widened in shock. "Oren, no." But it was too late. Oren's fingers curled, and the ground beneath her feet trembled violently, the earth cracking as though it were splitting in two. The power that had been building inside her erupted, a raw, untamed force that sent both Nero's and Kellen stumbling backward. The air was thick with electricity, the very sky above them swirling in dark, ominous clouds. Oren's body hummed with energy, her veins pulsing with power. She felt alive, like she had never felt before. For the first time in her life, she didn't feel like a puppet. She felt like the puppet master. She turned to Kellen, her eyes locking onto his with a mixture of anger and hurt. "You thought you could control me, Kellen. You thought you could use me. But I'm not yours to command. Not anymore." Kellen stood frozen, his expression unreadable. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. Oren felt the distance between them grow with every passing second, the bond they once shared snapping like a thread that had been pulled too thin. "She's right," Nero spoke from behind her, his voice smooth as honey. "She doesn't need anyone but herself. The power she holds now? It's hers. No one can take it from her." Oren felt a pang of uncertainty at his words, but it was fleeting. The storm inside her raged, but now, it felt like she was the one steering it. "You should go, Kellen," Oren said, her voice colder than the winds that howled around them. "This ends here. I'm done." For a moment, Kellen didn't move. His eyes searched hers, looking for something, anything, that would tell him she wasn't really going to walk away. But in the end, he did the one thing she had never expected. He nodded. Without another word, he turned and walked away, his footsteps fading into the distance. Oren stood there, her heart racing, her mind in a frenzy of emotions. She had made her choice. She had taken control, but at what cost? Nero's moved closer, his eyes glinting with something dark. You've made the right choice, Oren. You're free now. Oren didn't know if she was free. She wasn't sure of anything anymore. All she knew was that she had crossed a line. And there was no going back. Chapter 102. The Betrayal. Oren's heart was a battlefield, torn between two forces that she couldn't seem to control. The storm inside her raged with such ferocity, it was as if the very air around her was charged with power. Every thought, every emotion, was magnified 1,000 times over. The voice of doubt that Neros had planted in her mind echoed relentlessly, pulling at her like an anchor sinking deep into the sea of her consciousness. She looked between Kellen and Neros. Kellen, whose presence had always been a constant, a steady hand guiding her through the darkness. But now, she wasn't so sure. Neros, with his dark allure and dangerous charm, had planted seeds of suspicion, whispering that Kellen wasn't as loyal as he seemed. You're not alone, Kellen had said, but his words felt distant, as if they were drifting farther away with each passing second. She couldn't shake the feeling that his intentions had never been as pure as she had believed. Nero's grin deepened, his eyes cold and calculating. You think you can trust him, Oren? Think again. Kellen's always had his own agenda. You're just part of his plan. Oren swallowed hard, her throat tightening. The power inside her pulsed again, like a warning. The storm wanted to break free, but her mind screamed for her to stop, to think. She had been through so much already. She had lost so much. Would she really allow herself to be a puppet again? Kellen moved toward her, his presence almost suffocating, but his eyes were no longer the steady, unwavering gaze she had always known. There was a flicker of something else there now. Something guarded. Oren, Kellen's voice was softer now, almost pleading. You know I would never hurt you. You're everything to me. Don't let him fill your mind with lies. But Oren felt the weight of his words shift in the air like a storm brewing. Was he really so selfless? Or was this all part of the plan? Enough, she spat, her voice cutting through the tension. Stop playing games with me, Kellen. I'm not stupid. I can see what's happening. You want me to be your weapon, your tool in whatever twisted game you're playing. Well, I'm done being used. Kellen's face faltered for just a moment, a brief flicker of hurt flashing across his features. It was gone almost as quickly as it had come, but it left a mark on Oren, one that she couldn't ignore. You don't understand, he said, his tone now sharp, almost angry. I'm doing this to protect you. To keep you safe from everything that's coming. You think Neros is the answer? He's only going to lead you down a path of destruction. He's just using you, Oren. Oren's chest tightened at the words. Was Kellen really trying to protect her? Or was he just trying to control her? She didn't know anymore. She didn't know who to trust. And Neros, ever the shadow, leaned in closer, his voice like silk as it curled around her ear. Kellen's holding you back, Oren. He doesn't understand what you are. What you could be. The power that's in you. It's more than either of us can imagine. But only if you let go. The darkness inside her stirred at his words. It was seductive, the idea of letting go, of giving in completely to the chaos. She had always felt it inside her, this hunger, this fire, but could she control it? Could she even trust herself? Kellen's eyes narrowed. Don't listen to him, Oren. You're stronger than this. You don't need him. Oren clenched her fists at her sides, her mind racing. She didn't want to admit it, but Neros was right. The world outside had always been a place of chaos and manipulation. It had never been kind to people like her. But could she really trust him? Could she trust anyone? Why should I believe you? She asked, her voice laced with challenge. Neros raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. Because, Oren, you have no choice. His hand reached out again, this time gripping her chin gently, forcing her to meet his gaze. The world is changing, and you're going to need someone who understands the power you wield. Someone who knows how to navigate the dangers ahead. I can offer you that. I can teach you how to use your power to control your destiny. Oren swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling deep in her chest. She could feel the storm inside her, the power, the chaos, thrumming at the edges of her consciousness, begging to be unleashed. But it wasn't just the power she was afraid of. It was the price she would have to pay for it. She pulled away, breaking his grip, her heart pounding in her chest. "I don't want to owe you anything," she said, her voice sharp, determined. "I'll figure this out on my own." Nero's smile faltered for just a moment, but only a moment. "As you wish," he said, his voice smooth, but there was something colder behind it now. "But don't forget, Oren. Power comes with a price. And the choices you make now will determine whether you survive or fall." He turned and walked away, his figure disappearing into the darkness, leaving Oren standing alone in the ruins of the battlefield she had just created. Her pulse raced as she tried to steady her breath, the weight of the decision she had made still crushing her chest. As the storm inside her began to settle, Oren realized that the true battle had only just begun. She had chosen her path, but now she would have to face the consequences. And she wasn't sure if she was ready for what was to come. Chapter 103. The Price of Power. Oren stood alone in the echoing silence, the weight of her decision pressing heavily on her chest. She could still feel the rawness of the power coursing through her veins, its electric hum, an all-consuming sensation that made her heart race and her thoughts scatter like leaves in a tempest. The wind howled around her, its fury a reflection of the storm brewing within. But as the dust settled, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Something was wrong. Kellen was gone. Gone without a fight, without a word. The hurt in his eyes had told her everything she needed to know. Yet, despite the validation of her power, a gnawing emptiness lingered, a shadow that danced on the edges of her mind. She wasn't sure if it was the weight of her choices, or the realization that the power she had unleashed could never be taken back. Once you crossed that line, there was no going back. Behind her, Nero's voice broke through the stillness, smooth as velvet, but laced with something darker. "You did well, Oren. Very well." Oren turned her head slowly, locking eyes with him. The darkness in his gaze flickered, dancing with a twisted satisfaction. His smile, though, was one she couldn't quite place. It wasn't kind, nor was it malicious. It was possessive. "You think I did well?" Oren's voice was steady, but she could hear the doubt creeping in, threading through her words like an unwelcome guest. Nero stepped closer, his figure looming larger as he closed the distance between them. His presence was overwhelming, like the night sky swallowing the last remnants of daylight. "I think you did exactly what you needed to do. You made the choice that only the strongest can make." He reached out, his hand brushing lightly against her arm, sending a shiver down her spine. She pulled back instinctively, the touch sparking a disorienting mix of desire and fear. "What is it that you want from me, Neros?" Her voice cracked on the words, a vulnerability seeping through despite her best efforts to maintain her composure. Nero's smile only deepened, his eyes glinting with dark amusement. "You've already given me what I need. Power. Freedom. You're no longer bound by the shackles of your past, Oren. You're free to choose your destiny, or, if you prefer, I can help you forge it." Oren's breath hitched at his words, the weight of their meaning sinking in. She had wanted this, hadn't she? Freedom, control, the ability to make her own decisions without the shadow of Kellen or anyone else hanging over her. But the more she thought about it, the more uncertain she became. Nero's wasn't the kind of ally anyone could trust, especially someone like her. He had his own agenda, and as much as she hated to admit it, she was starting to see that he was far more dangerous than she had first realized. "I don't need your help," Oren said, her voice steely now, even though the edges of her words wavered. "I can do this on my own." Nero's chuckled, his tone low and dark. "Of course, you think that, now. But the power you've tapped into isn't something you can control alone. There will be forces out there who will try to manipulate you, who will want to use you for their own purposes." He stepped closer, his presence a heavy weight that pressed against her chest. "I am offering you a way to survive in a world that doesn't care about you. A way to be the one in control. Kellen stopped in front of her, and for a moment, there was nothing but silence between them. His gaze softened, the hardness in his features giving way to something deeper, more vulnerable. I never stopped caring about you, he said quietly. I couldn't just walk away, not without knowing that you were okay. I didn't know what you were becoming, what you've done, but it's clear now that you've made your choice. Her chest tightened at his words, and she looked away, her breath shaky. I didn't want to hurt you, Kellen, she said, her voice cracking. But I needed to do this. I needed to take control of my life, to stop being the pawn in someone else's game. You're not a pawn, Oren, Kellen said, his tone fierce now, as though he couldn't bear to hear her say it. You've never been one. You're the queen, the one who calls the shots. But the power you're chasing? It's not the kind of power you think it is. It will consume you, like it's consumed so many others before you. She shook her head, trying to block out the gnawing doubts he was planting in her mind. I have to be strong. I can't afford weakness. Not anymore. You're not weak, Kellen said, his voice tender now as he reached out and touched her cheek. You're one of the strongest people I've ever known, but you're also human, and you don't have to do this alone. Oren closed her eyes at the touch, feeling the warmth of his hand seep into her skin. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to fall into his embrace and forget everything that had happened, forget the choices she had made. But she couldn't. Not anymore. I don't know who I am anymore, Kellen, she admitted softly. I don't know if I can go back to who I was. I don't know if I want to. He stepped closer, his presence enveloping her, comforting her in ways she couldn't explain. You don't have to go back to who you were, he whispered. You just need to remember who you are now. No matter what power you wield, you are still Oren. And that's who I love. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back, not wanting to break in front of him. I don't know if I can ever be the same again, she said softly. But I'll try. For you. For us. Kellen smiled, his thumb gently brushing away a stray tear. You don't have to try for me. You just have to try for yourself. You've always been strong enough. For the first time in what felt like forever, Oren allowed herself to believe those words. She wasn't alone. She didn't have to walk this path in the darkness, even if the road ahead was uncertain. The weight of her choices still loomed large, but now, with Kellen by her side once more, maybe, just maybe, she could find her way back. Chapter 104. A reunion. In the dark. The days following Nero's departure had blurred together, each one feeling like a lifetime, yet only moments had passed. Oren barely slept, her mind consumed by the storm of power raging within her. Every waking moment, the energy coursed through her, like a tidal wave, relentless, unforgiving, pulling at her very soul. It was a gift, no doubt, but it felt more like a curse. There was a nagging fear she couldn't shake. What if she lost control? What if, in trying to wield the power she had so desperately sought, she became exactly what she feared most, just another pawn in the game of shadows? She had spent hours alone, trying to understand the magnitude of what she had done. She had once thought that by controlling her own fate, by grasping the power to shape her destiny, she would feel free. Instead, it felt like she had opened a door to a world she wasn't ready for, a world where nothing was certain. Then, there was the silence of her heart. The absence of Kellen's presence, his steady gaze, the warmth of his touch. Her chest ached with the emptiness of his absence, a void she couldn't fill, no matter how many distractions she threw at herself. She had chosen power over him, and it was a decision that weighed heavily on her every thought. But it wasn't just Kellen she had to worry about anymore. Nero's had been right. There were forces out there, shadows in the dark, waiting to use her. The same people who had once tried to control her, who had seen her as nothing more than a weapon, would now look at her with new eyes. She wasn't just a threat to them, she was a valuable asset. Oren stood by the window, staring out into the bleak landscape. The sun had long since set, and a thick fog now rolled over the hills, casting an eerie glow on the desolate world outside. Her reflection in the glass seemed distant, foreign. She barely recognized the person staring back at her, her face hardened, her eyes sharper than they had been before. This was the price of power, the loss of innocence, the erosion of everything she had once believed. A knock at the door shattered her thoughts, and she turned sharply, her heart racing. "Come in," she called, her voice steady, though it trembled on the inside. The door creaked open, revealing a figure she hadn't expected to see. Tall, with dark hair falling messily around his face, Kellen stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable. His eyes, those familiar, haunting eyes, met hers, and for a moment, it was as if no time had passed at all. But the tension in the air was palpable, thick with everything unsaid, everything they both feared to confront. Oren's breath caught in her throat. "Kellen," she whispered, almost as if she couldn't believe he was really there. He stepped inside, his boots making soft thuds against the floor as he closed the door behind him. "I couldn't stay away," he said, his voice low and rough, as though he had been through a battle of his own. "I had to see you." Oren's heart thundered in her chest as he walked toward her, each step feeling like an eternity. She wanted to reach out, to pull him into her arms, but she didn't know if that was what she needed, or if she even had the right to. She had chosen this path, after all. She had turned her back on him, on everything they had shared, in favor of the power Neros had promised. "Why now?" Oren asked, her voice tinged with bitterness she didn't intend to show. "Why come back after everything? You're playing a dangerous game, Oren." The voice was smooth, male, and chilling. "You think you have control, but you have no idea what you're really dealing with." Oren tensed, her heart racing. The voice was familiar, too familiar. It was a voice she had once thought she could trust, once thought she could bend to her will. "Neros, what do you want?" Oren demanded, stepping in front of Kellen, protectively, her hand instinctively reaching for the energy within her, preparing for whatever was to come. Neros chuckled, the sound low and dark. "Oh, I'm not here to fight, my dear. Not yet, at least. I came to offer you something you may not be able to refuse." Oren's eyes narrowed. "I'm done with your games, Neros." Neros's eyes glinted, something dangerous in their depths. "You misunderstand me. I'm offering you the power you so desperately crave. All I ask in return is your loyalty. A small price to pay for everything you could ever want." Kellen stepped forward, his stance protective, but his voice was calm as he addressed Neros. "Oren's not for sale. You don't own her." Neros's smile widened, though there was no warmth in it. "No, Kellen, I don't own her, but I can give her everything she's ever wanted, everything she's ever dreamed of. Unlike you, I'm not bound by petty emotions. I'm offering her a chance to transcend." Oren's pulse quickened, the tension in the room thickening. Neros was offering her everything she had ever dreamed of, everything she had ever fought for. But at what cost? What would she be giving up if she accepted? "You're playing a dangerous game, Neros," she said, her voice firm, even as the power inside her surged. "But I'm done being manipulated. You can keep your offer. I don't need it." Neros's smile faltered for a moment, but it quickly returned, sharper than before. "Very well," he said, stepping closer. "But remember, Oren, you can't run from your destiny forever. You'll have to face it. And when that time comes, you'll be forced to choose. And I will be waiting." With a final, lingering look, Neros turned and left, the door slamming shut behind him. Oren stood still for a long moment, the weight of his words sinking in. She could feel the lingering presence of his power, like a shadow on the edges of her mind. But now, more than ever, she knew one thing for certain. She couldn't afford to be afraid. Not anymore. Kellen was by her side in an instant, his hand on her shoulder, grounding her. "You did well, Oren." She nodded, but her mind was already racing. The stakes had just gotten higher, and Neros's words had planted a seed of doubt in her heart. Would she be strong enough to resist the pull of power? Would she be able to make the right choice when the time came? The storm outside raged on, but inside, Oren was quiet. Her path was clearer now, but the road ahead was uncertain. One thing was sure, though, this fight was far from over. And she wasn't going to face it alone. Chapter 105, The Tipping Point. The winds howled outside, the storm growing fiercer with every passing minute. Oren felt the turbulence in her soul, as though the very world itself was mirroring the chaos within her. She stood by the window, her eyes fixed on the violent thrashing of the trees, the rain lashing against the glass. The power within her surged, pulsing with a life of its own, and she could feel it, an almost intoxicating presence gnawing at the edges of her mind, urging her to let go, to surrender. But the presence of Kellen beside her grounded her. She glanced over at him, his eyes shadowed, full of unreadable emotions, but she could see the flicker of hope still alive within them. It was the same hope that had once drawn her to him, a beacon in the darkness that had never truly extinguished, no matter how far apart they had drifted. "How do you do it?" she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper over the howling storm. "How do you stay so steady?" Kellen shifted slightly, his body brushing against hers as he stepped closer, his warmth seeping into her. He reached out, gently cupping her face in his hand, his thumb lightly tracing the line of her jaw. "I don't know," he confessed, his voice raw, a little broken. "But I know this. I'm not afraid of you. I never will be." Oren's breath hitched. The sincerity in his words, the tenderness of his touch. It did something to her, something she wasn't ready for. Her heart skipped, ached, and longed in ways she couldn't put into words. She had pushed him away once, thinking she was doing the right thing, thinking that power would protect her, but in the end, all she had found was emptiness. And now, in the quiet moments, with the storm raging outside and Kellen here beside her, the ache in her chest seemed to ease, if only for a second. But she couldn't let herself be distracted. There was too much at stake. "I don't know if I can control it anymore," she admitted, her voice trembling. "The power, Kellen, it's growing. And every time I think I've got a hold on it, it slips away. I'm afraid of what it might do to me." "You've always had the power, Oren," Kellen said, his voice gentle but firm. "But you're not defined by it. You're defined by the choices you make. And I believe in your ability to choose the right path." Oren closed her eyes, his words sinking deep into her soul, but the doubt lingered. What if the power consumes me? What if it's already too late to stop? Kellen was silent for a moment, as if weighing his words carefully. When he spoke again, his voice was low and serious, the weight of the world in his tone. "Then you fight. And you don't fight alone." Oren opened her eyes, meeting his gaze with newfound determination. Kellen was right. She wasn't alone, not anymore. She had to stop hiding from the very thing she had sought for so long. The power had its hold on her, but it did not define her. She could still be the woman she wanted to be, even in the face of it, even with all the shadows that clung to her soul. "I need to do something," Oren said, her voice suddenly sharp with resolve. "I need to find out what Neros truly wants from me. I need to know what I'm up against." Kellen nodded, his expression shifting to one of understanding. "Then we'll do it together." Before she could respond, the door to the room burst open, and a figure cloaked in darkness stepped inside. The figure was tall, their features obscured by a hood, but the sense of power emanating from them was unmistakable. "You think you're my enemy?" Oren asked, stepping closer, her voice like velvet and steel at once. "No. You're my reflection. The darker version of everything I could have become." Neros's smile faltered, just for a heartbeat. "And that's why I'll defeat you," she finished, her voice a deadly promise. The air between them crackled with tension. Power thrummed in the ground, in the wind, in every breath they took. Without warning, Neros lunged. But Oren was ready. She moved like liquid fire, sidestepping him with a grace that felt almost inhuman. Her hand shot out, not to attack, but to grasp, and when she touched him, she wasn't just touching flesh. She touched power. Raw, ancient, devastating. A shock ran through both of them. For one terrible, beautiful moment, Oren saw everything. Nero's memories, his ambitions, his fear. And he saw hers. They broke apart violently, both gasping for air. Nero stared at her, eyes wide for the first time. "You're stronger than I thought," he said hoarsely. Oren wiped the blood trickling from her nose and smiled. A bloody, feral smile. "You have no idea." Meanwhile, back at the keep, Kellen felt a sudden, sickening lurch in his gut. Something had shifted. Something massive. He rushed to the window, staring out at the storm still raging over the dark woods. "Oren," he whispered, "what are you doing?" Because whatever it was, it felt like she had just crossed a line she could never uncross. Chapter 106. The Fire. Beneath the ice. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. But despite the warmth, the room felt cold, too cold. Oren sat rigidly on the edge of the bed, her fists clenched tight in her lap. The confrontation with Nero's replayed in her mind, his voice slithering through her thoughts like a poisonous snake. "You'll have to face it. And I will be waiting." Kellen moved about the room behind her, restless energy in his every step. She could feel his gaze, heavy and full of unspoken worries. But he said nothing. He knew better than to push her now. The silence stretched until it became unbearable. Oren rose suddenly, the movement sharp and decisive. "We have to move," she said, her voice low, but steady. "Sitting here makes us easy prey." Kellen crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides. "Move where? Nero's will hunt us no matter where we go. You can't outrun him." "I don't intend to outrun him," she said, her golden eyes flashing in the firelight. "I intend to face him. But on my terms." Kellen studied her, his expression unreadable. "You're planning something." "Not just planning," she murmured. "Preparing." There was a fire building inside her now, one that felt dangerously close to consuming her, but also giving her the clarity she had lacked before. She couldn't keep dancing on the edge of fear and hope, couldn't keep waiting for Nero's to make his next move. She had to become the storm. Later that night, Oren slipped away from the relative safety of the stone walls. The forest greeted her like an old friend, wild, dark, and merciless. The trees whispered secrets in the cold wind, and the path beneath her feet seemed to stretch on forever. She moved silently, her senses sharp, every fiber of her being thrumming with energy. She wasn't just walking into the woods, she was walking into herself, into the part of her soul she had always been afraid to confront. And he was waiting for her. Under the ancient blackened tree at the heart of the forest, Nero's stood, his arms crossed over his chest, his black cloak whipping in the furious wind. His smile was slow, predatory. "You came," he said simply. Oren stopped several paces away, her chin lifted, her power thrumming just beneath the surface of her skin. "I didn't come to kneel." Nero's chuckled, a low, rich sound that sent shivers down her spine. "No, you came to make a deal." Her heart thundered in her chest, but she kept her face impassive. "I came to end this." He tilted his head, considering her. "End it?" he echoed mockingly. "You don't even know where it begins, girl." Oren narrowed her eyes. "Then teach me." There was a flicker of surprise in Nero's gaze, quickly masked by amusement. "You would ask your enemy to teach you?" But Oren had changed. She closed her eyes, letting the power she had always feared flood her senses. The golden shimmer of her magic burst forth, burning the vines to ash. The trees bent away from her, whispering her new name. She wasn't just a girl anymore. She wasn't a pawn in Nero's game. She was a queen forged in fire and fury. And she was done being hunted. Oren opened her eyes, now glowing molten gold, and smiled. "A slow, deadly thing. Your reign ends tonight." And then she attacked. Chapter 107. The Breaking Point. The woods were alive with ancient magic, humming through the roots and branches, thick in the misty air. Oren stumbled back, her breath ragged, the shock of touching Nero's still reverberating in her bones. She had seen it. The moment of her creation. The truth hidden for so long. She wasn't just a girl blessed by fate. She was forged, created with purpose, molded from an ancient power that even Nero's feared. And worse? There was something inside her. Something waiting to be unleashed. Nero's watched her carefully, as if she were a beast teetering on the edge of its chains. You felt it, didn't you? He whispered, stepping closer. His voice was almost gentle now. Seductive. The fire, the hunger, the storm in your blood. Oren shook her head, stumbling back. No, she said. It's not me. I choose who I am. But can you? His black eyes glinted. Can you choose when the power inside you demands more? The mist curled around them like skeletal fingers. Nero's reached out slowly, not to strike, but to offer. His hand hovered between them, an invitation and a dare. Come with me, he murmured. Let me show you what you were meant to become. We don't have to fight, Oren. We could rule together. For a heart-stopping second, her body wanted to move toward him. The bond between them sizzled with a cruel, magnetic pull. The darkness inside her ached to answer. But then, a memory. Kellen's hand brushing against hers, his touch anchoring her when the nightmares clawed at her mind. His voice, steady and certain, when she doubted herself. You are not what they made you. You are what you choose to be. Oren straightened slowly, the fire inside her shaping itself into a blade of pure will. She met Nero's outstretched hand with a steady gaze. I'd rather burn alone, she said softly, than reign beside you. Nero's face twisted, rage, regret, and something dangerously close to sorrow flashing across his features. So be it, he hissed. At the keep, Kellen could no longer sit still. The bond between him and Oren was faint, but it was screaming, now. Pain, power, a choice being made that could change everything. He grabbed his sword and ran, heart pounding, into the storm. Back in the woods, Nero's unleashed his full fury. The ground trembled as black vines burst from the soil, wrapping around Oren's ankles, trying to drag her down. Thunder cracked the sky open. It blazed out of her in a glorious, devastating wave. Nero's staggered back, shielding his face as the golden light consumed him, tearing at his dark magic, unraveling him at the seams. But just as Oren raised her hand for the final blow, a voice cut through the madness. Stop. Kellen. Breathless, bleeding, desperate. He crashed into the clearing, sword drawn. Not at Oren, but at the shadows creeping up behind her. Nero's had one last trick. A spell woven into the very earth. Kellen swung his blade, slicing through the spell's tether just in time, the shockwave throwing them all backward. Oren hit the ground hard, gasping, the power in her veins flickering. Kellen crawled to her side, grabbing her hand, grounding her. I'm here, he whispered, his voice breaking. Come back to me. For a terrifying heartbeat, Oren didn't move. But then, slowly, she turned her head, meeting his eyes. The gold in her irises dimmed, softening back to warm amber. She was still Oren. Still his. Nero's knelt in the ruined clearing, gasping, his body flickering between forms, man, beast, shadow. You can't stop it, he rasped. She's already awakened. You've only delayed the inevitable. Oren stood shakily, her hand still in Kellen's. I'm not afraid of what's inside me, she said, voice low and deadly. And you should be. Without waiting, she lifted her palm, and for the first time, not with rage but with choice, she unleashed her true magic. The golden fire roared forward, swallowing Nero's whole. And this time, he did not rise again. As silence fell over the forest, Oren dropped to her knees. Kellen caught her, pulling her against him, burying his face in her hair. It's over, he whispered, over and over. But deep in Oren's heart, something stirred. Because she knew the war wasn't truly over. The monster was dead. But the queen inside her had only just begun to wake. Chapter 108. Blood in Crown. The first strike shook the world. Oren moved like a storm, her body singing with magic so ancient the ground itself shuddered beneath her. Her golden energy flared in the twilight, beautiful and terrifying, while Nero's darkness rose to meet her like a black tide. Their powers collided in the air, a violent, crackling storm of gold and shadow, splitting the sky. Nero snarled, his fangs bared. You think you can defeat me, little queen? Oren smiled coldly. I don't think. I know. She flung her hands outward, sending a spear of light straight at his chest. Nero's twisted at the last second, the blast grazing his shoulder, and for the first time, he bled. The sight of his blood, dark, oily, unnatural, splattered on the earth made Oren's pulse quicken. He wasn't invincible. He could be broken. But Nero's wasn't done. With a roar that made the trees bow away from them, he lunged. Vines erupted again, but this time they were laced with wicked thorns, slashing at her arms, tearing at her skin. Pain flared, sharp and real, but Oren didn't falter. She welcomed it. Pain meant she was still fighting. Pain meant she was still alive. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, Kellen was running faster than he'd ever run in his life. Every breath a rasp in his throat. The bond between him and Oren burned like a brand under his skin. He could feel her slipping. Feel the edge she was standing on. If she tipped too far into the magic inside her, she might never come back. And if she didn't go far enough, she might not survive. He had to reach her. He had to be the one to pull her back, or he would lose her forever. Back in the clearing, Nero's caught Oren by the wrist, wrenching her close, their powers crackling violently between them. You could have been everything, he rasped against her ear, his grip bruising. You could have been mine. Oren met his eyes, unflinching. I was never yours. With a cry that shattered the last of the bonds between them, she summoned the full force of her magic, not the old fear-tainted power, but the one she had forged herself. They can try, Oren said simply, her mouth a hard line. He caught her hand, squeezing it once, fiercely. I'll stand with you, he promised. Always. And something inside Oren, something soft, something still untouched by war, bloomed. Maybe she didn't have to do this alone after all. Later that night, by the campfire, Oren sat awake, watching the flames flicker. The stars above her seemed impossibly far away. You can feel it too, can't you? Kellen murmured, settling beside her. She nodded. Change was coming. It would be blood and betrayal, politics and war, hope and heartbreak. It would ask everything of her, and more. But she would give it. Because she wasn't just fighting for herself anymore. She was fighting for every soul that had ever been crushed under the weight of a tyrant's crown. And she would not stop until the kingdom was reborn. Even if it broke her. Especially if it broke her. Chapter 109. After the fire. The forest was eerily silent. Ash floated in the air like ghostly snow, and the ground where Nero's had fallen was blackened, scorched by Oren's final blow. Every breath Oren took felt heavy, like she was inhaling the very soul of what they had destroyed. Kellen held her close, his heartbeat wild against her cheek. Neither spoke for a long moment. Because what could you say after you killed a god? Finally, Kellen broke the silence, his voice hoarse. We need to move. Before the others come looking. Oren lifted her head, her body aching. But something inside her had shifted, something vital. She wasn't just the frightened girl running anymore. She was the storm. The queen. The weapon that Nero's had tried to forge into a monster, and failed. She stood, the earth seeming to hum under her bare feet, and surveyed the ruined battlefield. We're not running anymore, she said. Kellen's brows pulled together. Then what? She turned to him slowly, her eyes dark with determination. We claim the throne. Back at the capital, news of Nero's death had traveled faster than wildfire. Whispers filled the grand halls of the palace. The Shadow King is dead. The girl with golden power destroyed him. The blood throne stands empty. Nobles who had once bowed to Nero's now sharpened their knives for each other. Alliances shifted overnight. Secret councils were held behind locked doors, and already, names were being floated for the next ruler. No one spoke Oren's name out loud yet, but in the deepest parts of their hearts, they knew. The true heir was coming home. And she wouldn't be asking nicely. In a hidden room beneath the palace, a figure cloaked in black watched the political chaos unfold from a hidden mirror. A slow smile curled across his lips. Let the little queen think she had won. Let her wear her fragile golden crown. Because the real war hadn't even begun yet. Meanwhile, outside the ruins of the battlefield, Oren and Kellen traveled toward the city, their pace slow but relentless. The bond between them felt tighter now, thrumming with a tension neither dared name. Every glance burned. Every brush of skin sent sparks dancing. But the closer they got to the palace, the heavier the weight on their shoulders became. Kellen spoke first, his voice low. If you take the throne, they'll try to break you. Oren smiled, sharp and sweet. Let's skip the games, Lord Veyron. We both know why I'm here. Murmurs fluttered through the room. Veyron straightened, his smile cruel. And what claim do you have to the throne, child? A crown of fire and broken promises? Kellen stepped forward, hand on his sword. But Oren lifted a single hand, stopping him. She met Veyron's gaze head-on, her voice cold enough to freeze rivers. My claim, she said, is written in the blood that built this kingdom. A beat. Then two. And from the back of the room, a voice Oren hadn't heard in years rang out. You'll have to take it from my cold, dead hands, cousin. Oren's blood turned to ice. Standing in the shadowed corner of the throne room was a figure she had thought dead. Kale. Her cousin. Her once closest friend. Her first betrayal. The one who had sold her out to Nero's all those years ago. And he was smiling. Chapter 110. The City of Knives. The city gates loomed ahead, jagged and imposing under the weak, morning sun. Oren pulled her cloak tighter around herself, feeling the hum of thousands of souls on the other side. This is it, Kellen murmured beside her. His hand brushed hers, for a heartbeat. Quick, secret, grounding. Oren gave a small nod. No turning back now. They walked toward the gates. Guards lined the walls, their armor gleaming. Bows were drawn. Spears pointed. A cry went up from the battlements. Name yourselves. Oren didn't flinch. She threw back her hood, letting the weak sunlight catch the strands of her golden hair. The familiar mark of the cursed bloodline. The mark of the true queen. A gasp rippled through the crowd gathering behind the gates. And then, silence. One heartbeat. 2. 3. And the gates opened. Slowly, grinding against the earth. Oren stepped forward, Kellen at her side, walking into the lion's den with the whole world watching. The streets were packed. Faces stared out from windows. Mothers clutched children. Merchants froze mid-sail. And nobles. The nobles leaned out from their golden balconies, their faces tight with something between awe and fear. Oren could feel it. The trembling shift of power. The desperate calculation in every gaze. The knives already being sharpened behind every smile. Good, she thought darkly. Let them fear me. Inside the palace. Oren's steps echoed down the marble halls. The blood throne stood at the end of the grand chamber, empty. Massive. Cold. It seemed to breathe as she approached, almost alive. Soaked with the weight of centuries of betrayal and murder. Kellen's fingers brushed the small of her back, steadying her. You don't have to sit on it today, he whispered. I know, she said. But I want them to see it. See who I am. See that I'm not here to play nice. The doors to the throne room groaned open. Inside waited the council. The men and women who had once bent the knee to Nero's. Now, they stood stiffly, eyes narrowed, masks of civility hiding open disdain. One of them, Lord Veyron, tall and thin as a dagger, stepped forward and bowed mockingly low. Your Highness, he said, voice dripping with poison. You grace us with your presence. Chapter 111. Blood and Betrayal. The world seemed to tilt. Oren stood frozen, heart hammering in her chest. Kale, the boy who had once braided flowers into her hair, who had sworn to protect her from monsters, stood before her now as one of them. You should be dead, she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't anger. It was heartbreak. Kale shrugged, casual, infuriating. You know better than anyone, Oren. Monsters like me don't die that easily. Kellen stepped in front of her instinctively, sword half drawn. Kale's gaze flicked to him, disdainful. And who's this? He sneered. Your latest toy? The insult barely registered with Oren. She was already moving, slow, deliberate steps down the aisle of the throne room, toward the cousin who had torn her world apart. You betrayed me, she said, each word a blade. I saved you, Kale countered, voice rising. You were naive, stupid, believing you could change this kingdom without blood, without fire. He stepped closer too, their paths drawn like magnets, doomed to collide. You sold me to Nero's, she said, fire burning in her veins. You put me in chains. Cale's smile was bitter. And look at you now, he whispered. Stronger. Unbreakable. Everything I wanted you to be. The air between them crackled. Everyone in the room watched, holding their breath, feeling the gravity of it. 2 airs. 2 betrayals. 2 blades sharpened against each other. Oren stopped just a foot away from him. I became stronger, she said, voice like velvet over steel, despite you. Not because of you. Cale's jaw tightened. And for a second, just a second, Oren saw the boy he used to be. The boy who had loved her. But that boy was dead. Buried beneath years of blood and broken oaths. Without warning, Cale lunged. Oren sidestepped, fluid and furious, grabbing the dagger hidden in her boot. Steel rang as Cale's blade met hers, the clash echoing through the throne room. Still fast, he said through gritted teeth, trying to push her back. Still a coward, she spat, twisting, shoving him off balance. They circled each other, blades flashing. Neither willing to yield. Neither willing to break first. And the council, those vipers, watched with hungry eyes, waiting to see who would bleed. At the edge of the room, Kellen was pacing like a caged animal, torn between jumping in and letting her finish it herself. His fists were clenched so tight, his knuckles were white. She's mine to protect, he thought savagely. But Oren didn't need protection. Not anymore. And gods, it made him love her more. The fight ended in a heartbeat. Cale fainted left. Oren saw through it, and drove her dagger into his shoulder, pinning him against one of the throne room pillars. He hissed in pain, but laughed, a low, broken sound. You're ready, he rasped, blood soaking through his tunic. Oren yanked the dagger free, stepping back. You don't get to decide that, she said. Cale crumpled to his knees. And for a moment, he just looked up at her, eyes bright with something that might have been pride, or regret. Then the guards rushed forward, seizing him, dragging him away. The council murmured in awe and fear. Oren turned to them slowly, the dagger still dripping in her hand. The era of cowards is over, she said, her voice carrying to every dark corner of the room. I am Oren Valen. And I will burn this kingdom to the ground before I let it rot any further. Mine, her mind whispered. Finally, mine. When they finally pulled apart, breathing ragged, Kellen rested his forehead against hers. I'm with you, he whispered. Until the end. Oren closed her eyes briefly, letting the promise settle into her bones. There was a war coming. But for the first time, she wouldn't be facing it alone. Chapter 112. Ashes and Oaths. The throne room emptied slowly, the council scattering like shadows at dawn, whispering behind silk-gloved hands. Oren stood still at the center of it all, breathing hard, blood drying on her fingers. Kellen approached cautiously, as if nearing a lioness who might still decide to tear him apart. You didn't have to do it alone, he said quietly. Oren's smile was sharp and sad. I always did. He reached for her, hesitated, then brushed his thumb over her cheek, wiping away a smear of blood. Her skin burned under his touch, a live wire sparking against all her broken edges. For a moment, the world narrowed down to just the two of them. But the moment shattered. A small figure darted into the room, Tavrin, her trusted page, eyes wide with terror, clutching a blood-stained letter. My lady, he gasped. You need to see this. Oren took it, unfolding the parchment with trembling fingers. The ink was smudged with sweat and blood, but the words were still clear enough to steal the breath from her lungs. The red hunt rides at first frost. The girl will fall. The true heir will rise. And at the bottom, a seal she recognized instantly. The crest of House Fenmore. Cale's house. Oren's mind raced. She wasn't just fighting Cale. There was an entire network of traitors moving against her. A web tightening around her throat, preparing to strangle. And worst of all, the true heir the letter spoke of? It wasn't Cale. It was someone else. Someone hidden. Someone waiting for her to destroy herself so they could rise from her ashes. You're shaking, Kellen murmured, stepping closer. I'm furious, she corrected, voice low and vibrating with rage. She crushed the letter in her fist, feeling the paper crackle like brittle bone. I will not be hunted like an animal, she said. I will not fall. Kellen's gaze darkened, something primal flashing in his storm-gray eyes. You won't, he said fiercely. Not while I breathe. The air between them changed. Tense. Electric. Crackling with something that had been simmering between them for too long. Kellen reached for her again, slower this time, giving her time to pull away. But Oren didn't. She was tired of pretending. Tired of hiding. Tired of denying what had been building between them. Chapter after chapter, breath after breath. His fingers tilted her chin up, searching her eyes for a sign. Any sign. That she wanted this too. Oren gave it to him. She rose on her toes and kissed him first. The kiss was a firestorm. There was nothing soft or careful about it. It was teeth and tongues and the desperate clash of two people who had spent too long holding back. Kellen groaned into her mouth, pulling her closer like he was afraid she might vanish. Oren fisted her hands in his jacket, dragging him even closer. You'll lose a piece of yourself, Kellen warned in a low voice, standing close enough that his shoulder brushed hers. I already have, Oren said, voice steady. She bit her thumb until blood welled bright and hot, then pressed it to the queen's offered dagger. The blade drank her blood greedily, humming with ancient magic. The queen's eyes glittered with satisfaction. It's done, she said. And just like that, Oren had made her first deal with the devil. But even devils have masters. And as Oren turned to leave, a shadow detached itself from the far wall. A figure in a dark cloak. A voice that froze her to the core. Did you miss me, cousin? Oren spun, heart slamming against her ribs. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Standing before her, grinning like a wolf. Chapter 113. The Queen of Spires. The journey to the spires was grueling. Oren rode hard, the wind slicing through her hair, Kellen and a handful of trusted guards flanking her like a living shield. The landscape twisted from golden plains to jagged cliffs, where ancient towers jutted from the earth like broken teeth. The spires. Home to the queen who ruled the assassins. Home to the woman Oren would have to bargain with, or kill. You don't have to do this alone, Kellen said for the 100th time as they dismounted near the crumbling gates. I know, Oren said. But she tightened her gloves all the same. I need her, but she needs me more. Because if the Red Hunt was coming, if the hidden heir was already moving pieces across the board, Oren needed allies who were willing to kill without question. And the Queen of Spires was the deadliest of them all. The gates groaned open at their approach. No guards. No welcome. Only the long, eerie silence of a place soaked in old blood. Kellen rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, scanning every shadow. Oren didn't bother reaching for her dagger. If the queen wanted her dead, she would already be bleeding out on the stones. No. This was a different kind of trap. They found the queen in the throne room, if it could be called that. There was no gold here. No velvet. Just a black iron chair and a woman draped across it like a cat in the sun. She was beautiful in a way that hurt to look at. Sharp angles. Crimson lips. A laugh like broken glass. You're late, she purred, swirling a glass of dark wine. And you're as dramatic as ever, Oren said, stepping forward. The queen's smile widened, showing perfect white teeth. I suppose you want to bargain. I suppose you know why. The queen tsked. Everyone knows, darling. You're the bleeding heart of the realm. The girl who would rather die than betray her honor. She rose slowly, hips swaying, glass dangling from her fingers. But I wonder. Her voice was a dangerous, lilting whisper. How much of that honor are you willing to burn to win? The deal was simple. The queen would lend Oren her assassins, her best killers, her spies, her poisoners. In exchange, Oren had to swear an oath. A blood oath. A promise written in magic and sealed in flesh. If she broke it, the queen's vengeance would be merciless. If she honored it, the queen's army would be hers. The same cloth worn only by those bound to the heir's bloodline. And it was soaked in blood. Oren stared at it, her stomach turning to ice. The implications were clear. Someone close to her, someone inside her camp, was already working for the enemy. And if she didn't find out who, it wouldn't just be her life at risk. It would be the entire kingdom. Cassian's voice was almost gentle as he said, You'll need me, cousin. Whether you trust me or not. He turned and melted back into the shadows, leaving only the blood-stained cloth behind. Oren didn't move. Didn't breathe. Kellen touched her arm lightly. Oren? She closed her eyes. We're going back, she said hoarsely. Back to camp. Back to the people she thought she could trust. And this time, she would uncover the traitor. Even if it meant tearing everything apart to do it. Chapter 114. Ghosts. From the past. For a heartbeat, the world tilted. The crumbling throne room, the queen's smug smile. Kellen's tense posture. All of it blurred into white noise. All Oren could see was him. Cassian. Her cousin. The boy who had once braided her hair under the apple trees. The boy who had once sworn he would die to protect her. The boy who had betrayed her family, and vanished the night the palace burned. You're dead, Oren rasped, fingers tightening around the dagger. At her hip. Cassian laughed, a low, rich sound that didn't belong to the boy, she remembered. It belonged to something sharper. Something colder. Death is relative, cousin. He stepped into the light. His face had changed. Sharper cheekbones, a long scar running from the corner of his eye to his jaw. But those eyes, those cruelly familiar eyes, were the same. You should have stayed dead, Kellen snarled, moving to block. Oren instinctively. Cassian's smile didn't falter. If I had, who would have warned her about the trap she's walking into? Oren didn't lower her dagger. You're the trap, she said flatly. Cassian shrugged, hands raised in mock innocence. Believe what you want. But the heir you're fighting for? The one you think will save the realm? He leaned closer, his breath brushing her ear. He's not the savior you think he is. The queen's soft chuckle echoed across the room. Oh, how I love family drama, she said, swirling her wine lazily. But if you're going to kill each other, do it outside. I just had the floors polished. Kellen glared daggers at Cassian. Talk fast. Cassian's gaze pinned Oren. You think you're building an army to protect the realm. You think you're fighting the usurper. He stepped even closer, until only a breath separated them. But you're just pawns, Oren. All of you. He smiled, slow and venomous. The real enemy isn't the one on the throne. It's the one in your camp. The words hit like a slap. Oren's mind raced. Every face she'd trusted. Every oath sworn. Was it possible? Had she let a traitor into her ranks? You're lying, she said. Am I? Cassian asked softly. He reached into his cloak and tossed something onto the floor, between them. A scrap of crimson cloth. Embroidered with the royal seal. The mark of the heir. Fine, she said, voice dripping ice. We'll do this the hard way. She pointed to the first row of soldiers. Search them. Now. Kellen and her captains moved swiftly, checking weapons, cloaks, boots. At first, it seemed almost insultingly pointless. Until. A sharp clink of metal falling onto the ground. Heads snapped around. A tiny silver dagger lay at Captain Ryan's feet. A dagger engraved with the Queen's seal. Ryan, a man Oren had trusted since she was a child, stared at it, in horror. I don't know where that came from, he said, his voice shaking. Oren stepped closer, slow and deliberate. Explain it to me, then, she said quietly. Explain why you're carrying the Queen's mark into my camp. Ryan opened his mouth. And then a crossbow bolt sliced through the air, and buried itself in his chest. Screams erupted. Soldiers scrambled for weapons. But the shooter was already gone, melting into the chaos like smoke. Oren knelt beside Ryan, pressing her hands to the wound. But it was too late. His blood pooled hot and fast beneath her fingers. Ryan's last words were barely a whisper. Not me. Look deeper. And then he was gone. Oren stood slowly. Her hands, her soul, were soaked in blood. And somewhere, just beyond the edge of the firelight, the real traitor was still watching. Still waiting. Still smiling. Chapter 115. The knife in the dark. The journey back to camp was silent. Heavy. Suffocating. The stars above seemed to leer at Oren as she rode, every hoofbeat echoing the same dread in her chest. Someone among us is a traitor. Kellen rode beside her, his knuckles white around the reins. Every so often, she caught him glancing at her, like he wanted to say something. But what was there to say? They had trusted the wrong people before, and it had nearly cost them everything. When the campfires finally flickered into view on the horizon, Oren squared her shoulders. No tears. No weakness. Not tonight. She would find the rat hiding in her army. And she would burn them alive if she had to. The moment they dismounted, she barked orders. Circle everyone up. Now. No exceptions. Her voice cracked like a whip, sharper than anyone had ever heard it. Even the senior captains flinched. Kellen watched her, silent, his blue eyes unreadable. Within minutes, the camp's main clearing was packed. Faces she knew by heart. Soldiers, captains, healers, scouts, all gathered. Some looked confused. Others, nervous. Oren paced in front of them, hands clasped behind her back. Cassian's bloody scrap of cloth burned in her pocket like a brand. There's a traitor among us, she said coldly. And I will find them. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Faces paled. Glances darted sideways. Good. Fear would loosen tongues. She yanked the cloth from her pocket and flung it onto the dirt in front of them. This, she snarled, was taken off the body of a loyalist murdered inside our own territory. Gasps. Whispers. A few soldiers took a half step back. Oren's eyes narrowed, scanning every twitch, every flinch. If you are guilty, she said, voice dropping into a near growl, I suggest you step forward now. Because if I find you. She let the threat hang, sharp and glittering. No one moved. Only the crackle of fire and the distant howl of wolves broke the silence.